Chapter 1. The Luxury Cruise Ship. On the deck of an opulent cruise liner, the sea breeze gently caressed, carrying a hint of briny essence. Zhao Tianyu stood alone in a secluded corner of the cabin deck, leisurely indulging in a cigarette. Clad in a security uniform, he maintained an upright posture, yet his attire rendered him somewhat incongruous amidst the surrounding crowd, adorned in resplendent finery. With a slight squint, Zhao's gaze drifted towards a group of men and women nearby, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Among them, a woman in a striking pink dress captured particular attention. Tall and elegantly curvaceous, her cascading hair danced in the wind, exuding an enchanting allure. This captivating beauty was none other than the president of their company, Lu Xiu. Merely 26 years of age, she had already unveiled extraordinary business acumen and leadership qualities. Having recently returned from her studies abroad, she took the helm of the company from her father and, through her intellect and diligence, propelled it to remarkable heights. Lu Shui possessed a stunning visage. Embodying the essence of ethereal beauty, she was as mesmerizing as the first rays of morning sunlight, warm and radiant akin to the twinkling stars in the night sky, impossible to overlook. Consequently, she was never short of fervent admirers, a long line forming behind her, all vying for a mere smile from the enchanting lady. Yet, without exception, all suitors faced her unyielding rejections. When it came to matters of the heart, Lu Shui maintained a resolute stance that, in her own words, "I'm still young, and my focus should be on my career. Before the age of 30, I shall not entertain personal romantic pursuits." Thus, the impression she left on others was not only one of unparalleled beauty, but also that of an icy demeanor. She resembled an unattainable iceberg, emanating an aura that instilled awe and made her difficult to approach. Whispers circulated within the company, speculating that Lu Shui might be a lesbian, utterly disinterested in men. Otherwise, her multitude of admirers would not have been subjected to her scathing rejections. Despite her typically aloof demeanor, which seemed to repel others, she unexpectedly showered her employees with genuine care. This time, to reward their relentless dedication, she generously chartered an exquisitely luxurious cruise ship, inviting the entire company to embark on a maritime adventure. Relishing this rare opportunity for JOYIT this moment, Lu Shui elegantly held a glass of crystal-clear red wine, smiling as she toasted to a group of senior executives. Her graceful form radiated a unique charm, and her breathtaking beauty left all utterly captivated. From a short distance away, Zhao Tianyu's gaze was fixated upon Lu Shui, and he could not help but murmur softly, "Ah, I must say this woman is as beautiful as a celestial being. Full of grace, if I could win her heart, I would willingly shatter my bones to brew her a nourishing soup." As he became entranced by the enchanting elegance of Lu Shui, a sudden, firm hand gently rested upon his shoulder. Zhao Tianyu abruptly turned his head, only to discover it was his immediate superior security team leader, Chunhu. With a broad smile, Chunhu teasingly remarked, "Hey Zhao, look at you, sneaking a peek at Director Lu again? Stop daydreaming. You must realize that a woman as noble and graceful as her is far beyond the reach of ordinary folk like us." Zhao Tianyu nodded in acknowledgement, yet deep within his heart, he silently pondered, "Humph, to hell with that. If one cannot even dare to dream and aspire, what distinguishes them from a lifeless salted fish? Even if unattainable, it's still pleasing to the eye." Thus, Zhao Tianyu's gaze seemed to be glued to Lu Shui, fixated on her for an extended period, unwilling to blink, as if he wished to imprint every facet of her beauty and every subtle expression deeply into his memory. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he slowly emerged from his reverie, reluctantly retracting his gaze with a sense of longing. After all, how could an ordinary security guard like him ever expect the illustrious Lu Shui to toast him? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. The grand and luxurious cruise ship sliced through the tumultuous waves like a colossal steel beast, forging ahead with relentless speed. It traversed the boundless expanse of the ocean, and before long, 2 full days had elapsed that on that particular noon, the previously clear skies, radiant with sunlight so bright it was blinding, suddenly transformed without warning. The pristine white clouds had been supplanted by ominous, darkened clouds that gathered like a horde of malevolent demons, swiftly enveloping the sky in an impenetrable shroud. In quick succession, dazzling bolts of lightning tore through the heavens like silver serpents, accompanied by the thunderous roar of thunder echoing in a cacophony. Meanwhile, the sea became a tempest, unleashing fierce winds that conjured towering waves, relentlessly crashing against the hull of the ship with spine-chilling ferocity. Amidst this sudden onset of inclement weather, the cruise ship began to sway violently from side to side, as if it could be overturned by the surging tides at any moment. In the face of such peril, the passengers were thrown into a panic, hastily retreating to their cabins for refuge. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu found himself crammed into a rather small room with several fellow colleagues' brothers who also served as security personnel. Alas, such is the plight of the security profession, it occupies the lowest tier within the company. They endure various indignities daily and are often the least favored department. However, despite being packed closely together, making even a simple turn a challenge, the group refrained from voicing excessive complaints. After all, for them, being fortunate enough to embark on such a luxurious cruise is an exceedingly rare and joyous occasion. Thus, even if the conditions were to become slightly arduous, they remained grateful and felt a sense of contentment. Gazing through the window at the tumultuous waves dancing upon the sea, a security guard expressed his concerns, saying, "With winds and waves this fierce, our cruise ship won't sink, will it?" Chapter 2. The Cruise Ship in Distress. Hearing this inquiry, Captain Chunhu of the security team smiled and replied, "Ah, you clearly have little experience. You've likely never even set foot on a cruise ship. Let me assure you, this vessel is far from ordinary. Even when the waves crash upon us like a ferocious beast, it remains as steady as a mountain. There is no cause for alarm. So, just stay put and refrain from needless worrying." In reality, most of the security personnel had never set foot on a cruise ship. After all, with meager salaries barely sufficient to cover household expenses each month, they had little left for such extravagant excursions. Were it not for this rare team-building event organized by their company, they might have spent their entire lives merely viewing these opulent vessels through screens or images. At that moment, the cruise ship continued to sway incessantly, resembling a drunken man staggering along. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, which soon unleashed a torrential downpour, with large raindrops battering the deck and windows, creating a cacophony of sound. The winds whipped fiercely over the sea, howling like a malevolent spirit, instilling a sense of dread. As time ticked away, just when everyone believed the tempest would soon pass, a colossal wave, towering over 10 meters high, surged forward like an enraged dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at the cruise ship. With a thunderous crash, the immense force caused the ship to lose its balance, tilting and capsizing violently. Those who had been sheltered within their rooms were caught unawares, unable to react in time, and tumbled helplessly to the ground. In an instant, the ship was filled with cries of anguish and screams, as terror and despair enveloped every soul aboard. Zhao Tianyu was no exception. He was violently thrown to the ground, his body colliding painfully with the hard floor, causing him to wince in agony. Yet with quick reflexes, he endured the excruciating pain and, using both hands and feet, struggled to rise, shouting, "This is bad. The cruise ship is in trouble. We must escape." After uttering those words, he abruptly flung open the door and, in a flustered manner, dashed into the corridor. Extending his hands, he seized a life jacket placed at the corridor's edge, hastily donning it. His hands trembled slightly from nerves. He then staggered forward, his body swaying precariously as he frantically raced toward the deck of the ship. At this moment, the hallway, which had already seemed narrow, was now filled to capacity with numerous panicked individuals, all hastily emerging from their respective rooms. Much like Zhao Tianyu, panic gripped the crowd as they jostled against one another, desperately seeking an escape from the tilting cruise ship. As the vessel gradually tilted, the throng in the corridor struggled to maintain their balance, swaying precariously amidst the cacophony of screams and shouts. The merciless sea began to surge into the ship's various compartments, the water level rising steadily, instilling deeper terror in everyone aboard. Yet at this critical moment, Zhao Tianyu harbored but a singular thought: reach the deck as swiftly as possible. The fates of others were of no concern to him as he pressed forward. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. A corpulent man ahead of Zhao Tianyu lost his footing and fell heavily to the ground. This abrupt occurrence obstructed Zhao Tianyu's path to salvation. However, with his mind solely fixated on survival, he did not hesitate. Instead, he stepped over the fallen man without a second thought. The man, now beneath Zhao Tianyu's foot, let out a piercing wail. "Ah, who dares trample me? I swear I will make you pay." He roared, struggling to rise, but the crowded corridor and his own bulk rendered him immobile. With immense effort, Zhao Tianyu finally maneuvered through the throng, successfully reaching the deck. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the vast, tumultuous sea. At that moment, the wind howled across the surface of the water, stirring up monstrous waves. As Zhao Tianyu plunged into the depths, a colossal wave crashed upon him like a hammer, propelling him several meters away with astonishing force. In that instant, he found himself engulfed in bitter seawater, which surged into his mouth. It felt as though his throat were ablaze, and an excruciating pain radiated throughout his body, as if every bone and muscle were on the verge of disintegration. Fortunately, the life jacket he wore provided sufficient buoyancy. Enabling him to resurface swiftly, he began to cough violently, attempting to expel the seawater that had invaded his lungs. Thus began his tumultuous journey, helplessly thrust further into the abyss by wave after wave. Time slipped away, and he lost all sense of distance and direction, unaware of how far the currents had carried him. Eventually, the rain in the sky began to relent, and the once turbulent sea gradually calmed. Zhao Tianyu raised his head and surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that he was utterly alone upon the vast expanse of water. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of isolation and helplessness washed over him. Yet he understood clearly that if he wished to find even a sliver of hope for survival in this boundless ocean, he must conserve the dwindling strength he possessed. Thus he lay, supine on the surface of the sea, buoyed by the life jacket, silently drifting upon the boundless expanse of the ocean, patiently awaiting a potential turn of fortune. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Zhao Tianyu's stomach emitted a series of growls akin to a ravenous beast's roar, while his lips, parched from prolonged dehydration, cracked painfully with each swallow. With great effort, he lifted his heavy eyelids and gazed into the distance, finding only the vast, tumultuous sea, devoid of any sign of land. This endless blue stirred within him a profound sense of despair and helplessness. Zhao Tianyu could not help but curse inwardly. What a stroke of misfortune! I had hoped to enjoy a respite on this trip, yet I never anticipated encountering such dire circumstances. Could it be that, among all those aboard the cruise ship, I am the sole survivor? As his thoughts spiraled into disarray, the night descended like a vast black curtain, gradually enveloping the entire sky. As the darkness deepened, Zhao Tianyu felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away, rendering even the slightest movement of a finger exceedingly arduous. Ultimately, exhausted beyond measure, he could no longer sustain himself as consciousness began to blur, and he drifted into a hazy slumber. Yet fortuitously, the robust buoyancy of his life jacket continued to support his body, preventing him from sinking into the frigid, biting waters of the sea. Chapter 3. Cast away on a deserted island, when he once again drifted back into consciousness, he opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in an endless darkness, as if a colossal and enigmatic black hand were tightly clasping him. The entire sea resembled a vast expanse of ebony silk, with not a glimmer of light able to penetrate its shroud. Only the low, thunderous roar of the waves resonated, sounding particularly stark in the stillness of the dark. Time passed, each moment slipping away, and Zhao Tianyu felt as though he had become one with this enveloping darkness. At last, a wave of fatigue washed over him once more, dragging him into a profound slumber. Uncertain of how long he had been lost to unconsciousness, Zhao Tianyu awoke for a second time, astonished to find himself on a broad beach. He slowly pushed himself up from the soft sand, his blurred vision gradually sharpening. The first sight to greet him was the towering trees that seemed to touch the heavens, standing like giants in their grandeur, their dense foliage intertwining to create a thick canopy of vibrant green. Beneath these majestic trees thrived a variety of unknown verdant plants, lush and teeming with life. Zhao Tianyu could not help but ponder in silence. Where on earth am I? This appearance suggests I may be on a deserted island. With this thought, he summoned the last reserves of his strength to endure the overwhelming fatigue and weakness, slowly making his way toward the grove by the shore. Each step felt like a monumental effort, yet the instinct to survive propelled him forward. After a strenuous trek, he finally reached the base of a sturdy tree. Overcome with exhaustion, his legs buckled, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground, akin to a deflated balloon. In that moment, he felt as though his throat was parched to the point of burning, and his stomach growled with hunger, a state of thirst and hunger reaching its zenith. Leaning weakly against the tree trunk, he began to scan his surroundings with his somewhat dazed eyes. Before long, his gaze settled upon a patch of wild banana plants not far away. This unexpected revelation invigorated Zhao Tianyu, who had been teetering on the edge of despair. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, struggling to rise from the ground, and staggered towards the life-saving banana trees. When he finally reached the wild banana plants, a flicker of hope surged within him. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that not a single banana graced the trees. This revelation dampened his initial joy, yet soon this disappointment was overshadowed by a surge of impulse. Clenching his fist, as large as a cooking pot, he unhesitatingly struck the trunk of the banana tree with all his might. Thud! Thud! The dull thuds echoed, as though the entire forest could hear the fervent commotion. Thus, one punch after another rained down upon the trunk. After enduring a relentless barrage of over a dozen strikes, the once straight and robust banana tree, resembling the thickness of a bowl, could no longer withstand such tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, it succumbed and collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu rushed forward, extending his hands to fervently tear at the outer skin of the banana fan. In no time, he had forcibly stripped away the rough and resilient exterior. Immediately thereafter, he snapped off a tender, pure white piece of the banana heart and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth, chewing with fervor. With each morsel of banana heart swallowed, Zhao Tianyu could distinctly feel his strength gradually returning. Thus, he savored this generous gift from nature with increasing greed, consuming several pieces of the banana heart in succession. Only after a sense of satiety began to settle in his stomach did he cease his indulgence and slowly sit down to rest. At that moment, as if recalling something of great significance, he suddenly extended his hand and swiftly began to rummage through his pocket. Upon feeling the familiar contours of objects within, a wave of delight washed over him. His cigarettes, lighter, and phone were all intact. Without delay, he reached into his pocket, carefully retrieving the cigarette box, phone, and lighter one by one. However, the sight that met his eyes brought him a measure of disappointment. The cigarette box, having endured prolonged immersion in seawater, was now tattered and on the verge of disintegration. Consequently, he unhesitatingly discarded the box aside. Next, he grasped the phone tightly, scrutinizing the screen with great care. Regrettably, due to the phone's exposure to salt water, it had already powered off. Despite this, he clung to a sliver of hope and gently pressed the power button. Yet, no matter how he tried, the phone remained unresponsive. Left with no choice, he reluctantly set aside his attempts to revive the phone and shifted his focus to the lighter in his hand. He applied slight pressure to the button, but to his dismay, the lighter failed to produce the expected flame. Nevertheless, Zhao Tianyu refused to be disheartened. An idea struck him. Perhaps he could harness the sun's warmth to dry out these damp items. Thus, he swiftly made his way into the sunlight and placed the phone and lighter on a flat stone, allowing them to bask in the sun's rays. After completing this task, he turned back to the nearby tree, finding a comfortable spot to sit and rest. As time ticked away, an hour passed unnoticed. Zhao Tianyu rose gradually and walked once more to the stone. He bent down and picked up the phone and lighter resting atop it. With hopeful anticipation, he pressed and held the power button on the phone, yet it remained silent, like a slumbering giant, offering no response. Realizing the grim reality, he understood that the phone had likely succumbed to the seawater's ravages and was beyond repair. Though the mobile phone had become obsolete, he had not entirely relinquished hope. Taking a deep breath, he recalibrated his mindset and once more directed his gaze towards the lighter in his hand. This time he devoted his focus, repeatedly pressing the lighter's button. Once, twice, thrice, At last, after persistently pressing it 4 or 5 times, a faint click resonated, and a small flame flickered to life at the top of the lighter. This fragile yet precious flame instantly illuminated Zhao Tianyu's face, which bore traces of fatigue yet radiated joy. A wave of elation surged through Zhao Tianyu. It seemed the lighter still possessed its functionality. He promptly ventured into the woods to gather some dry grass and twigs, returning to ignite a fire beneath a grand tree. As he beheld the roaring flames, a sense of reassurance enveloped him. After all, on this desolate island, the presence of fire provided a semblance of safety. By nightfall, even the wild creatures dared not approach recklessly. Chapter 4. Discovering coconuts. Now that the fire pit was established, Zhao Tianyu felt a wave of delight wash over him. Realizing he must hasten to find something to roast and satiate his growling stomach, he quickly rose to his feet, striding with a buoyant gait toward the shoreline. Upon reaching the coast, he eagerly began to scour the area, his eyes sweeping across every inch of land and rock like an advanced radar, missing no potential source of sustenance. Thus, he traversed the shoreline, walking endlessly, as if on a journey without conclusion. After an indeterminate passage of time, when his legs began to ache, he finally spotted a cluster of mussels firmly clinging to a massive rock not far ahead. The mussels appeared sizable and abundant. Filled with excitement, Zhao Tianyu rushed forward. He surveyed the surroundings, grasping a stone roughly the size of a fist, and cautiously approached the large rock. With determination, he raised the stone high and struck down upon the mussels. A series of sharp cracks echoed as several mussels fell to the ground. Zhao Tianyu swiftly gathered them in the security uniform he wore, fearful of leaving any behind. With his bounty in hand, he joyfully returned to the fire pit. He crouched down and carefully retrieved some burning embers from the fire with a stick. Subsequently, he arranged the freshly harvested mussels neatly above the glowing coals, allowing them to bask in the gentle heat. As time ticked away, Zhao Tianyu waited with eager anticipation. After approximately 10 minutes, he estimated that the mussels should be adequately cooked. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he seized one mussel, disregarding its heat, and pried open its shell with his bare hands. The succulent, juicy flesh of the mussel was revealed, exuding steam and a delicate aroma. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu scooped out the mussel meat with his fingers and promptly devoured it, chewing heartily. It must be said that the flavor of the mussel was far from exquisite. It carried a strong, briny essence that was somewhat off-putting. Nevertheless, for Zhao Tianyu, whose hunger was nearly overwhelming, it was undoubtedly the most delectable delicacy in existence. With each mouthful of mussel flesh, he felt his previously empty stomach gradually fill, restoring a modicum of strength to his body. After voraciously consuming dozens of roasted mussels, he gently patted his now rounded belly, unable to contain his exuberance, exclaiming, "This feeling of being full is absolutely glorious." He then stood and ventured into the woods to gather more firewood, bringing a bundle back to the base of a large tree, placing several thicker logs atop the fire pit to allow them to burn slowly. Though he possessed a lighter, he understood the uncertainty of how long he would remain on this deserted island. Thus he endeavored to keep the fire alive for as long as possible. Having completed these tasks, Zhao Tianyu resumed his exploration along the coastline. The coastline was littered with debris cast ashore by the relentless waves. Discarded fishing nets, plastic bottles, aluminum cans, foam, and various other refuse. In a bustling metropolis, such items would scarcely merit a second glance from Zhao Tianyu. Yet here on this desolate island, they held invaluable potential for aiding his survival. However, he refrained from collecting them, reasoning that such items could be gathered at any time. His immediate desire was to explore the shoreline in search of coconut trees. Finding coconuts would provide a temporary solution to his water dilemma. Stranded on this unfamiliar isle, devoid of any weapons, Zhao Tianyu was hesitant to venture into the woods in pursuit of a water source. Thus, he persevered, tirelessly traversing the coastline. After an indeterminate distance, he suddenly caught sight of several tall, stately coconut trees standing proudly not far ahead. In an instant, the weariness that had begun to weigh on him dissipated, replaced by a surge of excitement. He quickened his pace, eager to reach the verdant trees. Upon breathlessly arriving at the base of the coconut palms, he lifted his gaze and was elated to discover the trees adorned with coconuts of varying sizes. The sight of those glossy, rounded fruits filled Zhao Tianyu with joy. In that moment, he scarcely considered whether the coconuts were fully ripe. His only thought was to pluck them and quench his thirst. He swiftly bent down, retrieving a fist-sized, sturdy stone to tuck into his pocket, and selected a coconut tree approximately 7 or 8 meters tall. Steadying himself beneath the tree, he spat into his palm and rubbed his hands together vigorously. With determination, he embraced the trunk and began his ascent. The bare trunk of the coconut tree posed a challenge for most, yet Zhao Tianyu was no ordinary individual. After nearly a decade in the military, climbing the tree presented no difficulty for him. In less than 2 minutes, he reached the top, securing his feet around the trunk. With one hand freed, he retrieved the stone from his pocket and struck the junction of the coconuts and the tree trunk with force. One by one, the coconuts tumbled to the ground. After ensuring that all the coconuts had fallen, he discarded the stone and wrapped his arms around the trunk, sliding deftly back to the earth. He then found a sharp rock and began to strike one of the coconuts with vigor. After 4 or 5 powerful blows, a crack appeared, and coconut water began to flow forth. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu lifted the coconut to his lips, greedily drinking the refreshing liquid. Though the coconut was not fully mature and the water bore a slightly bitter taste, it was a welcome reprieve for Zhao Tianyu, who drained it in mere seconds before smashing another coconut to indulge his thirst once more. After consuming the juice of 3 coconuts, Zhao Tianyu finally ceased his indulgence. He shed his security uniform, carefully nestled the remaining coconuts within its fabric, and embraced them as he made his way towards the bonfire. Upon returning to the warmth of the flames, he placed the coconuts on the ground and settled down to rest. Gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, he pondered, "I have drifted upon the sea for an entire day. This desolate island must be quite distant from the site of the crew's disaster. The rescue team is unlikely to locate this place. I wonder if there are any other survivors stranded on this island, like myself." Chapter 5. The enchanting Su ran unbeknownst to him. The fiery sun descended slowly from the vast horizon, akin to a weary elder. The sky was painted with a magnificent tapestry of vibrant hues, resembling an enormous and captivating canvas. Zhao Tianyu, with a slightly fatigued gait, once again approached the wild banana tree where he had collapsed at noon. He reached out and gently plucked several broad banana leaves, which he spread upon the ground beside the fire. He then made his way to the shoreline, where he gathered some stones in his clothing, carrying them back to roast and consume by the fire, fearing potential nocturnal threats from wild animals. Zhao Tianyu collected additional firewood and ignited several small blazes around the great tree. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he soon felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Lying softly upon the banana leaves, he succumbed to a deep slumber before long. That night, his sleep was remarkably sweet and profoundly secure, with the surroundings enveloped in silence, devoid of any impending danger. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves and graced Zhao Tianyu's face, he gradually awoke. By this time, the sun had risen high, radiating its intense warmth. Most of the fires he had kindled the previous night had extinguished, leaving behind only remnants of charcoal, still emitting wisps of smoke. Zhao Tianyu stretched, rising to ease his stiff body. He ventured into the nearby woods to collect dry grass and twigs, placing the grass atop the embers. After blowing gently for some time, the grass ignited, and he added more firewood. He then knelt by the shore, scooping up seawater to wash his face, before meandering down the seemingly endless coastline. As he walked silently for quite a distance, he faintly discerned a figure lying motionless upon the sand in the distance. A sense of urgency gripped his heart, and he instinctively quickened his pace, racing towards that direction. As he drew nearer, he realized it was a person face down in the sand, utterly still, teetering between life and death. Curiously, a life preserver was fastened around the person's neck, suggesting a harrowing struggle in the water before being washed ashore. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Tianyu dashed forward, crouching down with utmost care to turn the individual over. The instant his gaze met the person's face, he was struck as if by lightning. Before him lay none other than Su Ran, the manager of the Human Resources Department. At that moment, Su Ran's eyes were tightly shut, her complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of vitality. Zhao Tianyu hastily extended a finger, gently hovering it near her nostrils, hoping to discern the faintest trace of breath. Fortunately, after a brief moment of anxious anticipation, he felt a whisper of warmth brush against his fingertip. This revelation eased his racing heart, indicating that Su Ran was still alive. However, regardless of how desperately he called out, "Hey, Su Ran, please wake up," she remained unresponsive, as if lost in a nightmare from which she could never awaken. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu suddenly noticed the pronounced bulge of Su Ran's abdomen, which appeared round and swollen. Drawing upon his experience, he deduced that it must be due to an excessive intake of seawater. The situation was urgent and left no room for hesitation. Zhao Tianyu swiftly lifted Su Ran into his arms, tilting her body slightly forward. He then encircled her abdomen with both hands, applying firm pressure repeatedly. As Zhao Tianyu continued his relentless efforts, seawater gradually began to flow from Su Ran's mouth. Each droplet that escaped her lips seemed to carry with it a glimmer of hope for life. Zhao Tianyu dared not pause, remaining wholly focused on his task. As time elapsed, seeming to stretch into eternity, Su Ran continued to expel the bitter, salty seawater. Finally, her tightly shut eyes began to flutter open, revealing a gaze that was both bewildered and alert as she fixed her eyes on the unfamiliar man, Zhao Tianyu. Summoning her remaining strength, she managed to croak out a feeble question. Who are you? Where's this place?" Zhao Tianyu hastily replied, "This is a deserted island. We work for the same company. Surely you remember me?" However, as he awaited her reaction with hopeful anticipation, he was met with a frown and skeptical eyes. After a moment, Su Ran slowly shook her head and weakly responded, I don't know you." Zhao Tianyu felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, silently pondering how Su Ran could possibly not recognize him. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, he was merely an inconspicuous security guard, while Su Ran held the esteemed position of Human Resources Manager, making it entirely reasonable for her not to acknowledge someone of his status. At that moment, Su Ran lifted her head once more, locking her gaze onto Zhao Tianyu as she softly inquired, "Did you save me just now?" Zhao Tianyu nodded, saying, "I was strolling along the shore and saw you lying here, unresponsive. I called out to you for quite some time, but you didn't respond. Noticing your swollen abdomen, I realized you had ingested a significant amount of seawater, so I hugged you and pressed the seawater out. That's how you regained consciousness." Upon hearing his explanation, Su Ran nodded weakly and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving me. You didn't take advantage of me while I was unconscious, did you?" Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of anger at her implication and retorted indignantly, "What do you take me for? Though I'm a security guard, I would never stoop to such behavior. You really have no sense of propriety." With that, he turned away, refusing to engage further. Seeing this, Su Ran quickly called out, "Hey, wait, don't go." Momentarily, I misspoke, and I sincerely apologize. I currently lack any strength. Could you please fetch me some water? I feel as though I am on the brink of dehydration. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, then halted his advance. Turning swiftly to return to her side, he gently spoke, "Rise and accompany me. I shall procure some water for you." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran gritted her teeth, summoning what little strength remained in her utterly fatigued and weakened body, attempting to rise from the cold, unyielding ground. Yet at that moment, she felt overwhelmingly feeble. Even the simple act of standing was an almost insurmountable challenge for her. Thus, she could only gaze at Zhao Tianyu with eyes filled with desperation and helplessness. Chapter 6. The four beauties. Zhao Tianyu naturally noticed Su Ran's pitiable demeanor and the pleading glimmer in her eyes. After a brief contemplation, he gently addressed her once more. "If you truly cannot rise, I could carry you over, but I must stipulate beforehand that you must not accuse me of taking advantage of the situation." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran nodded without hesitation, indicating her agreement. Observing her response, Zhao Tianyu wasted no time. He swiftly bent down, opened his arms, and securely enveloped Su Ran's delicate form within his embrace. In turn, Su Ran, nestled in his arms, instinctively extended a slender, fair hand to gently encircle Zhao Tianyu's robust neck, seeking stability. As he cradled her and walked toward the roaring fire not far away, he suddenly felt his palm inadvertently press against the curvaceous contour of Su Ran's rear. In that instant, an unexpected sensation coursed through him, stirring his thoughts. He mused to himself, "Goodness, I had no idea that Su Ran was not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessed such an alluring figure, especially that little rear. What a delightful springiness it has." Before long, Zhao Tianyu reached the fire pit and tenderly set Su Ran down upon a large banana leaf. He then picked up a coconut, cracked it open with a stone, and handed it to her. As Su Ran gazed at the coconut Zhao Tianyu offered, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she eagerly drank the refreshing coconut water. With each sip, she felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through her body. In a matter of seconds, she had emptied the entire coconut and looked at Zhao Tianyu with a lingering hint of longing. Zhao Tianyu quickly cracked open another coconut and handed it to her once more. "I shall fetch something for us to roast," he said, rising before allowing her to respond, and made his way toward the shoreline. Upon reaching the coast, he approached a large rock, skillfully smashed some mussels, and returned to the fire pit with them wrapped in his clothing. Using a stick, he carefully arranged some of the still-burning charcoal and placed the mussels atop to roast. Having consumed the coconut water, Su Ran's complexion improved significantly, and at this moment, she noticed the security uniform Zhao Tianyu wore. Curiously, she inquired, "Are you a security guard for our company?" Zhao Tianyu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am a security guard. Do you not recognize me?" Su Ran shyly shook her head, saying, "I apologize. With so many people in the company, it's impossible for me to know everyone. You just look somewhat familiar." Zhao Tianyu acknowledged her words. "It is quite normal that you do not recognize me. After all, I am merely a lowly security guard." Before long, the mussels were ready, and Zhao Tianyu handed a few to Su Ran, encouraging her, "Please have some." Su Ran accepted the mussels, pried open the shells, and popped the tender meat into her mouth. However, as she took her first bite, her expression changed abruptly. She had not anticipated that the mussel would taste so unpalatable. Zhao Tianyu also noticed the change on her face and spoke up, "The taste of this mussel meat is indeed rather unpalatable, but at the moment, we have no other food, so let's make do with it." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran nodded and, suppressing her disgust, swallowed the mussel meat. Zhao Tianyu picked one up, pried off the shell, and savored the mussel meat with delight. Observing Zhao Tianyu's enjoyment, Su Ran curiously asked, "Doesn't it make you feel nauseous?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled, replying, "What is so disgusting about it? I'm simply focused on filling my stomach. I've eaten far worse things, such as worms, earthworms, and even rats." Upon hearing this, Su Ran felt a wave of nausea wash over her and quickly said, "Please stop. If you keep talking, I might just vomit up the mussel meat I've swallowed." Zhao Tianyu ceased his commentary. Before long, a pile of roasted mussels had been reduced to mere empty shells. Perhaps due to the mussel meat and coconut juice, Su Ran felt her strength returning. She turned to Zhao Tianyu and said, "I'm Su Ran. What is your name?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and replied, "I know you're Su Ran, our company's second beauty." Zhao Tianyu. Taken aback by his words, Su Ran asked, "Second beauty of what company? I had no idea." Zhao Tianyu laughed and explained, "You and Tino, it's a ranking made by a group of security guards in our department. You are listed as the second among the company's 4 beauties. Intrigue, surrounding clear. Pray tell, who are the 4 beauties, and how did you rank them?" Zhao Tianyu, clearly interested, grinned and said, "The company's 4 beauties are Lu Shuiyu, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting." Su Ran nodded and playfully asked, "How did you rank the 4 of us?" Zhao Tianyu responded with a smile, "President Lu is first. You are second. The finance manager Lin Yu is third, and the public relations manager Zhou Wanting is fourth." Su Ran couldn't help but smile, saying, "It seems I am considered quite beautiful in your eyes to be ranked second." After saying this, she sighed deeply. "I wonder how President Lu and the others are doing. Have they managed to escape from that cruise ship? I never expected the cruise would encounter trouble. With so many people on board, I wonder how many are still alive. Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu sighed in agreement. Indeed, we are quite unfortunate. We finally managed to relax, and then we find ourselves in such a predicament. The two sat by the fire for a while longer, when Su Ran suddenly turned to Zhao Tianyu and asked, "When do you think the rescue team will find us?" Taken aback by her question, Zhao Tianyu replied, "This deserted island is quite far from where the cruise met its misfortune. The rescue team may not necessarily locate us." Just as he finished speaking, Su Ran's expression changed. "Are you implying that we are to be trapped here on this deserted island forever?" Zhao Tianyu shook his head and remarked, "That is not my intention. I merely suggest that the rescue team may not necessarily locate this place. Perhaps passing ships might traverse this area, allowing us a chance to escape." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran felt a slight relief. Zhao Tianyu then turned to Su Ran and said, "Stay here while I head to the shoreline to see if I can gather some useful supplies." Su Ran immediately replied, "I feel a bit frightened alone. I would prefer to accompany you." Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement. Thus, the two began their search for valuable resources along the coast. Chapter 7. The sight of a corpse. Zhao Tianyu rummaged through the debris washed ashore by the sea and unearthed a relatively sturdy woven bag, which he promptly took to the water's edge to cleanse. He then bent down earnestly, gathering various scattered items from the surrounding area: discarded plastic bottles, aluminum cans, and tattered fishing nets, meticulously placing them into the woven bag. Meanwhile, Su Ran, standing beside him, looked on in bewilderment and finally could no longer contain her curiosity, inquiring, "What on earth do you intend to do with this rubbish?" Upon hearing her question, Zhao Tianyu merely smiled gently and replied, "These are not mere refuse. On this desolate island, they can aid us in our survival. I cannot elucidate it all at once." Thus, as they conversed, the duo ambled along the coastline, continuing to collect an array of plastic bottles and cans, all of which were stowed away in the bag. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed quite a distance. Suddenly, Su Ran halted, her gaze fixed intently on the distant shoreline. After a moment, as if she had made a discovery, she raised her voice, calling out to Zhao Tianyu, "Look over there. It seems someone is lying down." At her words, Zhao Tianyu abruptly lifted his head and followed her pointed direction. Indeed, not far off on the sandy beach, a silhouette of a person lay motionless. Without a moment's hesitation, they quickened their pace, rushing towards the figure. Upon nearing, the sight before them elicited a sharp intake of breath. The individual sprawled on the ground had long since lost all signs of life, and it was impossible to ascertain how long they had been deceased. Having been submerged in seawater for an extended period, the corpse had become grotesquely bloated, as if it might burst at any moment. What was even more chilling was the multitude of wounds marring the body, evidently inflicted by some creature. At that moment, a swarm of buzzing insects hovered over the wounds, feasting and instilling a sense of dread. A nauseating stench pervaded the air above the corpse, spreading like a plague and saturating the surroundings. The face of the corpse had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, rendering its original features unrecognizable. When Su Ran first caught sight of the body, her complexion turned pale as parchment. Almost immediately, the acrid odor assaulted her senses, gripping her throat like an unseen hand. She felt as though a conflagration had ignited in her stomach, rapidly spreading throughout her body and provoking waves of intense discomfort. Ultimately, she could no longer endure the torment. Covering her mouth, she turned and fled towards the distance. After running a few paces, she bent over and began to retch violently, as if determined to expel her very insides. Zhao Tianyu, in contrast, maintained a semblance of composure. He cautiously placed the woven bag he had been carrying on the ground, then took a deep breath and slowly approached the lifeless body. Upon nearing the corpse, he unhesitatingly extended his right hand, meticulously exploring the body. Before long, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He had unearthed a dilapidated lighter and an unopened pack of cigarettes from the remains. Gazing at the intact pack of cigarettes before him, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of joy. Although the pack had been submerged in seawater for quite some time, its packaging retained remarkable integrity, showing little sign of damage. Eagerly, He tore open the outer wrapping of the cigarettes and discovered that the contents had remained untouched by the brine. However, when he eagerly pressed the lighter S button, he found it utterly unresponsive, despite his vigorous attempts. Zhao Tianyu understood that the lighter's failure to ignite was likely due to its prolonged exposure to seawater. With a bit of drying, it should return to functionality. He retrieved a cigarette from the pack, placed it between his lips, and produced his own lighter from his pocket to ignite it, inhaling deeply. For Zhao Tianyu, who had a considerable smoking habit, this cigarette was his sustenance for the spirit, and having gone without for the past 2 days had left him feeling quite pent up. After finishing one cigarette, he turned his attention back to the corpse. Noticing the clothing and shoes still appeared relatively new, he promptly crouched down to strip the garments from the body. Nearby, Su Ran gasped in shock at the sight and exclaimed, "Zhao Tianyu, are you out of your mind? How can you strip the clothes off a corpse?" "Isn't that disgusting?" Zhao Tianyu nonchalantly replied, "What is so disgusting about it? I only have this one outfit. Look at how new his clothes are. It's a waste to leave them on him." In no time, he had removed the clothing and shoes from the corpse. He then grasped one of the corpse's feet and, treating it as one might a dead dog, tossed it into the sea. After giving the removed clothes a quick rinse in seawater, he placed them back into the woven bag. He then approached Su Ran and said, "Let us keep moving." Perhaps unsettled by Zhao Tianyu's earlier actions, Su Ran felt a strange unease and deliberately maintained a distance from him. Zhao Tianyu shook his head and remarked, "Why are you keeping such a distance? It's just clothes from a corpse. What is the big deal? You're being so dramatic." Hearing his words, Su Ran said nothing, merely lowering her head while keeping a distance of 3 or 4 meters from him. Zhao Tianyu chose not to press the matter further. The two continued along the shoreline for quite a distance without finding any additional resources. After several hours had passed, they turned back. Nearly 2 hours later, they finally returned to the fire pit, where Su Ran collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His body was drenched in sweat, and even his clothes were soaked through, his face flushed with exertion. Zhao Tianyu chuckled teasingly. "Manager Su, is this really all you can manage? You've barely walked any distance, and you're already exhausted. You ought to engage in more exercise." Su Ran retorted, somewhat annoyed. "I spend all day in the office, and when I have time to work out, please, spare me the criticism." Zhao Tianyu chose not to respond further, instead placing the lighter he had retrieved from the corpse on a nearby stone. He then took the clothing and shoes he had stripped from the body, washed them thoroughly at the shore, and hung them to dry on the branches of a large tree. Chapter 8. Collecting fresh water upon witnessing Zhao Tianyu meticulously cleaning and airing the deceased's clothing and shoes. Su Ran's face betrayed her shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, You truly intend to wear the garments and shoes of a corpse?" Zhao Tianyu, slightly nodding, responded with unwavering conviction, "Of course. Did you think I was jesting when I mentioned it earlier?" Hastily, Su Ran waved her hands in objection. No. How could you possibly wear the attire of a dead person? That is simply ill-fated." Nevertheless, Zhao Tianyu appeared unfazed, retorting with a dismissive smirk. "What is so wrong about wearing them? A dead person's clothes are still clothes. Do you not see that I am currently clad in a security uniform?" At his words, Su Ran found herself at a loss for how to dissuade him, letting out a resigned sigh. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu rummaged through a tattered woven bag and extracted a dilapidated fishing net. The net was in a state of severe disrepair, marred by an array of refuse and riddled with numerous gaping holes. Yet, Zhao Tianyu seemed undeterred by its shabby appearance. He crouched down, meticulously clearing the debris from the net, and patiently untangled the intertwined threads, restoring order with utmost care. Throughout the process, he was wholly absorbed, treating it as if it were an exceedingly precious treasure. Seeing this, Su Ran's curiosity was piqued once more, prompting her to approach and inquire, "What on earth are you laboring over this worthless thing for?" Zhao Tianyu glanced up at her, slightly annoyed, and replied, "What do you mean by worthless? This is a valuable item. Though maybe a bit tattered now, it is still perfectly capable of catching fish." After over an hour of diligent effort, Zhao Tianyu finally had the net in order. He then ventured into the woods to find a sturdy wooden stick, approximately 4 to 5 meters long and as thick as his arm. He affixed the repaired fishing net to the stick and made his way to the shore, casting the net into the sea, leaving the outcome of the catch to fate and fortune. Returning to the fire, he settled beside Su Ran and retrieved a pack of cigarettes salvaged from the corpse. He extracted one, placed it between his lips, and ignited it with a smoldering piece of wood from the fire, savoring the moment as he inhaled. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu's gaze fell upon the collection of plastic bottles he had gathered. He pondered, drinking coconut water daily is not without its drawbacks. Overindulgence can lead to digestive distress, especially since these coconuts are not yet fully ripe. Without any weapons and wary of venturing into the woods in search of a water source, especially during the summer, which is prime time for venomous snakes, why not utilize these empty bottles to gather some fresh water? With this thought in mind, he promptly rose and headed to the shoreline, picked up a shell, and smashed it with a stone to select a sharper piece, which he brought back to the fire. He then took an empty bottle and used the shell to slice the bottle in half. Su Ran inquired with curiosity, "What are you up to now?" Zhao Tianyu, without lifting his head, explained, "These coconuts are not yet fully ripe. Drinking too much coconut water can cause diarrhea, so I plan to collect some fresh water to drink." Upon hearing this, Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, quickly asking, "You know how to collect fresh water? That's quite impressive. Aren't you just a security guard? How come you know so much?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled and replied, "Having spent several years in the military, I naturally acquired a fair bit of survival skills for the night." Su Ran, surprised by Zhao Tianyu's admission, exclaimed, "You in the military? Then why are you working as a security guard?" Zhao Tianyu retorted, somewhat irritated, "Is it not permissible to be a security guard after serving in the military? Why do you imply that being a security guard is something to be ashamed of?" Su Ran hurriedly waved her hand, saying, "Please don't misunderstand. I have never thought that way." Zhao Tianyu smiled and remarked, "Your words sound a bit insincere. I know that within our company, the security department is the least respected and often looked down upon. To you, we are merely watchdogs." Hearing this, Su Ran fell silent. Indeed, as Zhao Tianyu had pointed out, security personnel are often regarded with disdain within the company. Zhao Tianyu said no more and continued to cut the plastic bottles with the shell. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and said to Su Ran, "If you have nothing to do, could you collect some plastic sheets from the shoreline?" Su Ran curiously asked, "What do you need plastic sheets for?" Zhao Tianyu, slightly annoyed, replied, "Su Manager, why do you have so many questions? Of course, there's a purpose for needing the plastic sheets." With that, Su Ran did not press further, standing up to head towards the shoreline to gather the plastic sheets. Watching her retreating figure, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but smile, pondering to himself, the usually proud and imperious Su Deme, who would have thought she would one day take orders from me. Ah, this feeling is truly delightful. As time ticked by, nearly half an hour passed unnoticed. After considerable effort, Zhao Tianyu finally succeeded in cutting the colorful plastic bottles in half using the sharp shell. He joyfully gathered the processed empty bottles and hurried to the shoreline to place them on the ground. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu extended his hands and began to dig vigorously into the fine, soft sand of the beach. As time quietly slipped away, another half hour passed, and Zhao Tianyu finally excavated several small sand pits, each approximately 10 centimeters in diameter and about 20 to 30 centimeters deep. Just then, Su Ran approached, cradling a stack of plastic sheets in her arms. Observing the situation, Zhao Tianyu swiftly sprang into action, meticulously placing each empty bottle at the center of every small pit. He then gently covered them with a plastic sheet, carefully burying the edges with the surrounding sand to ensure a secure fit. Once this was accomplished, he casually picked up a small stone and placed it firmly atop the spot directly over the bottles. Meanwhile, Su Ran stood by, her gaze fixed intently on Zhao Tianyu's every move, akin to a curious child filled with wonder. After dedicating half an hour to this task, Zhao Tianyu finally completed his endeavor. With a sense of curiosity, Su Ran inquired, "Will this really allow us to collect fresh water?" Zhao Tianyu replied with unwavering confidence, "Indeed. By tomorrow morning, we shall have fresh water to drink." Chapter 9. Teasing Su Ran, time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and before one could realize, the night had quietly descended. A splendid evening glow adorned the horizon, resembling a picturesque painting. The fiery sun, akin to a weary child, gradually descended from the vast expanse of the sea, casting a delicate golden hue across the world. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu approached the spot where the fishing net was laid, his steps light with anticipation. He eagerly grasped the net and pulled it up with vigor. Upon closer inspection, he was overjoyed to discover that the net was teeming with 4 or 5 lively sea fish. Each fish weighed more than half a pound, struggling valiantly within the net, their scales shimmering as if protesting their capture. Witnessing this scene, a radiant smile blossomed on Zhao Tianyu's face, filling his heart with joy. Beside him, Su Ran was equally exhilarated, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise and excitement, utterly astonished that Zhao Tianyu had indeed managed to reap rewards with the tattered fishing net. Zhao Tianyu then meticulously unhooked the fish from the net, his movements deft and gentle, fearful of harming these hard-won treasures. After carefully tidying the net, he returned it to the surging sea. Once that was accomplished, he picked up a sharp shell and began to process the freshly caught fish with diligence. With practiced skill, he scraped off the scales, opened the bellies, and removed the innards, each motion fluid and seamless. In just over 10 minutes, the once vibrant fish were impeccably cleaned. Next, he procured 2 sticks of moderate thickness and strung the cleaned fish onto them. He then retrieved some glowing embers from the roaring fire. Finally, he firmly positioned the skewered fish above the charcoal and began the patient task of grilling. As time passed, approximately 10 minutes later, the once white fish flesh transformed into a golden crisp, tiny bubbles emerging on the surface, sizzling audibly while releasing an enticing aroma. This alluring scent swiftly permeated the air, causing both Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran to swallow repeatedly, their eyes fixed eagerly on the delectable grilled fish, eager to indulge. Once the fish were ready, Zhao Tianyu handed a skewer to Su Ran. She, without regard for the heat, tore off a piece of fish and devoured it ravenously. It was undeniable that this grilled fish surpassed the taste of the grilled mussels by far. Zhao Tianyu too seized a skewer, savoring each bite, and soon, the two had polished off the entire batch of grilled fish, both appearing unsatisfied and yearning for more. Zhao Tianyu then smashed open 2 coconuts with a stone, offering one to Su Ran, while he himself drank the coconut water in one go. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Su Ran turned to Zhao Tianyu and exclaimed, "Zhao Tianyu, you are truly remarkable. It appears you possess a wealth of survival skills in the wilderness. From now on, I shall rely on you on this deserted island. Rest assured, once we return to the company, I will repay you handsomely." A sly smile crept onto Zhao Tianyu's lips as he replied slowly, "Whether we can leave this island remains uncertain. I am rather pragmatic by nature. If you genuinely wish to repay my life-saving grace, now is the time to do so." As he spoke, he deliberately winked at Su Ran, his gaze laced with suggestiveness. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran's face paled instantly, her heart racing uncontrollably, leaving her flustered and at a loss. Stammering, she retorted, "What could I possibly offer you on this desolate island?" Zhao Tianyu, observing her panic with a sense of satisfaction, maintained his nonchalant demeanor and said leisurely, "What is so difficult about that? Just look at yourself, possessing such beauty and grace. If you were willing to offer yourself, it would be something I could only dream of." Su Ran's face turned crimson with rage, her eyes widening in indignation as she shouted, "You must be delusional. I would rather die than ever consider such a thing. Do not harbor such foolish thoughts. I warn you, if you dare to act recklessly towards me, I will fight you." Her voice trembled as she reached the end of her declaration. Zhao Tianyu, however, was unfazed, continuing to jest, "Oh, do not forget, at this moment, we are the only 2 souls on this island. Even if I were to do something extreme, no one else would ever know." Su Ran's anxiety deepened at his words. The thought of Zhao Tianyu potentially disregarding all boundaries and violating her was unbearable. A sheen of perspiration broke out on her forehead, her fists clenched tightly, her body trembling involuntarily. She felt utterly powerless to resist. Noticing her distress, Zhao Tianyu chuckled, "Look how anxious you are. If I had intended to do something to you, I would have done so while you were unconscious. I was merely joking, so there's no need to be so tense." With that, he couldn't help but laugh at Su Ran's flustered expression. Meanwhile, Su Ran glared at him, wishing she could deliver a sound beating. Zhao Tianyu then kindled several fires around them and suggested, "It is getting late. You should rest. I will keep watch by the fire." Su Ran nodded and lay down on the banana leaves to sleep. Zhao Tianyu, pulling out a cigarette, lit it and began to smoke leisurely. As he observed Su Ran sleeping peacefully, a smile graced his lips. At that moment, the only sounds were the waves crashing against the rocks and the occasional calls of birds in the trees. Zhao Tianyu contemplated, "I cannot remain by the shore indefinitely. I must venture into the woods to locate a water source and find a safe place to construct a shelter." It seems that the rescue team is unlikely to locate this desolate island. However, venturing into the woods in search of a water source and constructing a shelter necessitates weaponry. Who knows what ferocious beasts may lurk within those trees? It appears that tomorrow, I must venture to the shoreline to see if I can salvage anything that could serve as a means of self-defense. Thus, I sat beside the campfire, lost in a flurry of thoughts for quite some time. By midnight, Zhao Tianyu felt his eyelids growing heavy. He added some firewood to the flames, pondering to himself, "It seems that there will be no dangers tonight." With that, he lay down beside Su Ran and soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 10. The Desire for Romance on the following morning. Just as the first light of dawn began to break in the east and the sky remained shrouded in a veil of gray, Su Ran slowly opened her eyes. She gently turned her head and beheld Zhao Tianyu, who lay peacefully beside her, lost in a deep slumber, even emitting soft snoring sounds. As Su Ran gazed at Zhao Tianyu's tranquil visage, she noted his tightly shut eyes, with thick eyelashes fanning out like a delicate brush against his lower eyelids. Beneath his prominent nose, his lips curved slightly upward, as if he were ensnared in a delightful dream. Though he may not possess strikingly handsome features, there exists an undeniable charm about him, a mature allure forged through the passage of time. Looking upon this increasingly pleasing countenance, Su Ran felt an unusual surge of emotion. At first glance, this man may not appear particularly attractive, yet upon closer inspection, one discovers a captivating depth in his looks. Moreover, inexplicably, being in his presence instilled within her a profound sense of security. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Su Ran's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, akin to a ripe apple, exuding a vibrant allure. In a flurry, she averted her gaze, pondering to herself, "What on earth is happening to me? How could I, after merely a day in this man's company, entertain such curious thoughts?" At the age of 25, Su Ran had graduated from university and entered the same company as her friend Lu Shui. Through her exceptional talents and relentless dedication, she ascended to the position of human resources manager in just a few short years. Not only was she beautiful and poised, but she also attracted a multitude of suitors, who flocked to her like moths to a flame. Yet, steadfastly aligned with her friend Lu Shui's philosophy, Su Ran prioritized her career during her youthful years, thus remaining untouched by the waves of romance. She had decisively rejected the advances of her many admirers. In this moment, stranded on a deserted island, surrounded solely by the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore, her mind became unburdened from the trivialities of life. Her gaze fell upon the sleeping Zhao Tianyu, whose serene expression stirred something within her, provoking a surge of longing for romance that washed over her like a tide. After indulging in these whimsical thoughts for a while, she couldn't resist stealing another glance at the still, slumbering Zhao Tianyu, confirming that he remained undisturbed. She cautiously rose to her feet and made her way toward a large rock by the shoreline. Hiding behind the rock, Su Ran swiftly shed her pants to attend to her physiological needs. Afterward, she cupped some cool, crystalline seawater in her hands to refresh herself. Once she had tidied her attire, she nonchalantly approached the nearby shore, squatting down by the water's edge. Once more, she extended her hands to gather a handful of seawater, splashing it onto her face, relishing the invigorating sensation. After washing her face, she strolled leisurely along the coastline, savoring the serenity of the moment. At that moment, a resplendent sun was gradually ascending from the distant horizon, casting its golden rays across the entire sea and the small island, enveloping everything in a dazzling brilliance. Su Ran took a deep breath of the fresh morning air, feeling a profound sense of serenity and unparalleled joy. As she strolled along, she suddenly noticed a multitude of vibrant and uniquely shaped shells scattered across the beach. They sparkled enchantingly in the sunlight, as if beckoning her closer. Upon this discovery, Su Ran eagerly bent down, akin to a child, and began collecting the beautiful shells. She meticulously selected each cherished shell, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Before she realized it, the sun had risen high in the sky, its fierce rays warming the earth. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu, who had been soundly asleep beneath the banana leaves, finally awoke, slowly opening his eyes. As he rubbed the sleep from his eyes and sat up, he was astonished to find himself alone, lying solitary on the sand. The once crackling bonfires had now dwindled to embers, yet Zhao Tianyu remained unconcerned, for he now possessed 2 lighters. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he climbed from the leaves and approached the shore, spotting Su Ran squatting in the distance, seemingly engaged in some activity. Zhao Tianyu chose not to disturb her, instead crouching at the water's edge to splash his face with seawater. He then made his way to the area where the fishing net was placed, picking up the tattered net to inspect it. To his surprise, 3 or 4 fish were caught within its worn fibers. Elated, Zhao Tianyu quickly freed the fish from the net and returned it to the water. Perhaps noticing Zhao Tianyu tending to the fishing net, Su Ran approached him with quick steps, her spirits lifted upon seeing the fish on the beach. Zhao Tianyu inquired, "Do you know how to handle fish?" Surandri tortith, slightly offended. "Do you underestimate me so much? Don't think of me as merely a pretty face. I often cook for myself at home." Zhao Tianyu nodded. "That's great. Please prepare these fish while I check on the empty bottles we collected for fresh water." Su Ran promptly picked up a sharp shell and began to prepare the fish. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu approached the small pits designated for collecting fresh water. He crouched down carefully, lifting a piece of plastic that covered one of the pits. To his delight, he discovered several dozen milliliters of fresh water already collected in the bottles. A wave of satisfaction washed over him as he mused. It seems this method is indeed effective. Although each bottle only collects a modest amount, a larger number of them could yield a significant quantity of fresh water over the course of a day. Standing up, he moved to the shoreline, rummaging through the debris washed ashore to find several clean, empty bottles. After rinsing them with seawater, he returned to the small pits and gently poured the collected fresh water into the clean bottles. After filling 3 bottles from the more than 10 small pits, Zhao Tianyu restored the pits to their original state. At this moment, Su Ran had already prepared several sea fish and returned to the fire pit. She skewered them with wooden sticks and carefully retrieved some still-burning charcoal from the flames to slowly roast them over the heat. Zhao Tianyu approached, carrying 3 bottles of collected fresh water, and handed one to Su Ran with a cheerful smile, saying, "Here, drink up. This is the fresh water I've gathered." Su Ran eagerly accepted it, unscrewed the cap, and took large gulps. After consuming nearly half the bottle, she paused, her face filled with admiration as she remarked, "Zhao Tianyu, you are truly remarkable to come up with such a method for collecting fresh water." Zhao Tianyu, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "This is merely a basic skill. There are plenty more astonishing things to come." Chapter 11. Blood boiling upon witnessing Zhao Tianyu's smug demeanor, Su Ran shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, "Oh, you're puffing up like a peacock just because I praise you a bit." Zhao Tianyu merely smiled and refrained from further comment. Before long, the several fish they had caught were perfectly grilled, and the 2 eagerly devoured them in hearty bites. After their meal, Zhao Tianyu turned to Su Ran, suggesting, "You should stay here and search along the coastline for some iron scraps to forge a knife. Remaining here indefinitely is not a viable option. We must venture into the woods to locate a water source and find a secure place to construct a shelter. However, the forest is fraught with danger, so I must prioritize crafting a weapon to ensure my safety." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran promptly interjected, "I would prefer to accompany you. I feel quite uneasy staying here alone." Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement, and thus the 2 set off along the coastline in search of materials to fashion a blade. Yet, the endeavor of locating iron scraps on the shore proved as futile as searching for a needle in a haystack. After traversing 3 or 4 kilometers along the coast without any success, both felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. At that moment, the sun blazed fiercely, suspended high in the sky, marking the peak of the day's oppressive heat. The relentless rays scorched the earth, seemingly intent on melting all that existed. Under such sweltering conditions, both Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran were drenched in sweat, their bodies thoroughly soaked from head to toe. Their garments clung uncomfortably to their skin, the sticky sensation proving exceedingly unpleasant. Particularly, Su Ran appeared flushed like a ripe apple, her breathing rapid and labored, gasping for air, and she looked utterly exhausted. Observing her state, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of compassion welling up within him. He promptly made his way to a shady tree by the shoreline, ensuring there were no lurking dangers before encouraging Su Ran to rest beneath its boughs. Su Ran collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu leaned against the sturdy trunk, deftly retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and skillfully lighting it. As the smoke curled upward, he took a deep inhalation, releasing a cloud of white vapor, a look of relaxation and contentment crossing his face. However, in a moment of unintentional distraction, he glanced down, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Su Ran's loose-fitting top allowed him a clear glance through the neckline, revealing a glimpse of her pink undergarment and the alluring curvature beneath. In an instant, Zhao Tianyu felt a dryness in his throat, his mouth parched, while an overwhelming sensation akin to countless ants crawling within his chest took hold. Internally, he marveled, "Heavens, it's truly remarkable. I am uncertain whether a single hand could encompass it." Thus his gaze, as though magnetically drawn, fixated intently upon Su Ran's bosom, unable to divert even the slightest degree. Su Ran remained entirely oblivious to Zhao Tianyu's furtive glances, absent-mindedly tugging at the already loose collar of her garment. In that instant, her ample and upright figure was fully revealed to Zhao Tianyu's eyes. He felt a sudden itch in his nose and, upon touching it, discovered he was unexpectedly bleeding. Instantly, Zhao Tianyu averted his gaze, refraining from further peeking at Su Ran. At that moment, Su Ran lifted her head and noticed Zhao Tianyu covering his nose. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "What happened to you? Why are you covering your nose?" Zhao Tianyu, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "I'm not sure if it's because I'm overheated, but I suddenly started bleeding." Upon hearing this, Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, yet she did not dwell on it. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, the two finally rose and began to stroll along the coastline. They walked for approximately 3 or 4 kilometers without encountering any iron blocks or bars. Just as they contemplated retracing their steps, Su Ran suddenly spotted a suitcase floating on the distant sea. She exclaimed loudly, "Zhao Tianyu, look! There's a suitcase on the water." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu turned his gaze towards the sea and immediately spotted the suitcase. A surge of excitement welled within him as he said to Su Ran, "I'm going to retrieve that suitcase. Perhaps it contains something valuable." No sooner had he spoken than he began to shed his clothes. Su Ran, taken aback, shouted, "What are you doing taking off your clothes?" Zhao Tianyu, slightly annoyed, retorted, "What's with the fuss? I'm undressing to dive into the water and fetch the suitcase. What were you expecting?" At his words, Su Ran promptly fell silent. Before long, Zhao Tianyu was left with only his shorts. Observing his well-defined muscles and sun-kissed skin, Su Ran felt her cheeks flush, thinking, "I didn't realize he possessed such an impressive physique." Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu leaped into the sea, swimming towards the suitcase. After nearly 20 minutes, he finally reached it, grasping the suitcase and making his way back to the shore. Another 20 minutes passed before he arrived at the sandy beach. Dragging the suitcase ashore, ignoring the need to put on his clothes, he crouched down to examine the suitcase. To his surprise, it was locked. Zhao Tianyu quickly picked up a stone and struck the lock with force. After 3 or 4 blows, the lock was shattered, and he eagerly opened the suitcase. What met his eyes were several men's garments, thoroughly soaked from seawater. Gazing at the clothes, Su Ran remarked with curiosity, "These garments look strangely familiar. Oh, I remember now. They appear to belong to Vice President Yi." Hearing Su Ran's words, Zhao Tianyu was taken aback and remarked, How do you know it's his clothing? Could it be that you share an intimate connection with him? Enraged, Su Ran retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I have seen him wear these clothes." Zhao Tianyu said nothing further and began to pull out the waterlogged garments one by one. After retrieving a few items, he was momentarily stunned, while Su Ran's face turned crimson. To their surprise, beneath the men's clothes lay an assortment of women's alluring lingerie, along with several boxes of condoms and 2 boxes of male enhancement pills. Zhao Tianyu chuckled. "I never imagined that Yi Wei harbored such interests. He even brought these items along for a leisurely outing. I wonder which woman they are intended for." Chapter 12. Acquiring the saber, Su Ran, filled with uncontainable fury, exclaimed, "I never imagined that Yi Wei, who usually presents himself as so refined, could be such a person. Who would have thought he harbored such peculiar inclinations?" In response to her outburst, Zhao Tianyu chuckled amiably, saying, "What is so surprising about that? As the saying goes, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Painting a tiger's skin is easy, but capturing its bones is another matter entirely. Just because someone appears virtuous, who can truly discern what lies beneath their facade?" After uttering these words, he picked up the 2 boxes of aphrodisiacs, grinning as he remarked, "I never would have guessed that our Vice President Yi, so young, would require such assistance for his vitality." With that, he tossed the 2 boxes of pills into the sea, retrieving instead the alluring lingerie and the 2 boxes of condoms. Setting them aside, to his astonishment, nestled at the bottom of the suitcase was a military saber, measuring approximately 20 to 30 centimeters in length, sheathed in a leather scabbard. Zhao Tianyu's heart surged with elation as he drew the saber from its sheath. The moment it was liberated, sunlight refracted off the blade, casting a dazzling glow. The saber appeared extraordinarily sharp, glistening ominously. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but exclaim, "What a splendid find! I was just lamenting my inability to forge a blade from scrap metal. And here I am, unexpectedly gifted by fate. I never imagined Yi Wei possessed such a remarkable item." He toyed with the saber for a while, before sheathing it once more, fastening it at his waist alongside the alluring lingerie, condoms, and the men's clothing he had also retrieved. Observing this scene, Su Ran immediately interjected, "What do you intend to do with those undergarments? You should dispose of them at once. It's embarrassing to even look at them." Zhao Tianyu, with a playful grin, teased, "Well, you don't have a change of clothes. Naturally, those undergarments are meant for you." Su Ran's cheeks flushed, and she retorted indignantly, "I would never wear such shameful items." Zhao Tianyu laughed. "What is shameful about it? Who would see them when you're wearing them underneath?" At a loss for words, Su Ran paused for several seconds before inquiring, "And what about those 2 boxes of condoms? Are you planning something untoward?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled wryly. "Could you perhaps entertain a more innocent thought? If I wished to do something, I would have done it long ago, rather than wait until now. These condoms are quite useful. They could be employed to hold water and may even save a life in a critical moment." Upon hearing his reasoning, Su Ran scoffed. "What good can those condoms possibly do? You're simply grasping at straws." Zhao Tianyu shook his head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. He dragged the suitcase as he made his way back, and Su Ran hurried to keep pace with him. Thus, 3 hours passed before they finally returned to the great tree. By that time, the campfire had completely extinguished. Zhao Tianyu gathered some dry twigs and dead grass to rekindle the fire. As evening fell, he ventured to the spot where the fishing nets were stored, pulling them up to inspect their condition. As the fishing net was pulled up, Zhao Tianyu let out a startled exclamation, astonished to discover a hefty sea fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds ensnared in the tattered net. Swiftly, he detached the fish and returned the net to the sea. Drawing his military knife from his waist, he began to prepare the fish, accomplishing the task in less than 10 minutes. He then cleaned it thoroughly with seawater and brought it back to the fire. Seeing Zhao Tianyu return with such a large catch filled Su Ran with immense joy and excitement. Zhao Tianyu picked up a stick, sharpened one end with his knife, and skewered the fish. He rummaged through the fire to retrieve some glowing charcoal, placing the fish atop it to roast slowly. After 10 minutes, the fish turned a golden brown, sizzling and oozing fat, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, making both of them salivate. Once the fish was fully cooked, Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran eagerly tore into the succulent flesh, devouring it ravenously. In a short while, the once sizable fish was reduced to mere bones. Yet the two still appeared unsatisfied. Zhao Tianyu then cracked open 2 coconuts, handing one to Su Ran, while he tilted his head back and drank the refreshing coconut water in one go. Seated beside the fire, they exchanged small talk, and Zhao Tianyu lit a few more fires around them. As Su Ran remarked that it was getting late, urging him to sleep while she kept watch, he replied with a grin, "It seems our Su beauty is quite concerned about me. To be honest, are you perhaps infatuated with me?" Su Ran, taken aback, retorted with mild annoyance, "Could you please refrain from being so self-absorbed? I'm merely thinking that if you were yourself out, there would be no one to care for me in this survival situation." Zhao Tianyu, unfazed, responded, "Women are always so contradictory. I believe there will come a day when you will find yourself hopelessly in love with me." Su Ran could only roll her eyes at his words. Zhao Tianyu continued, "All right, enough teasing. I'll take my rest now. If anything unusual occurs, wake me immediately and ensure the fire does not extinguish." With that, he handed his knife to Su Ran and laid down on the banana leaves, falling asleep within 3 minutes. Observing the slumbering Zhao Tianyu, Su Ran couldn't help but mutter softly, "What a pig. He falls asleep at the drop of a hat." In the dead of night, Zhao Tianyu suddenly awoke with a start, his eyes opening to find Su Ran dozing with her head resting on her knees, his knife lying on the ground, and the nearby fires dwindling. Shaking his head in resignation, he rose from the banana leaves, added some firewood to the dying flames, and gently laid Su Ran back down on the leaves to continue her slumber. Sitting by the crackling fire, Zhao Tianyu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it and inhaling deeply. Observing the dwindling number of cigarettes remaining in the pack, he pondered, "It appears that once these few are consumed, I shall be without." Glancing at the peacefully slumbering Su Ran, he mused, given that Su Ran has washed ashore on this desolate island, and recalling the sight of that corpse along the coastline, though its features are now indistinguishable, it is likely one of our own from the company. Moreover, Yiwei's suitcase has also found its way here. This situation suggests that there may be other survivors, similarly cast adrift upon this forsaken isle. Thus, he lost himself in these thoughts for quite some time, until the approach of dawn began to cast its light. Feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, he considered that there was little to fear and laid down beside Su Ran, soon succumbing to a deep slumber once more. Chapter 13 Lessons as dawn broke. Su Ran awoke to find herself lying upon a large banana leaf. Her curiosity piqued. Hadn't she been seated by the campfire, keeping vigil? How did she end up here asleep, gazing at the still, slumbering Zhao Tianyu? She mused that it must have been he who had gently laid her down on the leaf. Choosing not to disturb his peaceful rest, she gathered some firewood and placed it upon the nearly extinguished flames. Approaching the shoreline, she scooped up some seawater to wash her face. Just as she straightened up, she noticed a group of individuals in the distance, seemingly making their way towards her. Su Ran froze momentarily, her gaze fixed on the approaching figures. However, as they were still quite far off, their features remained indistinct. Simultaneously, the group noticed her presence and quickened their pace. As they drew within 50 meters, Su Ran recognized the faces: Lu Shui, Yi Wei, Lin Yu, Zhou Wanting, and several other executives from the company. An overwhelming joy surged within her. She had not expected them to still be alive. Lu Shui and the others also recognized Su Ran, their hearts lifting with happiness at the sight of her. Before long, they reached her side. Lu Shui, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Su Ran, I can hardly believe you're alive. We thought you had perished. It's such a relief to see you." Lin Yu chimed in, "Sister Su, it's truly wonderful to find you here." Feeling equally delighted, Su Ran responded, "I thought you all had met with misfortune as well. I'm so glad to see you all alive." Suddenly, Yi Wei, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed her, "Su Ran, it's fantastic to see you here." Yi Wei had harbored feelings for Su Ran at the company, and his happiness was palpable upon seeing her. Su Ran was aware of Yi Wei's affections, and to be honest, she had felt a certain fondness for him too. However, after discovering the contents of his suitcase yesterday, her impression of him had drastically altered, leaving her somewhat repulsed. Upon hearing his words, she immediately suppressed her smile and replied coldly, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Yi. I had no idea you were still alive." The group, taken aback by Su Ran's sudden chilliness towards Yi Wei, exchanged puzzled glances. "Yi, equal du perplied, inwooted, Sudan. What is the matter? Why are you acting so distant?" Su Ran coolly retorted, "Mr. Yi, I don't recall us being particularly familiar." Yi Wei felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, contemplating, had I somehow offended her? Why the abrupt shift in her demeanor? To alleviate the tension, Zhou Wanting cheerfully asked Su Ran, "Sister Su, how did you come to find yourself here?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Su Ran beamed with a smile and recounted. "On that fateful day when the cruise met with disaster, I clutched a life buoy, secured it around my neck, and leapt into the sea. I subsequently lost consciousness, and I am unaware of how I ended up here. It was Zhao Tianyu who spotted me on the shore and rescued me." The group, including Lu Shui, was momentarily taken aback by her words. Lin Yu promptly interjected, "Who is Zhao Tianyu?" With a grin, Su Ran replied, "He is a security guard at our company." As soon as she finished her statement, Yi Wei, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "So he is just a lowly security guard? No wonder we don't recognize him." Su Ran immediately retorted, "What is wrong with being a security guard? He is far superior to you. He is a good person, and I want to allow you to speak ill of him." The group was once again surprised by Su Ran's unexpected defense of the security guard. Lu Shui then asked Su Ran, "Do you have any food or drink? We are parched and famished, nearly on the brink of starvation." Observing their haggard and weary appearances, Su Ran nodded and said, "We have some coconuts and 2 bottles of fresh water. Follow me." With that, she led Lu Shui and the others toward the fire pit. Before they reached the trees, Zhao Tianyu, having heard the commotion, emerged from beneath the banana leaves. He was equally astonished to see Lu Shui and her companions still alive. At that moment, the group turned their gaze toward Zhao Tianyu. Noticing his security uniform, Yi Wei sneered at Su Ran, asking, "Is this the security guard you mentioned?" He didn't even glance at Zhao Tianyu, and upon witnessing his arrogant demeanor, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of anger, thinking, "This is a deserted island, not a workplace. Why are you acting so smug?" Su Ran coldly interjected, "This is Zhao Tianyu. He saved my life. Over the past few days, he has taken great care of me." Only then did Yi Wei turn his head, casting a scornful look at Zhao Tianyu. Rising from the banana leaves, Zhao Tianyu, incensed by Yi Wei's attitude, shouted, "Why are you staring at me? Do you want me to gouge your eyes out?" The group was taken aback by Zhao Tianyu's outburst. His initial impression on them was one of rudeness and brutality. Provoked by Zhao Tianyu's words, Yi Wei retorted angrily, "What is it to you if I stare? You're just a pathetic security guard. Why do you have to act tough? Do you believe that upon returning to the company, I wouldn't have you fired?" Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu suddenly burst into laughter and replied, "Even if you do fire me, that would only occur once we return to the company. But here on this deserted island." He paused deliberately, allowing the weight of his words to linger. Yi Wei, still brimming with arrogance, responded, "What of this deserted island? It would be a piece of cake to deal with a mere doorkeeper like you." At his words, Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened. In a swift motion, he approached Yi Wei, raised his size 42 foot, and delivered a fierce kick to Yi Wei's abdomen, sending him flying 3 to 4 meters away. Crashing onto the sand in a disheveled heap, Yi Wei felt as though his entire body was on the brink of disintegration. Clutching his abdomen as a pained cry escaped his lips, the scene left Lu Shui and her companions utterly stunned, unable to fathom that Zhao Tianyu would resort to violence over a mere disagreement. Filled with indignation, Lu Shui exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? President Yi hasn't said a word. On what grounds do you lay your hands on him?" Zhao Tianyu, seemingly unconcerned, retorted, "Does one need a reason to strike him? I simply find him displeasing and wish to hit him." "What of it?" At Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran's face flushed with anger. She turned to a burly man behind her and commanded, "Ah Bao, teach this reckless security guard a lesson, but be gentle. We don't want him dead." Chapter 14. Exceptional skills. As soon as Lu Shui's words fell, a formidable figure emerged behind her, a man of imposing stature, broad-shouldered and robust. This individual, known as a Bao, stood tall like an iron tower, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld him. His face bore an expression of disdain and contempt, and his eyes, as large as copper bells, fixated on Zhao Tianyu with an intensity that seemed to promise annihilation. The onlookers were acutely aware that Bao was no ordinary adversary. It was rumored that Lu Shui had expended a considerable fortune to secure his services as her bodyguard. Even more astonishing were the tales of Bao's past, his battles in foreign underground fight arenas, rife with bloodshed and violence, had endowed him with a wealth of combat experience. As Bao approached with a menacing aura, Su Ran, who had been standing by, was suddenly engulfed by anxiety. She understood the gravity of the situation. Should Bao choose to unleash his wrath upon Zhao Tianyu, the consequences would be dire, potentially leaving him grievously injured or worse. Without a moment's hesitation, she spread her arms wide, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhao Tianyu like a mother hen shielding her chick. Her face was a mask of urgency, her voice trembling slightly with tension. "President Liu, I implore you to show mercy. Zhao Tianyu indeed erred earlier, and I sincerely apologize on his behalf. He is merely a lowly security guard in our company. Please do not hold this against him." Suran pleaded, her eyes beseeching Lu Shui in hopes of diffusing the impending conflict. Lu Shui paused, momentarily taken aback by Su Ran's words, before furrowing her brow and responding curtly. "Su Ran, what on earth is wrong with you? Why are you so intent on defending this insignificant security guard?" In response to Lu Shui's inquiry, Su Ran hastily explained, "President Liu, I do not intend to show favoritism. After all, he saved my life. If a Bao were to strike, he might very well kill him." Yet, Lu Shui remained unyielding, her demeanor as frosty as ever. "Rest assured, a Bao knows precisely how to exercise restraint. He would not easily take a life. A good thrashing might just impart some wisdom to him." Su Ran wished to say more, but Zhao Tianyu gently pulled her aside, grinning as he remarked, "I didn't realize our beautiful Su was so concerned for my well-being. Could it be that you've fallen for me?" His playful banter only served to infuriate Su Ran further, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration. "Have you lost your mind? This is hardly the time for jokes. A Bao is President Lu's personal bodyguard, and he could easily kill you." Zhao Tianyu continued to chuckle. "It seems our lovely Su cares for me more than she lets on. Worried I might be harmed by this brute." Fuming, Su Ran stamped her foot again, exclaiming, "I won't concern myself with you. If you insist on provoking him, you are simply asking for trouble." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu audaciously refer to him as a dog, a Bao's anger erupted like a volcano, flames of fury igniting within him. His eyes widened in rage as he vociferously exclaimed, "You insolent brat! Are you tired of living? Today, I shall demonstrate my might and teach you a lesson. You who are so oblivious to your own limitations." With that thunderous roar, a Bao offered no chance for a response. He swiftly clenched his massive fist, akin to a cauldron, and unleashed it with a force that howled through the air, aiming directly at Zhao Tianyu's head. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Shui initially hoped that a Bao would merely intimidate or lightly chastise Zhao Tianyu, never anticipating that events would spiral out of control to such an extent. As a Bao's formidable fist descended upon Zhao Tianyu's vulnerable head, Lu Shui's face drained of color, and she let out a shrill scream. She understood all too well that if that punch connected, Zhao Tianyu's life would be in grave peril. Yet, at that moment, it was too late to intervene. In an unexpected turn of events, instead of evading a Bao's lethal strike, Zhao Tianyu stood his ground, his own fist clenched tightly, and faced a Bao's incoming blow without a hint of fear. The instant their fists collided, a resounding explosion echoed, reminiscent of two meteors colliding in the sky. A Bao felt an overwhelming force surge from Zhao Tianyu's punch, causing his arm to tremble involuntarily as he found himself staggering backward. In stark contrast, Zhao Tianyu remained steadfast as a mountain, undeterred and unmoving. This astonishing scene left everyone, including Lu Shui, utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. They could scarcely comprehend the unfolding reality, especially Lu Shui, who knew all too well of a Bao's formidable prowess, having witnessed him fracture several ribs of a provocateur with a single punch. She never imagined that the seemingly frail Zhao Tianyu would withstand a Bao's blow, forcing him to retreat. A Bao's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Zhao Tianyu, contemplating in his heart. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary security guard harbors such hidden prowess? Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu, wearing a playful grin, casually remarked, "Hey, dog, you actually possess quite a bit of strength. No wonder our general manager Liu is willing to pay handsomely to have you as her bodyguard." These words reignited a Bao's fury. His anger surged, veins bulging on his forehead, as he roared like a frenzied beast and lunged towards Zhao Tianyu with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, within mere seconds, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, each combatant striking with increasing intensity. As the battle escalated, a Bao's heart grew more astonished and unsettled. As he gradually discerned, the security guard before him seemed not to exert his full strength. Each move appeared effortless and smooth. In contrast, Zhao Tianyu maintained an air of calm composure, responding to a Bao's assaults as if strolling leisurely, his movements fluid and unhurried, betraying no hint of panic. Thus, after exchanging more than a dozen blows, Zhao Tianyu suddenly exclaimed, "All right, a dog. I've no inclination to continue this game with you." No sooner had his words fallen than he dashed forward, closing the distance to a Bao in an instant. With a swift motion, his right arm swung fiercely, his fist, sized like a cauldron, carrying a fierce gale as it descended directly upon a Bao's head. Faced with such a ferocious strike, a Bao dared not hesitate. Hastily crossing his arms above his head in a bid to block Zhao Tianyu's tremendous punch. Unfortunately, despite a Bao's quick reflexes, the force behind Zhao Tianyu's blow was simply overwhelming. With a resounding thud, a Bao was sent reeling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. Chapter 15. A shocking revelation as the astonishing scene unfolded before them. The crowd, led by Lu Shui, found themselves utterly speechless, frozen in disbelief as if ensnared by an enchantment. They could scarcely believe their own eyes. In mere moments, Zhao Tianyu had decisively brought down a Bao, who now lay on the ground, his fate uncertain. Each individual present, Lu Shui included, gazed at Zhao Tianyu with expressions of sheer astonishment, as though faced with a creature from the cosmos. Time seemed to stretch interminably, and at last, after an agonizing silence, Lu Shui broke the stillness. With great effort, she swallowed hard and, her voice trembling slightly, inquired, "Who exactly are you? How is it possible for you to possess such formidable skills?" A faint smile adorned Zhao Tianyu's face as he replied, nonchalantly, "Lu, just look at this security uniform I'm wearing. I am merely an ordinary security guard of your company." He paused momentarily before adding, "However, I must concede that your bodyguard does possess some genuine prowess. It is indeed rare for someone to exchange blows with me for so long. Had it been an ordinary person, my earlier punch would have sent them straight to Yama." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's nonchalant remarks, Lu Shui was rendered speechless, her curiosity about this enigmatic man intensifying. She never would have imagined that hidden within her security team lay such a skilled yet discreet master. Beside her, Su Ran appeared as if she had uncovered a priceless treasure or a new continent. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, and she fixated on Zhao Tianyu, as if wishing to etch his very essence into her memory. Casting a glance at the unconscious A Bao, Lu Shui addressed Zhao Tianyu, "You've killed him." Zhao Tianyu chuckled. "Lu, you shouldn't say that. I would never dare to take a life. He merely fainted and will awaken shortly." Relieved by Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui felt a sense of ease wash over her. Noticing Su Ran's starry-eyed admiration, Zhao Tianyu playfully remarked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Miss Su, have I captivated you?" Su Ran's cheeks flushed, and she shyly averted her gaze, murmuring, "You really should have told me about your impressive skills beforehand. It made me worry for you." With a grin, Zhao Tianyu responded, "But you never asked. However, I must admit, your protective instincts toward me were quite touching. It made my efforts to save you worthwhile." He then turned his attention to Yi Wei, who now bore none of his earlier arrogance, his head bowed in submission. Zhao Tianyu continued with a chuckle. "Some people may appear gentle on the outside, yet their hearts are filled with malice. Lu Shui and the others discerned that Zhao Tianyu's words were veiled jabs at Yue. With a hint of curiosity, Lu Shui inquired, "What do you mean by that? When did Yue offend you? Why would you say such things and even resort to violence?" Zhao Tianyu shook his head, replying, "He hasn't wronged me. My actions stemmed merely from my disdain for him. And do not misconstrue my words. I did not mention him by name." With this clarification, Lu Shui chose not to press further. Instead, Su Ran pointed towards a suitcase beneath a large tree and addressed Yue. "Mr. Yi, is that suitcase yours?" Initially, the group had overlooked the suitcase, but upon hearing Su Ran's remark, they collectively turned their attention to it. Yue's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the suitcase as his own, fully aware of its contents. At that moment, he comprehended why Su Ran's demeanor towards him had been so frosty. She must have seen what was inside. He vehemently shook his head, exclaiming, "That suitcase isn't mine. My suitcase isn't that color." Su Ran retorted coolly, "Are you certain that suitcase does not belong to you?" Yue quickly denied it. Su Ran continued, "Then how do I see that the clothes inside appear to be yours?" Yue immediately countered, "There are countless identical garments in the world. How can you be so sure those belong to me?" Lu Shui, filled with curiosity, asked, "What exactly is in that suitcase? Where did you acquire it?" At her question, Su Ran's face flushed, and she hesitated to respond. Zhao Tianyu, however, chuckled and remarked, "We found this suitcase along the coast. It contains some rather intriguing items." Lin Yu, intrigued, inquired, "What intriguing items?" Zhao Tianyu, relishing the suspense, teased Lin Yu, "Do you truly wish to know, beautiful Lin?" Lin Yu, slightly irked, urged, "Just tell us already. What is inside that suitcase? Stop dragging it out." Finally, Zhao Tianyu revealed, "There's really nothing much, just some women's lingerie, a couple of boxes of enhancement pills, and 2 packs of condoms. I can't help but wonder about the character of the suitcase's owner." As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Yue. Yue, now visibly flustered, protested, "You can speak freely, but why look at me? I've already said that suitcase isn't mine." Observing his anxious demeanor, Lu Shui and the others surmised that it must indeed belong to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so troubled. They began to perceive him as somewhat peculiar and distasteful, questioning how one could carry such items. It seemed, as Zhao Tianyu suggested, that some individuals, despite their outwardly refined appearance, harbored unsavory secrets. Zhao Tianyu, still smiling, addressed Yue, "Why are you so agitated? I never claimed that suitcase was yours. If you didn't look at me, how would you know I was looking at you?" Yue, in a flurry of panic, responded, "Stop making baseless accusations. When have I ever been anxious? I'm merely concerned that you might strike me." Zhao Tianyu chuckled and remarked, "I wouldn't casually resort to violence. I only struck you earlier because I found you displeasing. However, I must admit you appear far more agreeable now." Upon hearing his words, Lu Shui and the others were left speechless, pondering the absurdity of his reasoning. At that moment, Lin Yu and Zhou, wanting simultaneously, spotted the coconuts beneath the great tree, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Chapter 16. The Proposal. Observing the expressions of the two ladies, Zhao Tianyu could no longer suppress his laughter and teasingly remarked, "My dear beauties, why are you both so fixated on that coconut? Does it have blossoms sprouting from it?" As soon as these words left his lips, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting's delicate faces flushed a delightful shade of crimson, rendering them particularly endearing. At that moment, Su Ran, standing nearby, chastised him with a hint of annoyance. "All right, enough of your foolish banter. President Liu and the others are both hungry and thirsty. They hardly have the leisure to indulge in your jokes." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu nodded in realization, his smile still lingering, and continued, "Oh, so that's the issue. I was puzzled why our enchanting Lin and Zhou were so intently gazing at a mere coconut. It seems they are quite parched." Noting Zhao Tianyu's persistent jesting demeanor, Su Ran shot him a disapproving glare. Zhao Tianyu fell silent and swiftly climbed the tree, plucking the few coconuts available to share with Lu Shui and the others. However, it was unfortunate that the group, consisting of both men and women, numbered over 10, while the coconuts amounted to merely 7 or 8, an insufficient quantity to quench everyone's thirst. Nevertheless, It is worth mentioning that although Lu Shui often appeared rather aloof, her heart was genuinely generous. When Su Ran presented her with a coconut, she did not hastily reach for it. Instead, she selflessly handed it to a visibly frail executive beside her. Furthermore, both Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting, upon receiving their coconuts, chose not to indulge themselves, but rather selflessly offered them to others who were in greater need of hydration. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Tianyu reflected, I did not expect these three to possess such commendable hearts, still considering others at a time like this. However, given that we were stranded on a deserted island, they could easily find themselves at a disadvantage if they continue in this manner. Despite his thoughts, Zhao Tianyu refrained from voicing his concerns and instead addressed the group. There is no need for such pushing and shoving. There are plenty of coconut trees over there, laden with fruit. He gestured towards the beach where the coconut trees grew. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the group turned their gaze towards that direction and, upon catching sight of the coconut trees, rushed eagerly towards them. At that moment, a Bao had also awakened, struggling to rise from the ground. Casting a begrudging glance at Zhao Tianyu, Lu Shui instructed him, a Bao, there are coconut trees over there. Please help us gather some. A Bao nodded, glanced at Zhao Tianyu, and made his way towards the trees. Now, only Zhao Tianyu, Lu Shui, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting remained, and he found himself captivated by the four stunning women before him. Zhao Tianyu mused, I must admit, this is the first time I have observed these four beauties up close, and indeed, each one is more enchanting than the last. Lu Shui gazed at Zhao Tianyu and remarked, Zhao Tianyu, I never imagined that our company's security team harbored such a discreet individual as you. How about we engage in a transaction? Upon hearing Lu Shui's proposition, Zhao Tianyu, intrigued, inquired, what kind of transaction does President Lu have in mind? Lu Shui then slowly articulated, given your exceptional skills, would you be able to safeguard us girls on this deserted island? Rest assured, once the rescue team arrives and we return to the company, I can offer you a substantial sum. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and replied, President Lu, I find your statement somewhat perplexing. Do you not have a Bao for protection? Moreover, as the company president, they would undoubtedly heed your commands. Why would you require my protection? Lu Shui shook her head and explained, though a Bao is my personal bodyguard, his protection is limited to within the company. This is a deserted island, and with his remarkable skills, should he harbor any ill intentions towards us, we would have no means to resist. Additionally, while Yi Wei and his group may currently heed my words, I doubt they will do so for long. At that point, who knows what they might do to us? Zhao Tianyu was taken aback by Lu Shui's astuteness, realizing she had considered every angle. He couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, exclaiming, President Lu, not only are you beautiful, but your intelligence is also impressive. Are you not concerned that I might harbor intentions towards you? He continued, this is a deserted island. Even if I were to mistreat you and your companions, who would ever know? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting's expressions changed, while Su Ran remained expressionless. Lu Shui responded with a smile. I believe you're not that kind of person. Zhao Tianyu, still smiling, queried, President Lu, I believe today is our first meeting, yet you seem so certain of my character. With confidence, Lu Shui replied, the way Su Ran defended you, coupled with the fact that you saved her while she was unconscious, suggests you would have acted if you had any ill intentions. You were the only two here. Zhao Tianyu nodded, smiling as he said, it seems President Lu is indeed remarkable. It's no wonder you manage such a large company. Lu Shui then asked, does that mean you agree to the transaction? Zhao Tianyu immediately shook his head, stating, I do not agree. Lu Shui was momentarily startled. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, what is your reasoning for declining? Feel free to express your demands. As long as they are reasonable, I will accommodate you. Zhao Tianyu replied, I prefer not to engage in transactions with others. Moreover, whether the rescue team can locate this place remains uncertain. While I possess decent skills, I lack experience in wilderness survival. The amount of food and fresh water consumed by so many of you daily is considerable. I do not have the capability to care for all of you. I cannot even guarantee my own survival here. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran immediately interjected. You are deceiving me. I can tell you possess considerable experience in wilderness survival. Why not accept Mr. Lu's offer? Zhao Tianyu shot her a fierce glare. causing Su Ran to promptly fall silent. Zhao Tianyu then addressed Lu Shui, stating, "Ultimately, I am merely the lowest-ranking security guard in the company. To be candid, I find it challenging to adapt to being in the company of high-ranking executives like you. Furthermore, I am accustomed to solitary living." With that, he disregarded Lu Shui and turned away, making his way to the shoreline to collect several empty bottles. He approached the small pits where fresh water had accumulated and poured all of it into the bottles. He did not bother to restore the pits, for he now possessed a military knife and intended to venture into the woods in search of a water source before locating a secure place to construct a shelter. Chapter 17. Confronting Yu Wei after collecting fresh water, Zhao Tianyu made his way to the coastline to retrieve the fishing nets he had placed in the sea for inspection. The nets were adorned with 7 or 8 fish, each weighing about 4 to 5 tails. Zhao carefully detached the fish from the nets and untangled the nets from the wooden sticks, folding them neatly. He found a woven bag on the shore and placed both the nets and the collected fresh water inside. Squatting by the coast, he prepared the fish before returning to the fire pit. At that moment, Bao and his companions had also returned with some coconuts, eagerly smashing them open to drink the sweet juice. Zhao Tianyu paid them no mind. Instead, he found 2 sticks and skewered the prepared fish. He then dug out some still-burning charcoal from the fire pit and slowly began to roast the fish over the embers. Curious about the nets in the woven bag, Su Ran asked, "Zhao Tianyu, why did you take the nets back?" Zhao looked up with a smile and replied, "After we enjoy the grilled fish, I plan to search for a water source in the woods and build a shelter." Upon hearing this, Su Ran's expression changed, and so did that of Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting, who were not far away. Conversely, Yi Wei, Bao, and the other men exchanged knowing smiles. After all, with Zhao Tianyu's exceptional skills, none of the men wished for him to remain. Only if he left could they have the opportunity to impress the beautiful women around Lu Shui. Su Ran quickly interjected, "Didn't you say the woods are fraught with danger? Why must you seek a water source there to build a shelter? You can collect fresh water right here on the coast, and there are plenty of fish in the sea. We wouldn't have to worry about food. Wouldn't it be better to wait for rescue here?" Hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu fell silent, focusing instead on the 2 skewers of fish. Noticing his silence, Su Ran pressed on, "If you go into the woods, do you really intend to abandon us?" At last, Zhao Tianyu raised his head, smiling as he said, "What obligation do I have to look after you? You are all executives, while I am merely a security guard. I feel out of place among you. Be honest, have you not found ourselves marooned on this deserted island? I doubt any of you would have even acknowledged my existence." His words left Su Ran momentarily speechless. Soon, the fish on the fire turned a golden brown, sizzling and exuding an appetizing aroma that wafted through the air. Yi Wei and his group, already famished, stared wide-eyed, salivating at the scent of the grilled fish. Had they possessed the ability to confront Zhao Tianyu, they might well have attempted to seize the fish from him. Once the fish was thoroughly cooked, Zhao Tianyu took a skewer and offered it to Su Ran, while he grabbed another for himself, tearing off chunks of the succulent meat and devouring it eagerly. Glancing at the roasted fish in his hand, he then looked at Lu Shui. Su Ran stood up and moved to sit beside Lu Shui. She took a fish from the stick and handed it to Lu Shui, then gave one to Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting each. Observing that there were still 2 grilled fish left on the stick, Yi Wei shamelessly approached Su Ran and smiled. "Could you possibly spare me a fish as well?" Su Ran replied curtly, "If you want to eat, why not catch one yourself? There are plenty of mussels on the rocks by the shore. Why not smash some and grill them?" Stung by Su Ran's retort, Yi Wei felt a surge of anger. Thinking to himself, "What else with this arrogant girl? One day, I shall have her beneath me." In an attempt to ease the tension, he offered the fish in his hand to Yi Wei, saying, "Here, you can have this one." Just as Yi Wei reached for it, Su Ran shot back, "Aren't you ashamed? A grown man taking food from a girl?" His hand immediately retracted, and he shot a glare at Su Ran before awkwardly turning to Lu Shui, saying, "You eat it, Lu Zong. I'll go gather some mussels by the shore." With that, he turned and left. Others had overheard Su Ran's words, and upon learning about the mussels, they promptly stood up and headed towards the shore to gather them. After Yi Wei departed, Lu Shui turned to Su Ran and asked, "Why did you have to confront Yi Wei like that? Aren't you worried about his retaliation?" Su Ran chuckled, not all. I've already decided to search for a water source in the woods with Zhao Tianyu and build a shelter. At her words, Lu Shui and the others were taken aback. In just a few days, how had Su Ran grown so reliant on and trusting of Zhao Tianyu? Lin Yu whispered, aren't you worried that he might take advantage of you in the woods? Su Ran confidently replied, I have a keen eye for character. Zhao Tianyu is not that kind of person. If he truly wished to take advantage of me, why would he go to the woods? You all saw his skills earlier. In contrast, Yi Wei and his companions, though appearing serious, were not of good character. Why don't you three join me and Zhao Tianyu in the woods? Although they were speaking softly, Zhao Tianyu overheard their conversation. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui quickly interjected, that's out of the question. What would happen to the company executives if I were to leave? Su Ran quickly responded, Lu Zong, weren't you just asking Zhao Tianyu to protect you? You know that staying with Yi Wei and his crew could lead to unpredictable situations if the rescue team fails to find us. Lu Shui replied, I understand that logic, but I'm still the company's president. If I abandon them now, what will they think of me when we return to the company? Suraneri, Lu Thun, what are you thinking at a time like this? I believe Zhao Tianyu has a point. The rescue team may very well not find us. Just think about it. With only as few women here, which man wouldn't he have ulterior motives? If we continue to associate with Yi Wei and his group, it won't be long before they engage in reckless behavior. You're always considering others, yet who knows what they might be plotting against you. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui fell into deep contemplation, recognizing the validity of Su Ran's words. If they persisted in their association with Yi Wei's crowd, it would not take long before they acted out of line. After pondering for a considerable time, she finally lifted her head and addressed Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting. What are your thoughts on this matter? Chapter 18. Welcoming the beauties upon hearing Lu Shui's inquiry. Lin Yu was the first to respond, declaring, I believe Sister Su Ran's perspective is exceedingly sensible. In my opinion, Zhao Tianyu does not appear to be a heinous individual. Even if he were to bully us, it would still be far preferable to the torment inflicted by Yi Wei and his entourage. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Wanting quickly chimed in. Indeed, my thoughts align perfectly with Lin Yu's. Although their voices were not particularly loud, every word resonated clearly in Zhao Tianyu's ears. Zhao Tianyu gradually rose from the ground, advancing with a measured gait towards Lu Shui and the others. Upon nearing them, he halted and inquired, Do you wish to accompany me into the woods? The four girls nodded eagerly in response to Zhao Tianyu's question. However, his subsequent statement left everyone present utterly astonished. He firmly declared, I'm afraid I never agreed to let you join me in the woods. His unexpected proclamation struck the girls like a bolt from the blue, rendering them momentarily speechless. A singular thought surged through their minds. How could they, a group of exquisite beauties, voluntarily offer to accompany him into the woods? And yet he appeared so reluctant? Su Ran promptly pressed him. Do you not wish to take us under your wing? Zhao Tianyu, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slightly and replied, You are all executives of the company, while I am merely an insignificant security guard. We are worlds apart. I have neither the obligation nor the responsibility to look after you. To be frank, I possess little experience in wilderness survival. With my limited skills, merely sustaining my own existence is a considerable achievement, let alone caring for all of you. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the girls were once again taken aback, clearly unprepared for his resolute rejection. At that moment, Su Ran blinked her large, watery eyes, adopting a pitiful demeanor that evoked sympathy, and implored Zhao Tianyu in a soft voice. Oh dear, Zhao Tianyu, please do not be so modest. I know you have extensive experience in wilderness survival. If we are to survive on this deserted island, we must rely on you. Moreover, you are well aware of the character of Yi Wei and his crew. Can you truly bear to watch us, delicate and defenseless girls, fall into their clutches and suffer their bullying and humiliation? Seeing this, Lu Shui quickly added, Indeed. Zhao Tianyu, could you please lend us a hand? Rest assured, once we escape this island, I will repay you handsomely. Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu interjected, Ms. Lu, please refrain from spinning grandiose tales. Whether we can leave this place is still uncertain. My abilities are limited, and I am unsure if I can survive here myself. let alone take care of all of you. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yu immediately adopted a charming tone and pleaded, Zhao Tianyu, please take us in. You wouldn't want to see us perish on this desolate island or be bullied by Yi Wei and his gang, would you? Zhou Wanting echoed her sentiment with a face full of desperation. Yes. Zhao Tianyu, please shelter us. I know you're the kindest. Faced with the earnest pleas of these four stunning women, Zhao Tianyu mused to himself. Who would have thought that the four most beautiful women in the company would come to seek refuge with a mere security guard? In the company, they hardly spared him a glance. Yet now, stranded on this island, he had suddenly become a sought-after figure. Initially, Zhao Tianyu had no intention of taking them in. Despite their beauty, he realized that their presence would complicate his survival on the island. However, as he listened to their heartfelt entreaties and reflected on the character of Yi Wei and his entourage, he knew that if he abandoned them, it wouldn't be long before they fell victim to Yi Wei's cruelty. With his heart softened by these thoughts, he finally spoke, I can take you in, but I cannot guarantee your safety, and you must all adhere to my instructions. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the other girls quickly assured him that they would follow his lead. With their promises in mind, Zhao Tianyu continued, very well, let us move into the forest. After saying this, he returned to the fire pit to gather their belongings, placing useful items into Yi Wei's suitcase. Lu Shui and the others promptly rose to join him under the large tree, helping him pack. Noticing that Lu Shui was still wearing a pink dress, Zhao Tianyu furrowed his brow. He retrieved a set of clothing from Yi Wei's suitcase and handed it to Lu Shui, saying, change into this outfit. Looking at the clothes Zhao Tianyu offered, Lu Shui hesitated and curiously asked, why should I change? This outfit is quite nice. Besides, it's men's clothing. I want to wear it. His patience wearing thin, Zhao Tianyu replied sternly, it is summer now, and the forest is teeming with mosquitoes and venomous snakes. If you wish to risk being bitten, you need not change. Understanding that Zhao Tianyu was acting in her best interest, Lu Shui accepted the clothing and stepped into the nearby woods to change. Shortly thereafter, she returned to the large tree, now dressed appropriately. Zhao Tianyu instructed the girls to use the ropes they had gathered from the shore to secure their sleeves and pant legs. Though they were uncertain about his reasoning, the girls tacitly complied, tying their sleeves and pant legs without further inquiry. Just as Zhao Tianyu was preparing to lead the girls into the forest, Yi Wei and his cohort, a Bao, returned, having smashed some clams against stones and approached the fire pit. They noticed Lu Shui and the others with Zhao Tianyu, their sleeves and pant legs securely bound. Yi Wei immediately inquired, President Lu, what is the meaning of this? Why have you bound your sleeves and pant legs? Before Lu Shui could respond, Su Ran interjected, we have collectively decided to align ourselves with Zhao Tianyu and venture into the woods to search for a water source and establish a shelter. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Yi Wei, a Bao, and the cadre of company executives were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had not anticipated that all four enchanting ladies would choose to pledge their allegiance to Zhao Tianyu. Chapter 19. Arrogant dominance, a look of anxiety crossed Yi Wei's face as he hastily interjected. Mr. Lu, consider the perilous forest ahead, fraught with countless unseen dangers. How can you possibly follow him into the woods? Lu Shui raised an elegant brow, her captivating eyes fixated on Yi Wei as she countered. Why should we not accompany him into the forest? Yi Wei, taken aback by Lu Shui's question, found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, a Bao quickly seized the opportunity to speak, thumping his chest and assuring, Mr. Lu, I concede that this fellow possesses commendable skills. But when it comes to wilderness survival experience, he cannot possibly surpass me. Rest assured, with me, a Bao, by your side, you and everyone else will be well looked after, and not a single harm shall befall you. Before a Bao could finish, another company executive eagerly chimed in, Indeed, Mr. Lu, you are our esteemed president, bearing significant responsibilities. We all depend on your leadership to navigate this situation. Following suit, yet another executive nodded fervently, earnestly advising, Absolutely, Mr. Lu, if you were to venture with them, it would surely dishearten us all. Moreover, with so many of us here, pooling our thoughts and efforts, We surely possess more strength than a mere security guard. In no time, a chorus of voices arose, urging Lu Shui and her companions not to accompany Zhao Tianyu into the woods. The girls, aware of the underlying sentiments of the group, remained undeterred. Lu Shui asserted firmly, "There is no need for further persuasion. Having decided to accompany him into the forest, our resolve will not waver." Upon hearing Su Ran's statement, Yue quickly retorted, "Miss Yi, are you not afraid that he might seize the opportunity to act nefariously in the woods? After all, he is merely a security guard. You all witnessed him physically assaulting me just moments ago." At Yue's words, Zhao Tianyu's fury ignited. Before Yue could react, Zhao Tianyu swiftly struck him across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground like a severed kite. Clutching his face, Yue emitted a heart-wrenching scream, a sound that seemed to pierce the heavens, causing all present to shudder. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu resembled an enraged lion as he bellowed at the fallen Yue, "You scoundrel! Just because I am a security guard does not make me inferior. I have neither consumed your food nor spent a penny of your money. On what grounds do you presume to belittle me? If you dare utter another word in my presence, I swear I will end you and cast your remains into the sea for the fish to devour." Having received a painful slap from Zhao Tianyu, Yue felt a burning sting on his face, his head buzzing in a daze. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's fierce words, although his heart was ablaze with rage, he dared not reveal his feelings. Instead, he could only timidly cover his already swollen face with his hand, lacking even the courage to meet Zhao Tianyu's gaze. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that Zhao Tianyu would act so impulsively, resorting to violence without a second thought. The atmosphere was thick with a profound silence. At last, Bao was the first to regain his composure. With anger etched across his face, he pointed at Zhao Tianyu and shouted, "Even if you possess remarkable skills, you cannot resort to violence so casually. We are all civilized individuals. Why can't we resolve our issues through proper communication?" Another senior executive from the company hastily echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, you cannot exploit your prowess to strike others at will. Whatever we do must adhere to reason." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head towards Lu Shui and continued, "Ms. Lu, you all witnessed how the security guard struck without a word. How can you dare to align yourselves with such a brazenly unreasonable person? Are you not afraid he might seize the opportunity to bully you?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu abruptly lifted his head, fixing his gaze intently on the speaker. The intensity of Zhao Tianyu's stare made the man feel as though he were being ensnared by a venomous cobra. An indescribable fear surged within him, causing him to involuntarily shudder, silencing him completely. He quickly averted his gaze, too terrified to meet Zhao Tianyu's eyes. Noticing this, Zhao Tianyu shifted his gaze to Bao, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke in a chilling tone. "I have already struck him today. What can you do about it? If you have the guts, come and try to hit me." Hearing these words, Bao was instantly consumed with rage, his fury reaching a boiling point. However, he was acutely aware that, given his current abilities, he stood no chance against Zhao Tianyu. Thus, despite the flames of anger raging within him, he ultimately suppressed the urge to retaliate. He could only clench his teeth in silence, bowing his head and refraining from responding to Zhao Tianyu's provocation. Zhao Tianyu's countenance was as cold as ice as he surveyed the row of company executives. His icy gaze instilled a chilling dread in those who met it. He parted his lips and spoke with a frigid tone. Do not think for a second that I am unaware of the schemes you harbor. The reason you obstruct Ms. Lu and her team from aligning with me is simply because you find them attractive, wishing to keep them around for your own gain in the future." With Zhao Tianyu's unrelenting exposure of their motives, the usually lofty and self-righteous company executives felt their faces flush with embarrassment, a mixture of mortification and awkwardness washing over them. However, when they met Zhao Tianyu's gaze, sharp and icy as a blade, they wilted like frostbitten eggplants, none daring to utter a single word in rebuttal. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu remained stern, continuing in a voice that sent shivers down their spines. "We are all trapped on this desolate island. As long as you refrain from provoking me recklessly, I shall not trouble you. However, should you dare to instigate me, I will ensure your demise." Having spoken, he turned his back on the group, directing his attention towards Lu Shui and her companions. His tone softened slightly as he said, "All right, let us depart." Upon hearing his words, Lu Shui and the others nodded obediently in agreement. Subsequently, Zhao Tianyu efficiently hoisted the heavy suitcase onto his broad shoulder and strode purposefully towards the dense, shadowy woods ahead. Observing this, Lu Shui and her companions wasted no time, hastily following in his wake. Chapter 20. The capricious nature of humanity. As the figures of Zhao Tianyu and his companions gradually faded from view, Yi Wei slowly struggled to rise from the dusty ground. His face was a canvas of fury, his eyes fixated on the retreating silhouettes of Zhao Tianyu and the others, burning with indignation. Unable to contain the tempest raging within him, Yi Wei unleashed a torrent of vitriol. These detestable security guards dare to treat me in such a manner. Just wait and see. One day, I shall rend you to pieces. And as for you, Lu Shui, along with your insufferable companions, how dare you align yourselves with a mere security guard? Do not presume that you can escape unscathed. There will come a day when I will have you all at my mercy, begging for clemency. However, after spewing such venomous words, Yi Wei's demeanor inexplicably shifted, transforming into one of obsequiousness and flattery. He promptly turned to his companion, a bow, bowing and scraping as he declared, "Brother Bao, from this day forward, our survival on this desolate island rests upon your shoulders. You shall be our leader henceforth." Upon hearing Yi Wei's words, the other executives, accustomed to a life of luxury, eagerly echoed his sentiments, professing their absolute allegiance and dependence on a Bao. "Indeed, Brother Bao, you shall be our leader," one exclaimed promptly. Another chimed in, "Indeed. When it comes to agility and wilderness survival skills, who can rival you? Whatever tasks you assign, no matter how arduous or demanding, we shall undertake them without hesitation." Yet another, brimming with eagerness, added, "Yes, Brother Bao. If we can safely escape this island and return to civilization, I shall reward you handsomely for your generosity. Just name your price, whether in wealth or other benefits." Thus, this assembly of once arrogant corporate executives cast aside their haughty airs, fervently surrounding a Bao in an effort to curry favor, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope amidst the perils of the unknown island. Flattered by the sycophantic praise from the executives, a Bao began to feel a sense of elation. With a grin, he responded, "You're all too kind. We shall be a family from now on. As long as we unite, surviving on this island will be a trivial matter. Do not be deceived by that little security guard's prowess. His wilderness survival experience may not rival mine. I once spent a month alone in the tropical rainforest." At his words, Yi Wei and the other executives lavished a Bao with further compliments. After a considerable time, Yi Wei, still simmering with resentment, lamented, "What a pity. Our company's 4 stunningly beautiful women have all run off with that insignificant security guard. Otherwise, we could have enjoyed their company and had some fun." Hearing Yi Wei's remark, a Bao could not help but smile faintly, then slowly replied, "So, it seems that you, General Yi, have been harboring ulterior motives towards those beautiful ladies, perhaps even salivating at the thought?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Wei instantly felt a surge of anxiety. He hastily waved his hands and eagerly explained, "Oh dear, Brother Bao, please refrain from addressing me as General Yi. Here, you are undoubtedly the true leader. From now on, simply call me Xiao Wei." Furthermore, with enchanting women like Lu Shui and her companions, any ordinary man would likely find himself captivated, succumbing to impure thoughts. One cannot deny that Yi Wei possesses a modicum of cleverness, his mind quick to devise strategies. Deep down, he understands that to survive on this desolate island, he must closely align himself with Ah Bao. This realization prompts him to cast aside his former arrogance, adopting a demeanor of humility and compliance. It is worth noting that while Ah Bao is ostensibly Lu Shui's personal bodyguard, in Yi Wei's eyes, he is merely a lackey at her side. Even in casual encounters, Yi Wei would regard him with disdain, too apathetic to exchange a single word. However, circumstances have drastically changed. They now find themselves trapped on this perilous island. Their survival hinges upon their reliance on Ah Bao, a sentiment echoed by the other executives. In this harsh environment, The mutable nature of humanity has been starkly revealed. With a cheerful demeanor, Ah Bao reassured them, "Rest assured, one day I shall eliminate that little security guard. And then Lu Zong and the others will have no choice but to heed our commands. At that time, we shall dictate their fate." His words incited laughter among Yi Wei and the other executives, their minds wandering to fantasies of dominating the beautiful Lu Shui and Su Ran. After a considerable time, Ah Bao adopted a serious tone and declared, "Since you have all decided to follow my lead, I will now assign tasks." As soon as he uttered these words, Yi Wei promptly responded, "Brother Bao, please give us your orders. We shall do whatever you ask." The other executives echoed his sentiments, pledging their obedience. Satisfied with their response, Ah Bao nodded and stated, "The four essentials for survival in the wild are fire, water, food, and shelter. We have already established a fire. There is no need to fret about food, as the shoreline is abundant with mussels to sustain us for a time. Water is also not an immediate concern, as the coconuts will suffice for several days. Our foremost priority now is to construct a shelter." Upon finishing, he glanced at Yi Wei and instructed Xiao Wei, "Take a few individuals to the coast to gather some ropes and plastic sheets. I will lead a group into the woods to collect wood. We must hasten to erect the shelter, or else we shall be troubled by the rain." Upon hearing Ah Bao audaciously refer to himself as Xiao Wei, Yi Wei felt an immediate surge of displeasure, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I was merely being polite, and you actually took it to heart. One day, I shall resolve this matter." However, he did not allow his dissatisfaction to surface, instead responding with a courteous nod. "All right, Bao Ge, I shall promptly head to the coast to gather ropes and plastic sheets." After uttering these words, he summoned several senior executives from the company and proceeded towards the shoreline to collect the necessary materials. Meanwhile, Ah Bao led the remaining individuals into the woods to gather timber for constructing a shelter. Chapter 21. Unapproachable along the coastline, an array of debris washed ashore by the relentless waves lay scattered everywhere. Among this detritus were numerous ropes of varying thicknesses and vibrant plastic sheets. Within a mere 2 hours, Yi Wei, accompanied by several company executives, successfully gathered a substantial amount of ropes and plastic, which they transported back to the shade of a large tree beside the fire pit. Meanwhile, Ah Bao and a group of individuals scoured the nearby woods for timber. The collective efforts soon led to the construction of a makeshift shelter, which, though modest in appearance, provided a degree of protection from the elements as dusk approached. Zhao Tianyu guided Lu Shui and a few others cautiously through the dense forest. It was the height of summer, the sun blazing with an intensity that seemed capable of melting everything in its vicinity, the air thick with oppressive heat. After only a short while, the group was drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to their skin as they labored onward. Swarms of mosquitoes hovered around them, launching sporadic assaults that left red, swollen welts on the delicate skin of the young women. In stark contrast, Zhao Tianyu appeared unfazed by these tribulations, steadfastly carrying a heavy suitcase with determined strides, pressing deeper into the thicket without pause. The four young women, however, found themselves in a predicament far removed from their accustomed comforts. Unaccustomed to such hardship, they were already gasping for breath, each step becoming increasingly laborious. Nevertheless, none dared voice a complaint, gritting their teeth in perseverance as they struggled to keep pace with Zhao Tianyu. As time slipped by, the group had traversed nearly 2 hours on foot without encountering even a hint of water. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Lu Shui and her companions, their legs feeling as though encumbered by lead, nearly immobile. Finally, Su Ran could bear it no longer. Between labored breaths, she implored Zhao Tianyu, "Zhao Tianyu, we truly cannot continue. May we please rest for a moment?" Upon hearing her plea, Zhao Tianyu halted, turning to observe the flushed faces and labored breaths of Lu Shui and the others. He frowned and remarked, "Alas, how can you be so fatigued after such a short distance? How will you survive here in the future? It seems we must strengthen our endurance. Otherwise, we risk perishing on this desolate island." Though irked by Zhao Tianyu's words, the four young women refrained from retorting. He continued, "Let us find a suitable spot to take a break." With that, he scanned the surroundings until he spotted a large tree offering a cool refuge. bringing a few girls to the shade of a large tree. Lu Shui first surveyed the surroundings meticulously, ensuring there were no latent dangers before allowing the girls to rest beneath the tree. The four of them slumped to the ground like deflated balloons, gasping for breath. Zhao Tianyu retrieved 2 hard-won bottles of fresh water from his suitcase and handed them to Lu Shui, saying, "Each of you should drink half a bottle." Lu Shui promptly accepted the 2 bottles, passing one to Su Ran. She twisted the cap off her bottle and gulped down half in one go, then offered the remaining half to Lin Yu. Su Ran swiftly opened her bottle as well, drinking half before passing the rest to Zhou Wanting. Zhao Tianyu then opened another bottle, lifting it to his lips and downing it in one swift motion. Seeing Zhao Tianyu consume an entire bottle, Lin Yu expressed her discontent. "Why do you get a whole bottle to yourself while we each have to settle for half? Don't you understand the importance of cherishing delicate beauty?" Zhao Tianyu retorted. "Somewhat irked, O Lin, this water was gathered by me. Allowing you each half is already quite generous. Don't forget, we are on a deserted island. Sentimentality won't quench our thirst. Go see if Yi Wei and the others would treat you any differently." At this, Lin Yu's face flushed crimson with indignation. Just as she was about to respond, Su Ran interjected, "Yeah, perhaps you should hold your tongue. This is hardly the office." Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Lin Yu sealed her lips, though her dissatisfaction remained unabated. Her beautiful eyes shot daggers at Zhao Tianyu. If looks could kill, he would have been rendered to pieces. Time passed slowly in this somewhat oppressive atmosphere. After roughly 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu finally shattered the silence. He lifted his gaze to the 4 lovely ladies and declared, "I believe we've rested long enough. It's time to get moving. We must find a water source as soon as possible." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu, seated nearby, could not help but murmur again, "Did you not notice that we are all exhausted and gasping for air? Can't we rest a little longer?" She spoke while gently massaging her sore legs, her face marred by fatigue and grievance. In response to Lin Yu's complaints, Zhao Tianyu clearly exhibited no patience or sympathy. He abruptly turned his head, glaring at Lin Yu with intensity, and coldly remarked, "If you truly wish to rest that badly, then feel free to stay here. It makes no difference to me." After uttering these words, he didn't spare her another glance. Instead, he strode over to his suitcase, bent down to hoist it onto his shoulder, and without hesitation, took long strides deeper into the dense forest. Upon witnessing Zhao Tianyu's resolute actions, Lu Shui and her companions were momentarily taken aback, only to quickly awaken from their stupor and hastily rise from the ground, swiftly following in Zhao Tianyu's footsteps. As they gazed at his increasingly distant figure, devoid of any semblance of compassion, Lin Yu's frustration manifested in furious stomps. Internally, she cursed him. He is merely a lowly security guard. What is so remarkable about him? How dare he display such arrogance? If it weren't for our current predicament on this desolate island, I wouldn't deign to acknowledge someone so presumptuous, despite being engulfed in indignation and resentment. Lin Yu ultimately gritted her teeth and, with great effort, hurriedly trailed behind him. Chapter 22. Timely action thus. The group trudged onward for nearly an hour, yet failed to uncover a single source of water. At this moment, an ineffable sense of disappointment and despair began to swell within Lu Shui and her companions, who concurrently began to question the wisdom of their decision to seek refuge with Zhao Tianyu. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the vegetation thickened, forming a verdant barrier that steadfastly shielded the sunlight from penetrating through. Scattered animal bones occasionally littered the ground, starkly visible in the dim surroundings. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the forest, sending shivers down their spines. Su Ran cautiously probed Zhao Tianyu, saying, "Zhao Tianyu, we have searched for such a long time, yet not a single drop of water has graced our sight. Perhaps this forest harbors no water source at all. Moreover, it is undeniably terrifying here. Perhaps we should return to the shore." As she spoke, she gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu abruptly halted, slowly lowering the heavy suitcase he had been carrying on his shoulder. He turned around, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the exhausted faces of the girls, who were panting heavily. In a low, grave tone, he inquired, "Do you all wish to return to the shore?" In response to Zhao Tianyu's question, Lu Shui and the other three girls nodded in unison, as if they had conspired beforehand, signaling their agreement with Su Ran's suggestion. Witnessing this, Zhao Tianyu coldly replied, "Very well. If you wish to return, then go back and stay with Yi Wei and his group. I, for one, intend to find a water source to construct a shelter. Without you four burdens, I can thrive here more effectively." At his words, the expressions of Lu Shui and her companions shifted dramatically. Lin Yu, her face flushed with anger, retorted, "If we leave, do you truly believe we cannot survive without you? Aren't you merely a security guard? What is there to be so arrogant about?" Zhao Tianyu, incensed by Lin Yu's retort, was about to unleash a tirade when his gaze fell upon a thick serpent coiled on a branch less than 2 meters above Lin Yu's head. The snake's skin blended seamlessly with the tree trunk, rendering it nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely. Its triangular head was particularly striking, indicative of its venomous nature, and it was currently flicking its tongue in Lin Yu's direction, poised to strike at any moment. Should Lin Yu fall victim to the serpent's bite, she would succumb within half an hour amidst these woods. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu's heart raced with urgency, his eyes narrowing into icy slits, fixated on the menacing serpent. His expression turned grave, lips trembling slightly as he whispered in a tone that was both serious and subdued, "Lin Yu, you must not move. Stand still. Lu Shui, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran, you three need to retreat a bit further, but move quietly and avoid making any noise." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's urgent command and observing the tension etched on his expressionless face, the four girls exchanged bewildered glances, their minds swirling with confusion and uncertainty. Zhao Tianyu, growing increasingly anxious, lowered his voice further and insisted, "Stay silent. Follow my instructions immediately." Seeing Zhao Tianyu so fraught with anxiety, Lu Shui, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran dared not delay any longer. They cautiously began to step backward. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood frozen in place, as if under a spell, utterly motionless. All the while, Zhao Tianyu's sharp gaze remained fixed on the venomous snake coiled above her. His right hand stealthily reached for the razor-sharp military knife at his waist, meticulously feeling for it. Before long, he firmly grasped the glimmering blade in his hand. Just at that critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The snake, previously languidly resting on the branch, suddenly sprang forth like an arrow, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, lunging toward Lin Yu with astonishing speed. However, Zhao Tianyu reacted swiftly, striding forward and forcefully swinging his knife at the snake. Just as the serpent was about to strike Lin Yu, a flash of cold light cut through the air. Zhao Tianyu's knife descended like lightning, slicing through the snake's body with unparalleled sharpness, rendering it utterly defenseless. With a resounding crack, the snake was severed in two, tumbling lifelessly to the ground. Zhao Tianyu, quick-witted and agile, yanked Lin Yu to his side and, without hesitation, raised his powerful right foot to stomp down upon the writhing snake head with all his might, crushing it mercilessly. At that moment, Lu Shui and the others, as if awakening from a dream, finally noticed the severed snake lying on the ground. They gazed at the scene before them, a dawning comprehension washing over them, now understanding Zhao Tianyu's earlier urgency and anxiety. Lin Yu, however, was already pale with fright, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat, pounding violently. Fear rendered her limbs uncontrollable, trembling like withered leaves in the wind. As time ticked by, after about 10 seconds of Zhao Tianyu's relentless pressure, the snake, which had been struggling for breath, finally lay still, devoid of any signs of life. Only then did Zhao Tianyu cautiously lift his foot. Upon inspection, he saw that the snake's head had been crushed to bits, a grotesque sight that sent chills down one's spine. With the serpent finally dead, Zhao Tianyu exhaled a silent sigh of relief and turned to Lin Yu, asking, "Are you all right?" Lin Yu shook her head, unable to hold back any longer, and began to weep softly. She was acutely aware that had Zhao Tianyu not intervened in time, she would have already fallen victim to the venomous snake. She understood all too well the dire consequences that would have ensued had she been bitten. Observing Lin Yu weeping softly, Zhao Tianyu chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Lu Shui, Zhou wanting, and Su Ran promptly approached to console Linyu. Zhao Tianyu knelt down and, wielding his military knife, severed the head of the serpent with precision. He then picked up the now bifurcated body of the snake and placed it into his suitcase. Chapter 23. Discovering the water source, turning to Lu Shui and the others. Zhao Tianyu remarked, "You all have witnessed the perils that lurk within this forest. A moment's carelessness could cost us our lives. If you have any regrets and wish to return to the coast, now is the time to do so. As for me, I shall venture deeper into the woods to seek out a water source and construct a shelter." His words left Lu Shui and her companions momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, each hesitant to break the silence. The recent ordeal had indeed shaken them profoundly. As Zhao Tianyu had pointed out, this forest was fraught with danger, and a single misstep could prove fatal. While the coast offered safety, it lacked fresh water and sufficient sustenance. Should they choose to retreat, they would have to rely on Yi Wei and his group, inevitably subjecting themselves to their bullying. After nearly half a minute of silence, Su Ran suddenly lifted her head, her tone resolute. "I want to accompany you. It is better to face death in the woods than to return and endure the torment from Yi Wei's group." Lu Shui quickly echoed, "I wish to join you as well." Wang Ting chimed in eagerly, "I feel the same way, even if it means perishing in this forest. I refuse to return and be victimized by them." Linyu, her face filled with remorse, spoke softly, "Zhao Tianyu, I was wrong to speak to you that way earlier. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I might have fallen victim to that snake." Hearing their words, Zhao Tianyu responded gently, "I did not intend to treat you harshly. You know how perilous this forest can be. I cannot always be by your side. To survive here, you must rely on your own abilities. This is not like being in the company. You must quickly learn survival skills to endure." The girls nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of his words. Zhao Tianyu then hoisted the suitcase onto his shoulder and continued deeper into the thicket, with Lu Shui and the others hastily following his lead. Time passed slowly as they trudged forward, struggling for nearly 2 hours. At this moment, each individual was on the brink of exhaustion, their bodies and spirits nearing their limits. They were beset by overwhelming fatigue, hunger, and thirst, which washed over them like relentless tides. The girls, particularly Lu Shui and her companions, felt as though their feet were weighed down by lead, rendering them nearly immobile. Even Zhao Tianyu, typically in good physical condition, was now gasping for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat. Suddenly, as he led the group at the front, Zhao Tianyu faintly discerned the distant sound of flowing water, a melody akin to celestial music. His heart leapt with joy. He promptly halted, straining to listen intently, fearful of missing any subtle sounds. Seeing Zhao Tianyu stop without warning, Lu Shui and the others were puzzled and quickly followed suit. Su Ran approached, her face a mask of confusion, and softly inquired, "What is it? Have you discovered something?" Zhao Tianyu, with a look of intense concentration, did not immediately respond to Su Ran's inquiry. Instead, he posed another question. "Have you all heard the sound of flowing water? I seem to perceive a faint sound of water in motion." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others instantly became alert, each straining their ears to listen intently. However, aside from the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze and the occasional melodious chirping of birds from the branches above, no other distinctive sounds could be discerned. As time passed gradually, the girls exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, indicating that they had not heard the elusive sound of water. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu began to doubt whether he had, indeed, fallen victim to auditory hallucinations due to fatigue. He managed a wry smile, shook his head helplessly, and let out a sigh. Thus, the group continued their journey in silence for quite some distance. At that moment, a soft breeze swept quietly past them, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Along with this gentle wind, Zhao Tianyu's ears once again caught that familiar yet elusive sound of flowing water. He halted, slightly tilting his head, and focused intently on the sound. At times, it was distinctly audible, while at others, it seemed almost whisked away by the wind, faint and indistinguishable. Zhao Tianyu dared not dismiss it, fearing it might merely be a fleeting illusion or mirage. Therefore, he stood still, completely still, concentrating on discerning the source and direction of the sound. After a thorough listening, he finally became convinced that he was not mistaken this time. The sound of flowing water was indeed real, and it seemed to be not far from their location. A surge of uncontainable excitement welled up within him. Without delay, Zhao Tianyu turned around, his face alight with enthusiasm as he exclaimed to Lu Shui and the other girls behind him. "I've heard it clearly. It truly is the sound of water." His voice trembled with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with joy. Before his words had fully settled, he eagerly took large strides forward, hastening toward the source. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others quickly followed suit. They hurried along, and after traversing nearly 200 meters, the initially faint sound of water began to swell and resonate, like a jubilant melody echoing through the air. At that moment, not only Zhao Tianyu, but even Lu Shui and the other girls could distinctly hear the delightful sound of flowing water. Their spirits soared, and their pace instinctively quickened. After running another 300 or 400 meters, a winding stream unfolded before them like a silvery ribbon. The water was crystal clear, revealing colorful pebbles at the bottom and small fish swimming freely. The surface shimmered, reflecting the lush trees and the blue sky dotted with clouds. This breathtaking sight filled everyone with uncontainable joy, prompting cheers and exclamations of delight. They swiftly made their way to the banks of the stream. As Lu Shui and several girls immediately crouched down, they stretched their heads into the small river, eager to drink. Zhao Tianyu, witnessing this, promptly interjected, "This water is not safe to drink." Upon hearing his warning, the girls halted their actions. Curiously, Lu Shui raised her head and inquired, "Why can we drink this seemingly clear water?" Zhao Tianyu explained, "Although the water appears crystal clear, one cannot ascertain the multitude of bacteria and parasites it may harbor. Consuming it directly could easily upset your stomach. It must be boiled before it is safe to drink. Please rest here while I explore the nearby area." With that, without waiting for Lu Shui and the others to respond, he set his suitcase down and ventured towards the nearby woods. After walking for a while, he suddenly spotted what seemed to be several bamboo shoots growing in the distance. Chapter 24. Roasting snake meat. Zhao Tianyu swiftly approached the cluster of bamboo. Drawing a military knife from his waist, he selected a bamboo stalk of a bull's width and began to chop vigorously. With each crisp sound of cutting, within less than a minute, the originally upright bamboo could no longer withstand Zhao Tianyu's fierce onslaught and crashed to the ground. Subsequently, he swung his knife again, slicing the bamboo into several segments, carefully choosing a few sections to take with him. He hurried back to where Lu Shui and the others were, gently placing the bamboo tubes down before turning to enter the nearby thicket. Before long, he returned, cradling a pile of dry twigs and withered grass leaves. Arriving at the riverbank, he extracted a lighter from his pocket and ignited the fire. He then picked up 2 bamboo tubes bent down and submerged them into the crystal clear water of the river. With bubbling sounds, the tubes soon filled with cool, sweet water. Cautiously, he placed the filled bamboo tubes upright over the fire, allowing the flames to adequately heat the water within. While waiting for the water to boil, Zhao Tianyu did not pause for a moment. Instead, he opened the nearby suitcase and retrieved the carcasses of the 2 venomous snakes he had previously slain. Skillfully, he skinned the snakes and procured 2 long, sturdy sticks, threading the prepared snake meat onto them. Next, he carefully scooped out some glowing red charcoal from the fire and began to roast the snake meat over it. As time ticked by, approximately 10 minutes later, the water in the bamboo tubes finally reached a boil, steam rising in swirling clouds. Zhao Tianyu then fashioned several bamboo bowls from the remaining bamboo and poured the boiling water into them, distributing them among Lu Shui and the others. The girls, having long been parched, eagerly lifted the bamboo bowls to sip the warm water. Each felt a sense of relief wash over them after drinking. Meanwhile, the aroma of the roasting snake meat wafted through the air, tantalizing the already ravenous group, who couldn't help but salivate at the delightful scent. Once the snake meat was ready, Zhao Tianyu, disregarding the heat, tore off a steaming piece and devoured it hungrily. Seeing the fragrant meat on the stick, the others hesitated to partake. Noticing their reluctance, Zhao Tianyu urged, "Hurry up and eat. What are you waiting for?" It won't taste as good once it cools down. Su Ran, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "We're afraid to eat snake meat." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu responded with mild irritation. "Were you being so delicate for at a time like this? Suit yourselves. If you don't eat, you'll only go hungry." With that, he paid no further attention to Su Ran and the others, continuing to savor the snake meat with audible enjoyment. Watching him relish his meal, Su Ran and the others couldn't help but swallow hard, their stomachs growling in protest. Zhao Tianyu uttered an ill-timed exclamation. "Wow, this snake meat is utterly delicious." Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Su Ran cautiously tore off a small piece of the snake meat and tentatively began to chew. The moment she took a bite, her eyes lit up. Despite the absence of any seasoning, the roasted snake meat was incredibly tender, prompting her to indulge in larger bites. She urged Lu Shui and the others, "You must try this. The snake meat is truly exquisite." Upon hearing her encouragement, Lu Shui and her companions also gingerly tore off a piece and tasted it. With their first bites, their expressions mirrored Su Ran's delight, and soon they were all voraciously devouring the meat. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Tianyu could not help but chuckle. In less than 10 minutes, the roasted snake was completely devoured by the group, leaving them all with a lingering desire for more. Lu Shui marveled. "I never imagined this fearsome-looking creature could yield such delectable meat." Lin Yu chimed in, "Indeed. I too was surprised by how delicious the snake meat is." Hearing their remarks, Zhao Tianyu responded with a smile. "You see, one should not judge solely by appearances. Just like people, some may seem dazzling on the outside, yet possess a heart as venomous as a serpent." The girls paused, momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether Zhao Tianyu's comment was casual or carried deeper meaning. After resting by the riverside for a while, Zhao Tianyu spoke up. "Have you all rested enough? It's getting late, and we must continue our journey." Lu Shui looked puzzled and softly inquired, "But haven't we successfully found a water source? Why must we leave?" Her beautiful eyes reflected confusion and curiosity. Zhao Tianyu patiently explained, "Indeed, we have located a water source, but this area is cramped and situated in a low-lying region. Establishing a shelter here poses numerous risks. For instance, in the event of heavy rain or rising river waters, it could become dangerous. Therefore, for our safety, we must seek a more suitable location." After hearing Zhao Tianyu's thorough and reasonable explanation, the girls nodded in agreement, their admiration for him deepening. They had not anticipated his meticulous consideration of every detail. Zhao Tianyu swiftly grabbed a bamboo tube from beside him, approached the riverbank, and carefully scooped up some clear water. He then returned to the crackling campfire and gently poured the water onto the blazing flames. With a hissing sound, the once roaring fire gradually extinguished, leaving only wisps of blue smoke ascending into the air. Turning to Lu Shui and the others, Zhao Tianyu instructed, "Please help carry these bamboo tubes." He then shouldered a heavy suitcase, leading the group as they continued along the winding riverbank. After nearly half an hour, perseverance bore fruit as they finally discovered a relatively elevated and flat expanse by the riverbank. Not only was the view remarkably clear and expansive, allowing for a vivid sight of the distant surroundings, but the vegetation was also sparse, posing little hindrance to their construction efforts. Undoubtedly, this location was ideally suited for erecting a shelter. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Tianyu's face broke into a satisfied smile as he gently set down the suitcase he had been carrying on his shoulder for quite some time. Lu Shui and the others also followed suit, carefully placing the bamboo tubes they had been holding onto the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. Chapter 25. Taking turns to keep watch as the hour grew late, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lu Shui and the others, instructing them to gather some firewood nearby and kindle a fire. "Remember not to wander too far. I shall see if I can procure some food," he added, producing a lighter from his pocket and handing it to Su Ran before striding into the woods. Lu Shui and the others ventured into the forest to collect firewood. Zhao Tianyu meandered through the trees for over half an hour, spotting 2 wild chickens. However, lacking a bow and arrow, he could only watch as the birds slipped away from under his nose. With dusk approaching, he decided against further searching and made his way back to the riverbank. Upon his return, He found that Lu Shui and the others had successfully ignited a fire and gathered a substantial amount of wood. This sight brought a flicker of satisfaction to Zhao Tianyu. It seemed these girls were not entirely without merit. Yet, seeing him return empty-handed elicited a hint of disappointment among the girls, who dared not voice their sentiments. Before long, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Having failed to procure food, the group resorted to boiling some water in bamboo tubes for sustenance. The journey from the coast had consumed 6 or 7 hours, and exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Zhao Tianyu addressed Lu Shui and her companions. You four shall take turns keeping watch. Ensure the fire does not extinguish. Should anything arise, awaken me. I shall retire now. His words caught the girls off guard, prompting them to think. He shows no regard for our well-being. He intends to sleep while we take turns watching over him. Zhou Wanting expressed her discontent. Why should you sleep while we four stand guard? Zhao Tianyu shot her a glare, responding curtly. Because you are all obliged to heed my commands. Alternatively, I could take the watch and you four could search for food come morning. This retort rendered Zhou Wanting momentarily speechless. Without further ado, Zhao Tianyu lay down on the ground, soon snoring softly. Zhou Wanting muttered under her breath, What a pig! How can he sleep so soundly in this place? In response, Lu Shui whispered, Mind your words. After all, this is a deserted island, not a corporate office. Our survival hinges upon him. Despite his sharp tongue, he possesses a good heart, certainly far superior to that scoundrel Yue. As soon as Lu Shui finished speaking, Su Ran nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu. Zhao Tianyu has a good disposition. During the 2 days I spent with him, he was always considerate, never taking advantage of me. At this, Lin Yu teased. It seems our Su Ran has taken a liking to this little security guard. Flushed by the jest, Su Ran quickly retorted. Don't say such nonsense. I have no feelings for him. Besides, there is nothing wrong with a little security guard. He is certainly better than that deceitful Yue. The girls were momentarily taken aback by Su Ran's declaration. Lu Shui, filled with curiosity, inquired, Su Ran. I recall that your relationship with Yue was quite amicable at the company. How is it that upon arriving on this desolate island, the dynamics have shifted so drastically? What transpired in between? Upon hearing Lu Shui's question, Su Ran remained silent, merely extending her hand to gently unfasten the suitcase. As the lid of the suitcase creaked open, an unusual atmosphere instantly enveloped the surroundings. Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and the others found their gazes irresistibly drawn to the contents within the case. When they beheld the array of vibrantly colored, alluring lingerie and the conspicuously packaged condoms nestled inside, each of their cheeks flushed crimson, akin to ripe apples. As a wave of embarrassment washed over them, with her curious eyes wide open, Lin Yu could not help but whisper, Sister Su Ran, where did you acquire these items? Su Ran parted her lips to elucidate. This suitcase actually belongs to Yue, Zhao Tianyu, and I stumbled upon it by the coast. And these items were already stored within. We even spotted 2 boxes of enhancement pills inside, but Zhao Tianyu promptly discarded them into the sea. Upon hearing Su Ran's explanation, Lu Shui and the others experienced an epiphany. Lu Shui was the first to shatter the silence, indignantly exclaiming, No wonder when you asked Yue this morning if the suitcase belonged to him, he so vehemently denied it. It turns out he was concealing such indecent items. She continued, I had always perceived Yue as a refined and gentlemanly figure. Who could have imagined his heart to be so sordid? Lin Yu promptly chimed in, Indeed, one can never truly know a person as character. I had no idea Yue would possess such items. Zhou Wanting remarked, What purpose do these serve? They should simply be consigned to the flames. With that, she made to incinerate the lingerie and condoms. Su Ran, observing this, immediately intervened, saying, We cannot burn them. Zhao Tianyu insists these items may prove useful. Zhou Wanting retorted, What use could they possibly have? He can't possibly expect us to wear such provocative lingerie like Yue. No sooner had she spoken than the previously slumbering Zhao Tianyu suddenly interjected, Zhou, my dear, you must amend your habit of speaking ill of others behind their backs. Rest assured, I am not a perverse individual. Zhao Tianyu's unexpected interjection startled Lu Shui and the others. Zhou Wanting, blushing, retorted, I thought you were asleep. How could you hear us? Were you feigning slumber? Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes, explaining, I was asleep, but you all roused me. Those seductive undergarments are indeed meant for you. After all, each of you possesses but a single set of clothing, and there are no spare garments to change into. Moreover, to be blunt, these intimate items are for your personal use. Even if I wish to see, I wouldn't have the opportunity. If you truly do not wish to wear them, simply cast them into the flames. However, those 2 boxes of condoms must not be disturbed, for they may prove life-saving in critical moments. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanting immediately expressed her displeasure, saying, Do not speak nonsense. How could condoms possibly save lives? It seems you are clearly harboring ulterior motives towards us. Zhao Tianyu, upon hearing her words, regarded her with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool, and then, with a smile, replied, Oh, beautiful Zhou, could you perhaps engage your intellect a little? If I truly intended to harbor ill intentions towards you, what purpose would these condoms serve? His reasoning left Zhou wanting momentarily at a loss for a retort. Upon reflection, there was indeed a measure of logic in Zhao Tianyu's words. If he truly wished to pursue any nefarious intentions towards the 4 of them, it was likely they would not have even the slightest opportunity or means to resist. Why then would he require these condoms? Chapter 26. The Hunt for Rabbits. Zhao Tianyu then spoke up. Are you all tired or not? Hurry and get some rest. There are things to attend to tomorrow. As he finished speaking, he turned over, and before long, the thunderous sound of his snoring filled the air again. Observing this scene, Lu Shui and her companions could hardly contain themselves, silently cursing. This guy is nothing short of a pig. At that moment, Lu Shui turned to Su Ran and the other 2, whispering, All right, you 3 should sleep first. I will keep watch. If I can't hold out any longer, I'll wake you to take over. Upon hearing Lu Shui's arrangement, Lin Yu, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran said nothing further, lying down to prepare for sleep. Meanwhile, Lu Shui sat quietly by the fire, occasionally adding a few logs to keep the flames roaring. Her gaze swept over those who had already fallen into slumber, and she couldn't help but reflect, I never imagined that I, the president of a company, would find myself in such dire straits. Alas, life has become exceedingly unfortunate. However, she quickly shifted her perspective, realizing that these few days stranded on this deserted island had paradoxically been the most relaxed and carefree time since taking over the company. After all, back at the office, a multitude of employees depended on her for their livelihood. Thus, aside from sleeping, most of her days were consumed by meetings and various business dealings. As dawn broke the next day, Zhao Tianyu awoke early. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Zhou Wanting sitting by the fire, keeping watch, while Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Lin Yu remained in deep slumber. A hint of contentment crossed his face. Slowly rising from the ground, he noticed Zhou Wanting turn to look at him, asking, Why are you up so early? With a smile, Zhao Tianyu replied, The early bird catches the worm. Noticing Zhou Wanting's weary appearance and red eyes, he felt a pang of sympathy. He said to her, It's already bright out, and there's little danger now. You should lie down and rest a bit. I'll go find something for us to eat. With that, he said no more, standing up and walking to the nearby stream, where he splashed some cool water on his face, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Zhou Wanting lay down beside the fire and soon fell asleep. After freshening up, Zhao Tianyu took his military knife and ventured into the nearby woods. At this hour, the sun had yet to rise, and the entire forest was shrouded in mist, reducing visibility. Given that this season was notorious for the presence of venomous snakes, Zhao Tianyu remained exceedingly cautious, vigilant with each step as he scanned his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered quite far when suddenly, from the nearby thicket, a faint rustling sound emerged. Zhao Tianyu immediately became alert, gripping the hilt of his military knife at his waist with determination, cautiously advancing towards the rustling bushes from which the sound emanated. As he drew nearer, only 3 or 4 meters away, a small gray head suddenly emerged from the underbrush. Upon closer inspection, Zhao realized it was a wild rabbit, evidently unaccustomed to human presence. The creature gazed at him with round, curious eyes, displaying no signs of fear. In a swift turn of events, Zhao's reflexes kicked in. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the knife at the unsuspecting rabbit without hesitation. To his astonishment, Whether by sheer luck or the precision honed from his practice, the knife soared through the air and plunged decisively into the rabbit's body. The wounded creature let out a pained cry before collapsing and thrashing on the ground in a desperate struggle. Seeing this, Zhao wasted no time and rushed forward. Once close, he seized the rabbit firmly and swiftly extracted the knife from its body. Without mercy, he raised the rabbit and struck it against the trunk of a robust tree. A resounding thud echoed as the rabbit met the tree, and after a few final kicks, it lay still. Zhao quickly approached and picked up the lifeless rabbit. By this time, the sun had risen high, and the mist within the woods began to dissipate. Having secured the rabbit, Zhao chose not to continue his search, primarily due to his gnawing hunger. After all, he had only consumed a small portion of roasted snake meat the previous day while traversing the terrain. This rabbit, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds, would suffice to satiate several of them. Upon returning to the campfire, he found Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Su Ran already awake. Engaged in conversation, Zhou Wanning remained soundly asleep on the ground. The sight of the rabbit in Zhao's hands instantly brightened Lu Shui and the others' faces. Su Ran grinned and remarked, "Zhao Tianyu, you are truly impressive. To have brought back a wild rabbit, my admiration for you grows ever greater." Zhao replied, expressionless, "No need to flatter me. It was merely luck. If you have nothing else to do, fetch some firewood." Hearing this, Su Ran pouted, "Humph. What a man utterly devoid of romance." With that, she rose to gather firewood from the woods. Lu Shui and Lin Yu promptly joined her in the task. Meanwhile, Zhao made his way to the riverbank, where he used his knife to slice open the rabbit's neck. Gripping its skin, he pulled forcefully and with a sharp rip. The entire pelt was stripped away. He casually tossed the rabbit pelt aside and made an incision on the creature's abdomen, carefully extracting the entrails and placing them nearby. He could not bear to discard these innards, for he had discovered the presence of numerous small fish and shrimp in the stream just the day before. Zhao Tianyu intended to weave a fishing trap from bamboo, using the entrails as bait, hoping to catch some fish and shrimp to supplement their meals. After all, with 5 of them to feed, their daily consumption of food was considerable. Given that he possessed only a military knife, finding sufficient sustenance proved to be quite a challenge. Chapter 27. The roasted wild rabbit. After thoroughly cleaning the wild rabbit, he returned to the fire pit, armed with a military knife. To procure a stick from the nearby woods, roughly the thickness of a child's arm. With deft and gentle movements, he sharpened one end of the stick and skillfully skewered the rabbit through its center. Subsequently, he retrieved a second stick from the fire, carefully removing some still-burning charcoal and spreading it out. With great caution, he positioned the skewered rabbit above the glowing embers and began the meticulous process of roasting. Before long, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Su Ran appeared, each struggling under the weight of large bundles of freshly gathered firewood, their steps unsteady as they approached the fire pit. They unceremoniously dropped the firewood onto the dusty ground and collapsed onto the earth, gasping for breath. Observing their fatigued and breathless state, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but smile, a hint of playful mockery dancing on his lips. "Look at you 3, he teased. "Your lack of stamina is quite concerning. You must engage in more exercise, otherwise. How will you survive on this deserted island?" At Zhao Tianyu's unapologetic remarks, the cheeks of the 3 girls flushed with indignation, their expressions transforming into scowls as they glared at him in discontent. "We're busy as bees at the company every day, juggling a myriad of tedious tasks. When will we have the time to work out? It's you, lounging in the security department all day. Who seems to be wasting time?" Unfazed by Su Ran's incisive critique, Zhao Tianyu straightened his posture and replied earnestly, "Hey Su, you can't say that. Just because I'm in the security department doesn't mean I'm idly passing the time. I diligently fulfill my responsibilities. Thank you very much. Besides, the work of a security officer is hardly less demanding than yours." Intrigued by his assertion, Su Ran questioned, "Then enlighten us. What exactly do you do in the security department?" With a grin, Zhao Tianyu responded, "Oh, I do plenty. I spend my days observing the comings and goings of beautiful women, often contemplating what undergarments they might be wearing." The 3 girls were left momentarily speechless, almost in unison exclaiming, "Pervert! In less than half an hour, the rabbit on the stick had turned a delightful golden brown, sizzling and exuding a tantalizing aroma. The enticing scent wafted through the air, prompting Lu Shui and her companions to swallow hard in anticipation. At that moment, Zhou Wanting, still in slumber, awoke to the delightful fragrance. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she murmured, "What smells so good?" Seeing her dazed expression, the others couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Tianyu playfully quipped, "Your nose is sharper than a dog's. You woke up just from the smell." At his teasing, Zhou Wanting's face flushed with embarrassment. Before long, the wild rabbit was perfectly roasted. Zhao Tianyu tore off the 4 meatiest hind legs and handed them to Lu Shui and her companions, while he himself began to eat from the less meaty portions. Witnessing Zhao Tianyu's generosity in offering the rabbit legs to them, Lu Shui and her friends were deeply touched, and their admiration for him grew even stronger. In less than 10 minutes, the roasted rabbit was reduced to a mere pile of bones, yet everyone still appeared unsatisfied, yearning for more. Zhao Tianyu then took a bamboo tube to fetch some water, placing it over the fire to boil. Once the water reached a rolling boil, he poured it into bamboo bowls for everyone to drink. Turning to Lu Shui and the other girls, Zhao Tianyu stated, "Now that we have found a water source, we must hasten to construct our shelter, hoping that it does not rain in the coming days." After saying this, he glanced at each of the 4 girls in turn, then continued, "Currently, we possess only this one military knife, so I will venture into the woods to cut bamboo for a shelter. You 4 will remain here to craft ropes." Upon hearing his plan, Lu Shui and the others exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily at a loss. Lu Shui furrowed her brow and broke the silence, asking, "But how do we go about making ropes? We have never done this before and have no idea how." Zhao Tianyu smiled reassuringly and said, "Do not worry. Since you are unfamiliar with the process, I will teach you step by step. Come, follow me." With that, he rose to his feet and walked briskly into the depths of the forest. The girls, not wanting to delay, quickly stood up and followed closely behind him. Once in the woods, Zhao Tianyu began to meticulously search for suitable materials. Before long, he discovered a patch of lush dry grass, standing over a meter tall. Carefully approaching the grass, he drew his military knife and deftly cut it from the roots. After a flurry of activity, taking about half an hour, they successfully gathered a substantial amount of dry grass. He then led the girls to the riverbank with their collected grass. Upon reaching the river, Zhao Tianyu did not pause but continued his work tirelessly. He skillfully divided the dry grass into small bundles and securely tied them with some flexible twigs. After completing this step, he gently placed the bundled grass into the crystal-clear river, allowing them to soak quietly. After nearly half an hour, Zhao Tianyu picked up a bundle of softened grass and began to twist it into rope. Lu Shui and her companions watched intently as he worked. After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu had successfully fashioned a rope over a meter long from the grass. He then looked up and asked, "Have you learned how to do it?" The girls nodded eagerly and picked up the grass to begin twisting their own ropes. Zhao Tianyu rose to his feet and ventured into the woods, searching for a Y-shaped branch. With his military knife, he skillfully cut it down and returned to the fire pit, where he began to meticulously carve it. Su Ran, intrigued, inquired, "Didn't you go to chop bamboo? Why have you brought back a branch to fiddle with here?" Zhao Tianyu replied with a smile, "One must first address the issue of sustenance before constructing a shelter. How can one muster the strength to chop bamboo on an empty stomach?" Chapter 28. Discovering the bamboo grove. Upon hearing his words, Su Ran blinked, a hint of bewilderment crossing her face as she inquired further, "What do you intend to do with that tree branch?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and explained, "Yesterday, while wandering in the woods, I spotted some wild chickens. I thought I would craft a slingshot so that when I encounter those wild chickens again, I could easily bring them down. This tree branch will serve perfectly as the frame for the slingshot." After listening to his detailed explanation, Lu Shui and the others nodded in understanding. At this moment, Lu Shui chuckled lightly, admiration glimmering in her eyes as she remarked, "I never would have guessed that you possess such knowledge. However, I have always been curious. How does someone as capable as you choose to be a mere security guard?" Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly, a carefree glint in his eyes as he replied, "Though my skills are decent, what does that truly matter? Good skills 1T put food on the table. Moreover, being a security guard has its perks. Each day is free of burdens. The work is relaxed and untroubled, and I need not concern myself with trivial matters. In this lifetime, what is the point of working tirelessly for wealth? As long as I can live happily and joyfully. Isn't that enough? His words left Lu Shuem momentarily speechless, before she regained her composure and exclaimed, I never realized your perspective on life was so profound. Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement. Lu Shui then asked, do you not have any aspirations? Zhao Tianyu responded, I have few desires, merely wishing to find someone to marry and have children, living a simple and ordinary life. Hearing this, Lu Shui and the others were taken aback once more. Lin Yu smiled and inquired, what kind of person do you intend to marry? Zhao Tianyu replied with a grin, as long as she treats me and my family well. I have no other requirements. As they spoke, Zhao Tianyu had already crafted a rather exquisite bow frame with his military knife. He then opened his suitcase and began rummaging through it. Before long, he pulled out a set of provocative lingerie. The sight caused Lu Shui and the others to blush profusely. Zhou Wanting, her cheeks flushed, exclaimed, you pervert! Why on earth are you taking that out? Zhao Tianyu shot her a fierce glare and retorted, what are you thinking, Zhou, my beautiful lady? Can you not keep your thoughts simple? I merely intend to extract the elastic band from this garment to make a slingshot. Where did your mind wander to? After being chastised by Zhao Tianyu, Zhou Wanting felt her face burn with embarrassment, a wave of intense awkwardness washing over her, wishing she could find a crevice in the earth to hide away. Zhao Tianyu, with his military knife, gently and cautiously made a small incision on the part of the lingerie that contained the elastic band. Then, he carefully inserted his fingers into the opening, grasping the rubber band and slowly pulling it out. In no time, a complete rubber band was successfully extracted. Immediately thereafter, he placed the garment back into the suitcase. At that moment, the framework and rubber bands required for crafting a slingshot were all prepared. The only missing component was a suitable leather pad. Just then, Zhao Tianyu's gaze fell upon the piece of wild rabbit skin he had recently discarded. Was this not the perfect material at hand? Thus, he seized his military knife once more, aimed at the rabbit hide, and skillfully sliced off a small portion. Subsequently, with meticulous care, he gently plucked every strand of fur from the surface of the rabbit skin, ensuring it was smooth and even. With that, all the materials needed for the slingshot were finally gathered. Zhao Tianyu did not dare to delay, even for a moment, and immediately immersed himself in the intense task of crafting the slingshot. As time slipped away, approximately 20 minutes later, he had successfully fashioned the slingshot. He ventured to the riverbank, picked up a small, round stone, and placed it upon the leather pad. Aiming at a slender branch about 10 meters away, he launched the stone. Having enjoyed slingshot play since childhood, Zhao Tianyu boasted remarkable accuracy, hitting targets with precision within 30 meters. The stone shot forth, striking the branch squarely, causing it to snap cleanly in two. Satisfied, Zhao Tianyu nodded in approval. He turned to Lu Shui and the others, instructing them to diligently twist the ropes while he sought bamboo in the nearby woods, hoping to catch a couple of wild chickens for dinner. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the others nodded obediently. Zhao Tianyu then gathered a few more round stones from the riverbank, pocketed them, and set off toward the woods with his military knife and slingshot in hand. He walked steadily for nearly half an hour until he stumbled upon a lush grove of bamboo. The verdant bamboo swayed gracefully in the breeze, as if beckoning to him. A surge of joy welled up within Zhao Tianyu, and he unconsciously quickened his pace toward the thriving bamboo thicket. However, just as he approached the bamboo forest, he suddenly noticed something beneath one of the bamboo stalks. He halted, squinting for a closer look, and to his astonishment, he discovered a plump bamboo rat, weighing around 2 to 3 pounds, leisurely munching on the tender shoots of bamboo. Zhao Tianyu's heart leaped with delight at this unexpected find. Initially intending only to gather bamboo, he had not anticipated such a serendipitous encounter. Without hesitation, he steadied himself, skillfully retrieved his homemade slingshot from his pocket, and carefully placed a smooth, round stone onto the leather pad. He then squinted his left eye, firmly grasped the slingshot's handle with his right hand, and focused intently on aiming at the bamboo rat's head. At this moment, the distance between him and the bamboo rat was merely around 10 meters. For someone like Zhao Tianyu, such a close distance was merely childish play. One could say he was infallible, hitting the mark with unwavering precision. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Tianyu suddenly released his grip, and the small stone flew forth like an arrow released from a bow, tracing a graceful arc through the air, accompanied by a sharp sound that pierced the silence. In the blink of an eye, the stone struck the bamboo rat's head with unerring accuracy. The creature let out a piercing, heart-wrenching cry that resonated throughout the bamboo grove. Subsequently, it collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, writhing in agony as if enduring immense suffering. Chapter 29. The Slaying of the Bamboo Rat. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Tianyu quickened his pace, darting forward like an arrow shot from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he reached the side of the bamboo rat. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his right hand and firmly grasped the struggling creature. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, he lifted the rat high above his head and brought it crashing down onto the unforgiving ground. With a dull thud, the unfortunate bamboo rat was instantly reduced to a gruesome mess, its life extinguished, lying motionless in a pool of its own blood. Yet, Zhao Tianyu appeared unfazed by this bloody spectacle. He did not cast a single glance at the lifeless rat. Instead, he swiftly raised his gaze, scrutinizing the surrounding environment. The bamboo grove sprawled extensively, brimming with dense clusters of bamboo. A rough estimate suggested that there were at least several hundred stalks, varying in thickness, some even more robust than a bowl's circumference, towering majestically to heights of 20 to 30 meters. Amidst these towering giants, young bamboo shoots had just begun to sprout, teeming with vitality and exuberance. Even more delightfully, the grove concealed numerous tender bamboo shoots that had barely broken through the soil, shyly hiding behind the grass, appearing intermittently. When Zhao Tianyu's eyes fell upon these shoots, a jubilant smile erupted across his face, and he inwardly marveled at his extraordinary fortune. He had stumbled upon this lush bamboo grove, dispatched a plump bamboo rat with his slingshot, and discovered an abundance of bamboo shoots. In his excitement, Zhao Tianyu crouched down, unsheathing his military knife, and resolutely began to excavate the base of the shoots. Before long, a robust bamboo shoot, comparable in thickness to a man's arm, emerged from the earth. He carefully peeled away the hard exterior, revealing the snow-white, translucent shoot within, exuding an enticing fragrance. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Zhao Tianyu eagerly took a hearty bite. To his astonishment, the shoot was devoid of any bitterness. Instead, it offered a subtle, refreshing sweetness. Thus, he devoured the entire shoot with fervor, letting out a satisfied belch before slowly rising to his feet, rolling up his sleeves. Selecting a piece of bamboo as thick as a bowl, he grasped his military knife and began to chop. With a crisp sound, the razor-sharp blade effortlessly sliced into the bamboo, leaving a deep incision in its surface. He continued this relentless assault, each strike accompanied by a sharp crack and new fissures appearing on the bamboo. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the one straight bamboo succumbed to Zhao Tianyu's vigorous onslaught, crashing to ground with a resounding thud. He dragged the bamboo aside, wielding a machete to sever its branches, subsequently cutting it into lengths of 3 to 4 meters. Thus, 3 to 4 hours passed. By this time, Zhao Tianyu had felled over a dozen bamboo stalks of similar girth and neatly stacked them, each cut to a length of 3 to 4 meters. He was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his clothes completely soaked. Noticing the time slipping away, he cut down a bamboo of arm's thickness and squatted to dig up a few bamboo shoots. With the stout bamboo hoisted onto his shoulder and clutching the bamboo shoots and a bamboo rat, he made his way towards the riverbank. Upon his return, he spotted Lu Shui and the others sitting together, fully engrossed in twisting the ropes in their hands. In his absence, they had crafted a considerable amount of rope. Witnessing this scene filled Zhao Tianyu with a sense of satisfaction. As he approached, Lu Shui and the others paused their work, lifting their heads to greet him. Their faces brightened at the sight of the bamboo rat and bamboo shoots he brought back. Zhao Tianyu settled beside the fire, placing the bamboo rat and shoots on the ground before laying the bamboo aside. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Observing his breathless state, Lu Shui inquired with concern. Why did you take so long? We were worried you might encounter danger. Touched by her words, Zhao Tianyu smiled and reassured her, don't worry. I'm perfectly fine. I merely found a large grove of bamboo in the woods and spent some time chopping it down. After saying this, he glanced at the pile of rope the girls had twisted and chuckled. It seems you all are not entirely inept. You managed to make such a great deal of rope. I thought you would take the opportunity to slack off while I was away. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, who had been in high spirits, suddenly pouted, her expression one of displeasure as she retorted, Humph, do you really think so little of us? Look at my palms. They're blistered from twisting this rope. She extended her slightly swollen hand to reveal the distressing wounds on her palm. Seeing the blisters on her hand, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of sympathy. Please don't be upset. I was merely joking. In truth, I'm quite moved to see how much rope you've made. You don't need to push yourselves so hard. Take a break if your hands hurt. Hearing his words lifted the spirits of Lu Shui and the others somewhat. Zhou Wanting then pointed at the bamboo rat and said, Where did you find such a large rat? You're not planning to eat it, are you? Unable to contain his laughter, Zhao Tianyu replied, Oh, Zhou Beauty, open your eyes and see if this resembles a rat. Have you ever seen a rat this big? This is a bamboo rat, raised on bamboo, and it's quite delicious. Zhou Wanting instantly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. He murmured softly to himself, Have I not seen this before? After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Zhao Tianyu picked up the bamboo rat and made his way to the riverbank to begin the preparation. In less than 20 minutes, he had skillfully processed the bamboo rat, cleaning it thoroughly before returning to the campfire. Using a military knife, he chopped the rat into small pieces and placed them into 2 bamboo tubes. He added some water to the tubes and set them directly over the flames to cook. As the bamboo rat simmered to near perfection, Zhao Tianyu took a fresh bamboo shoot, peeled away its outer skin, and sliced the tender flesh into thin pieces, adding them to the bamboo tubes to stew alongside the rat meat. Chapter 30. Crafting the fishing trap, Zhao Tianyu skillfully grasped a bamboo tube once more, his hand firmly holding the razor-sharp military knife, its blade glinting with a cold light. With a swift motion, the bamboo tube was cleaved in 2, transforming into slender strips of bamboo. After meticulous polishing and refinement, several exquisite bamboo chopsticks emerged. Before long, the aromatic bamboo rat stew with bamboo shoots simmering inside the tube was fully cooked. The enticing fragrance wafted through the air, causing mouths to water in anticipation. Eagerly, everyone reached out, grasping the freshly crafted bamboo chopsticks, vying to delve into the content of the tube. They deftly picked up the tender, juicy rat meat and the crisp bamboo shoots, savoring each delightful bite. Remarkably, despite the absence of any seasonings in the bamboo rat stew, its unique and unadulterated flavor was utterly captivating, offering an indescribable and exquisite taste. In less than 10 minutes, the bamboo rat meat and bamboo shoots from both tubes had been devoured with astonishing speed. Even the delectable broth was consumed until not a drop remained. As dusk settled, the sky gradually dimmed, and the night quietly enveloped the surroundings. Zhao Tianyu led Lu Shui and the others into the woods to gather firewood, returning to the campfire with their bounty. After a brief respite by the fire, Zhao Tianyu picked up a bamboo pole as thick as his arm, raising the military knife to chop vigorously. With each crisp sound, the bamboo was sliced into evenly sized strips. Watching Zhao Tianyu's industrious figure, Su Ran felt a surge of curiosity and inquired, What are you up to now? Without lifting his head, Zhao Tianyu replied, I noticed quite a few small fish and shrimp in the river. I plan to weave a fishing trap to see if I can catch some for a meal. Upon hearing this, Su Ran turned her gaze towards him, admiration shining in her eyes, and promptly gave him a thumbs up. I'm increasingly impressed with your versatility. How come you can do everything? You're practically a jack of all trades. What did you do before? Zhao Tianyu slightly raised his head, a proud smile gracing his lips as he nodded softly. Oh, this is merely a trifle for me. What do you think? Are you starting to be smitten with me? His teasing made Su Ran's face flush with embarrassment. She huffed in response, Don't flatter yourself. I'm not infatuated with you. I merely complimented you a couple of times. Look at you all puffed up with pride. Zhao Tianyu, unfazed, continued to smile brightly, cheerfully adding, "Hey, Sudamainv, don't be so harsh. Although I'm just a humble security guard now, I possess considerable confidence in my looks and charm. Who knows? One day, I might just win your heart." His unabashed self-praise elicited hearty laughter from Lu Shui and the others. As Lu Shui stifled her laughter while playfully pointing at Zhao Tianyu, she quipped, "Haha, I must say, your skin is thicker than the corner of a city wall." Lin Yu chimed in with a smile, "You resemble an old peacock." Meanwhile, Wan Ting addressed him, "What gives you such confidence? Where do you derive your looks and charm from?" In response to the girl's banter, Zhao Tianyu chose silence, focusing intently on carving bamboo strips. Lu Shui and the others refrained from interrupting him further. After a considerable time had passed, Lu Shui suddenly spoke up, "Since we've been stranded on this desolate island, we haven't had a bath, and we've developed quite an unpleasant odor. Our clothes are filthy. We thought we might wash ourselves in that little river." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately lifted his head, his tone turning serious as he replied, "What are you thinking, bathing in that dark water? Are you looking for trouble?" Lu Shui retorted, "Is it just a bath? Is it really that dangerous?" Zhao Tianyu continued, "You must understand, this is a deserted island. Who knows how many venomous snakes and insects lurk by that river? If you get bitten, I assure you, you won't see the morning." His words rendered Lu Shui and her companions momentarily speechless. After all, he had a point. After a while, Lu Shui spoke again, "So, according to you, does that mean we can never bathe again?" Zhao Tianyu shot her a disapproving glance and replied, "I must say, Lu, you are usually so clever. Yet how could you suddenly act so foolish? Don't you want to bathe during the day? Why must it be at night? Are you afraid I might peek?" At his words, Lu Shui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, thinking to herself, "Indeed, how could I be so foolish? We can bathe during the day. Why did I insist on night?" Thus, in less than half an hour, Zhao Tianyu had split a pile of bamboo strips. He then began to weave a fishing net, dedicating over an hour to finally complete it. He took the net to the riverbank, stuffing it with the innards of a wild rabbit and bamboo rat. Selecting a spot dense with aquatic vegetation, he submerged the net and secured it with a stone. Returning to the fire, he addressed Lu Shui and her companions, saying, "Tonight, you four will take turns keeping watch. I'll retire first." Lin Yu protested, "Why should we be the ones to keep watch?" Zhao Tianyu, grinning, replied, "Because you all must heed my orders, and besides, I need to search for food and chop bamboo tomorrow. Shall we switch roles? I'll keep watch, and you four can search for food and chop bamboo." At this, Lin Yu fell silent. Zhao Tianyu smiled, said nothing more, and lay down on the ground, quickly drifting into a deep sleep. Observing the now slumbering Zhao Tianyu, Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter, "What a peculiar person. He shows no appreciation for our femininity and doesn't take care of us beautiful ladies." Hearing this, Lu Shui laughed and said, "Isn't that a good thing?" Lin Yu paused, bewildered, and asked, "What's good about it?" Lu Shui explained with a smile, "This indicates that he harbors no ill intentions towards us. If he were excessively kind, that would indeed pose a danger." Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Lin Yu, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran were momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, they found her reasoning to be quite sound. Lu Shui cast a glance at the peacefully slumbering Zhao Tianyu and continued, "Although we have only spent a day together, I can sense that he is a good person. His strictness and insistence that we handle various tasks stem from a place of care. After all, in order to survive here, we cannot perpetually rely on him. We must increasingly depend on ourselves. His actions are also meant to forge our resilience." Chapter 31. The Shooting of the Wild Chicken. It must be said that Lu Shui possesses an extraordinary intellect. She was able to swiftly perceive Zhao Tianyu's noble intentions. Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting all nodded in unanimous agreement. Su Ran then spoke, "You should all rest now. I will take the watch tonight, and if I truly cannot hold on any longer, I will wake you." Upon hearing Su Ran's declaration, Lu Shui and the others chose not to say more. They settled beside the fire, closed their eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. As time quietly passed, dawn broke the next morning, with the sky just beginning to blush with the first hints of light when Zhao Tianyu awoke leisurely. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Lin Yu, who was seated beside the fire. Lin Yu's head was slightly tilted, resting on her knees, her eyes tightly shut, clearly in a state of drowsiness. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu promptly stood and approached her, gently patting her back. This touch startled Lin Yu awake. She looked up, a hint of confusion in her eyes, rubbing the remnants of sleep from them, and expressed with a hint of embarrassment, "Oh dear, how did I fall asleep?" "I'm so sorry." Zhao Tianyu offered her a reassuring smile, saying, "It's quite all right. The day has already broken, and there is no danger now. You should rest a bit longer." Gratefully, Lin Yu glanced at Zhao Tianyu, nodded, and obediently lay back down, quickly succumbing to sleep once more. Zhao Tianyu then stood and made his way to the stream, cupping his hands to splash his face with water, instantly feeling revitalized. He proceeded to where he had placed the fishing trap yesterday and retrieved it for inspection. To his delight, he found dozens of small fish and shrimp within, prompting him to think, "It seems I can indeed catch these little creatures. I must craft a few more traps." Returning to the fire, he fetched a bamboo tube, transferring the small fish and shrimp into it to keep them alive. He then placed the fishing trap back into the stream, realizing that this meager catch would not suffice for their meal, and he needed to seek additional food. Zhao Tianyu stood once more and ventured into the woods. After walking for over half an hour, the crisp call of a wild chicken reached his ears. Looking up, he spotted a plump wild chicken perched on a branch of a large tree, calling out incessantly, as if proclaiming its existence to the world. A surge of excitement filled Zhao Tianyu's heart. He quickly retrieved his slingshot from his pocket, selecting a smooth stone and carefully placing it on the leather pad. He advanced towards the wild chicken with deliberate stealth, each step light and cautious, fearful of scaring away this imminent prize. The wild chicken appeared oblivious to Zhao Tianyu's approach, remaining on the branch, curiously observing him while intermittently emitting its clear, melodic calls as if greeting him. Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of joy within, steadily advancing until he found himself less than 10 meters away from the wild chicken. He paused, inhaled deeply, then raised his slingshot, aiming at the unsuspecting bird. At such a close range, it was child's play for Zhao Tianyu. He effortlessly pulled the trigger, and the stone shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the wild chicken with precision. With a piercing cry, the bird launched forward several meters, akin to a kite severed from its string, before crashing heavily to the ground and rolling about. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu hurriedly approached, anxious that the wounded chicken might seize the chance to escape. He swiftly grasped the flapping bird, one hand tightly gripping its neck while the other held its body, and with a decisive twist, he snapped its neck with a sharp crack. The wild chicken twitched a few times before succumbing to death, weighing around 4 or 5 pounds. It would be sufficient for a hearty meal for the 5 of them. With no further thought of foraging, Zhao Tianyu turned and made his way back to the riverbank. Upon his return, he found Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou wanting awake, curiously observing the small fish and shrimp within the bamboo tube, while only Lin Yu remained soundly asleep on ground. The sight of Zhao Tianyu returning with a wild chicken elicited sheer joy and excitement from Lu Shui and the others. Su Ran, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Wow, Zhao Tianyu, you are truly remarkable. You actually brought back a wild chicken. It seems we shall feast today." Zhao Tianyu smiled but remained silent, tossing the chicken directly onto the fire. The pungent aroma of singed feathers wafted through the air, prompting Lu Shui and the others to cover their noses and retreat a distance. Observing their antics, Zhao Tianyu playfully chided, "Look at your exaggerated reactions." The 3 girls blushed at his words. Before long, the feathers of the wild chicken were completely burned away. Zhao Tianyu used a stick to retrieve the bird, washed it thoroughly at the river, and set aside the entrails. Returning to the fire, he chopped the chicken into small pieces, placing them into 2 bamboo tubes, adding a bit of water. He set the bamboo tubes atop the fire to boil, and within an hour, the savory aroma of the chicken began to emanate, causing everyone to salivate. Zhao Tianyu then took a bamboo shoot, slicing it thinly to add to the tubes to stew with the chicken. At that moment, Lin Yu had also awakened. The group eagerly picked up their bamboo bowls and chopsticks, relishing the chicken and bamboo shoot stew with hearty appetites. It must be said, the combination of chicken and bamboo shoots was a delightful experience. After enjoying the stewed chicken and bamboo shoots, Zhao Tianyu addressed the girls, saying, "You all should stay here and twist ropes while I go chop some bamboo. If you wish to bathe, feel free, but please be cautious." Hearing his words, the girls nodded obediently. Zhao Tianyu did not utter much, and simply rose to walk toward the grove where the bamboo flourished. Upon reaching the bamboo forest, he drew out his military knife and began to chop the bamboo. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and a few other girls sat by the campfire, twisting strands in a rope. By this time, the sun had ascended high into the sky, enveloping the entire forest in oppressive heat. Su Ran spoke up, suggesting, "On such a sweltering day, let's take a dip in the river. After all, Zhao Tianyu will not return for a while." Hearing her words, Lu Shui and the others immediately nodded in agreement. The girls rose and made their way to the riverbank, shedding their garments entirely, their fair, flawless skin and alluring silhouettes revealed in their entirety. One could only wonder how Zhao Tianyu would react if he were to witness such a scene. Chapter 32. Conversations among several girls. A few girls, brimming with excitement, waded directly into the small river, reveling in the rare opportunity to bathe. After spending numerous days stranded on the deserted island without a chance to cleanse themselves properly, they felt an unparalleled joy at finally being able to wash. After soaking in the cool river water for nearly half an hour, the girls emerged from the water, thoroughly satisfied, and returned to the shore. They meticulously cleaned their discarded garments and brought them to the fire pit. Next, the girls ingeniously constructed a rudimentary wooden frame beside the fire using sticks, hanging their freshly washed clothes to dry. The four girls sat naked by the fire, unreserved in each other's company. Suddenly, Lin Yu expressed her concern. "What if Zhao Tianyu returns now and sees us all in the nude? Do you think he might succumb to his primal instincts and act inappropriately?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle, reassuring her. "Don't overthink it. Zhao Tianyu is not that kind of person. However, if he were to see us like this, I'm sure his heart would race." Lin Yu, encouraged by Su Ran's response, laughed as well and curiously inquired, "What makes you so confident in Zhao Tianyu? You've only known him for a few days. Is it because he saved your life that you've developed feelings for him so quickly?" A flush crept onto Su Ran's face at Lin Yu's remark, and she retorted, "Don't say such things. I don't like him." Seeing her reaction, Lu Shui teased, "You claim you don't have feelings for him. Yet look how red your face is. That aside, Zhao Tianyu is quite a decent fellow. While he may not be conventionally handsome, he possesses a charm that grows on you, and his extensive survival skills make it quite natural for you to develop an interest in him." At Lu Shui's comment, Su Ran's cheeks flushed even deeper. Zhou Wanning then interjected, "Although he is a good person, at the end of the day, he is just a security guard. We are not from the same social stratum, and even if we were to be together, happiness would elude us." Immediately, Su Ran retorted defiantly, "What is wrong with being a security guard? Should they be looked down upon? I am not a materialistic woman. I care not for wealth or status, only for the person I choose to love." Zhou Wanning quickly clarified, "Sister Su, that is not my point. I do not look down on security guards." Just as Su Ran was about to respond, Lu Shui interjected, "All right, enough of the bickering. I believe Zhao Tianyu is extraordinary. His skills are remarkable. Having easily dealt with a Bao, his wealth of survival experience suggests he has a history unknown to us. As for why he would choose to be a mere security guard, that remains a mystery." Hearing Lu Shui's words, Su Ran and the others fell into contemplation, their curiosity about Zhao Tianyu deepening. As dusk approached, Zhao Tianyu was busy using his military knife to chop down dozens of bamboo stalks, each as thick as a bowl, skillfully removing the branches along the way. When he returned to the riverbank, Lu Shui and the others were still twisting the ropes. Zhao Tianyu, witnessing this scene, could not help but smile with satisfaction. He sat down beside the fire, picked up a bamboo tube filled with cool boiled water, and drank heartily. In one gulp, he finished the entire tube, then placed it down. Panting, he exclaimed, "Damn it, chopping bamboo all day has exhausted me." Lin Yu, slightly irritated, replied Zhao Tianyu, "We are all girls here. Could you please refrain from such coarse language? Can't you be a bit more refined?" Zhao Tianyu shot her a glare and retorted, "This is just who I am. I say what I think. Why pretend to be genteel? After resting on the ground for a while and regaining some strength, Zhao Tianyu went back to the riverbank to check the fishing trap, where he discovered dozens of small fish and shrimp, each no longer than his finger. He returned to the fire, poured the catch into a bamboo tube, and placed the fishing trap back into the river. With the morning's catch added, they had ample food for a meal. He then found a flat stone by the river, carried it back to the fire, and placed it atop the flames, laying the small fish and shrimp on the stone to grill. In less than half an hour, the fish and shrimp were perfectly cooked, and everyone eagerly began to feast. After their meal, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Zhao Tianyu picked up his military knife and resumed splitting bamboo strips. Before long, he had a sizable stack ready and started weaving a new fishing trap. After nearly 2 hours of effort, he completed another trap and took it to the river, placing the entrails of wild chickens inside before securing it with a stone. Returning to the fire, he observed Lu Shui and the others twisting the ropes and remarked, "These ropes will suffice for constructing a shelter. You need to twist any more tomorrow. Instead, head into the woods and bring back the bamboo I've cut." Upon hearing this, the girls nodded obediently. Satisfied with their response, Zhao Tianyu added, "Tonight, you all will take turns keeping watch. I must rise early tomorrow to forage for food." With that, he lay down beside the fire and fell asleep within minutes, snoring softly. The girls exchanged glances, speechless at his demeanor. The next morning, as dawn broke, Zhao Tianyu awoke to find Su Ran sitting by the fire, looking haggard with slightly swollen eyes. As soon as she noticed his awakening, she asked, "Why are you up so early? Why not sleep a little longer?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled, "I would love to sleep more, but circumstances do not permit. I must go in search of food. You should lie down and rest a bit." Su Ran nodded and soon drifted off to sleep beside the fire, slipping into dreams within minutes. Zhao Tianyu approached the riverbank to wash his face, then picked up the 2 fishing nets to inspect them. Each net contained a considerable number of small fish and shrimp, totaling around 2 or 3 pounds. This would suffice for a meal for the 5 of them. However, Zhao Tianyu understood that merely consuming small fish and shrimp lacked nutritional value, and they needed to supplement their diet with additional protein. He found a wooden stick and dug a small pit nearly half a meter deep by the riverbank, allowing water from the stream to seep into the pit. Zhao Tianyu then transferred the small fish and shrimp from the nets into this pit to keep them alive, subsequently placing the 2 nets back into the river, securing them with stones. Chapter 33. The Hunt for the Porcupine after setting up the fishing traps. Zhao Tianyu turned back to the fire, casually picking up some dry twigs and gently placing them into the flames. His gaze fell upon the 4 girls still peacefully asleep, lying there like slumbering angels. A tender smile graced Zhao Tianyu's lips, and then he silently turned away, making his way deeper into the woods. As he navigated through the trees, he scanned his surroundings continuously, hoping to catch a glimpse of any wildlife. However, as time passed, apart from the occasional chirping of birds from the branches, he saw no sign of other animals. A wave of disappointment and frustration washed over him. He couldn't help but wonder where all the wild chickens and rabbits had gone. Was it truly impossible to find food today? He paused, leaning against the rough trunk of a large tree, taking a moment to rest. The coarse texture of the bark grounded him, and he closed his eyes, regulating his breathing in an attempt to quell the unease within. After a while, he reopened his eyes, took a deep breath, and continued his trek into the depths of the forest. As he ventured further, a faint rustling sound emerged from a nearby thicket. Though subtle, the noise resonated distinctly in the serene woods. Zhao Tianyu's senses instantly heightened. He gripped his military knife tightly, treading lightly as he approached the bush. Before he could reach it, a sudden rustle erupted from within the thicket, and out sprang a large porcupine, its spines glistening like arrows as it darted away at breakneck speed. The unexpected turn of events startled Zhao Tianyu, causing his heart to race. He could not help but exclaim, "Damn it, that nearly scared the life out of me. I thought it was something else. Turns out it's just a porcupine. Huh, looks like I might savor some porcupine meat today." His trepidation swiftly transformed into exhilaration, and without a second thought, he bolted after the fleeing creature. Although the porcupine was swift, it was no match for the robust Zhao Tianyu. In no time, He was closing the distance between them, nearly on the verge of catching it. Sensing the impending threat, the porcupine hastened its pace, desperately trying to evade Zhao Tianyu's pursuit. Yet he was relentless. As the porcupine neared a cluster of bushes, Zhao Tianyu lunged forward, successfully cornering it within the thicket. With nowhere to escape, the porcupine curled into a ball, trembling in the corner of the foliage. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of triumph. He promptly picked up a sturdy branch, roughly the thickness of his arm. Gripping it tightly, he aimed for the porcupine's head and summoned all his strength to deliver a forceful blow. With a resounding thud, the wooden stick struck the porcupine's head with formidable force. The creature let out a piercing scream of anguish, then soared backward like a kicked football, crashing heavily onto the ground. It writhed on the earth, seemingly attempting to alleviate the intense pain in its head. Zhao Tianyu, however, showed no mercy towards the porcupine. He raised the stick once more and brought it down relentlessly upon the creature's head, once, twice, thrice, until it lay motionless. Casually discarding the stick as if it were refuse, he swiftly seized his military knife, wielding it with precision to sever a sturdy vine. With meticulous care, he bound the hefty porcupine tightly with the vine, estimating its weight to be a substantial 20 pounds. With this porcupine, they would not have to worry about sustenance for the next 2 to 3 days, allowing them to devote their efforts to cutting bamboo and constructing a shelter. Furthermore, the porcupine's sharp quills could be fashioned into arrows, perhaps buoyed by the successful hunt. Zhao Tianyu's spirit soared, and he could not help but break into song. Ah, today is a splendid day. All my desires come to fruition. Today is a splendid day, as I open my door to welcome the spring breeze. His voice resonated like thunder, seemingly striving to pierce the heavens. The birds, which had been peacefully resting on the branches, were startled into a flurry, taking flight in a chaotic escape as if confronted by a fearsome beast. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Tianyu felt a wave of surprise wash over him. He halted his singing and gazed at the fleeing birds, muttering to himself, "Goodness, is my singing truly so dreadful that it sends him fleeing?" As he pondered this, he continued his return journey, humming the melody of his earlier song. After more than an hour, he finally arrived back at the riverside. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her companions had awakened and were gathered around the fire, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Before Zhao Tianyu could reach the fire, his singing had already reached their ears. Upon hearing his voice, the four paused, exchanging bewildered glances. Zhou Wanning burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Has Zhao Tianyu lost his mind? What on earth is he singing? It's utterly dreadful." The others nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. Upon returning to the fire and tossing the porcupine onto the ground, Zhao Tianyu clapped his hands, beaming with pride as he regarded Lu Shui and her friends. Their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the porcupine he had brought back, gazing up at him with near reverence. Delighted by their admiration, Zhao Tianyu chuckled, "Ladies, please don't look at me with such awe. I might just blush." He then feigned shyness, prompting a chorus of laughter from Lu Shui and her companions. In response to his playful remark, they exchanged glances, inwardly thinking, "This guy's insufferably self-absorbed." Zhao Tianyu, however, remained unfazed, continuing to wear a smile as he addressed Lu Shui. "Beautiful Lu, do you think my singing is melodious?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's lips curled into a subtle smile as she responded softly, "Would you prefer the truth or a white lie?" Observing her reaction, Zhao Tianyu quickly replied, "Is that even a question? I naturally wish to hear the truth." Lu Shui, no longer teasing, candidly stated, "In that case, I shall speak frankly. Your singing is truly unbearable." Zhou Wanning chimed in, "Indeed, not only is it off-key, but it's utterly cacophonous." Lin Yu added with a chuckle, "Others charge for their singing, but yours could very well be a matter of life and death." Su Ran could not help but join in, stating, "I must say, your singing leaves much to be desired. It's absolutely terrifying." Chapter 34. The resilient four girls faced with a unanimous criticism from girls. Zhao Tianyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his cheeks flushing crimson. He retorted stubbornly, "You lot simply lack appreciation for true artistry. I have no desire to engage with you." Nonetheless, despite his bravado, Zhao Tianyu couldn't shake off the awkwardness. Thus, he hastily picked up the fallen porcupine and made his way to the riverbank to begin his task. Observing Zhao Tianyu's visibly awkward demeanor, Lu Shui and the others could no longer contain their laughter, their giggles echoing in the air. Upon hearing the laughter of the girls, Zhao Tianyu sheepishly scratched his head and gingerly commenced his work on the porcupine. He carefully grasped one of the long quills with his fingers, applying a bit of pressure to extract it, placing it aside. One by one, he delicately removed each quill from the porcupine's body, his movements gentle and cautious, as if afraid to inflict pain upon the creature. Once all the quills had been extracted, Zhao Tianyu exhaled a sigh of relief. He produced a military knife, tracing its edge along the porcupine's back before meticulously slicing through its skin to remove the hide in one complete piece. Subsequently, he made a small incision in the porcupine's belly, reaching inside to extract the internal organs piece by piece, setting them aside. After completing this task, he diligently cleaned the porcupine meat, ensuring that no stray hairs or impurities remained. With the porcupine meat thoroughly cleaned, Zhao Tianyu rose and ventured into the woods. Before long, he returned with several sticks, each the thickness of his fingers. He sharpened one end of the sticks, then cut a substantial piece of porcupine meat into smaller chunks, threading them onto the pointed sticks. With everything in place, he retrieved some still-burning charcoal from the fire pit, positioning the skewered porcupine meat above it to roast slowly. As time passed, the porcupine meat gradually turned a golden hue, sizzling and releasing tantalizing aromas that wafted through the air, inciting hunger. In less than 20 minutes, the skewers of porcupine meat were perfectly cooked, crispy on the outside and tender within, emitting a mouth-watering fragrance. Gathered around the fire, the onlookers couldn't help but salivate at the sight of the golden roasted delicacies. Once the porcupine meat was ready, Zhao Tianyu distributed generous portions to Lu Shui and the others while he himself indulged in a hearty feast. After savoring the roasted porcupine, he fetched 2 bamboo tubes and filled them with water from the river, placing them over the fire. Once the water reached a boil, everyone partook in a refreshing drink. Zhao Tianyu then led the girls to the bamboo grove, where he took on the task of cutting bamboo, instructing the 4 girls to carry the harvested stalks back to the riverbank. Having grown up in the city, these girls had never engaged in such laborious work. Each bamboo stalk weighed dozens of pounds, and although 2 of them lifted one, after only a few, their shoulders were already sore and reddened from strain. However, the 4 women expressed little complaint as they persevered in carrying the bamboo. They understood that survival on this desolate island could not solely depend on Zhao Tianyu. They must cultivate their own strength. Zhao Tianyu observed this scene, secretly admiring the resilience of Lu Shui and her companions. As the sun began to set, he called a halt to their labor. Addressing them, he said, "You've all worked hard today. Go back to the riverbank and rest well. I will venture into the woods to see if I can find any food." Hearing this, Su Ran voiced her concern. "It's almost dark. Searching for food in the woods may not be safe, and we still have porcupine meat and small fish and shrimp, which should suffice for 2 days. Lu Shui quickly concurred, "Yes. It's nearly nightfall. Perhaps it's best not to go." Warmed by their concern, Zhao Tianyu smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I'll just take a brief stroll. I won't be long." With that, the girls said no more, and 2 of them hoisted a bamboo pole as they made their way back to the riverbank. Upon returning, they dropped the bamboo onto the ground and collapsed, gasping for breath. They lifted their garments to inspect their shoulders, revealing tender skin marred by abrasions that drew winces of pain, yet they uttered no complaints. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu wandered through the woods, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Shortly, he spotted some lush green plants beneath a large tree. A surge of joy filled him upon recognizing them as mugwort, known for its ability to repel mosquitoes and its hemostatic properties. Aware that Lu Shui and the others had likely endured injuries from carrying bamboo all day, he refrained from disclosing that he sought these plants for their medicinal qualities, opting instead to claim he was looking for food. With a military knife, he severed the mugwort at its roots, binding it with a vine before heading back to the riverbank. When he returned to the fire pit, he found Lu Shui and the others sitting on the ground, blowing gently on their bloodied shoulders. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu return, The girls quickly adjusted their clothing. He placed the bundle of mugwort on the ground and sank down beside it, panting heavily. Grabbing a bamboo tube filled with cool water, he tilted his head back and drank thirstily until it was empty. Curious about the bundle, Lu Shui asked, "What is this? Is it wild vegetables?" In response, Zhao Tianyu smiled and explained, "This is not wild vegetables, it's mugwort. When made into moxa sticks, it can repel mosquitoes and has hemostatic and analgesic effects. I didn't find any signs of animals in the woods, but I did come across this mugwort, so I brought some back." Upon uttering these words, he cast another glance at the shoulders of the girls and remarked, "I observe that all of you possess delicate skin, having borne the weight of bamboo throughout the day. Your shoulders must be bruised and quite painful. Each of you should take some mugwort leaves, crush them, and apply them to your wounds. It will not only staunch the bleeding, but also alleviate the pain." At his words, Lu Shui and the other three girls were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with warmth. They were perceptive enough to realize that Zhao Tianyu was not merely seeking food, but had intentionally set out to procure the mugwort for their benefit. They understood that he genuinely cared for and was concerned about them, despite his facade of nonchalance. Since Zhao Tianyu had not openly acknowledged this, the four of them chose not to address it directly. Chapter 35. The considerate Zhao, Tianyu, Lu Shui, and the others each took some mugwort leaves, placing them in their mouths to chew meticulously. Once the leaves were thoroughly crushed, they lifted their garments to apply the fragments onto their shoulders. It must be said that the hemostatic and analgesic effects of the mugwort were indeed remarkable. Before long, the once unbearable pain in their shoulders had noticeably diminished. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu rose and made his way toward the stream. After a brief search, he discovered a suitable large stone, which he laboriously carried back to the fire pit. He then laid the mugwort leaves upon the stone, preparing to roast them. Next, Zhao Tianyu returned to the stream, retrieving 2 fishing baskets from the water. He inspected each basket carefully, pleased to find them filled with a considerable number of small fish and shrimp. Nodding in satisfaction, he brought the catch back to the fire pit. He picked up a bamboo tube and gently poured the small fish and shrimp inside. Subsequently, he returned the 2 fishing baskets to the river, allowing them to continue catching more aquatic life. Without pausing, Zhao Tianyu approached a small pit and scooped out the small fish and shrimp he had been nurturing there, adding them to the bamboo tube as well. Finally, he carefully emptied the contents of the bamboo tube onto a flat stone, commencing the roasting process. In less than half an hour, the small fish and shrimp on the stone turned a delightful golden hue, exuding an irresistible aroma. The others, already famished, could hardly contain themselves upon witnessing the delectable feast. They eagerly reached out, grabbing the roasted delicacies and devouring them with gusto. To be candid, these small fish and shrimp had not been enhanced with any seasonings, so their flavor was not exceptional. However, they all understood that on this desolate island, the mere presence of food was a stroke of fortune, and thus they relished every bite, filled with joy. After dinner, the mugwort on the large stone had become partially dried. Noticing this, Zhao Tianyu swiftly gathered the semi-dried leaves and began to knead them. Su Ran, observing curiously, blinked her big eyes and asked, "What are you doing?" Zhao Tianyu looked up, his face adorned with a subtle smile as he explained, "I am rolling these mugwort leaves into moxa sticks. Once ignited, they will not only repel mosquitoes, but also emit a unique fragrance that aids our slumber." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's explanation, the eyes of Lu Shui and the others sparkled with admiration as they regarded him with a sense of awe, as if he were an omnipotent hero. Throughout the days spent in his company, he consistently brought them surprises, making them feel as though he possessed an infinite reservoir of knowledge and skills. The 4 of them quickly joined Zhao Tianyu, taking the partially dried mugwort leaves and rolling them into small sticks. Time flew by, and in less than half an hour, they had successfully transformed all the mugwort into moxa sticks. Zhao Tianyu promptly ignited several moxa sticks and placed them around the area. It must be said that the efficacy of these moxa sticks in repelling mosquitoes was indeed remarkable. As the fragrant smoke wafted through the air, the once bothersome swarm of mosquitoes noticeably diminished. As the night deepened and the hour grew late, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lu Shui and her companions, speaking gently. "It's getting late. You should rest early. You all must be exhausted today. I shall take on the watch tonight. The four girls were momentarily taken aback, pondering silently. What has gotten into him today? Has he taken some strange medicine? Why is he suddenly so eager to volunteer for the night watch? They stared intently at Zhao Tianyu, as if hoping to peer into the depths of his thoughts. Feeling their gaze upon him, Zhao Tianyu awkwardly remarked, "Why are you staring at me? Aren't you tired? Go to sleep quickly. Your shoulders are sore. You need to rest well tomorrow." At his words, the girls paused yet again, but refrained from further discussion, lying down beside the campfire to sleep. Zhao Tianyu settled by the fire, his mind wandering aimlessly. Before long, the four girls had drifted into a deep slumber. Observing their peaceful faces, Zhao Tianyu pondered. They possessed no experience in survival in the wild. Can I truly lead them to survive on this deserted island? Although I am skilled and possess considerable survival knowledge, this island harbors numerous dangers. A moment's carelessness could cost us our lives. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Zhao Tianyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He remained by the fire until the brink of dawn, his eyelids growing heavy. Daylight is approaching. Surely there will be no dangers now, he thought, adding more firewood to the flames. He then lay down beside the fire, and within moments, he was snoring softly. When Lu Shui and the others awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Noticing Zhao Tianyu still in slumber, the girls chose not to rouse him. They added some firewood to the dwindling fire, stood up, and made their way to the nearby stream to wash their faces, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Lu Shui, accompanied by Lin Yu, ventured into the woods to gather firewood, while Su Ran retrieved the 2 fishing traps from the stream for inspection. Each trap yielded a bounty of fish and shrimp. Following Zhao Tianyu's example, Su Ran poured the catch into a bamboo tube. After returning the traps to the stream, she carried the bamboo tube filled with fish and shrimp back to the campfire. She placed some firewood onto the nearly extinguished fire and blew gently, coaxing the flames back to life. Soon after, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting returned, each bearing an armful of firewood. Noticing Zhao Tianyu still asleep, the girls instinctively sought a large rock by the stream to sit upon. Lin Yu whispered, "I didn't expect Zhao Tianyu to have such a kind heart. Yesterday, knowing we had blisters from carrying bamboo, he even went into the woods to fetch moxa for us." Upon hearing her words, Lu Shui and the others nodded in agreement. It was not until nearly noon that the four girls returned to the fire pit. Su Ran poured the fish and shrimp from the bamboo tube onto a flat stone and began to roast them. Lu Shui picked up a military knife and sliced off some porcupine meat, threading it onto a wooden skewer. Mimicking Zhao Tianyu, she retrieved a glowing ember from the fire and carefully placed the porcupine meat above it to slowly roast. Chapter 36. The Great Watermelon. Before long, Zhao Tianyu gradually awakened, slowly rising from the ground, his eyes still hazy as he rubbed them, as if he had not yet fully emerged from a delightful dream. As his vision sharpened and he beheld Lu Shui and the others busily grilling fish, shrimp, and porcupine meat, a gentle smile of contentment graced his face. At that moment, Su Ran noticed Zhao Tianyu had awakened. Her lips curled into a radiant smile as she warmly remarked, "You certainly have a knack for timing. The fish, shrimp, and porcupine meat are nearly done. Why don't you go wash your face by the creek?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu smiled and nodded, rising to his feet and making his way with a light-hearted step toward the creek. He crouched down, carefully cupping his hands to gather a handful of the clear creek water, gently splashing on his face, feeling the refreshing coolness seep into his skin, invigorating him with a burst of freshness. In an instant, he felt revitalized, as if all his fatigue had been washed away by that handful of creek water. After freshening up, Zhao Tianyu returned to the fire and sat down comfortably. It wasn't long before the enticing aroma of grilled porcupine meat and seafood wafted through the air, making everyone's mouths water. The group eagerly seized the grilled delicacies, indulging in hearty bites of the delicious breakfast. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Lu Shui suddenly turned to Zhao Tianyu and inquired, "Zhao Tianyu, aren't we supposed to transport the bamboo today?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curved into a subtle smile as he softly replied, "You all have worked hard these past few days. Let us take a well-deserved day of rest." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly astonished by his decision. Su Ran, curious, asked. Didn't Tianyu say we should hasten the construction of a shelter? Why take a day off? With a smile still upon his face, Zhao Tianyu explained in a relaxed tone, I noticed how exhausted you all have been, so I thought it would be nice for you to unwind a bit. Besides, there's no rush to erect the shelter. A day of rest will benefit everyone. His gaze swept over Lu Shui and the four girls, and he added with a grin, also, please refrain from calling me by my name directly. It feels a bit odd. I'm a bit older than you all, so you can call me Brother Zhao. It sounds much more endearing. Hearing this, Zhou Wanting pouted defiantly and retorted, How do you know we're younger than you? Perhaps we were even older. Zhao Tianyu, instead of taking offense, chuckled and patiently clarified, Oh, I know quite well. Lu Shui and Su Ran are both 26 this year, with Lu Shui being 2 months older than Su Ran. As for you and Lin Yu, you are both 25. If I recall correctly, you were born in March, and Lin Yu in August, which means you are 5 months older than her. Zhao Tianyu's words left Lu Shui and the others momentarily speechless. They had never anticipated that he possessed such detailed knowledge of their ages, even down to the specific months. Lu Shui gazed at Zhao Tianyu with an expression of skepticism. Her curiosity piqued as she pressed. How could you possibly know our ages so accurately? Lin Yu, undeterred, immediately followed suit, questioning Zhao Tianyu, Come on, confess honestly. Have you secretly investigated us? Zhou Wanting, not to be left behind, adopted a somewhat gentler tone, yet her voice brimmed with inquiry. Stop being cryptic and clarify. Who exactly are you? How is it that you possess such detailed knowledge of our birth dates? In the face of the relentless questioning from Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting, Zhao Tianyu remained remarkably composed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He leisurely explained, It's not just me who knows this. Many people in our company are aware. After all, you four are renowned as the company's 4 great beauties. As soon as Zhao Tianyu's words fell, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting collectively gasped. What 4 great beauties? At that moment, Su Ran, seated nearby, interjected. You mentioned to me before that we 4 were voted as the 4 great beauties by the staff in private. Su Ran's revelation left Lu Shui and the others both astonished and intrigued. Lu Shui inquired, When did this happen? I've never heard of it before. Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting echoed their surprise, admitting they too had been oblivious. With a smile, Zhao Tianyu replied, You ladies are all executives in the company. It's quite normal not to hear such rumors since you interact less with the lower-tier employees. From my very first day here, I often heard the security team discussing you as the 4 great beauties. The 4 women were momentarily taken aback by his words, seemingly fascinated by the topic. Lu Shui eagerly probed, Aside from knowing our ages, what else do you know about us? With a sly smile, Zhao Tianyu responded, Oh, I know quite a bit. Lu Shui, sensing the tease, urged him on, Stop withholding. What else do you know? Observing the eagerness of the 4 girls, Zhao Tianyu playfully delayed his response, saying, You must promise not to be upset when I tell you. Before he could finish, Lin Yu impatiently interjected, Oh, just spill it. We promise we won't be angry. Satisfied, Zhao Tianyu nodded and grinned. All right, here it goes. Lu Shui, your bus size is 34B. Both Su Ran and Zhou Wanting are 36C, and you, Lin Yu, are a 36D. Thus, we secretly refer to you as Big Watermelon. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's declaration, the faces of the 4 girls flushed crimson. Simultaneously, they were left wondering how such intimate details, which were surely private, had reached the ears of the employees. Lin Yu huffed indignantly. Men truly are incorrigible. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, Deshigua, do you harbor some misconceptions about men, or have you been deeply hurt by them? Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu refer to her as Deshigua, Lin Yu's anger flared instantly as she retorted, You're talking nonsense. I have never been in a romantic relationship. When have I ever been hurt by a man? Dare to call me Deshigua again, and see if I want to fight you. Chapter 37. Taking advantage upon hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu hastily interjected, Did we not agree just moments ago not to be angry? Why the sudden ire? Lin Yu shot him a glare, her voice tinged with irritation. Who is joking with you? Who allowed you to call me Big Watermelon? That name is utterly unappealing. Zhao Tianyu, noticing her reaction, chuckled and replied, I'm not the only one who refers to you that way. Many in the company call you that behind your back. After all, How could one not notice such a prominent figure? As he spoke, he deliberately cast a few glances at Lin Yu, particularly at her well-endowed chest, and lightly licked his lips. This scene was not lost on Lin Yu, and her fury ignited. She pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Tianyu, exclaiming, "You lecherous rogue! If you keep staring at me, I swear I will gouge out your eyes." Zhao Tianyu, unfazed, grinned cheekily and retorted, "What harm is there in a few glances? It's not as if I'm taking a piece of you. With that temper, it's no wonder you struggle to find a boyfriend." His words struck Lin Yu like a dagger, causing her face to flush crimson and her neck to swell with indignation. She bellowed, "I'll fight you." Before the words left her lips, Lin Yu sprang to her feet like an incensed lioness and swiftly charged at Zhao Tianyu. Before he could react, she enveloped him in a bear hug, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. To Zhao Tianyu, her blows felt no more formidable than a gentle tickle. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he said leisurely, all right, I acknowledge my fault. I shall never call you Big Watermelon again." However, Lin Yu appeared unrelenting, continuing to cling to him, scratching and tugging as if she intended to torment every inch of his skin. Witnessing this comical display, Lu Shui, Su ran, and Zhou Wanting erupted into laughter. Lin Yu seemed oblivious to the laughter surrounding her, fixated solely on subduing Zhao Tianyu with her relentless assault. As Lin Yu persisted, coupled with the laughter of Lu Shui and the others, a blush of embarrassment crept onto Zhao Tianyu's face. Growing irritated, he shouted at Lin Yu, "All right, please stop this. If you don't cease, I might just retaliate." Unbeknownst to Zhao Tianyu, Lin Yu disregarded his warning entirely, continuing her antics unabated. Witnessing her defiance, a surge of anger flared within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out, his hand like a predator pouncing on its prey, and seized Lin Yu's prominent chest. The suddenness of his action caught Lin Yu off guard, rendering her momentarily paralyzed, as if struck by a spell, utterly at a loss. Zhao Tianyu seized the opportunity to swiftly free himself from Lin Yu's grasp, rising to his feet with a triumphant smile adorning his face. He chuckled and declared, "I refuse to believe that I cannot tame you. However, I must admit, your ample bosom feels remarkably soft to the touch." With those words, fearing Lin Yu's wrath, he promptly turned and fled into the depths of the woods. Once Zhao Tianyu vanished from sight, Lin Yu finally regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shouted, "Zhao Tianyu, you shameless rogue! How dare you squeeze my chest?" Witnessing this scene, Lu Shui and the others erupted into laughter. Lu Shui teased, "Who told you to provoke him? Look at what you've brought upon yourself." Su Ran chimed in with a playful smirk, "Little you, what does it feel like to be fondled by Zhao Tianyu?" Their teasing only deepened Lin Yu's blush, leaving her standing there, gritting her teeth in frustration. Observing her, Zhou Wanting laughed, "Oh, come now, don't be so angry. It was just a little squeeze. It wouldn't cost you any flesh." Lin Yu retorted indignantly, "It's easy for you to say that when you weren't the one being taken advantage of." Su Ran continued to jest, "Well, who told you to provoke him in the first place?" Lin Yu shot back, "Who told him to call me Big Watermelon? What a dreadful nickname. If I find out who bestowed that upon me, I shall certainly give them a piece of my mind." Lu Shui, still chuckling, quipped, "Look at you. You do resemble two watermelons. No wonder he calls you that." Flushed with embarrassment, Lin Yu responded, "Do you think I wanted to grow this way? It's simply infuriating." Lu Shui laughed, "What is there to be annoyed about? I envy you instead." Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu had retreated to the woods, leaning against a sturdy tree, his mind wandering back to the earlier incident with Lin Yu. He mused to himself, "Indeed, she is quite the watermelon. No doubt about it. It certainly felt pleasant to squeeze." As he indulged in these thoughts, a sudden cacophony of a wild chicken's call broke his reverie. Startled, he looked up to see a wild chicken perched on a nearby branch, calling out incessantly. Elated, he retrieved his slingshot from his pocket, placed a stone on the leather pouch, and stealthily approached the bird. Before long, he found himself within 20 meters of the wild chicken, steadying himself to take aim. The stone, propelled by the slingshot, struck the chicken squarely on the head, eliciting a shriek as it tumbled to the ground, rolling helplessly. Zhao Tianyu quickly advanced, seizing the creature by its neck and head, twisting with force. With a sharp crack, the chicken's neck snapped, and after a few convulsions, it lay still. Clutching the chicken, He made his way back to the riverbank, where Lu Shui and her companions were gathered around the campfire, engaged in conversation. Their eyes brightened upon seeing him return with the wild chicken, and they greeted him with delight. Lin Yu glared at him with wide eyes. Before Zhao Tianyu could reach the fire pit, she rose from the ground and exclaimed, "You scoundrel, you finally returned. Let me show you how I will deal with you." Upon witnessing her reaction, Zhao Tianyu immediately tossed the wild chicken he was holding onto the ground, spreading his arms with a grin as he replied, "It seems that a day without a scuffle has left you restless. I am eager to see how you intend to handle me. It appears you have yet to learn your lesson." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words and noticing his outstretched arms, Lin Yu's spirit deflated instantly, the earlier vigor evaporating. Fearing that a reckless charge might lead to him taking advantage of her, she could only sit on the ground, fuming silently. Chapter 38. The origins of Zhao Tianyu. Upon witnessing the scene, a triumphant smile spread across Zhao Tianyu's face, his lips curling slightly as a glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. He languidly remarked, "Little one, with your meager skills, do you truly think you can compete with me? Am I not capable of handling you?" Lin Yu, infuriated by Zhao Tianyu's taunts, felt her temper flare. Yet she refrained from retaliating, wary of giving him an opportunity to exploit her vulnerability. Observing Lin Yu's discomposure, Lu Shui and the others could not help but chuckle. Zhao Tianyu, unhurried, retrieved a wild chicken from the ground and returned to the campfire, unhesitatingly placing the chicken directly onto the flames. As the fire licked at it, the feathers were quickly ignited, releasing a pungent aroma of charred feathers that filled the air, making one wrinkle their nose in distaste. The four girls, recoiling from the acrid scent, instinctively covered their mouths and noses, retreating a few paces. However, Zhao Tianyu seemed undeterred by the smell, fixated on the fire as he watched the chicken rotate in the flames. Before long, the feathers were completely burned away, leaving the chicken charred and blackened, as if it had been incinerated. He procured a stick to extract the roasted chicken from the fire, then proceeded to the riverbank, where he rinsed it in the water. The current washed away the blackened residue, revealing the tender meat beneath. Zhao Tianyu meticulously cleaned the chicken, discarding the innards one by one, setting them aside. Satisfied with his preparation, he returned to the fire with the chicken in hand. Turning to Lu Shui and the others, he suggested, "If you have nothing pressing to attend to, perhaps you might take a stroll nearby." Lin Yu, displeased by his suggestion, muttered, "What is the point of sending us off to wander aimlessly?" Zhao Tianyu, sensing her irritation, quickly clarified, "I merely wish to take advantage of this opportunity to bathe properly, as it has been quite some time since my last wash. With you all here, I feel somewhat embarrassed." At his words, Lin Yu retorted, "You lecherous rogue, embarrassed? Are you worried we might steal a glance at you?" Zhao Tianyu said little more, moving to the riverbank to begin shedding his clothes. The four girls, blushing, turned their heads away as he disrobed, soon left in nothing but his undergarments before stepping into the cool water to wash. Soaking in the river, Zhao Tianyu felt an indescribable sense of comfort and relaxation. After nearly half an hour, he reluctantly climbed back onto the bank, washed his discarded clothes in the river, and hung them on a large tree branch to dry. Returning to the fire in his damp underpants, he opened his luggage and began rummaging through it. The sight of his sun-kissed skin and well-defined muscles caused the four girls to blush once more, each secretly thinking, "I never anticipated he would possess such an impressive physique." Before long, Zhao Tianyu rummaged through his suitcase and found a set of clothes belonging to Yi Wei, which he donned. Observing the flushed faces of Lu Shui and her companions, he could not resist teasing them, inquiring, "What makes your faces so rosy? Have you been captivated by my physique?" Upon hearing his remark, Lu Shui and the others flushed even more. Zhao Tianyu refrained from further teasing and sat by the fire, picking up a bamboo stick and beginning to split it into strips. Curious about his activity, Su Ran asked, "What are you doing? Are you making fishing nets again?" Zhao Tianyu shook his head, replying, "2 fishing nets are more than sufficient. The fish and shrimp we've caught are enough for our meals. Since I have some idle time, I plan to weave a bamboo basket to hold our belongings." His statement left the four girls momentarily stunned, prompting Lu Shui to exclaim, "I didn't realize you could weave a basket." Zhao Tianyu nonchalantly responded, "What is so difficult about weaving a basket? In my hometown, every household crafts various items from bamboo during the off-season to supplement their income. The girls nodded in understanding. Lu Shui then inquired, "Is your family for the countryside?" Zhao Tianyu nodded, "Yes, why? Do you look down on rural folks?" Lu Shui quickly shook her head, saying, "Don't misunderstand. I don't look down on rural people. I was just asking. By the way, I've never heard you mention your family." At her question, Zhao Tianyu's expression shifted, and he spoke slowly. "My family has all passed away. I am the only one left." The girls were taken aback, and Lu Shui quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't know." Zhao Tianyu waved it off. "It's fine." He then raised his gaze to Lu Shui and her companions, sharing, "I never met my grandfather. When I was 3, my parents went to work in a coal mine. A gas explosion took them from me. From that point on, I lived with my grandmother. I could have gone to university, but my family's financial situation didn't allow it, so I joined the army. In my 3rd year there, my grandmother also passed away, leaving me all alone." His words left Lu Shui and her friends in stunned silence, their hearts heavy with the unexpected tragedy of Zhao Tianyu's life. For a moment, the girls were at a loss for words. After a while, Lu Shui broke the silence. "With your skills, even about ISNT your match, you must have been in a special forces unit." Zhao Tianyu nodded. "That's about right." After saying this, his expression darkened as if recalling a painful memory, and it took him a while to regain his composure. He did not speak further, returning to his task of splitting bamboo strips, while Lu Shui and her friends observed the subtle changes in his demeanor. Lu Shui spoke again. "I can see that you are someone with a story. Would you consider sharing it with us? Sometimes, keeping things buried in one's heart can be burdensome. Speaking of them may bring some relief." Listening to her words, Zhao Tianyu lifted his gaze to glance at the 4 girls and remarked, "There is not much to say." After uttering this, he resumed his task of splitting bamboo strips. Observing Zhao Tianyu's reluctance to elaborate, Lu Shui refrained from pressing further. As time passed, over an hour slipped by, during which Zhao Tianyu had crafted a substantial pile of bamboo strips and began weaving them into a basket. The 4 girls sat nearby, watching him with keen interest. Feeling somewhat bashful under their gaze, Zhao Tianyu addressed them, saying, "Tonight, you 4 will take turns keeping watch. Tomorrow morning, we shall transport the bamboo back. You can take this time to catch up on your rest." Chapter 39. Startling the girls upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others nodded in agreement and promptly laid down on the ground beside the fire to sleep. Perhaps due to their exhaustion from the past few days, it wasn't long before the girls succumbed to slumber. Zhao Tianyu, however, remained focused on weaving a bamboo basket. As dusk approached, he completed his creation. Glancing at the 4 girls still deeply asleep, Zhao Tianyu stood up to stretch his stiff body. He ventured into the woods to gather some firewood, binding it with vines before returning to the fire pit. Finding a stick about the thickness of finger, he sharpened one end and skewered a wild chicken. He retrieved some glowing charcoal from the fire and began roasting the chicken slowly. As the chicken neared completion, Zhao Tianyu watched the sleeping Lu Shui and her companions and reached out to awaken Lu Shui. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face as he withdrew his hand. Clearing his throat, he called out loudly, "Oh no, the wolves are coming!" Startled by Zhao Tianyu's shout, Lu Shui and the others jolted awake, their faces filled with terror as they scrambled to their feet. Unable to contain his laughter, Zhao Tianyu found their reactions utterly amusing. Once they regained their composure, the girls glared at him, with Lu Shui speaking in irritation. "Do you not know that frightening someone can be dangerous? Is this how you behave?" Lin Yu, equally furious, added, "I wonder why you were so cruel. Could you not simply wake us up gently instead of scaring us?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled. "I merely wish to see your startled expressions. Are you all not a bit foolish? It's already dark, yet here you are, still asleep. Enough of the chatter. The chicken is ready. Go wash your faces by the river and come back to eat." The girl shot him another glare before heading to the nearby river to freshen up. Soon, the roasted chicken was ready, and they eagerly tore into the succulent meat, savoring each bite. In no time, the chicken was reduced to a mere pile of bones, yet the group still appeared unsatisfied. After chatting by the fire for a while, Zhao Tianyu announced, "You all take turns keeping watch. I will rest now." Without waiting for a response, he lay down beside the fire, and was snoring within 3 minutes. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter, "He truly is a pig, falling asleep so easily." Remembering how Zhao Tianyu had touched her earlier that afternoon, coupled with his recent scare, her frustration surged. She whispered to Lu Shui and the others, "Zhao Tianyu is too mischievous. He startled us earlier. Shall we scare him back?" Hearing this, Lu Shui quickly replied, "Let's not. He's been through enough these past few days, and we need him to chop bamboo for the shelter tomorrow. Let him rest well." With Lu Shui's words, Lin Yu decided against further protest. The following morning, as dawn began to break, Zhao Tianyu awoke to find Su Ran still seated beside the fire. Gradually rising from the ground, he noticed Su Ran turning her head at the sound, exclaiming, "It's not even bright yet. You could sleep a bit longer." Zhao Tianyu, smiling, replied, "I've already rested enough, and I'm accustomed to rising early. You, on the other hand, could afford to lie down and sleep a little more." Su Ran shook her head and said, "I'm not tired either." Zhao Tianyu said nothing further. He walked to the riverbank to wash his face, instantly feeling rejuvenated. He then picked up the 2 fishing nets to inspect them, discovering a bountiful catch of small fish and shrimp in each. Suran, quería bambú tube, approached the river, where Zhao Tianyu emptied the fish and shrimp into the tube before returning the nets to the water. The 2 returned to the fire pit, placing their catch upon a large stone to roast slowly. Zhao Tianyu fetched another bamboo tube, filled it with water from the river, and added some porcupine meat to simmer. As the fish and shrimp roasted to perfection on the stone, the aroma of the simmering porcupine meat wafted through the air, prompting Su Ran to awaken Lu Shui and the others. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu led the 4 girls toward the bamboo grove. As on the previous day, Zhao Tianyu was responsible for cutting the bamboo, while Lu Shui and the others carried it back to the riverbank. By evening, they had successfully transported all the bamboo needed for constructing their shelter. The girls' shoulders bore the marks of their labor, so Zhao Tianyu gathered some mugwort and instructed them to chew the leaves and apply the pulp to their sore shoulders. After sharing the last of the porcupine meat, Zhao Tianyu assigned the girls to take turns keeping watch while he lay down beside the fire to sleep. The next morning, he awoke early again, opening his eyes to see Lu Shui sitting by the fire, looking weary and with noticeably swollen eyes. Rising from the ground, Zhao Tianyu said to her, "You should lie down and rest for a while. I will go into the woods to gather some food." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui nodded and reclined to rest. Zhao Tianyu went to the river to wash up briefly, checking the 2 fishing nets again, which yielded a decent catch of small fish and shrimp. He placed the catch into a small pit to keep them alive and returned the nets to the river. Back at the fire, he added some firewood to the dwindling flames, slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder, and ventured into the woods. At this time, the sun had just begun to rise, and the forest was shrouded in mist, limiting visibility. With each step, Zhao Tianyu proceeded with utmost caution. After wandering in the woods for nearly an hour, he heard only the occasional chirping of birds from the branches, without a glimpse of other creatures, leaving him somewhat disappointed and disheartened. Fortunately, as the sun rose higher, the mist dissipated and visibility improved. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, warming his body, and breathing in the fresh morning air lifted Zhao Tianyu's spirits. Having traversed a considerable distance, a sudden rustling emanated from the nearby thicket, prompting Zhao Tianyu to halt in his tracks, his expression betraying a keen sense of vigilance as he fixed his gaze upon the underbrush. Withdrawing his military knife from his waist, he cautiously advanced towards the source of the disturbance. Before he could reach the thicket, he discerned a faint rustling sound, accompanied by a subtle yet unmistakable stench in the air. A sense of impending danger washed over Zhao Tianyu, compelling him to pause, his eyes unwaveringly locked onto the thicket. Chapter 40. The serpent's demise. At that moment, a colossal python emerged like a specter from the thicket, revealing its chilling head. The head was as dark as ink, resembling a vast dish, and its gaping maw, reminiscent of a blood-red abyss, instilled terror as it flicked its scarlet tongue, seemingly taunting Zhao Tianyu. The average person would have been paralyzed with fear at the sight of such a fearsome serpent, reduced to a state of shock. However, Zhao Tianyu was no ordinary individual. He exhibited no trepidation whatsoever. Instead, With an air of indifference, he exclaimed, "Damn it! I thought it was some formidable creature. Turns out it's just a python." It really startled me for a moment. As he vented his frustration, a sense of elation bubbled within him. He had been troubled by his inability to find food. And now, unexpectedly, this python had presented itself as a fortuitous opportunity, like a pillow arriving just as one felt sleepy. Thus, without hesitation, he declared to the serpent, "You will be my meal today." Although the python was sizable, measuring only 4 to 5 meters in length, Zhao Tianyu found it to be a trivial challenge. He leisurely set down the bamboo basket from his back, swiftly grasping the military knife in his hand, its blade glinting ominously, exuding an aura of lethal intent. With the knife in hand and a smirk of disdain playing on his lips, he provocatively called out to the serpent, "Fool! If you dare, come bite me. Let's see if I don't dismember you." Perhaps it truly understood his taunt, for the python, seemingly enraged, reared up like a streak of black lightning. With its gaping maw capable of swallowing a man, it lunged at Zhao Tianyu with ferocious intent, akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Just as the serpent was about to strike, Zhao Tianyu reacted with lightning speed, deftly sidestepping the python's deadly bite. Simultaneously, he swung his military knife through the air, slicing with fierce momentum toward the serpent. With a sharp hiss, the knife struck the python's body with precision, carving a deep gash into its coarse scales. Blood gushed forth from the wound, splattering onto the surrounding grass and creating a gruesome pool of crimson. The serpent, clearly infuriated by such a grievous injury, writhed violently, its already fearsome head raising even higher. With its bloodthirsty jaws agape, revealing sharp fangs, it launched another savage attack towards Zhao Tianyu. Undeterred by the python's frenzied retaliation, Zhao Tianyu remained composed, keenly observing the serpent's movements as he sought the perfect moment to counterattack. Just as the serpent's fangs were about to sink into him, he swiftly bent down to seize the bamboo basket from the ground and, without hesitation, forcefully slammed it onto the serpent's head. The basket enveloped the python's head, causing its assault to lose direction. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Tianyu forcefully pressed the basket down against the ground, pinning the serpent beneath it. Immediately, he struck with his knife, the blade piercing the python's abdomen like a flash of lightning. The force of the blow was tremendous, driving straight through the creature's body. As Zhao Tianyu withdrew the knife, a torrent of scalding blood erupted like a fountain, splattering across his face and body. He had no time to evade the deluge, allowing the blood to drench him. The wounded python, however, did not relent. It continued to thrash violently, attempting to escape the confines of the bamboo basket and ensnare Zhao Tianyu. But Zhao Tianyu was not one to be easily subdued. He deftly sidestepped, evading the python's coils with ease. Grasping a thick wooden stick from the ground, he prepared himself as the python broke free from its bindings, opening its gaping maw to launch another attack. With determination, Zhao Tianyu swung the stick forcefully at the python's head. He poured all his strength into the blow, sending the serpent crashing to the ground, writhing in agony. Seizing the opportunity, he relentlessly struck the python's head with the stick. After more than a dozen blows, the once formidable head lay shattered, and the python fell silent. Only after ensuring the creature was completely lifeless did Zhao Tianyu discard the bloodied stick, stowing the python's corpse in the bamboo basket before hoisting it onto his back and making his way toward the riverbank. The serpent weighed around 40 to 50 pounds, providing ample meat for several days. After spending over an hour, Zhao Tianyu finally returned to the riverbank, where he found Lu Shui and the other girls had awakened, chatting and laughing by the fire. Upon his arrival, he set the bamboo basket down and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The girls were astonished to see the python inside the basket, and upon noticing Zhao Tianyu's blood-soaked visage, they panicked and screamed, fearing for his safety. Hearing their cries, Zhao Tianyu, breathless, exclaimed, "Why the commotion?" Su ran, her face filled with concern, asked, "Why is there so much blood on you? Are you hurt? Let me see." Warmed by her concern, Zhao Tianyu smiled and reassured her, "There is no need for alarm. I'm unscathed. The blood is from the python." The girl sighed in relief upon hearing his words. Zhou Wanting promptly handed him a bamboo tube filled with cool water. Zhao Tianyu accepted it gratefully, tilting his head back to gulp down every drop. After finishing, he carelessly tossed aside the tube and resumed his heavy breathing. After catching his breath for a moment, he stood and approached the river, immersing his face in the water to cleanse the blood away. Returning to the fire, he extracted the python from the bamboo basket and dragged it to the riverbank. With his military knife, he made a cut along the snake's skin, gripping it with both hands to peel it away, before making another incision in the python's belly to remove its insides, placing them aside. Clean the snake meat thoroughly and bring it to the fire pit. Chop off a segment and cut it into small pieces, placing them into 2 bamboo tubes to commence the simmering process. Additionally, using wooden sticks, erect a frame beside the fire, where the remaining snake meat is bound with twine and suspended above the frame for roasting. Given the sweltering heat of the day, it is imperative to process the meat promptly to prevent spoilage. With no sea salt available for curing, the only recourse is to dry the meat by roasting, which will allow it to be preserved for several days. Chapter 41. The construction of the shelter in less than half an hour. The aroma of the snake meat simmering in the bamboo tubes wafted through the air, beckoning everyone to indulge in its deliciousness. As the tantalizing scent reached their nostrils, the group could not help but salivate, eagerly grabbing their bowls and chopsticks to savor the tender, succulent flesh that melted in their mouths, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. After relishing the stewed snake meat, they boiled some water to quench their thirst. Subsequently, they began to labor on constructing a shelter. Zhao Tianyu scoured the vicinity for several stout wooden sticks, sharpening one end before distributing them to the 4 girls, including Lu Shui. He then marked out certain spots on the ground and, accompanied by the girls, commenced digging holes. Although Lu Shui and her companions were unaware of the purpose behind Zhao Tianyu's excavation, they refrained from questioning him, silently picking up their sticks and following his instructions. Despite the rudimentary tools, the soil near the riverbank was relatively loose, making the task less arduous. However, being delicate young women, it wasn't too long before their palms were blistered from the labor. Yet, the girls persisted without complaint, gritting their teeth and continuing to toil. Zhao Tianyu observed their unwavering determination with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Time passed, and after 4 to 5 hours of relentless effort, the group had successfully dug dozens of small holes, each half a meter deep. Exhaustion had set in, leaving them drained as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned away. Their clothes clung to their bodies, drenched in sweat, causing considerable discomfort. The 4 girls, in particular, appeared flushed, resembling ripe apples, as they panted heavily, seemingly trying to expel their fatigue with each breath. Their palms were covered in blisters from the prolonged labor, evoking a sense of sympathy. Witnessing the girls' plight, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of sorrow, yet recognized that such trials were essential for them to adapt to life on the desolate island and enhance their chances of survival. Thus, he steeled himself against his compassion and said to the girls, "Everyone is weary. Let us take a moment to rest." Upon hearing his words, Lu Shui and her companions felt a wave of relief wash over them, dragging their weary bodies back to the fire, where they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as if that would help restore their vitality. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu hurried to the fire, adding more firewood to stoke the flames. He then took 2 bamboo tubes, swiftly made his way to the river, filled them with water, and carefully returned to place them over the fire to boil. He selected a bamboo stick, splitting it into strips, sharpening one end, and retrieved a large piece of snake meat from the wooden rack, cutting it into smaller pieces to skewer on the pointed bamboo strips. He procured a wooden stick and deftly extracted some smoldering charcoal from the fire pit, then skewered the marinated snake meat above the glowing embers, patiently awaiting its transformation. As the seconds ticked by, the snake meat gradually turned a delectable golden brown under the caress of the flames, emanating an irresistible aroma. Within 20 minutes, the meat was perfectly roasted, crispy on the outside and tender within, a fragrance wafting through the air. Zhao Tianyu divided the succulent snake meat among Lu Shui and the others. The quartet, already ravenous, wasted no time in devouring the meat, oblivious to the heat as they indulged heartily. After finishing their meal, they sipped some warm water and took a moment to rest beside the fire. Zhao Tianyu instructed Lu Shui and the others to fetch some fist-sized stones from the riverbank using bamboo baskets. Promptly, they rose and hurried to the river to gather the stones. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu approached the pile of bamboo, meticulously examining each stalk. He selected the thickest ones and, wielding a machete, skillfully cut the bamboo to the desired lengths. Immersed in his task, he lost track of time as hours slipped by unnoticed. After 2 to 3 hours of diligent work, he had successfully cut all the bamboo to his specifications. Lu Shui and her companions returned with a substantial collection of stones. As the hour grew late, Zhao Tianyu addressed Lu Shui and the others. "That will be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow." Upon hearing this, they, weary and worn, returned to the warmth of the fire. Noticing that dusk was still some time away, Zhao Tianyu glanced at the sky and estimated the time. He then turned to Lu Shui and the others, saying, "Stay here and do not wander off. I shall take a brief stroll in the woods to see if I can find any additional food." Concern etched on her face, Su Ran interjected, "It's getting dark. It's unsafe for you to venture into the woods alone. Perhaps it would be better to refrain from going?" Zhao Tianyu, sensing her apprehension, smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry. I will remain close and return swiftly." Though still uneasy, Su Ran could not deter him, so she cautioned, "Just be careful." With a cheerful acknowledgement, Zhao Tianyu slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder and set off toward the woods with a light step. He understood that constructing a shelter was a physically demanding endeavor, requiring substantial energy. Thus, he resolved to seek out more food while he still had time to replenish his strength. Having spent several days on this deserted island with scarcely any greens to eat, his digestive system was beginning to protest, even leading to some discomfort. Therefore, he yearned to find wild vegetables or fruits in the forest to enhance their meager diet. Wandering aimlessly through the woods, Zhao Tianyu's eyes scanned the underbrush and thickets, hoping to discover edible wild plants or fruits. However, after wandering for over half an hour, he had yet to spot a single edible wild vegetable, let alone any fruits. This left Zhao Tianyu feeling somewhat disappointed and disheartened. With a deep sigh, he continued to venture deeper into the woods. After walking for a while, he suddenly spotted what appeared to be some purple wild berries not far ahead. Zhao Tianyu hastened towards them for a closer inspection, and upon discerning their appearance, a wave of joy surged within him. Ecstatically, he exclaimed, "Goodness! Are these not wild blueberries?" He was astonished to discover such a delightful treasure on this desolate island. Zhao Tianyu was well aware of the numerous benefits of wild blueberries, which include lowering cholesterol, enhancing vision, improving memory, and promoting intestinal health. Eagerly, he plucked a handful of wild blueberries and popped them into his mouth, savoring their taste. The wild blueberries were quite sweet, offering a delightful balance of tartness and sweetness, and their texture was remarkably pleasing. Chapter 42. The completion of the shelter. After indulging in a few wild blueberries, Zhao Tianyu eagerly commenced the harvest of these delectable fruits. Time slipped by, and, after more than half an hour, he finally gathered all the wild blueberries and placed them into a bamboo basket. However, the sun had begun its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and red. Zhao Tianyu, sensing the urgency, swiftly shouldered the bamboo basket and made his way towards the riverbank. Upon his return to the campfire, the sun had completely vanished and the night enveloped the desolate island. Lu Shui and the others were anxiously seated around the fire, awaiting his return. The sight of Zhao Tianyu's safe arrival relieved the tension within their hearts, and they exhaled a collective sigh of relief. As Zhao Tianyu set the bamboo basket on the ground, the four girls were instantly captivated by the wild blueberries within. Curiously, Lu Shui inquired, "What are these?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and replied, "These are wild blueberries. You must try them. They are quite delightful." Upon hearing this, smiles of joy illuminated the faces of Lu Shui and her companions. Eagerly, each girl took a handful of wild blueberries and savored the unique sweet and sour flavor. Lu Shui couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined we could find such delicious fruit on this deserted island." Ling Yu chimed in with a smile, "Indeed, these wild blueberries are refreshingly tangy and sweet. They are quite palatable." Su Ran turned to Zhao Tianyu and remarked, "Zhao, You seem to possess an abundance of knowledge. To discover fruit on this island, it appears that following you guarantees we shall never be in want of food." Zhao Tianyu, slightly annoyed, retorted, "Please, no flattery. As I've said before, survival on this island depends solely on your own efforts." After this, he took 2 bamboo tubes to the riverbank, filled them with water, and placed them over the fire. He then cut a piece of snake meat into small morsels and set it to simmer within the bamboo tubes. After a lengthy wait, the snake meat was finally ready. By this time, darkness had fully descended upon the land, shrouding everything in blackness, save for the flickering fire that cast a faint glow. The group gathered around the fire, eagerly picking up their bowls and chopsticks to relish the aromatic snake meat, indulging in a hearty feast. Once they had satisfied their appetites, they settled beside the fire, basking in its warmth for a moment. Zhao Tianyu glanced at Lu Shui and the others, saying, "You 4 should take turns keeping watch tonight. I will retire for the evening." No sooner had he finished speaking than he lay down beside the fire like a weary old ox, and within 5 minutes, the sound of his snores filled the air. Lu Shui and the others looked at the slumbering Zhao Tianyu, silently berating him. This guy is truly a glutton for sleep. As time passed quietly, the next morning dawned, with the sky just beginning to lighten. Zhao Tianyu awoke early, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He noticed Zhou wanting sitting by the fire, her face haggard, clearly having not slept at all. Zhao Tianyu quickly urged Zhou, wanting to lie down and rest, as he stood up and walked to the nearby riverbank. He crouched down, extending his hands to gather some slightly cool river water, gently splashing it upon his face. The refreshing sensation instantly coursed through his entire being, invigorating him. After completing his morning ablutions, he picked up the 2 fishing nets to inspect them. Each net had yielded a bountiful catch of small fish and shrimp. Returning to the fire, he took a bamboo tube back to the riverside, pouring the fish and shrimp from the nets into the tube before placing the nets back into the water. When he returned to the fire, he emptied the contents of the bamboo tube onto a stone slab to begin roasting. As the fish and shrimp near completion, he roused Lu Shui and the others from their slumber. After enjoying breakfast, Zhao Tianyu led Lu Shui and her companions to erect the bamboo poles they had selected the previous day, each one carefully inserted into the deep holes they had already dug. Zhao Tianyu steadied each pole in its pit, meticulously adjusting their positions to ensure they were closely aligned. He then filled the gaps between the poles with stones and earth, compacting the materials firmly with his foot. One by one, the bamboo poles stood erect, and after 4 or 5 hours of diligent work, the pillars of the shelter were finally completed. Having toiled for several hours, everyone was thoroughly exhausted, their clothes drenched in sweat. Sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, Zhao Tianyu sliced some snake meat, skewering on a wooden stick to roast over the fire. Following their meal of snake, they did not pause for rest but continued their efforts in constructing the shelter. They connected the poles with bamboo and rope, forming a sturdy framework. As night fell, the main structure of the shelter was finally erected. Thus, after a week of dedicated labor, they managed to complete the shelter, which even included 2 beds, one large and one small, crafted from bamboo. An additional 3 days were spent building a kitchen outside the shelter, complete with a fireplace. Nearly half a month had passed since they arrived from the coastline, and during these days, they had been tirelessly engaged in the construction of the shelter and kitchen, enduring strenuous labor that had thoroughly fatigued them. With the shelter and kitchen now complete, they could finally enjoy a well-deserved respite. On that morning, Zhao Tianyu did not awaken until nearly noon. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Lu Shui and the others still peacefully asleep on the large bamboo bed. A smile crept onto his lips as he observed their serene slumber. Rising from the bed, he donned his shoes and quietly made his way to the entrance of the shelter. Opening the bamboo door and looking up, he saw the sky was overcast, indicating that a heavy rain was imminent. However, with the shelter now completed, he felt no anxiety about the impending rain. He went to the riverside to wash his face and check the fishing nets once more. Each net had indeed yielded a good catch of fish and shrimp. He placed these into a small pit by the riverbank to keep them alive and returned the nets to the water. With a bamboo basket slung over his back, he made his way into the woods from the kitchen. He had not ventured far when the distinct call of a wild chicken reached his ears. Looking up, He spotted a wild chicken perched on a nearby large tree, vociferously calling out. Zhao Tianyu promptly retrieved his slingshot from his pocket, placed a stone on the leather pad, and cautiously approached the wild chicken. Before long, he arrived beneath the tree where the wild chicken had settled. He lifted the slingshot, took aim at the bird, and released the stone. The projectile struck the wild chicken with considerable force, eliciting a piercing cry as it soared several meters forward before plummeting to the ground, flapping its wings in a desperate struggle. Chapter 43. A pulse-racing scene. Zhao Tianyu strode forward briskly, seizing the wild chicken that was still flapping desperately. And with a firm twist of its neck, he heard a sharp crack. In an instant, the chicken's neck was broken. He placed the lifeless bird into a bamboo basket and continued his journey deeper into the woods. After traversing a considerable distance without encountering any other wildlife, the sky grew increasingly overcast, and a strong wind began to whip through the trees. Zhao Tianyu promptly turned back and hurried toward the shelter. Upon his return, he found Lu Shui and the others already awake, gathered around the kitchen fireplace, engaged in conversation. Zhao Tianyu entered the kitchen and unceremoniously tossed the wild chicken into the flames, releasing a pungent aroma of burnt feathers into the air. The four quickly covered their mouths and noses, and before long, the chicken was completely singed. Zhao Tianyu then took the bird to the riverside to cleanse it thoroughly, extracting its innards and placing them in a fishing cage. Returning to the kitchen with the prepared chicken, he skewered it on a stick the thickness of a finger, and from the fireplace, he retrieved some charcoal, carefully setting the chicken above it to roast slowly. Just then, large raindrops began to fall from the heavens, and soon a torrential downpour ensued. Fortunately, the roofs of both the shelter and kitchen had been thickly coated with mud, preventing any leaks. In less than half an hour, the chicken emerged golden and crispy, sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. The enticing scent made everyone's mouths water, and they eagerly tore into the roasted meat, savoring each bite. Within 10 minutes, the chicken was reduced to a mere pile of bones, yet everyone still appeared unsated. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu suddenly recalled the 2 fishing cages he had left in the river. He sprang up and dashed through the rain to the riverside, only to find that the once crystal-clear water had become murky. The current had intensified significantly, but fortunately, the cages had not been swept away. He quickly retrieved them and brought them back to the kitchen. He then acquired 2 bamboo tubes and returned to the riverbank, capturing the fish and shrimp from a small pit and placing them into the tubes to bring back to the kitchen. Before long, Zhao Tianyu's clothes were drenched from the rain. Su Ran promptly urged him, "Brother Zhao, go change out of those wet clothes. Be careful not to catch a cold." Zhao Tianyu nodded, returned to the shelter to change into a dry outfit, and hung his soaked garments on a wooden rack by the fireplace to dry. The rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, and by evening, the skies had cleared. After boiling a bit of fish and shrimp in the bamboo tubes, the group sat by the fireplace, engaged in casual conversation. After a while, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lu Shui and the others and remarked, "The shelter and kitchen have been constructed, yet these provisions are insufficient to sustain us here. I plan to venture to the coast tomorrow to gather some useful supplies and to procure sea salt by boiling seawater. For a prolonged absence of salt intake can be detrimental to one's health. You all should remain comfortably in the shelter, awaiting my return." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui immediately exclaimed, "I want to accompany you." Lin Yu quickly followed suit, saying, "I wish to go as well. I am nearly driven to madness from staying here every day. It presents a perfect opportunity to clear my mind by the seaside." Su Ran chimed in, "If you depart, we would not dare remain here alone." Hearing their sentiments, Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall all head to the coast tomorrow." The next morning, the group awoke early, and after roasting some small fish and shrimp for breakfast, Zhao Tianyu took several girls to the riverbank, where they filled empty bottles with water and placed them in a bamboo basket. With that, they set off toward the coast. Perhaps due to the rain from the previous day, the paths through the woods had become muddy and treacherously slippery. Zhao Tianyu had to chop several sturdy branches to provide each person with a walking stick to maintain their balance. With a bamboo basket on his back and a military knife in hand, he led the way, while Lu Shui and the others closely follow behind. After nearly 3 hours of walking, they had only covered less than half the distance, and the sun was now high in the sky, making the entire forest oppressively humid. Exhaustion had set in, and the group's clothing was completely soaked with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to their skin. Swarms of mosquitoes buzzed around them, and while Zhao Tianyu fared slightly better, the 4 girls were flushed and panting heavily. Seeing their condition, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of sympathy. He soon located a large tree providing shade, surveyed the surroundings to ensure there were no lurking dangers, and, taking out his knife, he cut some branches to lay on the ground. He then suggested to Lu Shui and the others, "Let's rest under this tree for a while." Upon hearing his words, the 4 girls released a sigh of relief, as if all their strength had been drained away. They collapsed onto the branches like deflated balloons, gasping for air. Zhao Tianyu gently set down the bamboo basket and leaned against the tree trunk, allowing himself a moment of respite. His eyes remained open, vigilant and observant of the surroundings. The loose collars of the girls' attire allowed Zhao Tianyu to see downwards, catching glimpses of their inner garments and the alluring contours of their figures, which stirred a rapid heartbeat within him. The sight elicited feelings of warmth and dryness in his throat, prompting him to swallow hard, attempting to quell the rising heat. However, his mind began to wander uncontrollably like a wild horse galloping free, particularly when his gaze lingered upon Lin Yu. Her voluptuous 36D figure caused his heart to race, prompting him to inwardly exclaim, "Indeed, she is both ample and fair. Truly a magnificent sight." His eyes roamed incessantly among the 4 girls, indulging in a feast for the eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her companions were still catching their breath, utterly oblivious to the fact that they had been surreptitiously observed by Zhao Tianyu. He remained fixated on their necklines for nearly 10 minutes before reluctantly averting his gaze. Chapter 44. Joyful Rivals. Thus, after resting beneath the grand tree for nearly half an hour, the group felt their strength gradually returning and decided to continue their journey towards the coastline. However, they had scarcely traversed a short distance when Zhao Tianyu, leading the way, suddenly detected a faint rustling sound emanating from the nearby thicket. Though subtle, the noise stood out distinctly in the tranquil surroundings. Instantly alert, Zhao Tianyu halted his steps. Unfortunately, Lin Yu, following closely behind, was unable to stop in time and collided directly with him. With a resounding thud, her ample bosom pressed forcefully against Zhao Tianyu's waist. The unexpected impact sent a jolt through Zhao Tianyu, stirring an unusual sensation within him. He turned his head to glance at Lin Yu, a smile gracing his lips. "Why did you bump into me?" Zhao Tianyu teased, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she bashfully lowered her head, reproaching him. "What made you stop so suddenly?" Pointing towards the thicket, Zhao Tianyu lowered his voice and addressed the group. "It seems there is something behind that bush. You all stay here. I will investigate." With that, he unsheathed his military knife, gripping it tightly, and cautiously approached the thicket, every step taken with utmost care. As he arrived at the thicket, his gaze was captured by a rather intriguing sight. He beheld 2 wild rabbits nestled closely together, seemingly engaged in a rather intimate act. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Those rascals, hiding here to be affectionate." He lamented, pondering what to eat upon reaching the coast, when fortune smiled upon him as the 2 wild rabbits presented themselves. Without hesitation, he raised his military knife, aimed at the 2 rabbits, and with a swift motion, released it like a bolt of lightning. The knife struck true, piercing the body of one rabbit with a decisive thud. The wounded creature collapsed immediately, writhing in agony, while the other rabbit, startled by the sudden turn of events, bolted away like a flash, vanishing from sight in an instant. Zhao Tianyu did not pursue the fleeing rabbit. His focus remained entirely on the one now incapacitated before him. He reached into the thicket, carefully retrieving the injured rabbit, and with a firm motion, extracted the knife from its body. As the blade was withdrawn, a torrent of blood gushed forth from the rabbit. Yet, it did not succumb immediately. It continued to thrash in Zhao Tianyu's grasp, seemingly fighting for its last breath. Witnessing this, Zhao Tianyu clenched his fist tightly and delivered a powerful blow to the rabbit's head. With a powerful strike, the wild rabbit convulsed a few times before finally succumbing to death, lying still. Zhao Tianyu wiped the bloodied military knife clean on the rabbit's fur and secured it back at his waist, hoisting the rabbit as he returned to the group of 4 girls. The moment Zhao Tianyu had flung the knife was clearly witnessed by Lu Shui and her companions, and upon seeing him bring back a wild rabbit, the 4 girls gazed at him with admiration. Lin Yu, her face alight with joy, exclaimed, "It seems we shall feast on roasted rabbit again today." Hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu couldn't resist teasing. "At your age, how can you think only of food? Aren't you afraid of bursting?" After saying this, he unabashedly cast a glance at Lin Yu's ample bosom. "Provoked by Zhao Tianyu's ist." Lin Yu's face flushed crimson as she retorted, "Say that again, and I swear I'll fight you." Zhao Tianyu chuckled, "Come at me. Let's see if I'm afraid of you." At this, Lin Yu suddenly recalled the moment he had pinched her chest, causing her to wilt in embarrassment, speechless for a moment. Lu Shui and the others burst into laughter, with Lu Shui saying, "All right, enough of the antics. You two are clearly a pair of rivals, always bickering." Zhou Wanning chimed in, "Sister Shui is right. It's as if you two were family in a past life, considering how often you squabble." Hearing Lu Shui and Zhou Wanning's comments, Lin Yu blushed and protested. "Who is his rival? This guy is utterly insufferable, always bullying me." Observing Lin Yu's pouty demeanor, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Once we reach the coast, I'll roast this rabbit and give you a leg to eat." Lin Yu huffed, turning her head to avoid looking at him. Zhao Tianyu tossed the rabbit into the bamboo basket on his back and led the girls towards the coast. They walked for nearly 4 more hours before finally arriving at the shoreline. The journey from the shelter to this point had taken a full 6 to 7 hours, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Their clothes, soaked with sweat, clung uncomfortably to their skin. The 4 girls collapsed onto the sandy beach, breathing heavily. Zhao Tianyu, equally fatigued, set the bamboo basket down and sank onto the ground, gasping for breath. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Zhao Tianyu addressed Lu Shui and the others. "You all go gather some firewood to start a fire while I prepare the rabbit." With that, he pulled a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Su Ran, then took the rabbit from the bamboo basket and walked towards the shore. The 4 girls immediately sprang up, heading into the woods to collect firewood, which they brought back to the sandy beach to ignite a fire. Before long, Zhao Tianyu had processed the rabbit, washed it clean with seawater, and returned to the fire. A stick, thicker than a finger, was procured and used to skewer a wild rabbit, which was slowly roasted over the glowing embers of the fire. After nearly half an hour, the rabbit emerged with a golden brown hue, sizzling and releasing fragrant oils, filling the air with an enticing aroma. The group, already famished to the point of their stomachs touching their backs, could not help but swallow hard as they inhaled the delightful scent. Once the rabbit was perfectly cooked, Zhao Tianyu skillfully tore it apart and distributed the 4 pieces to Lu Shui and her companions. When they saw Zhao Tianyu generously giving himself the most meaty hind leg, they were once again touched by his kindness. In less than 10 minutes, the roasted rabbit was reduced to nothing but a pile of bones, leaving the group only partially satisfied, their expressions still longing for more. Chapter 45. He planted a gentle kiss on Su Ran's lips, yet at present, there were no other provisions available, compelling everyone to endure the gnawing hunger within. Zhao Tianyu retrieved a bamboo tube from the basket and carefully placed it atop the roaring fire. He then took 2 bottles of river water brought from the shelter and cautiously poured them into the bamboo tube. As time passed, steam began to rise from the water within, gradually reaching a boiling point. Zhao Tianyu patiently awaited the water to heat, allowing it to cool naturally afterward. When the temperature was suitable, he passed the bamboo tube to each person, indicating that they should drink to alleviate their thirst and hunger. Once everyone had finished their water, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lu Shui and the others, solemnly stating, "You stay here. I will scout along the coastline. Perhaps I can find some useful supplies to bring back." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Shui and the others chimed in unison, "We will go with you." Zhao Tianyu nodded, "Very well. Let's go together." Thus, The five of them commenced their search for usable materials along the shore. Although the coastline was littered with debris washed ashore by the sea, the number of usable items was scarce. After traversing a considerable distance, they had only collected a few plastic bottles. At that moment, Su Ran suddenly noticed a detail. Whenever Zhao Tianyu spotted an empty cigarette box, he would unhesitatingly pick it up to inspect it. This piqued Su Ran's curiosity, prompting her to ask, "Brother Zhao, what are you doing?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled awkwardly. "I have a penchant for smoking, and I haven't had a cigarette in days. I feel utterly miserable. I'm just hoping to find an unopened pack." Hearing this, Lin Yu retorted with annoyance. "Don't you know smoking is harmful to your health? It will be better to quit." Zhao Tianyu replied defiantly, "I won't quit smoking for you." Observing their impending verbal sparring, Lu Shui interjected, all right, stop the bickering. Conserve your energy." Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu ceased their banter. The group continued along the coastline, and now Lu Shui and the others also began to pick up any cigarette boxes they encountered. After walking a bit further, Su Ran indeed discovered a pack of cigarettes that had not been opened. A surge of elation coursed through her, and she immediately picked up the pack, raising a high as if she had uncovered a treasure, exclaiming excitedly to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, look." Upon hearing Su Ran's call, Zhao Tianyu swiftly turned around. When he beheld the pack of cigarettes in her hand, his eyes sparkled with delight. He hurriedly approached her, snatching the cigarettes from her grasp, as if fearing they might vanish. Zhao Tianyu examined the pack meticulously. He first inspected the plastic wrapping and found no signs of damage. Then, he carefully tore open the plastic, opened the pack, and discovered that the cigarettes inside remained relatively dry, showing no signs of moisture. The joy swelling within Zhao Tianyu was simply beyond words. Overcome with excitement, he embraced Su Ran tightly and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, "Oh, beautiful Su, you truly are my lucky star. I can hardly believe you found this unopened pack of cigarettes. I adore you." After releasing Su Ran, he eagerly extracted a cigarette from the pack and swiftly placed it between his lips. He then retrieved a lighter from his pocket, igniting the cigarette with a satisfying click. Inhaling deeply, he savored the sensation of smoke tickling his throat, a smile of contentment spreading across his face. Su Ran, taken aback by Zhao Tianyu's sudden embrace and kiss, was momentarily dazed, regaining her senses only after he let her go. Strangely, instead of feeling repulsed by his actions, she found herself secretly delighted, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Lu Shui and the others stood in stunned silence, and after a moment, Lin Yu broke the stillness, teasing, "Look at you." Seizing the opportunity to take advantage of our sister Su Ran. Realizing his impulsive enthusiasm, Zhao Tianyu felt a twinge of embarrassment and addressed Su Ran, "My apologies, beautiful Su. I had no intention of taking advantage of you. I was merely overwhelmed by the sight of the cigarettes." To this, Su Ran shyly replied, "It's all right. I hold no grudge against you." Observing her blushing demeanor, Zhao Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether her reaction indicated she might be developing feelings for him. Elated by the thought, he decided to test the waters further, grinning as he asked, "Beautiful Su, since I dare to kiss you, why not return the favor and kiss me back? Let's make it even." Su Ran's cheeks deepened in color at his suggestion, and from her expression, Zhao Tianyu felt certain she harbored some interest in him. Lin Yu, unable to contain her annoyance, chastised, "You thick-skinned fellow. Kissing our sister Su Ran is one thing, but to shamelessly suggest she kiss you? What kind of daydream are you having?" In response, Zhao Tianyu shot back, "What are you blathering about? Su Ran hasn't complained. So why meddle? If I want a kiss, I shall seek it." Lin Yu was infuriated, her chest heaving with indignation as she stomped her foot, seething. "Who are you calling a watermelon? Dare to say that again and see what happens." Yet Zhao Tianyu, unfazed, continued to tease her, "Watermelon, watermelon, I shall call you that. What will you do about it?" Lin Yu's patience had reached its limit. She could no longer tolerate his provocations. Like an enraged bull, she charged at Zhao Tianyu, ready to teach him a lesson. In an instant, Zhao Tianyu deftly extended his arms and enveloped Lin Yu in a tight embrace. Lin Yu was taken by surprise, caught off guard by Zhao Tianyu's sudden embrace, leaving her somewhat bewildered. In an instant, her body was deprived of freedom, forcing her to struggle desperately within his grasp. "You scoundrel, let me go!" Lin Yu exclaimed in exasperation, her voice brimming with anger and helplessness. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and replied, "Oh, you underestimate me. Just because the tiger does not roar, you think I'm a mere sickly cat?" With that, he freed one hand and delivered a resounding slap to Lin Yu's pert backside. The impact sent an unusual sensation coursing through her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "Release me at once, you despicable rascal. How dare you strike my behind?" she shouted indignantly. Chapter 46. Farewell to Yi Wei. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a hint of mockery. He chuckled softly. "It seems you haven't been punished enough. Even now, you're still being obstinate." Before he could finish a sentence, his hand swiftly descended, delivering two sharp claps that echoed through the air as his palm made contact with Lin Yu's pert backside. However, Zhao Tianyu did not strike her with great force. Rather, he playfully patted her twice, as though jesting with her. Yet, these seemingly gentle taps sent a jolt through Lin Yu's body, a tingling sensation coursing through her like a current of electricity. This unexpected feeling caught her off guard, making her body involuntarily quiver, and her previously defiant lips parted slightly, releasing an almost inaudible moan. Though the sound was faint in the stillness of the moment, it stood out starkly. Both Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui paused, turning their gazes toward Lin Yu in surprise. Zhao Tianyu pondered in astonishment. What is going on with Lin Yu? Could she possibly have a penchant for submission? How could she utter such a sound while being spanked? Immediately, he released her, and Lin Yu quickly fell silent, her face flushed crimson, resembling that of a blushing monkey, as she lowered her head. The atmosphere became palpably awkward, lingering in silence for several seconds until Lu Shui broke the tension, saying, "Are you done with your antics? Let us move on." At her words, Zhao Tianyu offered an embarrassed smile and resumed his brisk pace along the coastline, with Lu Shui and the others hurrying to follow. Trailing behind, Lin Yu felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, reflecting, "How could I have made such a sound? This is utterly mortifying." Casting a glance at Zhao Tianyu's back, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. "It's all that wretched Zhao Tianyu's fault for making me lose face. I shall not let this go unpunished." Thus, the group continued their leisurely stroll along the shoreline. After traversing a considerable distance, Lu Shui's eyes brightened when she spotted a rusted oil drum amidst a heap of disarrayed refuse. She hurried forward, carefully retrieving the drum from the trash. Cradling it in her arms, she approached Zhao Tianyu with eager anticipation, exclaiming, "Brother Zhao, look what I found. Do you think it might be useful?" Hearing her, Zhao Tianyu halted immediately, accepting the oil drum from her hands and examining it meticulously. After a thorough inspection, he noted that while the exterior was indeed rusty, there were no significant damages. Moreover, he could just make out the faded lettering on the drum, indicating that it had originally contained cooking oil. A wave of delight washed over him as he smiled at Lu Shui, saying, "This oil drum is truly a treasure. With it, we can fashion a pot." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Tianyu eagerly reached for the drum's lid, eager to discover what lay within. However, due to prolonged exposure to seawater and corrosion, the lid of the oil barrel had become exceptionally tight. Zhao Tianyu exerted all his strength, even using every ounce of energy he could muster. Yet he remained unable to unscrew the stubborn lid. With no other recourse, he slowly drew his military knife from his waist and confidently approached the shoreline, his gaze piercing as he scanned the surroundings. Eventually, he spotted a relatively flat stone not far away. He carefully placed the oil barrel upon the stone as if it were a precious treasure. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his efforts and began to slice off the top of the oil barrel with his knife. This task was not without its challenges. Zhao Tianyu had to meticulously control the force and angle of the knife to avoid injuring himself or damaging the barrel. After more than 10 minutes of diligent effort, he finally succeeded in severing the top of the barrel, revealing its contents. To his dismay, he found that the bottom still contained some rancid cooking oil, which had spoiled and emitted a foul odor that nearly induced nausea. Frowning, Zhao Tianyu swiftly submerged the barrel in the seawater and began to cleanse it meticulously. Just then, Lu Shui suddenly exclaimed, "Look, a group of people is approaching from the distant shore." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu and the others raised their heads and followed Lu Shui's pointed finger. Indeed, on the distant coastline, a group of indistinct figures was making their way toward them. Due to the distance, their specific appearances were not yet discernible. The group on the shore also spotted Zhao Tianyu and his companions, quickening their pace in their direction. Moments later, the keen-eyed Zhou Wanting remarked, "It's Yi Wei and a Bao." Soon, Zhao Tianyu and the others clearly recognized the faces of the approaching group. It was indeed Yi Wei and a Bao's crew. Before long, Yi Wei's group reached Zhao Tianyu and the others, and both parties stood in silence, gazing at one another. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu noticed that in the fortnight since their last encounter, Yi Wei and his companions appeared considerably haggard and emaciated, each wearing a look of utter exhaustion. It seemed that their past 2 weeks had not been kind to them. Observing their condition, Lu Shui felt a pang of sorrow, as they were, after all, her subordinates. Yi Wei's group also perceived that while Lu Shui and her companions had grown a little weary, they had not changed much otherwise, indicating that they had fared well under Zhao Tianyu's guidance. This realization stirred feelings of imbalance within Yi Wei's group, who wished to confront Zhao Tianyu at that very moment. Yet, they knew they were no match for him collectively. After nearly a minute of silence, Yi Wei finally broke the tension, smiling as he addressed Lu Shui. "Lu Zong, it is truly wonderful to see you all. I was beginning to fear you had encountered some misfortune." At his words, Su Ran felt a surge of indignation, snapping back. "What do you mean by that? Do you wish for us to face some trouble?" Yi Wei immediately replied with a grin. "Su Ran, how could you say such a thing? I am merely concerned for your well-being. I worry that you might not fare well under the care of this security guard in the woods." Su Ran let out a cold snort and remarked, "You need not worry about that. We follow Brother Zhao, enjoying sumptuous meals daily, whether it be roasted wild chicken or roasted wild rabbit, accompanied by an array of wild fruits and vegetables. I feel as though I've gained weight during this time." Upon hearing Su Ran's words, the expressions of Yi Wei and his companions instantly shifted, and they could not help but swallow hard. It is worth noting that ever since Zhao Tianyu departed with Lu Shui and the others, they had constructed a shelter along the coast. Although they had a place to shield themselves from the wind and rain, their food supply had become rather meager. Chapter 47. Unraveling a Bao's scheme despite their discovery of 2 tattered fishing nets along the shore, which they cast into the sea daily to yield a modest catch of fish. The sheer number of individuals rendered these meager provisions grossly insufficient. More often than not, they resorted to smashing mussels from the large stones along the coast, roasting them to stave off hunger. During these days, they had nearly exhausted the mussels clinging to the nearby rocks. Even the coconuts from the few palm trees had been entirely plucked and consumed. Their daily existence revolved solely around foraging for food or traversing the path in search of it. Abayo had, on several occasions, led them into the woods in pursuit of sustenance. Yet after numerous attempts, they had managed to catch merely 2 wild rabbits. This paltry amount of food was but a drop in the bucket, insufficient to satisfy their hunger. When they heard Su Ran recount her experiences following Zhao Tianyu, where roasted game and wild fruits complemented their fare, envy inevitably welled up among the group, just as they were lost in their longing for delectable dishes. A senior executive suddenly stepped forward, collapsing to his knees in front of Lu Shui with a resounding thud. The onlookers were taken aback by this unexpected display. Lu Shui hastily exclaimed, "Chun Ming, what are you doing? Get up." The man, tears streaming down his face, pleaded, "Lu, I implore you to take me in. This wretched place is unbearable. I have not had my fill in days. If this continues, I shall surely perish on this desolate island. Please have mercy on me." Before the echoes of his words could fade, another executive fell to his knees, equally distraught, entreating Lu Shui, "I beseech you, have compassion. I have an elderly parent and young children relying on me. I do not wish to perish here. If you take me in, I will do anything you ask." As more executives approached, kneeling in desperation and pleading for refuge, Lu Shui's heart ached for their plight. Yet, she found herself in a precarious situation, uncertain of her own survival. Were it not for Zhao Tianyu's presence, she questioned whether she would have made it this far. She turned her gaze to Zhao Tianyu, her eyes pleading, "Brother Zhao, These individuals are our colleagues. Surely, you cannot bear to see them perish here? With your capabilities, perhaps you might consider sheltering them? Having more people could provide some mutual support, don't you think? Upon hearing Lu Shue's words, Zhao Tianyu replied coldly, "Their fate is of no concern to me. You overestimate my capacity. I am uncertain of my own survival, let alone taking them in." Lu Shui, incensed by his indifference, retorted, "How can you be so heartless?" Lin Yu chimed in, "Indeed. Brother Zhao, please do not be so unfeeling. They are, after all, our colleagues. We cannot simply stand by and watch them starve on this forsaken island." Zhou Wanting, somewhat indignant, remarked, "Brother Zhao, it is said that beneath a man's knee lies gold. Look, they are kneeling before us in desperation. You must take them in." Su Ran chimed in, "Indeed. Brother Zhao, they appear quite pitiable. Why not offer them refuge?" Zhao Tianyu retorted with a cold smile, "If I were devoid of compassion, would I have taken you in? Perhaps you would have already fallen prey to these individuals." He continued, "Now is not the time for your misplaced sympathy. You are barely able to safeguard yourselves, let alone concern yourselves with others." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others found themselves a loss for words. Zhao Tianyu pressed on, "If you believe you possess the capability to help them survive here, then by all means, take them in. I shall not interfere." At this, Lu Shui and her companions fell silent, unable to bear the sight of the three executives kneeling before them, their heads bowed in silence. Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a mocking smile, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the three kneeling figures, as if he could penetrate their innermost thoughts. "Cease your pretense of victimhood." Zhao Tianyu's voice was icy, laced with unmasked disdain. "No matter how much you plead, I shall never offer you sanctuary. Here, survival depends solely on one's own abilities." He paused momentarily before adding, "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your little schemes. Your actions are undoubtedly instigated by Ao Bao, are they not?" His words struck like thunder, reverberating through the air. Lu Shui and the others were momentarily stunned, their gazes shifting toward the three kneeling men. The trio's faces paled, their bodies trembling slightly, clearly struck by the truth of Zhao Tianyu's assertion. A sheen of sweat broke out on Chunming's forehead as he hurriedly protested, You mustn't speak recklessly. We genuinely wish for your assistance. Brother Bao has. He has said nothing at all." However, as soon as his words fell, Lu Shui and her companions sensed a shift in the atmosphere. They exchanged glances, a shared question emerging in their minds. Could this matter truly be so intricate? Lu Shui pondered. Could their plea for refuge genuinely be orchestrated by Ao Bao? What could be his ulterior motive? At that moment, Ao Bao felt a pang of anxiety. He had not anticipated Zhao Tianyu would unravel his scheme so effortlessly. He quickly stepped forward, his face a mask of tension, addressing Zhao Tianyu. "Do not make baseless accusations. I have not communicated anything to them." Yet, Zhao Tianyu seemed unfazed by Ao Bao's defense. A subtle smile graced his lips as he leisurely replied, "I must admit, your intellect is rather impressive. I commend your cleverness." With that, Zhao Tianyu leisurely retrieved the pack of cigarettes that Su Ran had found, his demeanor unhurried. He gently opened the cigarette case, withdrew a solitary cigarette, and placed it between his lips, igniting it with a lighter. With a soft snap, the cigarette flared to life, and Zhao Tianyu inhaled deeply before slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. The smoke wafted through the air, coalescing into a delicate wisp of white mist. Through this haze, Zhao Tianyu fixed his gaze upon Ao Bao, continuing in a measured tone, "You are Lu Shui's personal bodyguard. Thus you are well acquainted with her character. You are aware of Lu Shui's compassionate nature, which is why you prompted these three individuals to feign misfortune in hopes of persuading her to take them in." After a brief pause, he took another drag from his cigarette and continued, witnessing their desperate pleas on their knees. Given the personalities of Lu Shui and Lin Yu, they would undoubtedly agree to shelter them. At this juncture, Zhao Tianyu abruptly shifted his tone, adopting a more serious demeanor. "However, you also understand that any decision to take them, it must first receive my consent. If I refuse to shelter them, Lu Shui and her companions will perceive me as heartless and harbor resentment towards me. I must commend your skill in sowing discord. Yet, should I genuinely agree to take them in, they would become a ticking time bomb nestled beside me. Chapter 48. The enraged Abao upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's explanation. Lu Shui and her companions were left utterly astonished, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. If the truth were indeed as he described, then Abao's intentions were exceedingly treacherous, chillingly sinister. Clearly, Abao had not anticipated that Zhao Tianyu could so effortlessly unravel his scheme. His countenance shifted dramatically, oscillating between ominous gloom and palpable anxiety, as if he were grappling with an internal tempest. Meanwhile, Chun Ming and the other two, who had knelt on the ground, felt an overwhelming sense of shame as their deceit was laid bare by Zhao Tianyu. They awkwardly rose from the floor, their previously pitiable demeanor evaporated, replaced by expressions of embarrassment and discomfort. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Shui and her companions felt their fury erupt like a volcano. Fuming, Lu Shui directed her ire at Abao, exclaiming, "Abao, I have always placed my unwavering trust in you, yet I am appalled to discover your insidious cunning, so meticulously scheming to sow discord between us and Brother Zhao." Beside her, Su Ran was equally incensed, fixing a fierce glare on Chun Ming and rebuking him. "Chun Ming, have you no shame left? Reflect on how President Liu has treated you at the company. Has she ever wronged you? Yet here you are, colluding with Abao, resorting to such despicable tactics, feigning victimhood to elicit our sympathy. Do you possess no sense of honor?" Under Su Ran's scathing reprimand, Chun Ming and the two other executives, who had just moments ago feigned vulnerability, were overtaken by shame, their heads bowed as if they were wayward children. Faced with the revelation of his meticulously crafted plan being so easily dismantled by Zhao Tianyu, Abao recognized that further denial would be futile. He chose to abandon his defenses, fixing Zhao Tianyu with a frigid gaze as he remarked, "I initially thought you were merely a slightly skilled security guard, but it seems you possess some intellect." With that statement, Abao redirected his ire towards Lu Shui, indignantly asserting, "President Liu, my actions were compelled by your own hand." Taken aback by his audacity, Lu Shui inquired, "When have I ever compelled you?" Abao smirked coldly, mocking, "I have always been devoted to you, Abao. And as for this group of executives," he gestured towards Yi Wei and the others, "which of them is not unwaveringly loyal to you? Yet you, as the company as president, utter not a word and abandon us to follow this mere security guard. What are we to think?" Before Lu Shui could respond, Su Ran interjected with merciless disdain, "Do not elevate yourself so high. Had we not departed with Brother Zhao, but remained with you, we would have undoubtedly been trampled by your heartless minions." Her words struck Abao like a dagger, rendering him speechless. However, Yi Wei, standing nearby, quickly reacted and hurriedly intervened on behalf of Abao, exclaiming, "Su Ran, your words are utterly excessive. How could we possibly be such people?" His voice bore a hint of dissatisfaction and indignation, as if he felt profoundly wronged by Su Ran's accusations. Nevertheless, Su Ran was unfazed by his defense and retorted with increasing anger, "Yi Wei, I once believed you to be a person of integrity, yet it seems you are merely a hypocrite. Spare us your disingenuous arguments. The evidence speaks for itself." With her gaze aflame, Su Ran fixed her eyes on Yi Wei and continued, "The suitcase that Brother Zhao and I found belongs to you. This is irrefutable proof. Pray, enlighten everyone as to why, during our outing, your suitcase contained such scandalous items. Lingerie, condoms, and aphrodisiacs?" Her inquiries struck like a barrage of cannon fire, leaving Yi Wei momentarily speechless. His complexion shifted from crimson to pallor, clearly indicating that Su Ran had struck a nerve. At that moment, the eyes of Abao and the other company executives were also fixed on Yi Wei, seemingly awaiting his explanation. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Yi Wei was startled, yet he quickly regained his composure and fervently began to defend himself. "You must not heed her nonsensical fabrications. She is merely inventing falsehoods to sow discord among us. How could I, Yi Wei, be such a person? Why would I carry such items with me?" Despite his impassioned and righteous declarations, the panic etched on his face betrayed him. The executives present were not naive. They began to believe Su Ran's assertions. Realizing that his scheme had been unveiled by Zhao Tianyu, Bao understood that remaining would only bring further humiliation. With a fierce glare directed at Zhao Tianyu, he turned to Yi Wei and the other executives, declaring, "We are leaving." Upon saying this, Bao pivoted, prepared to escort everyone away from this mortifying situation. However, just as they had taken a few steps, Zhao Tianyu's voice thundered from behind them. "Stop! Did I permit you to leave?" This sudden command caused Bao and the executives to shudder, halting them in their tracks as they turned, astonished, to face Zhao Tianyu. Bao's expression darkened as he glared at Zhao Tianyu, coldly responding, "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he mockingly remarked, "You folks are remarkably casual, arriving and departing as you please. Do you truly consider this place your personal marketplace?" In response, Bao met his derision with a chilling laugh, defiantly asserting, "This deserted island is not yours. I will go wherever I please. What authority do you have over me? Do not assume that your physical prowess makes you formidable. I fear you not. If provoked, I shall fight to the bitter end, and I am eager to see how you, alone, can contend with all of us." Before his words had fully settled, Bao's gaze abruptly shifted to Lu Shui and the other three, his mocking smile becoming increasingly pronounced. In a tone laced with sarcasm, he remarked, "And what about you four wretches? Stop pretending to be so noble. After spending half a month in the woods with this boy, you must have surrendered yourselves to him by now. Haven't you?" Bao's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of Lu Shui and her companions. Their faces instantly flushed with embarrassment, akin to having been publicly slapped, a mixture of shame and fury washing over them. Su Ran, trembling with rage, glared at Bao and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. Do you think Brother Zhao is like you sordid little scoundrels? You're nothing but a rogue." Yet, Bao paid no heed to Su Ran's furious retort. Instead, he let out a cold laugh, further provoking her. "Oh, look at you, calling him Brother Zhao so affectionately. If you hadn't had some sort of entanglement with him, who would believe it?" Chapter 49. The terrifying power upon hearing Bao's words. Su Ran was instantly consumed by rage, her entire body trembling. Zhao Tianyu, noticing her distress, remarked, "It's not worth getting angry at someone like him. Watch how I deal with him. If I don't make him regret it, I might as well write my name backwards." As he spoke, Zhao Tianyu abruptly turned, his gaze piercing like an arrow aimed at Bao. A cold smile crept upon his lips, sending shivers down the spine of those who beheld it. "I see you're feeling feisty, aren't you?" Zhao Tianyu's tone dripped with mockery and threat. "Just perfect. I haven't had a proper workout in days. I shall use you, unworthy wretch, as my practice." Bao, evidently intimidated by Zhao Tianyu's fierce aura, instinctively took 2 steps back, his face betraying sheer terror. However, after a fleeting moment of retreat, he quickly regained his composure and shouted at Yi Wei and the other executives, "Everyone attack. Let us take down this security guard. After we deal with those 4 wretches, we shall enjoy ourselves." At Bao's command, Yi Wei and the other executives rallied in response, swiftly positioning themselves like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey, evidently intending to overwhelm Zhao Tianyu with their numbers and eliminate him. Yet, Zhao Tianyu stood unfazed in the face of this onslaught. The cold smirk on his lips grew more pronounced, as if these men were nothing more than fragile insects in his eyes. "Don't accuse me of bullying you." Zhao Tianyu's voice resonated among the throng, imbued with an unshakable confidence. "Come at me all at once." Seeing this, Bao shouted without hesitation, "Charge!" With that furious cry, the group surged toward Zhao Tianyu like a tidal wave. However, in that critical moment, Zhao Tianyu moved with the swiftness of a ghost, deftly evading the impending attack. In an instant, he launched a kick that struck Yi Wei's abdomen with the force of a thunderclap. The blow carried an overwhelming power, leaving Yi Wei no time to react. He was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. He arced through the air before crashing to the ground several meters away, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. That scream acted as a signal. In swift succession, Zhao Tianyu's fist, quick as lightning, collided with the head of another company executive. The unfortunate man had no time to utter a sound, as if his very soul had been wrenched from him, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Zhao Tianyu wove through the crowd, his every strike as swift as the gale, precise as a bolt of lightning, each one finding its mark. Those he struck fell to the ground, some losing consciousness instantly, while others writhed in agony, howling in pain. In less than a minute, apart from a bow, all others had been felled, rendered incapable of further resistance. Some lay silent, unconscious, others groaned on the ground, as though tormented by excruciating suffering. Witnessing this scene, Bao was left utterly astounded, rendered speechless. Although he was aware of Zhao Tianyu's formidable prowess, he never anticipated the extent of his abilities. In his original plan, with so many people joining forces, they could easily defeat Zhao Tianyu. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that Yi Wei and the 10 or so executives were dispatched in less than a minute, effortlessly subdued by Zhao Tianyu. At this moment, Bao realized that during their last encounter, Zhao Tianyu had not exerted his full strength. The arrogance he had previously displayed had vanished, replaced by a gaze filled with trepidation as he trembled uncontrollably. Lu Shui and the other three were equally astonished, rendered speechless, their mouths agape as if an egg could fit inside. While they understood Zhao Tianyu's exceptional skills, they could hardly fathom the sheer terror he exuded. In a mere minute, he had effortlessly incapacitated Yi Wei and his entourage. Zhao Tianyu, seemingly unfazed, clapped his hands and, with a broad smile, teased Bao, saying, "Oh dear, this is far too easy. I haven't even had my fill of fun yet. Now it's your turn." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Bao felt as though all strength had drained from his body, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his frame still trembling. He raised his head, filled with dread as he looked at Zhao Tianyu, stammering, "Zhao, brother Zhao. No, Master Zhao, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. I beg you, spare me. I promise I will never dare to provoke you again. Just consider this a passing breeze and let me go." Seeing Bao kneeling in supplication, Zhao Tianyu was taken aback. He had anticipated that even if Bao could not defeat him, he would at least put up some resistance. However, he was astonished by the man's sheer cowardice. The four women, including Lu Shui, looked upon Bao's behavior with disdain and contempt. Lu Shui, in particular, was incensed, her chest heaving as she silently cursed. "How could I have chosen such a spineless wretch to be my personal bodyguard? Truly, I must be blind. Opsing Bao beting for Metsi." Zhao Tianyu felt a twinge of reluctance to strike him. Yet, recalling that he must teach him a harsh lesson to prevent future provocations, and remembering his earlier words, he addressed Bao. "I did say I would beat the essence out of you. If I were to do so, wouldn't my name be written backward?" With that, he began to approach Bao, who, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, trembled even more. He immediately exclaimed, "As long as you don't strike me, I can offer you something valuable." Intrigued by this proposition, Zhao Tianyu replied, "Pray tell, what do you have to offer? If it pleases me, I might reconsider my course of action." Bao quickly responded, "Aren't you fond of smoking? I can offer you cigarettes and pharmaceuticals in addition to some." Upon saying this, he glanced at Lu Shui and the others, then continued, "There are also some women's clothing and personal items." Upon hearing Bao's words, Zhao Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, pondering, where could he have procured these items? Surely, he must be deceiving me. He promptly inquired, "Do not try to fool me. Where did you acquire these things?" Bao quickly responded, "How could I dare to deceive you? A few days ago, we stumbled upon several suitcases by the coast, and all these items were found within them." Chapter 50. Following Bao to retrieve the items upon hearing his words, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of delight and mused to himself, "These individuals are exceedingly fortunate to have stumbled upon a suitcase along the coast." A subtle smile graced Zhao Tianyu's lips as he replied, "Take me to retrieve that suitcase now. If it indeed contains what you claim, I shall release you." Bao, relieved as if pardoned from a grave sentence, eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "I will take you there immediately." With that, he hastily rose from the ground, his movements somewhat clumsy. Zhao Tianyu then addressed Lu Shui and her companions, saying, "You may return for now. I will accompany him to fetch the items." However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Shui and the others chimed in unison, "We wish to go with you." Hearing their insistence, Zhao Tianyu nodded, conceding, very well. If you all wish to join, then let us proceed together. Turning his gaze back to Abeo, Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened as he sternly commanded, "You will lead us now, and do not attempt any trickery, or I shall not spare you." Abeo, intimidated by Zhao Tianyu's imposing demeanor, repeatedly nodded and assured, "Rest assured, I would not dare to deceive you. I will take you there at once." With that, Abeo turned to lead the way, yet in that fleeting moment, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Zhao Tianyu and the others followed Abeo toward their shelter, while Yi Wei and the group of company executives struggled to rise from the ground, supporting one another as they trailed behind. After over an hour of travel, under Abeo's guidance, Zhao Tianyu and his companions finally arrived at their shelter. Though it was not as robust as the one constructed by Zhao Tianyu and others by the river, it could still withstand some elements. Outside the shelter lay a heap of mussel shells and coconut husks, indicating that for the past fortnight they had subsisted on these provisions. Zhao Tianyu halted, his gaze piercing as he fixed Abeo with an unwavering stare, demanding, "Where are the items? Do not dawdle. Fetch them at once." Abeo's face betrayed a moment of panic, but he quickly regained his composure, hastily responding, "I have hidden everything in the forest. I will lead you there now." Yet, as Abeo spoke, a fleeting flash of malice crossed his eyes, quickly vanishing but still caught by Zhao Tianyu's keen perception. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "This fellow surely harbors ulterior motives. I shall ascertain his true intentions." However, he refrained from exposing Abeo's deceit on the spot, instead maintaining a stoic expression as he coldly replied, "Then lead us there now." Seeing Zhao Tianyu's resolve, Abeo nodded vigorously and hastened toward the woods, with Zhao Tianyu and the others gradually following suit. At that moment, Lu Shui gracefully approached Zhao Tianyu, leaning slightly forward, her lips close to his ear as she whispered, "Brother Zhao, I sense that Abao harbors ill intentions. He seems to be leading us into this wooded area." Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Zhao Tianyu felt a jolt of realization, surprised by her perceptiveness, thinking to himself, "She is quite astute to discern Abao's ulterior motives." He nodded in agreement and replied in a hushed tone, "Rest assured, I intend to uncover his true intentions." Thus, the group followed Abao closely, gradually venturing deeper into the forest. After traversing several hundred meters, Abao abruptly halted without warning. Noticing this, Zhao Tianyu and the others stopped a few meters away from him. With an expressionless face, Zhao Tianyu regarded Abao and coldly inquired, "Where is it?" Abao seemed unfazed by Zhao Tianyu's indifference. A sly smile crept across his lips as he pointed towards a dense thicket nearby, saying, "The item is concealed behind that bush." Zhao Tianyu followed Abao's gesture, observing that the thicket was so lush that it nearly obscured whatever lay behind it. His doubts intensified, and he maintained his icy tone as he instructed Abao, "Then go retrieve it." Abao nodded and sluggishly approached the thicket, while Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui's eyes remained fixed on him. Before long, Abao reached the back of the bush, crouching down to extract a suitcase. Straightening up, he held the suitcase aloft and called out to Zhao Tianyu and the others, "See, this is indeed a suitcase. I wasn't deceiving you. Come and take it." Zhao Tianyu was taken aback at the sight of the suitcase, realizing that Abao indeed possessed one. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he recalled the glint of cunning and malice that had flickered in Abao's eyes moments earlier. In an instant, Zhao Tianyu understood that Abao's invitation to retrieve the suitcase was laden with ulterior motives, likely concealing some nefarious scheme. Nevertheless, emboldened by his skills, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lu Shui and the others, advising, "Stay here and do not move. I will go assess the situation." Seeing this, Lu Shui quickly grasped Zhao Tianyu's arm, her face etched with suspicion as she glared at Abao behind the bush, asserting, "You certainly have ulterior motives. What trickery are you planning? Just bring the suitcase here. We shall wait for you." Abao's expression darkened at Lu Shui's words, yet he swiftly masked his displeasure with an unnatural smile, responding, "Miss Lu, what do you mean? How could I possibly be scheming? It is merely that there are too many suitcases for me to carry alone, which is why I asked for your assistance." Zhao Tianyu observed the insincere smile upon Abao's face and was 100% certain that Bao's invitation was merely a ruse. He leaned towards Lu Shui and the others, whispering, "I shall investigate what trickery he is up to." Before Lu Shui and the others could respond, Zhao Tianyu swiftly moved towards the thicket like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. Upon reaching Bao's side, they indeed discovered 3 or 4 suitcases arranged on the ground. Bao, noticing their arrival, quickly nodded and bowed, exclaiming, "You see, I did not deceive you, did I? There are indeed suitcases here." Chapter 51. Lu Shui is captured by Bao. Zhao Tianyu maintained an impassive expression, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes upon Bao, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. "Consider yourself fortunate. I shall let you off this time." Bao, sensing the gravity of the moment, immediately adopted a servile demeanor, nodding vigorously with a sycophantic smile. "Rest assured, I will never trouble you again." Despite this, Zhao Tianyu's suspicions lingered, as he recalled a fleeting glimmer of malice that had flickered in Bao's eyes. He pondered silently. How could this scoundrel so easily relinquish these suitcases to me? There must be some hidden agenda. Perhaps these suitcases conceal something perilous. With this thought, Zhao Tianyu's brow furrowed slightly, and he spoke with an increasingly frosty tone. "Open the suitcases. I wish to inspect their contents." Bao was taken aback by Zhao Tianyu's demand, clearly unprepared for such a request. However, he quickly regained his composure, a smile returning to his face as he chuckled. "You are indeed cautious. Are you worried there might be something dangerous inside? Very well, I shall show you." With that, Bao crouched down carefully, methodically opening each suitcase one by one. The moment the suitcases were unlatched, Zhao Tianyu and his companions widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight before them. One suitcase brimmed with an array of women's clothing and accessories, a vibrant display of colors and styles. Lu Shui and the others, intrigued, knelt down to examine the garments closely. To their surprise, another suitcase contained 5 or 6 packs of cigarettes along with several lighters. Zhao Tianyu's attention was immediately captured by these items, a spark of excitement glimmering in his eyes. The remaining 2 suitcases held men's clothing and various commonly used medications. Bao watched Zhao Tianyu with a grin, cheerfully declaring, "All of these are yours." His tone was casual and carefree, as if he had no concern for the ownership of the items. Yet, in a sudden shift, Bao feigned a bashful demeanor, saying, "However, considering the sheer volume of goods we are giving you, it seems rather unfair, doesn't it? After all, we have worked hard to acquire these suitcases. Could you perhaps leave us a little something?" Hearing Bao's words, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "Fear not. I am not a greedy person. How about this? We shall take half of these items and leave the other half for you." With that statement, Zhao Tianyu bent down to retrieve the cigarettes from the suitcase, his focus entirely absorbed by the contents, oblivious to the shifting atmosphere around him. At that moment, however, Bao stealthily produced a sharp wooden stick from behind him, gripping it tightly as if it were a lethal weapon. As Zhao Tianyu bent down, Bao swiftly extended a hand, tightly embracing Lu Shui's body. Startled by this sudden action, Lu Shui's body trembled involuntarily. Bao pressed the sharp wooden stick firmly against Lu Shui's neck, capable of piercing her skin with the slightest exertion. "Everyone, cease this at once!" Bao shouted at Zhao Tianyu and the others, his voice laced with a hint of ferocity and resolve. Zhao Tianyu and the others were entirely unprepared for Bao's abrupt aggression towards Lu Shui, their faces registering shock. Zhao Tianyu felt immense regret. He had anticipated Bao might resort to trickery, yet he remained careless, allowing Lu Shui to fall into peril. Suppressing his inner fury, Zhao Tianyu coldly addressed Bao, "Release her, and I shall consider this matter as if it never occurred." Bao, however, let out a derisive laugh in response. "Do you take me for a fool? If I release her, do you think you would spare me?" Zhao Tianyu's brows furrowed tightly as he continued, "What do you intend to do?" Bao's eyes gleamed with malicious intent as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Tianyu, gritting his teeth. "What do I intend to do? I certainly wish to eliminate you. This oblivious fool. You, a detestable security guard, have no business being here. If it weren't for you, these 4 beauties would have long been my playthings." You've brought me disgrace. Do you think I would let you go so easily? In the face of Abeo's threats, Zhao Tianyu's expression remained unchanged. He merely regarded Abeo with a cold stare, a hint of disdain curling his lips as he stated, "Release her now, and I may spare your wretched life. Otherwise, this day next year shall mark your demise." Upon hearing this, Abeo's smirk deepened as he retorted mockingly, "Don't think you can intimidate me here. If it comes to it, I'll take us both down. She is in my grasp now. Even in death, I shall not go alone. To have a beauty like General Lu accompany me to the afterlife, I would consider it a fitting end." No sooner had he spoken than Su Ran, unable to contain her indignation, glared at Abeo and rebuked him. "Abeo, do you still consider yourself human? General Lu has treated you well in the company, yet you repay her kindness with betrayal, taking her hostage. Release her at once." Abeo sneered. "I know General Lu has been generous to me in the company, but since arriving on this forsaken island, she has abandoned us to side with this wretched security guard. How do you think that makes me feel? And you, Su Ran, let me be honest. I've long desired you." At his words, Su Ran's face flushed with anger, her voice rising in outrage. "Abeo, you scoundrel, you deserve nothing but disdain. General Lu must be blind to have chosen you as her bodyguard." Unfazed by Su Ran's scorn, Abeo coolly replied, "Say what you will. Once I dispose of the security guard, we'll see how I deal with you." With that, he turned back to Zhao Tianyu and commanded, "Now do as I say. Draw the military knife from your waist. Hurry, or I shall end her life this very moment." Zhao Tianyu remained silent, drawing the military knife from his waist and holding it firmly. Abao coldly retorted, "Excellent. Now, stab yourself in the leg with that knife." Unfazed, Zhao Tianyu scoffed, "Are you foolish, or am I? Have I lost my mind? Why would I inflict a wound upon myself?" Abao, filled with rage, declared, "If you do not comply, I shall slaughter President Lu right here. Do you believe me?" Chapter 52. Confrontation with Abao. Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a faint smile as he nodded gently and spoke leisurely. "Of course I believe you. Furthermore, I have every confidence in your ability. Now go ahead and kill her." His words dripped with a tone of mockery and disdain, as if the gravity of the situation before him were utterly inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Abao was momentarily taken aback, his facial muscles tightening instantaneously. With wide eyes and a face twisted in fury, he shouted, "You truly do not care for her life?" The smile on Zhao Tianyu's face remained unwavering as he let out a cold laugh, countering, "How could I not care for her life? However, I shall not be coerced by you because of her. I would never be foolish enough to drive a knife into my own back." As he finished speaking, he cast a deliberate glance at Lu Shui, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. Then, addressing Lu Shui, he added, "Lu Shui, do not worry. If he truly kills you, I will undoubtedly exact my vengeance." Lu Shui comprehended Zhao Tianyu's intent and took a deep breath, responding with calm resolve, "All right, I trust you. If he does indeed take my life, you must remember to avenge me." After speaking, Lu Shui turned to Abao, her gaze icy and unflinching as she declared, "Abao, go ahead and make your move. I no longer wish to live." Abao had not anticipated such responses from Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui. He had believed that by taking Lu Shui hostage, Zhao Tianyu would comply with his every command. Yet, the current circumstances had completely caught him off guard, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Zhao Tianyu wore a smirk, his voice resonating in the air with a hint of derision and urgency. "Hurry and kill her. I'm eagerly awaiting the opportunity to kill you. Rest assured, once I have finished with you, I will find a splendid resting place to bury you. Look at this beautiful landscape. It would be a fitting tribute to you." Abao's expression darkened considerably, his lips quivering as his previously steady grip on the wooden stick began to tremble uncontrollably. His heart was engulfed by fear and conflict. He knew that once he took Lu Shui's life, Zhao Tianyu would not spare him. In truth, Abao was a man who feared death greatly. He had no desire to perish here. However, faced with the current predicament, it seemed he had no other options left. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to steady his voice then. "Shall I proceed? You are forcing my hand." Observing this, Zhao Tianyu's smile blossomed even brighter as he mocked. "Hurry up. Why do you, a grown man, hesitate like a timid girl?" Abao's body jolted, his eyes wide as his fear intensified. Despite Zhao Tianyu's harsh words, he could not summon the courage to strike at Lu Shui. Noticing a Bao's paralyzed state, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a cold smile as he coldly stated, "Let me say this one last time. Release her now, and I may spare your miserable life. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unmerciful." Upon finishing his words, Zhao Tianyu gripped his military knife tightly, advancing step by step towards a Bao, each stride imbued with an unwavering determination that exuded a chilling aura of lethal intent. A Bao, witnessing Zhao Tianyu's gradual approach, felt his fear intensifying, his body trembling involuntarily. As he caught sight of the murderous gleam in Zhao Tianyu's eyes, he finally succumbed to despair, his voice tinged with desperation and terror as he exclaimed, "Do you truly keep your word? If I release her, will you really spare me?" A sinister smile crept across Zhao Tianyu's lips as he mockingly replied, "Of course, I keep my word. Do you think I am like you, a fickle and duplicitous scoundrel?" Hearing Zhao Tianyu's unequivocal response, a Bao's dread diminished slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to trust Zhao Tianyu. Swiftly, he released Lu Shui, giving her a forceful push on her back, causing her to stumble forward. Seizing the opportunity, a Bao turned and fled desperately into the distance, akin to a startled rabbit. Zhao Tianyu's eyes gleamed with icy resolve as he observed this. Without hesitation, he raised his military knife, his arm slicing through the air with the swiftness of lightning, sending the blade hurtling towards a Bao's back. With a sickening thud, the knife embedded itself deep within, eliciting a chilling scream from a Bao as his body crumpled to the ground. This unforeseen turn of events left Su Ran and the others utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide with terror as they absorbed the scene before them, momentarily forgetting to scream. Zhao Tianyu, his expression devoid of emotion, approached a Bao with deliberate steps, each one heavy with portent, as if the world itself held its breath for this moment. He crouched down, his movements delicate as a breeze caressing the surface of a lake. However, when his hand clasped the hilt of the knife protruding from a Bao's waist, the atmosphere shifted to one of cold finality. In an instant, the knife was yanked free, glinting ominously, and a fountain of crimson blood erupted from a Bao's back, splattering onto the ground and painting a harrowing tableau. A Bao's cries echoed through the space, his body convulsing in agony as he grimaced in excruciating pain, pleading, "Did you not promise to spare me?" A cold smile danced on Zhao Tianyu's lips, his voice as frigid as the frost in a wintry night. Devoid of compassion as he declared, "People like you, even if I spare you this time, will undoubtedly return to trouble us again. I have offered you a chance, yet you chose to walk the path of ruin. Do not blame me for your fate. I shall send you on your way now, and may you be reborn as a better person in your next life." Despair flickered in a Bao's eyes, and his pleas grew more desperate. "Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die yet." Yet, Zhao Tianyu remained resolute, indifferent to a Bao's cries for mercy. Zhao Tianyu grasped a Bao's hair with one hand, as if it were a vice, while his other hand wielded a bloodied military knife, striking resolutely at a Bao's neck. In an instant, blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain, splattering onto Zhao Tianyu and enveloping him in a crimson mist. A Bao's eyes widened in shock, his face a canvas of despair and terror, as his life abruptly ceased in that moment. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Lu Shui and her companions turned pale with fear, erupting into screams of horror. Chapter 53. The astonishment of the crowd as Zhao Tianyu gazed upon the lifeless body of a Bao, his expression remained utterly impassive, as if he had merely dispatched an inconsequential chicken. With a stoic demeanor, he methodically wiped the bloodied blade of his military knife against a Bao's clothing until its surface gleamed once more, before sheathing it nonchalantly at his waist. After completing this task, Zhao Tianyu bent down, meticulously searching a Bao's corpse. Moments later, he retrieved a half-finished pack of cigarettes and a lighter from a Bao's pocket. Rising to his feet, he strode confidently towards Lu Shui, Su Ran, and the others. Su Ran, her face etched with terror, stammered Zhao. "Zhao, brother, you killed him?" Zhao Tianyu, still expressionless, nodded slightly, and replied coolly, "Shouldn't he be dead?" Before Su Ran could respond, Lin Yu, standing nearby, exclaimed in horror, "Though he deserved it, did you really have to kill him?" Zhao Tianyu's gaze turned frigid as he coldly regarded Lin Yu, stating, "You all witnessed the situation. He was holding Lu Shui hostage, intending to kill me and then violate you. Such a person is beyond redemption and not deserving of sympathy." Though seemingly intimidated by Zhao Tianyu's demeanor, Lin Yu mustered her composure and retorted, "But he was still a human life. How can you be so heartless?" Fury flashed across Zhao Tianyu's face as he snapped, "If I were not resolute, it would be me lying dead. You all would have fallen victim to these scoundrels." His voice resonated with anger and helplessness. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lin Yu appeared poised to argue further, but was abruptly restrained by Lu Shui. Locking eyes with Zhao Tianyu, she firmly articulated, "I believe brother Zhao did the right thing. Eliminating someone like a Bayo is for the best. If we spare him now, he will undoubtedly return to trouble us again." After a brief pause, Lu Shui continued, "As brother Zhao said, there are no laws binding us on this deserted island, and anything could transpire. At times, we must be ruthless to better safeguard ourselves." Her words, though somewhat callous, bore a sense of inevitability and realism. It must be acknowledged that Lu Shui's perspective was astute. Upon hearing her, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting fell silent, refraining from further discussion. Zhao Tianyu regarded Lu Shui with a sense of appreciation and nodded in agreement. "It is getting late. We should depart," he announced. With that, he crouched down to zip up the luggage and effortlessly hoisted one onto his shoulder. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others each picked up a suitcase, following his lead. As they returned to the shore, they found Yi Wei and the group of company executives outside the shelter, their anguished wails echoing in the air. It is evident that Zhao Tianyu's earlier actions were rather severe. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu, a flicker of fear instantly crossed the faces of Yi Wei and his companions. Zhao Tianyu halted his steps, placing his suitcase firmly on the ground, and then fixed a chilling gaze upon Yi Wei's group. Under such scrutiny, Yi Wei and his companions felt a sudden shiver ascend their spines, as though they were prey in the sights of a ferocious beast. Yi Wei stammered, What do you want? Where is Brother Bao? Wasn't he the one who brought you to get the suitcase?" A faint smirk played on Zhao Tianyu's lips, revealing a cold smile as he replied with an equally frigid tone, "That scoundrel Bao dared to abduct General Lu in the woods to threaten me. So I have dealt with him." Zhao Tianyu's words struck like thunder, reverberating in the ears of Yi Wei's group. They were utterly unprepared for the revelation of Bao's demise. In an instant, panic and unease filled their hearts, fearing that Zhao Tianyu would treat them with the same ruthless disdain as he had with Bao. Yi Wei's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he stuttered, I understand my mistake. I will never trouble you again. Please, I beg you, spare my life." His voice was laden with terror and desperation. "Yes, we all acknowledge our faults and will never provoke you again. Please, show us mercy." A company executive echoed, his face a mask of fear, his legs trembling slightly. Chun Ming, in a pitiful tone, pleaded with General Lu, "General Lu, I truly recognize my errors. It was that scoundrel, Bao, who coerced me into feigning vulnerability before you, attempting to sow discord between us. I had no choice. Please, do not take my life. I have elderly and children at home who depend on me. I do not wish to perish." Another executive quickly joined in, his voice tinged with tears. "General Lu, I too have family obligations. I implore you to show mercy and spare my life. I do not wish to die here without reason." However, just as everyone believed their fate was sealed, Zhao Tianyu suddenly spoke. All right, stop your theatrics. I never said I would kill you. There's no need for such worry." Hearing this, Yi Wei and his group collectively exhaled in relief. Zhao Tianyu continued coldly, "I expect you to refrain from bothering me in the future. If there's a next time, I will not hesitate to end you. Do you understand?" Yi Wei and his group quickly assured him that they would not provoke him again. Zhao Tianyu nodded, then proceeded to open several suitcases, retrieving clothes and medical supplies for Yi Wei's group, though he refrained from parting with the cigarettes. Witnessing Zhao Tianyu not only sparing their lives, but also providing them with clothing and supplies, Yi Wei and his companions felt a surge of gratitude. Even Lu Shui and her companions found it somewhat incredible to witness Zhao Tianyu providing clothing and medicine to Yi Wei and his group. Zhao Tianyu then addressed Yi Wei's party, stating, "You should no longer linger by the shore. The rescue team is unlikely to discover this location. You have depleted the mussels and coconuts along the coast, and remaining here will surely lead to starvation. There's a small river within the forest, approximately 8 or 9 kilometers from the coast. Although the woods may pose certain dangers, they also offer a greater abundance of food. Relocating to the riverbank to construct a shelter might afford you a chance at survival." Chapter 54. Zhao Tianyu teases Lin Yu upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words. Yi Wei and his companions were evidently taken aback, exchanging glances in disbelief at his unexpected demeanor. After a brief pause, they regained their composure and expressed their heartfelt gratitude toward Zhao Tianyu. He, however, chose to remain silent, turning away with Lu Shui and several others as they departed. Thus, the group walked in quietude for a considerable distance, with not a word spoken among them. Suddenly, Su Ran shattered the silence, gazing at Zhao Tianyu with a contemplative expression. She remarked, "Brother Zhao, I find you increasingly inscrutable. At times, I perceive you as ruthless and unyielding. Yet at other moments, you appear kind-hearted and imbued with compassion." Zhao Tianyu halted his steps, intrigued by Su Ran's observation, and inquired with a smile, "Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion?" After a brief hesitation, Su Ran continued, "My reasoning is this. Having already taken the life of a Bao, it stands to reason that you would eliminate Yi Wei and his group as well, to prevent them from leaving this deserted island and divulging your actions. After all, a life has been extinguished." Lin Yu, standing beside her, echoed, "Indeed. I share the same sentiment. I had anticipated that you would ruthlessly silence Yi Wei and the others. Yet to my astonishment, not only did you refrain from harming them, you even provided them with clothing and medicine, and informed them of a small river within the forest. This truly exceeds my expectations." Hearing their remarks, Zhao Tianyu retorted, somewhat exasperated, "By your logic, since the 4 of you witnessed my act of murder, should I then eliminate you as well?" Su Ran responded with a laugh. "We 4 are all beauties. You wouldn't dare to harm us." Zhao Tianyu found himself momentarily speechless and replied, "One must be discerning in cruelty. I, too, detest taking lives. The act of killing a Bao was a last resort. Now that a Bao is no more, Yi Wei and his companions no longer pose a threat to us. Moreover, after today's events, I believe they will think twice before provoking us again." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the others nodded in agreement. However, Lu Shui expressed her concern. "Yi Wei's group lacks any survival skills. I worry whether they can endure on this desolate island." Zhao Tianyu chuckled, "You need not fret about them. Focus on your own well-being first. If you cannot secure your own safety, how can you concern yourself with theirs?" With that, Lu Shui chose not to pursue the matter further. When they returned to the campfire, it had completely extinguished. The group dropped their belongings and collapsed onto the ground. Panting heavily, the sun was nearing its descent, and they were already famished, yet venturing into the woods to seek sustenance seemed implausible at that moment. After resting for a while, Zhao Tianyu addressed Lu Shui and the others, "Please gather some firewood and chop down some palm fronds. I will head to the shoreline to procure some mussels for roasting." With that, he unsheathed his military knife and handed it to Lu Shui before turning toward the coast. Lu Shui and the others stood up and ventured into the woods to collect firewood and palm leaves. As night fell, Lu Shui and her companions gathered some firewood and cut a few palm leaves to bring back, igniting a bonfire. Zhao Tianyu, employing some stones, smashed open a few mussels, wrapping them in clothing to carry back. He retrieved some still-burning charcoal from the fire and placed the mussels upon it to roast slowly. Once the mussels were cooked to perfection, everyone eagerly tore off the shells and indulged in the succulent delicacy. After their feast of roasted mussels, Zhao Tianyu fetched a pot fashioned from an oil barrel and filled it with seawater at the shoreline, placing it over the fire to begin the process of crystallizing sea salt. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep, pleasurable drag. With an ample supply of cigarettes now at hand, Zhao Tianyu felt a sense of mental sustenance for the time ahead. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and the four girls opened a suitcase containing women's essentials and began to apply makeup. Observing this scene, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a teasing smile as he jested. Ah, women truly have a penchant for vanity. In this desolate wilderness, where not even a bird would deign to drop by, you still find the time to beautify yourselves. For whom, I wonder? Lin Yu, upon hearing this, raised her brows and retorted, "What do you know? The love for beauty is innate to women. It matters not where we are. Have you never seen a girl who doesn't enjoy makeup?" Zhao Tianyu pondered her words for a moment and nodded thoughtfully, replying, "Indeed, you make a valid point. However, to be frank, all four of you are already stunningly beautiful. Even without makeup, you remain incredibly charming." His compliment made Lu Shui and the others feel a delightful warmth in their hearts. Lin Yu, with a hint of playfulness, inquired, "Oh, really? Then tell me, who among us is the most beautiful?" Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu answered candidly, "Is there any doubt? It's undoubtedly Lu Shui. Her visage is akin to that of a celestial being, and her grace is unparalleled. While you three are lovely as well, you pale in comparison to her beauty." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's face flushed a rosy hue, and she shyly lowered her gaze. However, Zhao Tianyu then shifted the conversation, adding nevertheless, "If I were to choose one of you four as my wife, I would certainly choose you." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised, and with her big eyes sparkling with curiosity, she asked, "Oh, why is that?" Zhao Tianyu's smile grew even brighter as he cheerfully replied, "Haha, it's simply because I prefer ample bosoms. After all, with such a generous figure, you could serve as a pillow during the night." At this remark, Lin Yu's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, and she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Flustered and angry, she exclaimed, "Do you even know how to speak? Truly, a dog cannot spit out ivory." Zhao Tianyu, however, remained unfazed, chuckling as he responded, "If a dog could indeed produce ivory, that would be quite extraordinary. But tell me, given your slender frame, how could your bosom be so ample? Surely, you haven't undergone augmentation surgery?" Lin Yu's complexion shifted from crimson to a pallid hue, her eyes widening in disbelief as she retorted with fervor, "You must be jesting. I assure you, my figure is entirely natural and undeniably exquisite." Zhao Tianyu appeared quite amused by Lin Yu's reaction, continuing to jest with a smile, "I find that hard to believe. Unless you permit me to conduct a personal examination, how else can I ascertain the veracity of your claims?" Lin Yu, nearly overwhelmed by indignation, felt her chest heave with fury as she exclaimed, "You have the audacity to think that. You only wish to take advantage of me." Zhao Tianyu chuckled and replied, "If you're unwilling to allow an inspection, then why the ire?" Chapter 55. Discovery of the porcini in the forest. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's remark, Lin Yu's face flushed with anger, her chest heaving dramatically. "This is infuriating. I will not let this go, Zhao." Lin Yu's voice was sharp and piercing, brimming with indignation and dissatisfaction. Witnessing Lin Yu's agitated demeanor, Lu Shui and the others could not help but burst into laughter. "Suran, chuckling, Everest Lin Yue, Yue. Why engage in a verbal spar with Brother Zhao? You are well aware of his temperament. It would only lead to your own dismay." Zhao Tianyu, observing Lin Yu's vexation, could not suppress a faint smile. He hastily remarked, all right, do not be upset. Excessive anger is detrimental to one's health. I merely jested with you. There's no need to take it so seriously." Lin Yu, fully aware that continuing to bicker with Zhao Tianyu would leave her at a disadvantage, huffed in annoyance and turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze as a sign of her displeasure. As time ticked by, nearly an hour elapsed before the seawater in the pot had completely evaporated, leaving behind a layer of pale, white sea salt crystals at the bottom. Zhao Tianyu delicately retrieved an empty bottle, meticulously collecting the salt crystals piece by piece. Observing the grayish-white crystals within the bottle, Lu Shui inquired with curiosity, "Brother Zhao, is this sea salt? Why does it differ in color from the salt we typically consume?" In response to her question, Zhao Tianyu explained with a smile, "These sea salt crystals still contain some toxic impurities, which is why they appear this color. They must be filtered and boiled down to be rendered safe for consumption." Upon hearing his explanation, The girls exchanged admiring glances. Zhao Tianyu then addressed Lu Shui and her companions. It is getting late, and you all must be quite fatigued. Do retire for the night. I shall keep watch. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran promptly suggested, "Let's four take turns keeping watch. You need to search for food tomorrow." Acknowledging her words, Zhao Tianyu refrained from further protest, igniting several campfires around them before lying down on the palm leaves beside the fire, falling asleep within moments. The following morning, Zhao Tianyu awoke early, his eyes opening to find Zhou wanting seated beside the fire, looking weary and with slightly swollen eyes. Upon noticing Zhao Tianyu had awakened, she spoke to him, "Brother Zhao, the dawn is barely breaking. Why are you up so soon? You should sleep a bit longer." Zhao Tianyu rose from the palm leaves with a smile, saying, "I have had sufficient rest. However, your eyes appear quite red. You should lie down and get some proper sleep." Zhou, feeling utterly exhausted, nodded and reclined on the palm leaves to rest. Zhao Tianyu, stretching his stiff body, made his way to the shore, dipping his head into the sea water, instantly feeling rejuvenated. After freshening up, he returned to the fire, slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder, and ventured into the forest. At this moment, the sun had yet to rise, and a thin veil of mist enveloped the entire forest, rendering visibility rather poor. Zhao Tianyu treaded carefully with each step. After advancing a short distance, a sudden, crisp, and sharp call from an animal pierced the stillness of the air. Intrigued, he quickly lifted his gaze and spotted a small, delicate squirrel perched on a nearby pine tree, its round eyes wide with curiosity, staring at him with an adorably naive expression. The creature emitted a series of high-pitched calls intermittently. Seeing this, a sly smile crept across Zhao Tianyu's lips. He swiftly retrieved a slingshot from his pocket, followed by a stone. With great care, he placed the stone upon the leather pad of the slingshot, drew back the elastic, and aimed at the unsuspecting squirrel, launching the projectile without hesitation. The distance between Zhao Tianyu and the squirrel was merely a little over 10 meters, a trivial challenge for a master of slingshots like him. The stone zipped through the air like a flash of lightning, heading straight for the squirrel. In a heartbeat, the stone struck the squirrel's head with unerring accuracy, eliciting a shriek from the creature as it plummeted from the tree like a kite severed from its string, tumbling helplessly on the ground. Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of delight and hastened towards the injured squirrel, eager to collect his prize. However, just as he approached, the squirrel unexpectedly opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, attempting to bite him. Quick on his feet, Zhao Tianyu reacted swiftly. Undeterred, he seized the squirrel and, with all his might, hurled it forcefully against the trunk of the great pine tree. A resounding thud echoed as the squirrel collided with the bark, falling to the ground like a deflated balloon. Utterly still, picking up the squirrel, he noted its negligible weight and felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, this creature weighed less than a pound, hardly a significant catch. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that even the smallest morsel held value. He placed the squirrel into his bamboo basket and pressed on deeper into the woods, his steps resolute as he hoped to encounter more wildlife. Yet, after traversing a considerable distance, he had seen not a single trace of other animals, leading to a growing sense of disillusionment. Fortunately, the sun began to rise slowly, casting rays of light through the gaps in the leaves and creating dappled patterns on the ground. The mist that had shrouded the forest gradually dissipated and visibility improved. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Tianyu adjusted his mindset and continued onward. Not long thereafter, a sudden gleam caught his eye. Beneath a large pine tree, clusters of mushrooms were sprouting. He hurried forward, examining them closely. Upon recognizing their shape, a wave of excitement washed over him. These mushrooms were none other than porcini. Zhao Tianyu's hometown was nestled amidst mountains, and during the rainy season of June and July, a plethora of wild fungi, particularly porcini, would flourish on the slopes. He was exceedingly familiar with this type of mushroom and was astonished to discover its presence on this desolate island. He promptly set down his bamboo basket and placed a few pine branches at the bottom of it, carefully uprooting the porcini and placing them inside. Aware that porcini thrived on this forsaken isle, He diligently searched the woods for more traces of them after harvesting those found beneath the pine tree. After more than an hour had passed, he had successfully gathered 3 to 4 pounds of porcini, a bountiful yield indeed. Just as he was preparing to return to the shoreline, he suddenly heard the call of a wild chicken. Chapter 56. A rare delicacy. Zhao Tianyu looked up to see a vividly colored wild chicken perched on the branch of a large tree, chirping incessantly. Its feathers, a dazzling array of colors, shimmered under the sunlight, resembling a masterpiece meticulously crafted by nature. The bird's song was crisp and melodious, as if it were proudly announcing its presence to Zhao Tianyu. A wave of joy surged within him as he mused. What a stroke of luck! Just moments ago, I was pondering where to find a wild chicken to stew with the porcini mushrooms, and here it is, presenting itself to me. Swiftly, he retrieved his slingshot from his waist and fished out a smooth stone from his pocket, carefully placing it on the leather pad of the slingshot. He took a deep breath, aimed at the wild chicken, and then released his grip. With a sharp whoosh, the stone shot forth like lightning, striking the wild chicken with precision. The bird let out a piercing cry, soaring a few meters forward like a kite severed from its string before crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu hurriedly approached and picked up the still flapping wild chicken. Gripping its neck tightly, he twisted forcefully. With a sharp crack, the chicken's neck snapped, and after a few futile struggles, it ceased all signs of life. Satisfied, Zhao Tianyu admired his prize before tossing it into his bamboo basket. He continued his journey toward the coastline, his spirits exceptionally high. Not only had he gathered an abundance of tender porcini mushrooms, but he had also captured a wild chicken and a squirrel, marking a fruitful expedition. In a buoyant mood, he could not resist breaking into song, which startled the birds perched on the branches, causing them to scatter in disarray. Watching them flee, Zhao Tianyu chuckled and exclaimed, "Damn, is my singing really that dreadful?" By the time he returned to the shoreline, it was already noon. At that moment, Lu Shui and the others had awakened, gathered around the fire, boiling sea salt crystals. Zhao Tianyu, weary and exhausted, approached the fire, gently placing the bamboo basket on the ground before collapsing onto the earth like a deflated balloon. Gasping for breath as if expelling all his fatigue, Lu Shui and the others were delighted to see the porcini mushrooms, the wild chicken, and the squirrel in the bamboo basket. Su Ran promptly extracted the wild chicken and unhesitatingly tossed it into the fire. As the flames licked the meat, the aroma of burning feathers wafted through the air. However, at that moment, Lin Yu suddenly picked up the lifeless squirrel and remarked to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, how could you be so cruel? This squirrel is so adorable, and there's hardly any meat on it. How could you bear to kill it?" Already feeling drained, Zhao Tianyu was slightly irked by Lin Yu's words and retorted with irritation, "I say, Big Watermelon, what time is it? And yet you are still here pitying small creatures? I am indifferent to its cuteness. As long as it satisfies my hunger, that is sufficient." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu call her Big Watermelon once more, Lin Yu's face instantly flushed crimson, her anger prompting her to stamp her feet in frustration. Her voice involuntarily rose an octave. "I've told you not to call me Big Watermelon again. If you do, I shall. I shall." Zhao Tianyu, amused by Lin Yu's indignant demeanor, found her reaction entertaining. Instead of ceasing his teasing, he chuckled and pressed on. "And what will you do?" Provoked further by Zhao Tianyu, Lin Yu's ire intensified, her eyes widening as she retorted fiercely, "I will ignore you." At that moment, Lu Shui, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, interjected, All right, you two truly are a pair of playful adversaries. Can you not go a day without bantering?" Lu Shui's words acted like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the fire of conflict between Lin Yu and Zhao Tianyu. Meanwhile, the wild chicken roasting in the fire had turned blackened. Observing this, Su Ran promptly seized a stick and carefully extracted it from the flames before hastening to the shore to clean and prepare it. Zhao Tianyu, witnessing her actions, turned to Lu Shui and said, "Please wash some beef liver mushrooms at the shore. I will handle this squirrel. Later, I shall prepare a delectable feast for you." Hearing that Zhao Tianyu would cook for them, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou wanting all displayed expressions of eager anticipation, each retrieving some beef liver mushrooms from the bamboo basket to wash by the shore. Zhao Tianyu took the squirrel to the shoreline to begin his preparation. And by the time he finished, Su Ran had also completed cleaning the wild chicken, while Lu Shui and the others had thoroughly washed the mushrooms. At that moment, the seawater in the pot had evaporated, leaving behind a layer of crystalline sea salt at the bottom. Zhao Tianyu meticulously collected these salt crystals into an empty bottle. He instructed Su Ran to take the pot to the shore for cleaning with seawater, while he picked up a piece of driftwood, washed it in the sea, and placed it beside the fire. He laid the wild chicken and squirrel on the wooden board, chopping them into small pieces with his military knife. He then placed the pot over the fire, adding the chopped pieces of wild chicken and squirrel into it, stirring with a dry stick to release their aroma. He poured in several bottles of water brought from the shelter and began to simmer the mixture slowly. As time passed, the meat in the pot gradually softened, releasing an enticing fragrance. Zhao Tianyu sliced the clean beef liver mushrooms into thin pieces, carefully adding them to the pot to stew alongside the wild chicken and squirrel. Subsequently, he took a pinch of the sea salt crystals from the bottle and gently sprinkled them into the pot. Observing this scene, Lu Shui felt a twinge of concern. She furrowed her brow and asked, "Brother Zhao, didn't you mention that these sea salt crystals contain toxic impurities? If you add them directly to the pot, won't we be poisoned?" In response, Zhao Tianyu smiled reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, this small amount of sea salt crystals will not be your demise. Although they do contain some toxic impurities, indulging in a meal of 1 or 2 servings is perfectly acceptable." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's explanation, Lu Shui's anxious heart finally found solace. After a while, the wild chicken, squirrel meat, and porcini mushrooms in the pot had been thoroughly stewed to perfection. A rich aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. The group, long famished and feeling the pangs of hunger, could no longer restrain themselves and eagerly seized their bowls and chopsticks. They hastily scooped up the wild chicken, squirrel meat, and porcini mushrooms, relishing the delightful feast. With each bite, the exquisite flavors erupted in their mouths. The wild chicken was succulent and juicy, the squirrel meat exuded a distinctive fragrance, and the texture of the porcini mushrooms was smooth and delectable, enhanced by a subtle hint of sea salt. This dish offered a myriad of flavors, leaving a lingering aftertaste that was truly unforgettable. Chapter 57. Once again beholding the coconut trees, a large pot of steaming, fragrant wild chicken and squirrel stew with porcini mushrooms was consumed in a whirlwind by a few individuals, leaving not even a drop of broth behind. After satisfying their appetites, Zhao Tianyu instructed Su Ran to remain by the fire to continue boiling sea salt crystals. He then set off along the coastline with Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou wanting in search of usable resources. The 4 of them ambled along, intermittently stopping to survey their surroundings. After traversing 7 or 8 kilometers along the shore, they managed to find only a tattered fishing net and 2 rusted iron containers. Given the desolation of this island, Zhao Tianyu felt a sense of contentment at having discovered these items. After such an extensive trek, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting were utterly exhausted. Their foreheads glistened with beads of sweat, their breathing grew labored, and their clothes clung to them, drenched in perspiration. Observing their plight, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of sympathy. He sought out a shady tree in the coastal woods, scanning the area to ensure there were no lurking dangers before allowing the 3 women to sit beneath its shade to rest. Leaning slowly against the tree trunk, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag, exhaling a ring of smoke. Habitually, his gaze fell upon the 3 girls, specifically lingering on the loose necklines of their garments. Through the slightly open collars, he caught glimpses of their undergarments and the alluring curves of their décolletage, causing his heart to race involuntarily. His mind began to conjure a series of unrealistic fantasies that played out like a film before his eyes. Minutes slipped by as he fixated on their necklines, completely oblivious to his surroundings until the burning cigarette scorched his fingers, jolting him back to reality. He quickly discarded the smoldering end, swallowing hard as a soft gulp echoed in his throat. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze, though his mind lingered on the captivating scene he had just witnessed. After nearly 20 minutes of rest, feeling somewhat revitalized, They all rose to continue their walk along the coast. As they progressed, Zhao Wanting suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there! It seems there are coconut trees." Upon hearing her call, Zhao Tianyu and the others quickly lifted their heads, their eyes keenly scanning the distance. There along the shoreline stood several tall coconut trees, barely visible in the distance. An exhilarating joy surged within them as they instinctively quickened their pace, rushing towards the cluster of trees like a gust of wind. Upon reaching the coconut trees, they beheld their full stature, towering over 10 meters high, their lush branches swaying gently in the sea breeze, as if beckoning them closer. Adorning the tops of the trees were clusters of coconuts, varying in size and resembling strings of green jewels that glimmered enticingly in the sunlight. Moreover, scattered upon the ground were several fully ripened coconuts, some of which had begun to decay, crawling with insects and ants, evoking a sense of disgust. Yet, there were also a few that appeared relatively fresh, likely having fallen from the tree not long ago. Since relocating to the woods to construct their shelter, they had long been deprived of the sweet, delectable coconut water. At this moment, the sight of these coconuts filled their hearts with excitement and exhilaration. Zhao Tianyu, quick-witted and nimble, swiftly picked up several of the fresher coconuts from the ground, then drew a sharp knife from his waist, expertly splitting the coconuts open. He distributed one to each of the three, taking one for himself, and eagerly brought it to his lips, gulping down the coconut water in one go. After finishing, Zhao Tianyu could not contain his exhilaration, exclaiming, "Refreshing! Truly delightful! This coconut water is exquisite." The sudden outburst startled the three, with Lin Yu being particularly alarmed and coughing as the coconut water went down the wrong way. Irritated, she retorted Zhao, "Do you not know that scaring people can be dangerous? You need not be so loud to express how good the coconut water is. You startled us." Zhao Tianyu, unfazed, replied, "Why are you so timid?" After saying this, he ignored her, spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and clamped the knife between his teeth. He wrapped his arms around the bare coconut tree and began to ascend. While scaling a coconut tree over 10 meters high would pose a challenge for most, for Zhao Tianyu, it was effortless. In less than a minute, he climbed to the top with the agility of a monkey. Witnessing his quick ascent, the three looked on in astonishment, their mouths agape. Lin Yu could not resist teasing. Is he perhaps a monkey? How else could he be so nimble? Her words elicited laughter from both Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting. With a firm grip on the trunk of the coconut tree, Zhao Tianyu freed one hand to wield the knife, striking at the junction of the coconuts and the trunk. Coconuts cascaded down incessantly until he had harvested every one from the tree. Only then did he return the knife to his mouth, embracing the trunk with both arms, loosening his legs to slide swiftly down to the ground. After a brief respite, he set off towards the second coconut tree. After over half an hour of labor, he finally felled all the coconuts from the trees. Collectively, they numbered around 70 or 80. Zhao Tianyu then approached the shoreline, rummaging through the debris washed ashore by the waves to find several reasonably intact woven bags to store the coconuts. Selecting the largest bag, he slung it over his shoulder, while Lu Shui and the others each hoisted a bag of their own, making their way back along the same path. Each person carrying a bag of coconuts made their progress slow. Zhao Tianyu felt little strain, but Lu Shui and her companions struggled under the weight, nearly unable to stand upright. Consequently, they found themselves stopping frequently to rest along the way. After meandering for over 3 hours, the group finally returned to the campfire. As they placed the woven bag on the ground, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the earth and gasping for breath. Zhao Tianyu, equally fatigued, stood still, taking deep breaths. Upon noticing the coconuts within the woven bag, Su Ran felt a surge of astonishment and joy. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu regained his composure, while Lu Shui and the others continued to pant heavily. Realizing that time was slipping away, Zhao Tianyu addressed Lu Shui and the others. "You all stay here and gather some firewood shortly. While there's still a bit of time, I will venture into the woods to see if I can procure some food." Chapter 58. The Smoked Wild Rabbit. As soon as the words were spoken, Su Ran decisively declared, "I shall accompany you." The two would provide mutual support, and it would be a pleasant companionship along the way. Moreover, I could learn from you how to forage for food. Upon hearing Su Ran's proposal, Zhao Tianyu did not decline. Instead, he readily nodded in agreement, responding, "Very well. You may join me." Thus, they shouldered their bamboo baskets and set off together into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting rose from their seats and ventured into a nearby thicket to gather firewood. Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran had not traveled far when, suddenly, a faint rustling emanated from the nearby bushes. Though the sound was subtle, it resonated distinctly in the tranquil woods. The two halted, immediately alert to the direction of the noise. Zhao Tianyu lowered his voice and instructed Su Ran, "Stay here and do not move. I will investigate." Before he finished speaking, he swiftly drew a sharp military knife from his waist, gripping it tightly, and cautiously approached the thicket. However, before Zhao Tianyu could get close, a gray wild rabbit, seemingly startled, burst forth from the underbrush and darted away like an arrow into the distance. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu felt no hesitation. He quickened his pace and pursued it with the swiftness of the wind. Su Ran, witnessing the unfolding scene, promptly followed suit, joining in the chase after the wild rabbit. Despite Zhao Tianyu's considerable speed, the rabbit proved remarkably agile, evading capture with its nimble dodges. Thus, Zhao Tianyu relentlessly pursued it, covering a distance of nearly 80 to 90 meters. Suddenly, the rabbit darted toward a large tree and vanished beneath it in an instant. Upon reaching the tree, Zhao Tianyu focused his gaze to discover a hole the size of a bowl at its base. Undoubtedly, the rabbit had burrowed into this hole, which must be its lair. Before long, Su Ran arrived, breathless at the foot of the tree. Zhao Tianyu, acutely aware of the adage regarding the clever rabbit having multiple burrows, understood that this rabbit's lair likely had more than one exit. Therefore, he promptly instructed Su Ran to guard this entrance, ensuring that the rabbit could not escape. Once he had organized Su Ran, Zhao Tianyu began to meticulously search around the tree. Indeed, it was not long before he spotted another hole of similar size beneath a nearby tree. Pondering to himself, Zhao Tianyu concluded that this must be another exit for the rabbit. He quickly crouched down, drew his knife, and began to excavate some soil, effectively sealing off this entrance. Finally, he firmly trampled the earth several times to ensure it was compacted, making it difficult for the rabbit to escape easily. After thoroughly searching the surroundings and finding no other holes, he returned to Su Ran's side. Su Ran blinked her large, curious eyes and gazed at Zhao Tianyu with a perplexed expression, inquiring, "Brother Zhao, the wild rabbit has entered this hole. How shall we capture it?" A hint of confidence graced Zhao Tianyu's lips as he replied softly, "It is quite simple. We can smoke it out. You stay here and ensure the rabbit does not escape while I gather some materials." No sooner had he spoken than he turned and departed. Before long, he returned to the hole, cradling a bundle of dry grass in his arms, and then he chopped some fresh branches from a nearby tree, finally gathering several broad palm leaves. With deft hands, Zhao Tianyu utilized his army knife to excavate a small pit approximately several centimeters deep at the entrance of the hole, carefully placing the dry grass within it before igniting it with a lighter. As the fire began to spread, the dry grass ignited rapidly, flames dancing vigorously at the mouth of the hole. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu promptly tossed the fresh branches onto the fire. In an instant, a thick plume of smoke surged upward, resembling a massive gray dragon, clawing and writhing as it surged into the hole. Zhao Tianyu called out to Su Ran, "Quickly, use the palm leaves to fan the smoke into the hole, allowing it to fill the space." Without hesitation, Su Ran seized the palm leaves and, like a diligent little bee, began to fan the smoke vigorously. Under Su Ran's earnest efforts, the billowing smoke flowed into the hole like a powerful torrent. Zhao Tianyu cautiously placed his hand at the entrance of the hole, holding his breath and focusing intently on the opening. As time passed, he remained as motionless as a statue. The dense smoke continued to pour into the hole, and after approximately 3 to 4 minutes, the rabbit hiding within could no longer endure the torment of the smoke, bursting forth from the hole like an arrow released from a bow. In a swift and agile response, Zhao Tianyu seized the rabbit firmly, afraid it might escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted the creature and, with a forceful throw, sent it crashing against a nearby tree. The sound of a thud echoed as the rabbit made intimate contact with the trunk, and then, like a kite severed from its string, it plummeted to the ground, motionless. Upon witnessing the capture of the rabbit, Su Ran ceased her actions. Zhao Tianyu turned to her, exclaiming, "Keep fanning. Why have you stopped?" With a puzzled expression, Su Ran looked at Zhao Tianyu and asked, "Haven't we already caught the rabbit?" Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly, patiently explaining, "Wild rabbits are social creatures. There is more than one in this hole. So, please continue fanning. Trust me, it will be worth it." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran picked up the palm leaves once more and resumed her task of directing the thick smoke into the hole. Before a minute had passed, another rabbit darted out from the hole. Zhao Tianyu, quick as lightning, pressed down on it and lifted it, sending it crashing against the tree, sealing its fate. Su Ran continued to fan the smoke into the burrow, yet after several minutes, no hairs emerged. Zhao Tianyu pondered that it seemed the burrow was devoid of any rabbits. This realization prompted Su Ran to cease her efforts, placing the 2 hares into the bamboo basket. They extinguished the fire and, with the basket on his back, Zhao Tianyu led Su Ran towards the coast. By the time they returned to the shoreline, the sun was gradually descending beyond the horizon. Lu Shui and her companions had also gathered quite a bit of firewood, and upon seeing Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran with 2 hares, they were filled with immense joy. Chapter 59. Lin Yu is bitten by a snake after a brief respite. Zhao Tianyu picked up 2 wild rabbits and strolled leisurely to the shoreline. With practiced ease, he placed the rabbits on a large rock and began to prepare them. His deft hands worked quickly, and in less than half an hour, he had skillfully processed the 2 rabbits, washing them clean in the seawater before returning to the fire. By this time, night had fully descended, enveloping the surroundings in darkness, with only the flickering flames casting a soft glow in a small area. Rising to his feet, Zhao Tianyu ventured into the nearby woods to procure a stick of wood, approximately the thickness of a finger, and returned to the fire. Taking his military knife, he sharpened one end of the stick, transforming it into a perfect skewer. He then impaled one of the rabbits onto the stick and carefully arranged it over the embers, beginning the slow process of roasting. As moments trickled by, within 20 minutes, the rabbit emerged golden and crisp, its surface sizzling with delectable juices, an enticing aroma wafting through the air. The delightful scent stirred the hunger in everyone, their stomachs rumbling in response, and saliva unconsciously pooling in their mouths. Just as the rabbit neared perfection, Zhao Tianyu sprinkled some sea salt crystals from a bottle over it, enhancing its flavor. Finally, he tore off 4 rabbit legs and handed them to Lu Shui and the others. Upon receiving the rabbit legs, a wave of gratitude washed over Lu Shui and her companions. Despite Zhao Tianyu's strictness towards them, it was undeniable that he treated them exceptionally well. Whenever he discovered food, he generously reserved the finest portions for their enjoyment. Perhaps it was the addition of sea salt that rendered the roasted rabbit exceptionally delectable, making it utterly irresistible. In a matter of moments, the group devoured the entire rabbit, leaving only a pile of lonely bones. Yet, it seemed they were not yet satisfied, their expressions reflecting a lingering desire for more. At that moment, Lin Yu spoke up, addressing Zhao Tianyu. "Brother Zhao, I feel as though I haven't eaten enough. Shall we roast the remaining rabbit as well?" Her words brimmed with longing for the scrumptious fare. Seeing this, Zhao Wanning quickly chimed in, "Yes. Brother Zhao, I'm still hungry too. Let's roast the remaining rabbit, shall we?" Her tone carried a hint of playful coaxing, making it hard to refuse. Zhao Tianyu, noticing the eager glimmer in their eyes, smiled and nodded in agreement. He promptly took the remaining rabbit, expertly skewered it, and placed it over the fire to roast slowly. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, the rabbit was finally ready. Zhao Tianyu carefully removed it from the flames and meticulously tore off 4 rabbit legs, presenting them to Lu Shui and her companions. After relishing the roasted rabbit, Zhao Tianyu split open several coconuts, distributing one to each of them, while he himself took one and tilted it to his lips, drinking the coconut water in a single breath. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, The group gathered around the crackling bonfire, quietly listening to the gentle rhythm of the waves lapping against the rocks, and gazing at the night sky adorned with stars that twinkled like precious gems. The soft caress of the sea breeze enveloped them, as if all their worries were swallowed by the serene atmosphere, leaving their hearts in a state of exquisite ease. It was at this moment that Lu Shui suddenly shattered the tranquility. She turned her gaze to Zhao Tianyu, her delicate voice ringing clear in the night. "Brother Zhao, we've worked up quite a sweat today, and the odor is rather unpleasant. Our clothes are filthy as well. May we wash up by the shore?" Zhao Tianyu smiled faintly in response, nodding in agreement. "Of course, go ahead, but do be cautious." Upon receiving Zhao Tianyu's permission, Lu Shui and her companions were filled with excitement as they quickly rummaged through their luggage for a fresh set of clothes, then joyfully dashed towards the coast. Arriving at a large rock by the shoreline, they eagerly shed their garments and leaped into the ocean, reveling in the refreshing embrace of the water. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu remained by the bonfire, contentedly extracting a cigarette from his pocket, expertly placing it between his lips and igniting it with a lighter. As the smoke billowed upwards, he inhaled deeply, savoring the subtle flavor of tobacco, his expression one of satisfaction. Time seemed to stand still for a while, until suddenly, a piercing scream from Lin Yu erupted from the coast, shattering the night's tranquility and sending shockwaves through the world. Zhao Tianyu's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet like an arrow released from its bow, sprinting towards the shore. His footsteps were swift as lightning, and within mere seconds, he reached the large rock where the four were bathing. Under the bright moonlight, he caught sight of Lu Shui and her friends. They stood there, completely unclothed, the moon's glow accentuating their alluring figures and flawless skin. Zhao Tianyu's gaze was involuntarily drawn to them, his throat going dry and his heartbeat quickening. The four women were evidently taken aback by Zhao Tianyu's sudden appearance. They panicked, hastily covering themselves and letting out a collective scream. This unexpected scene left Zhao Tianyu feeling awkward. He quickly turned away, asking, "What happened? Is everything all right?" Su Ran's voice trembled as she replied, "Just now, Lin Yu was bitten by a snake." Zhao Tianyu's expression shifted to one of grave concern, anxiety flooding his heart. "Lin Yu, where were you bitten? Please tell me. How do you feel now?" Lin Yu's face turned crimson, resembling a ripe apple as she lowered her head and shyly murmured, "It was my bottom that was bitten, and it hurts so much." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu felt an increasing sense of urgency and swiftly urged, "Do not dawdle any longer. Come here at once, so I can assess the severity of your injury." Lin Yu's face flushed deeper, her voice barely audible, akin to the whisper of a mosquito. But I'm not dressed. Isn't this rather inappropriate?" Zhao Tianyu, upon hearing her words, was momentarily a loss for words. Unable to restrain his volume, he exclaimed, "What time is it? Are you still concerned about such trivialities? This is a matter of life and death. Hurry over here so I can examine your wound. If the snake that bit you is venomous and we fail to address it in time, your life could be at stake." Chapter 60. Examining Lin Yu's wound. Lin Yu trembled at Zhao Tianyu's words, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Though her inner turmoil persisted, the fear of death surged within her, overpowering all other concerns. With lightning speed, she grasped a piece of clothing and hurriedly draped it over herself, striving to conceal her modesty. Like a startled lamb, she approached Zhao Tianyu, tiptoeing and fidgeting, eventually standing with her back to him. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu retrieved a lighter from his pocket, igniting it with a sharp click. He then crouched down, his gaze fixated on Lin Yu's posterior. Illuminated by the faint glow of the flame, her rounded and pert form was unmistakably revealed. Above that shapely rear, the bite mark from the snake was starkly visible, the imprint resembling a sinister brand left by a malevolent force. Even more alarming was the steady trickle of blood flowing from the wound, resembling a delicate stream, staining the surrounding skin crimson. Under Zhao Tianyu's intense scrutiny, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment wash over her. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, even more vivid than that of a monkey's rear. She felt a desperate urge to find a crevice to hide in, wishing to escape this mortifying situation. However, Zhao Tianyu's gaze did not linger solely on the wound. It inevitably wandered to her intimate areas, and though only partially obscured, the subtle contours ignited a dryness in his throat, and a wave of heat coursed through his body. His mind began to spiral into uncontrollable thoughts, wild ideas racing like untamed stallions. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, redirecting his focus back to Lin Yu's snakebite. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the blood was a vivid red, and there was no evident swelling or discoloration around the wound. Zhao Tianyu let out a silent sigh of relief and inquired, "How do you feel now?" Lin Yu's cheeks remained rosy, and with a hint of shyness, she replied softly, "It just hurts a little on my backside. Otherwise, I feel fine." Hearing her reassurance, coupled with the condition of her injury, Zhao Tianyu concluded that the snake that bit her was not venomous. He exhaled in relief and stood up, offering her comfort. "Fortunately, the snake that bit you is harmless. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to handle it." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lin Yu too felt a wave of relief, her spirits lifting considerably. Nearby, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanning shared in the relief, their worries dissipating significantly. Zhao Tianyu turned to Su Ran, advising, "Su Ran, I noticed there are anti-inflammatory medications in the suitcase. Please apply some to her wound later to prevent any infection." Su Ran quickly nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "All right, I understand." Zhao Tianyu refrained from saying anything further, turning away and unsteadily making his way toward the fire. However, his mind was besieged by a whirlwind of thoughts. The image of Lu Shui and her companions, completely unclothed, flashing before him like scenes from a film. The visuals were so vivid that he could almost feel their smooth skin and elegant curves, causing his heart to race uncontrollably and his thoughts to waver. Goodness, he internally marveled. He had not anticipated that the four of them would possess such remarkable figures. Tonight was indeed a feast for the eyes. After the earlier incident, Lu Shui and her friends dared not bathe again. In a flurry, they hastily donned their clothes, clutching the garments they had just changed out of, and returned to the fire like thieves. The atmosphere around the fire grew palpably awkward, as no one knew what to say to alleviate the tension. The four girls' faces remained flushed, their gazes cast downward, unwilling to meet Zhao Tianyu's eyes. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. He resolved to break the silence. Looking at Su Ran with a smile, he said, "Su Ran, please apply some antiseptic ointment to Lin Yu's wound. I will take a stroll along the coast." With that, he stood up, his movements somewhat stiff. He gradually made his way to the shore, extracting a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with trembling hands. The smoke rose slowly as he inhaled deeply, allowing the nicotine to soothe his inner turmoil. Standing by the shore, he watched the waves rhythmically crash upon the sand, listening to the sound of the ocean, his mood gradually settling. After finishing the cigarette and lingering by the coast for another 10 minutes, he assumed that Su Ran had completed tending to Lin Yu's wound before turning back to join the others by the fire. At that moment, Lu Shui and her friends still bore flushed faces, reminiscent of ripe apples. They sat around the fire, occasionally exchanging glances, each appearing somewhat uncomfortable. After several more minutes, Su Ran could no longer contain her curiosity. Lowering her voice slightly, she asked Zhao Tianyu, "Big brother Zhao, did you see us all in the nude when you rushed to the shore?" Upon hearing Su Ran's question, Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened. Naturally, he would not admit to having seen the four girls in their entirety. With a look of denial, he replied, "I didn't see anything at all. When I heard Lin Yu scream, my first thought was that she might be in danger, and I rushed over without a second thought. By the time I reached the rocks where you were bathing, I heard your screams and immediately turned away." However, Lu Shui and her companions clearly did not believe Zhao Tianyu's explanation. Su Ran continued to press, "Are you really sure you saw nothing?" A hint of skepticism gleamed in her eyes. Observing her expression, Zhao Tianyu quickly reiterated at that moment, "The only thought in my mind was whether Lin Yu was in danger. I had no inclination to pay attention to anything else. Upon hearing your screams, I immediately turned around, having no time to glance at anything else." Observing Zhao Tianyu's steadfast denial, Lu Shui and the others found themselves at a loss. "Lin Yu?" Her cheeks flushed, addressed him. I cannot believe you examined my wound and saw nothing. In response to her words, Zhao Tianyu, with utmost seriousness, remarked at that moment, I was solely focused on examining your wound. I had no mind to observe anything else. His declaration left Lin Yu momentarily speechless, as she recognized that even if Zhao Tianyu had indeed witnessed something, he would never concede to it. The memory of her presenting her backside for Zhao Tianyu to inspect her wound made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Chapter 61. Seeking food with Lu Shui in an effort to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Zhao Tianyu hastily addressed Lu Shui and the other three, urging them, It is quite late. You should all retire for the night. I shall take it upon myself to keep watch. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's arrangement, Lu Shui and her companions had no further objections. They quietly settled onto the palm leaves beside the fire, preparing to drift into slumber. Zhao Tianyu gathered some firewood and ignited several small fires around them. Sitting beside one of the flames, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and began to smoke leisurely. However, his thoughts did not dissipate with the curling smoke. Images of Lu Shui and her companions in their natural state, as well as the moment he had examined Lin Yu's wound, repeatedly flashed through his mind. These visuals intertwined in his consciousness, leading him to indulge in a flurry of fanciful thoughts. Thus, as Zhao Tianyu smoked, he lost track of time, the hours slipping away unnoticed. It was not until the break of dawn that he felt his eyelids growing heavy, contemplating the likelihood of any further danger. Rising once more, he replenished the fires with additional wood to ensure their continued warmth before finally lying back down on the palm leaves beside the fire, closing his eyes in preparation for sleep. Within mere minutes, the sound of his snoring filled the air. Lu Shui and her companions did not awaken until the sun had risen high, its rays filtering through the leaves and warming their skin. Observing Zhao Tianyu still soundly asleep, they exchanged knowing glances, choosing not to disturb him. Slowly rising from the palm leaves, their weary bodies trudged toward the shoreline. The morning sea breeze gently tousled their hair, offering a refreshing respite. Crouching by the water's edge, they splashed their faces with the cool ocean water, feeling invigorated. To avoid disrupting Zhao Tianyu's slumber, Lu Shui and her friends opted not to return to the fire, but instead found a large rock along the shore to sit upon. Do you think Zhao Gu saw us all last night? Zhou Wanning suddenly spoke up, her voice tinged with shyness and embarrassment. Lu Shui immediately responded, Is that even a question? The moonlight was so bright. He undoubtedly saw everything. Her tone was casual, as if she were unfazed by the situation. Su Ran chimed in with a smile. Sister Shui is right. Even if he did see us, we have nothing to lose. However, Lin Yu's reaction diverged from theirs. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she stammered, You may not feel the loss, but I am utterly mortified, with my backside on display for him to see. At her words, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanning could not help but burst into laughter. Their mirth only deepened Lin Yu's embarrassment, causing her to lower her head shyly. All right, enough laughter, Lin Yu said with feigned irritation. If you keep laughing, I might genuinely get angry. Su Ran chuckled and said, Yeah, try to lighten up. Even if Zhao Gij is staring at your backside, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Lu Shui immediately chimed in. Su Ran is right. Who told you to get bitten by a snake? Zhao Gij's gaze on you is merely for inspecting your wound. Time flew by, and before they knew it, noon approached. Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes, seemingly still lost in slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he struggled to rise from the palm leaves. Once fully awake, he staggered towards the shore. The sunlight bathed him, outlining his somewhat weary figure. With a smile, he called out to Lin Yu, who was seated on a nearby rock. Yeah. Does her backside still hurt? Would you like me to check it again? We must avoid any chance of infection. As soon as Zhao Tianyu finished speaking, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting erupted into laughter, as if triggered by a shared joke. Their laughter echoed along the vast coastline, sounding particularly melodious. Lin Yu's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, and she awkwardly replied, No need for you to check. It doesn't hurt anymore. At that moment, Su Ran interjected, Yeah, Zhao Gij is being kind by offering to check your wound, so let him take a look. Her tone was laced with playful teasing, clearly relishing Lin Yu's embarrassment. Lin Yu's face flushed deeper, and she retorted, somewhat annoyed, I certainly let him check. If you want an examination, you can take off your pants and let him check you instead. Upon hearing this, Su Ren not only remained unperturbed, but laughed even more heartily. With a grin, she replied, I would quite like for him to check me, but alas, I have not been bitten by a snake. Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Tianyu, chuckling, turned to Su Ran and said, Su Dame, even if you haven't been bitten, I could still check you. Now it was Su Ran's turn to blush, and she retorted playfully, in your dreams. Zhao Tianyu smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. He crouched down, scooping up some cool seawater to wash his face, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Standing up, he addressed Lu Shui and the others. You all go gather some firewood and prepare to boil some sea salt crystals. Tomorrow morning, we will return to the shelter. I will search for food in the woods. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui immediately spoke up, I will accompany you to the woods to find food. It's safer that way. With a beautiful companion by his side, Zhao Tianyu readily agreed, nodding, all right then, you can join me in the woods to gather food. He then turned to Su Ran and the others, instructing, you three stay by the shore and don't wander off. After saying this, he returned to the large tree, slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder, and walked into the woods with Lu Shui. Meanwhile, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting ventured into the nearby forest to collect firewood. By now it was midday, and the sun had ascended to its zenith, casting an oppressive heat over the entire forest. Countless bothersome mosquitoes swarmed around the two individuals. Having ventured only a short distance, they were already drenched in sweat, their garments clinging uncomfortably to their skin. Yet, in pursuit of sustenance, they gritted their teeth and pressed onward into the depths of the woodland. After trudging for over half an hour, the only sounds that punctuated the silence were the occasional calls of birds from the branches above, leaving them somewhat disheartened and despondent at the absence of any other signs of wildlife. Chapter 62. The venomous serpent appears above, observing Lu Shui, who was panting heavily. Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of compassion. He inquired with genuine concern, shall we take a moment to rest? You appear somewhat fatigued. Lu Shui, breathing laboriously, gently shook her head, resolutely responding, let us continue our search for food. I am perfectly fine. Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement, choosing not to press the matter further, and together they ventured deeper into the woods. After walking nearly 2 kilometers, a sudden, melodious call of a wild chicken shattered the surrounding silence. They exchanged a glance and immediately halted, alertly gazing upwards. There, perched on a branch of a large tree some 10 meters away, was a wild chicken, incessantly calling out. A flicker of excitement danced in Zhao Tianyu's eyes as he swiftly retrieved a slingshot from his pocket, deftly placing a stone upon the leather pad before aiming at the bird. With a swift whoosh, the stone sped forth like lightning, striking the wild chicken squarely. The bird emitted a mournful cry, lunging forward before soaring several meters away, akin to a kite severed from its string, ultimately plummeting heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lu Shui's eyes widened in admiration as she exclaimed, Brother Zhao, your aim with that slingshot is impeccable. You're truly a marksman. Might you teach me? A smile graced Zhao Tianyu's lips as he jested. If the folks at the company were to see their esteemed president playing with a slingshot, I dare say their jaws would drop to the floor. Lu Shui chuckled softly at his words, replying, what does it matter that I am a president? Here, I must rely on you. Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement, his expression affirming her sentiment, and promptly made his way towards where the wild chicken had fallen. Bending down, he grasped the bird firmly by its neck, and with a decisive pull, a crisp crack echoed as the neck snapped. The chicken struggled briefly before succumbing to stillness. Returning to Lu Shui's side with the bird in hand, he declared, let's head back. I am nearly famished, and this wild chicken should suffice for a meal. Lu Shui nodded obediently, and together they set off towards the coastline. However, after only a short distance, Zhao Tianyu, who was leading the way, suddenly sensed something amiss and abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on a nearby thicket that seemed to stir slightly. Noticing his sudden stop, Lu Shui followed suit, asking, Brother Zhao, why have we stopped? Zhao Tianyu pointed towards the thicket, saying, "There appears to be something within those bushes. Stay here while I investigate." With that, he handed the wild chicken to Lu Shui and swiftly drew a military knife from his waist, gripping it tightly as he cautiously approached the dense underbrush. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air as he drew nearer to the thicket. Zhao Tianyu cautiously parted the underbrush, revealing a curled-up porcupine nestled within. A surge of delight washed over him, initially concerned that a solitary wild chicken would not suffice for their feast. He was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected gift of the porcupine. Stealing his nerves with a deep breath, he carefully sheathed his military knife at his waist to avoid startling the creature. He then deftly picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground, gripping it tightly as he adjusted his stance, aiming for the porcupine's head, and struck decisively. A dull thud echoed as the stone accurately impacted the porcupine's skull. The creature emitted a piercing cry, its body convulsing violently, clearly gravely injured. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Tianyu swiftly retrieved another stone from the ground and hurled it with greater force and speed towards the porcupine's head. This time, the stone flew like a meteor, crashing down upon the porcupine with ferocity. The second blow rendered the porcupine's head a gruesome mess, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. After a few convulsions, the porcupine lay still, devoid of any sign of life. Zhao Tianyu carefully dragged the lifeless porcupine from the thicket. He gathered a few dry grasses, twisted them together to fashion a rudimentary rope, and securely bound the porcupine's hind legs. With ease, he lifted the porcupine as one might a small chick and strode purposefully towards Lu Shui. She stood in a rather unique position, directly beneath the branches of a large tree. As Zhao Tianyu approached within 3 meters of Lu Shui, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a branch above her head. Upon closer inspection, a jolt of fear gripped him, a chill coursing down his spine. There, less than 2 meters from Lu Shui's head, coiled a snake of deep green hue. The serpent blended almost seamlessly with the surrounding branches and foliage, making it nearly undetectable without careful scrutiny. Measuring about 2 to 3 meters in length, its body was as thick as an adult's arm. Most terrifying was its triangular head, which appeared particularly menacing, clearly indicating it was a highly venomous snake. At that moment, the snake was fixated on Lu Shui, flicking its tongue repeatedly, as if poised to launch a lethal strike at any moment. Zhao Tianyu's eyes were magnetically drawn to the venomous serpent above Lu Shui, not daring to blink, fearful that a moment's inattention might provoke an attack. He took a deep breath, striving to quell his rising anxiety, and spoke softly to Lu Shui. "Stay perfectly still and do not panic." Upon hearing his words and witnessing his tense demeanor, Lu Shui's heart tightened, sensing the gravity of the situation. She steadied herself, straining to listen, and indeed, she discerned a faint hissing sound, the unmistakable indication of a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Her heartbeat quickened abruptly, and a thin sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead. Cautiously, she glanced upward with her peripheral vision and was met by the sight of the snake poised above her, its tongue darting menacingly. This sight sent a jolt of terror through Lu Shui, draining the color from her face, while her limbs seemed to lose all control, trembling involuntarily. Observing her distress, Zhao Tianyu wasted no time. He gently set the porcupine he had been carrying down onto the ground. With deliberate slowness, he reached for his waist, drawing forth his military knife. His movements were tender and cautious, mindful not to alert the snake. All the while, his gaze remained fixed upon the menacing creature above Lu Shui. Chapter 63. Coconut juice, stewed dragon, and phoenix meet in that heart-stopping moment. The venomous serpent ominously opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Lu Shui with the swiftness of a lightning strike. Just as the danger unfolded, Zhao Tianyu exhibited a remarkable reflex, darting to Lu Shui's side with incredible speed and unhesitatingly pushing her out of harm's way. Simultaneously, the military knife in his hand glinted coldly as it sliced through the air, hurtling towards the serpent like a shooting star. The blade was exceptionally sharp, seemingly capable of severing steel. With a resounding crack, the serpent was cleaved in two, its writhing body on the ground appearing to make one last desperate struggle. Witnessing this, Zhao Tianyu showed no mercy as he lifted his foot and stomped down upon the serpent's head with the force of a mountain crushing an egg, relentlessly grinding it beneath his heel. Each impact was imbued with immense power, as if he sought to obliterate the serpent's skull entirely. At last, under Zhao Tianyu's persistent pressure, the serpent ceased to move, falling silent. He slowly lifted his foot, gazing down to find the serpent's head reduced to a gruesome pulp, a sight too horrific to behold. Reflecting on the near catastrophe, both Lu Shui and Zhao Tianyu felt a chill run down their spines. Had it not been for Zhao Tianyu's quick thinking in pushing Lu Shui aside, she might have been bitten by the serpent, with consequences too dreadful to imagine. Lu Shui's face was as pale as a sheet, clearly shaken by the encounter. With lingering trepidation, she looked at Zhao Tianyu and, her voice trembling slightly, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Brother Zhao, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I would have surely been bitten by that snake." Zhao Tianyu shook his head, saying, "As long as you're unharmed, that's what matters. There are many venomous snakes in these woods. It seems we must exercise greater caution in the future." After speaking, he promptly crouched down, his movements swift and decisive. Firmly grasping the military knife, he accurately aimed for the serpent's head and struck with a decisive swing, the head tumbling to the ground with a sharp crack. He retrieved the serpent's body along with a porcupine, making his way towards the coast, with Lu Shui closely trailing behind him. Throughout their journey, the two exchanged little conversation, walking in silence. After over an hour, they finally returned to the fire pit, where Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting were gathered, laughing and chatting merrily. Upon seeing the porcupine, wild chicken, and serpent that Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui had brought back, their excitement and joy were palpable. Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui placed their catch on the ground and collapsed beside it, gasping for breath. Particularly, Lu Shui's chest heaved violently, as if expelling all her exhaustion. Observing this, Su Ran quickly stood up, approached Zhao Tianyu, and withdrew the military knife from his waist. Then, she skillfully split open 2 coconuts from the bamboo basket, handing the coconut water to Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui. Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui took the coconuts without a moment's hesitation, bringing them to their lips and drinking eagerly. The refreshing coconut water slid down their throats, invigorating them and restoring a semblance of strength. Su Ran unflinchingly tossed the wild chicken into the roaring flames. The fire quickly consumed the bird, and before long, its feathers were completely singed. Even the skin turned charred black. With a stick in hand, he carefully retrieved the roasted chicken from the fire and made his way to the shore. Seeing this, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting hastily rose to join him at the coast, assisting in the preparation of the wild chicken. In less than 20 minutes, they had cleaned the bird thoroughly, washing it meticulously in seawater before returning it to the fire. Observing the prepared chicken alongside the coconuts in the bamboo basket, Zhao Tianyu's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. With a broad smile, he declared, "Allow me to create a delectable dish for you all." Upon hearing his words, Lu Shui and the others beamed with anticipation, particularly Lin Yu, who curiously inquired, "What delicious creation do you have in mind?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied leisurely, "Coconut juice, braised dragon, and phoenix meat." The unique name instantly captivated Lu Shui and the others, curiosity illuminating their faces as if enchanted by its distinctiveness. Lu Shui blinked her large eyes and asked inquisitively, "What is that?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled. "It's simply coconut juice, braised wild chicken, and snake meat." At his words, the four could not help but burst into laughter. Lin Yu chimed in, "Couldn't he just say coconut juice, braised chicken, and snake meat instead of dragon and phoenix?" Zhao Tianyu chose not to elaborate further. He gently placed the prepared wild chicken on a wooden plank he had collected from the shore, then wielded his machete to swiftly chop the chicken into evenly sized pieces. Next, he picked up the corpse of the venomous snake, hastening to the shore to clean it meticulously before returning to the fire and cutting it into small chunks. With everything set, he placed the pot securely over the flames, then split several coconuts open with his machete, pouring the clear coconut water into the pot. The moment the coconut juice hit the pot, A refreshing aroma wafted through the air, uplifting spirits. Finally, Zhao Tianyu added the chopped chicken and snake meat into the pot, patiently beginning the simmering process. As time passed, nearly an hour later, the chicken and snake meat were perfectly cooked, releasing a rich fragrance that surged like a torrent, filling the air. The enticing aroma made everyone's mouths water, and the hungry group, having long felt the pangs of hunger, eagerly grabbed their bowls and chopsticks to savor the delightful meal. The snake meat and wild chicken, cooked to perfection in coconut milk, offer an astonishingly delightful flavor. Not only do the wild chicken and snake meat themselves exude exquisite freshness, but they are also infused with the unique sweetness of coconut milk. The harmonious blend of these three elements creates an indescribably marvelous taste. As the diners savored the dish, their mouths were filled with expressions of admiration, punctuated by continuous sounds of approval. In less than 10 minutes, the pot of wild chicken and snake meat was devoured with the swiftness of a whirlwind, leaving not a single drop of broth behind. Yet, despite their satiated appetites, their faces still bore an expression of lingering desire, as if they were not yet satisfied. Zhao Tianyu contentedly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, leisurely igniting it before taking a deep drag. As the smoke spiraled upwards, an expression of profound enjoyment graced his face, as if in that moment he were the happiest person in the world. A cigarette after a meal is better than living like a deity, he remarked, his voice imbued with satisfaction for the feast and a fervent love for life. Chapter 64. Crafting Bows and Arrows. After finishing a cigarette, Zhao Tianyu rose to his feet and approached the shoreline, carrying a porcupine. With utmost care, he began to extract the sharp quills one by one, placing them aside. Once all the quills were removed, he skillfully used his military knife to carefully peel off the entire hide of the porcupine. He then extracted the internal organs, retaining the liver while discarding the rest into the sea. With the prepared porcupine and the collected quills in hand, he returned to the fire pit and addressed Lu Shui and the others. Please head to the shoreline and see if you can find some fishing lines. I will search the woods for some sticks, as I intend to craft a few bows and arrows. Once we return to the shelter, I will teach you how to shoot. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others promptly stood and made their way toward the coast, while Zhao Tianyu ventured into the woods with his knife. After wandering through the forest, he finally came across a tall elm tree. A sense of joy filled him, for he knew that this elm was an excellent material for crafting bows. Without hesitation, he raised his knife and struck the trunk with force. With a resounding crack, a stick, roughly the thickness of a child's arm, fell to the ground. Zhao Tianyu continued to swing his knife, and before long, 4 or 5 such sticks had been severed. He then cut down several thinner sticks, intending to fashion arrows from them. Once he had gathered the wooden sticks, Zhao Tianyu expertly bound them together with strips of bark. He then hoisted the bundle onto his shoulder and strode purposefully back to the shoreline. Upon his return to the fire pit, he found that Lu Shui and the others had yet to arrive. Unperturbed, Zhao Tianyu placed the sticks on the ground and picked up his knife to begin refining them. He first shaped the thicker sticks into his ideal form, each cut precise and forceful, sending wood shavings flying. Next, he meticulously carved the thinner sticks into shapes resembling chopsticks. Finally, he placed the polished sticks over the fire to roast them, allowing them to darken in color. This process not only enhanced the wood's resilience, but also imparted greater flexibility, thus improving the quality of the bows and arrows. With great enthusiasm, Zhao Tianyu grasped one of the sticks intended for the bow. He held the ends firmly in both hands and exerted all his strength to bend the stick into the shape of a bow. Upon releasing his grip, the stick swiftly returned to its straight form. He then took his knife and carved shallow grooves at both ends, which would serve as critical points for securing the bowstring. Just as Zhao Tianyu was engrossed in crafting the bow, Lu Shui and the others returned, panting heavily as they approached the fire pit. Lu Shui held a tangle of fishing line in her hands. They collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Upon seeing the fishing line they had brought back, Zhao Tianyu's heart swelled with joy as he carefully untangled the chaotic mess of lines. Zhao Tianyu deftly utilized a military knife to cut the fishing line to his desired length. He then took 3 strands of fishing line and meticulously twisted them together, enhancing their strength. Next, he grasped a wooden stick intended for bow making and bent it into the shape of a bow. Finally, Zhao Tianyu secured the intertwined fishing lines tightly within the grooves at both ends of the wood. After considerable effort, a rudimentary bow was successfully crafted. When he tested the bowstring made of fishing line, it emitted a crisp sound upon release, prompting a satisfied nod from Zhao Tianyu. In less than an hour, he had fashioned 4 bows. Though they appeared somewhat crude, he found contentment in his work. Upon completing the bows, Zhao Tianyu did not rest. He casually picked up a stick, roughly the thickness of chopsticks, and, wielding his knife with practiced ease, carved a groove at one end. He swiftly made a cross-shaped incision at the opposite end of the stick. This cross-shaped cut was perfectly executed, preventing the stick from breaking while allowing the porcupine quills to fit securely. Carefully, he extracted a sharp quill from the porcupine and inserted it into the cross-shaped incision. He then bound the quill and the stick tightly with fishing line, ensuring they would not come loose. Thus, a simple yet practical arrow was completed. Zhao Tianyu beamed at his creation, his face alight with satisfaction. Eagerly, he picked up one of the bows and knocked the newly crafted arrow onto the string. Adjusting his stance, he aimed at the trunk of a large tree approximately 8 to 9 meters away. He gently released his grip, and with a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth like lightning, striking the trunk with precision. The porcupine quill tip embedded deeply into the tree, and Zhao Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. Beside him, Lu Shui and her companions wore expressions of awe and admiration. Over the past few days spent with Zhao Tianyu, he had consistently brought them unexpected delights. Whether it was crafting tools, foraging for food, or tackling unforeseen challenges, he seemed capable of anything, as if there was no problem beyond his grasp. Lu Shui and the others silently rejoiced in their decision to ally with Zhao Tianyu. Having such a capable individual by their side filled them with a profound sense of security. Zhao Tianyu continued to produce arrows, and by nightfall, he had crafted nearly 20. After roasting some porcupine meat for dinner, he informed Lu Shui and her companions that they would take turns keeping watch that night. With that, he collapsed onto the palm leaves like a heap of clay, and soon the sound of his thunderous snoring filled the air. The following morning, as the sky began to lighten, Zhao Tianyu awoke promptly, as if awakened by an alarm clock. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he noticed Lu Shui still seated by the fire, her eyes bloodshot and her face etched with exhaustion. Zhao Tianyu hastily rose from the palm leaves and approached Lu Shui, saying, "You should rest for a while. We shall return to the shelter once dawn breaks." Lu Shui shook her head, mustering her spirits as she replied, "I am not particularly tired. I would prefer to wait until we reach the shelter to sleep." Observing her resolve, Zhao Tianyu refrained from pressing her further, merely nodding in acknowledgement before turning to rouse the still slumbering Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting. As the group gathered by the shoreline, they splashed their faces with the refreshing sea water, the invigorating chill coursing through their bodies, rejuvenating their spirits. Returning to the fire, Zhao Tianyu roasted some porcupine meat, and after they all indulged in a hearty meal, they began to pack their belongings. They stuffed the coconuts they had previously gathered into the various suitcases, and each person hoisted a suitcase onto their shoulder, setting off towards the shelter in the light of the rising sun. Chapter 65 Encounter with the Leopard. As each individual bore the weight of a suitcase filled with coconuts and clothes, not only did this amplify their physical burden, but it also necessitated constant vigilance against potential dangers lurking nearby. Consequently, their pace was exceedingly slow. Particularly, Lu Shui and her 3 companions found themselves nearly unable to stand upright under the oppressive weight of their heavy suitcases. Their clothes were thoroughly soaked with perspiration. Beads of sweat cascaded down their foreheads, and they gasped for breath, as though each inhalation demanded the full exertion of their energy. Observing their plight, Zhao Tianyu could only permit them to rest after each short stretch of walking, in an effort to alleviate their fatigue. However, with nearly 10 kilometers remaining to the shelter along the coastline, even with their intermittent breaks, over 3 hours had passed, and they had barely covered half the distance. Lin Yu, panting heavily, managed to lift her head and beseeched Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, We truly cannot proceed any further. This suitcase is excessively heavy, suffocating me. Moreover, my stomach is growling with hunger. Could we perhaps rest a little longer? Upon seeing their flushed faces and labored breathing, Zhao Tianyu could only nod in agreement. He soon located a large tree providing shade, ensuring the surroundings posed no potential threats before allowing the four girls to sit beneath it and rest. The four girls released their suitcases onto the ground, collapsing beside them, gasping for air. Zhao Tianyu too placed his suitcase and bamboo basket down, leaning against the trunk as he inhaled deeply. After nearly 10 minutes of recuperation, feeling slightly revitalized, Zhao Tianyu gathered some firewood and dry grass nearby, igniting a small fire beneath the great tree. He fashioned several sticks, sharpening one end, and retrieved a piece of porcupine meat from his bamboo basket. Skewering it onto the stick, he carefully placed it over the smoldering embers, allowing it to roast slowly. In less than 10 minutes, the porcupine meat had turned a golden brown, sizzling and oozing fat, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, causing Lu Shui and her companions to salivate uncontrollably. Once the meat was ready, Zhao Tianyu handed each girl 2 skewers. Ignoring the heat, they eagerly devoured the porcupine meat with great enthusiasm. Following their meal, Zhao Tianyu cracked open several coconuts from his suitcase, offering each girl one. He took one for himself, tilting his head back to drink every last drop of coconut water. From his pocket, he retrieved a cigarette, lighting it and indulging in its calming smoke. After finishing his smoke, he extinguished the fire, hoisted the bamboo basket onto his back along with the suitcase, and set off once more towards the shelter. The four girls, rallying their strength, shouldered their suitcases and fell in step behind Zhao Tianyu. In this manner, they continued their slow advance when suddenly, a cacophony of bird calls shattered the tranquility of their surroundings. The crowd gazed upward in astonishment, witnessing the birds perched upon the branches, seemingly struck by an overwhelming fear, take flight in a flurry, vanishing instantaneously into the dense forest. Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened as he halted his steps, casting a vigilant gaze deep into the woods. Simultaneously, Lu Shui and her companions also came to an abrupt stop, standing anxiously in place. Time appeared to freeze in that moment, with everyone's attention riveted on the forest, awaiting the impending threat. Less than a minute felt like an eternity to each person present. At last, a colossal leopard emerged like a specter into their line of sight. This magnificent creature was astonishingly large, its head nearly the size of a basin, standing over a meter tall and exceeding 2 meters in length, with limbs as robust as an adult's calves. Zhao Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief as fear surged within him. He pondered, has this leopard transcended its nature? How could it be so immense? Faced with such a formidable beast, Zhao Tianyu dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. Swiftly, he placed his suitcase and bamboo basket on the ground, and without hesitation, drew a sharp military knife from his waist, gripping it tightly in front of him. His gaze fixed like that of an eagle on the leopard, unwavering and resolute. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her friends had already turned pale with fright, trembling uncontrollably. They were utterly paralyzed by the sight of the gigantic leopard, their bodies quivering like leaves in the wind. Zhao Tianyu, with a serious expression, shouted at Lu Shui and her companions, "Quickly put down your suitcases and find a safe place to hide." At the sound of his voice, the four women snapped back to reality, hurriedly placing their luggage on the ground and scurrying behind a large tree like startled rabbits. Zhao Tianyu continued to hold his military knife tightly, his unwavering gaze locked on the leopard. The leopard, having sensed their presence, halted, its sharp eyes fixed intently on Zhao Tianyu and the others, emanating an aura of ferocity. Thus, the two sides remained locked in a tense standoff for less than half a minute, time seemingly suspended. Suddenly, the leopard raised its head, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air like thunder, instilling a deep sense of dread. In the next instant, the leopard lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging directly at Zhao Tianyu. Undeterred, Zhao Tianyu bellowed, "Beast, you come at the perfect moment. Let me show you how I will deal with you today." It is well known that leopards possess incredible speed, ranking among the quickest in the animal kingdom. Especially for one of such immense size, its velocity was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the leopard had closed the distance to within 5 meters of Zhao Tianyu. It leapt high, baring its gaping maw and revealing sharp fangs, lunging ferociously towards him. In this heart-stopping, critical moment, Zhao Tianyu showcased his extraordinary agility and reflexes. His body moved with the swiftness of lightning, transforming into a specter that effortlessly evaded the lethal strike of the leopard. Simultaneously, the military knife in his hand sliced through the air, glimmering with a chilling light as it descended upon the ferocious leopard with an astonishing speed. This blade was extraordinarily sharp, akin to the scythe of death, mercilessly carving a gaping wound several centimeters long into the leopard's flesh. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain from the creature's injury, staining the surrounding grassland crimson. The leopard, suffering such a grievous blow, emitted a heart-wrenching, soul-piercing scream that reverberated throughout the forest, sending shivers down the spine of any who heard it. Chapter 66. Confronting the leopard, the wounded leopard struggled painfully, sprinting forward for several meters before finally managing to halt its advance. Yet, rather than retreating, this injured creature became enraged. Its blood-red eyes glared fiercely, and it emitted a low, menacing growl, clearly seething with fury over Zhao Tianyu's earlier assault. Surprisingly, the leopard did not choose to attack Lu Shui and her companions, who were concealed behind a great tree. Instead, it resolutely turned and lunged once more at Zhao Tianyu. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu stood before a towering tree, his nerves taut as he beheld the leopard charging at him like a ravenous predator. However, he remained composed and reacted swiftly, sidestepping with agility just in time. The leopard raced past him with astonishing speed, so rapid that it could not halt its momentum, crashing into the tree trunk like a cannonball. A tremendous sound reverberated through the air as the tree shuddered violently, teetering as if on the brink of collapse. Leaves cascaded down like startled butterflies, creating a verdant curtain of foliage. From this heart-stopping scene, one could easily envision the immense force of the leopard's impact. The leopard itself was momentarily dazed by the sudden collision, its hefty head bobbing like a child's rattle, still reeling from the shock of the blow. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Zhao Tianyu gripped his military knife tightly and unhesitatingly struck at one of the leopard's legs. The blade glinted ominously as it descended, landing precisely at the leopard's ankle. With a sharp crack, the leg snapped like a severed branch, eliciting a piercing wail from the leopard, a sound so chilling it seemed capable of shattering eardrums. Yet, instead of retreating, this only ignited its ferocity. Enduring the excruciating pain, it turned its head, baring its bloodied maw like a frenzied beast, lunging once more at Zhao Tianyu. This time, he chose not to evade. Standing firm, he locked his gaze onto the leopard. As it pounced before him, he suddenly lifted his foot and, summoning all his strength, delivered a tremendous kick to the creature's jaw. The impact echoed like thunder, fueled by Zhao Tianyu's fury and determination, sending the leopard hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhao Tianyu felt the recoil from the kick reverberate through his leg, a sharp pain coursing through as if it might fracture. Observing the leopard sprawled on the ground, he dared not hesitate. He advanced swiftly, his right hand clenching the knife, and with the swiftness of lightning, plunged it toward the leopard's throat. The blade pierced effortlessly through its fur and flesh, embedding deeply into its windpipe. Zhao Tianyu unsheathed his military knife without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, a torrent of hot blood gushed forth from the leopard's neck, resembling a fountain, splattering onto the ground and forming a pool of crimson. The leopard, struck by such a fatal blow, emitted a piercing scream that reverberated through the silent forest, sending chills down one's spine. It writhed on the ground, struggling in agony, desperately attempting to escape the sudden, searing pain. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu dared not relax for even a moment. He swiftly retreated to a distance of 4 or 5 meters, gripping the knife tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the leopard, which was now in its death throes. The severely wounded leopard rolled about more violently on the ground, its cries growing increasingly feeble. Nonetheless, Zhao Tianyu remained unaffected by its plight, maintaining a heightened state of vigilance, prepared for any eventuality. As time passed, nearly 10 minutes elapsed before the leopard's cries gradually subsided, ultimately fading into silence. Only then did Zhao Tianyu cautiously approach, giving the leopard's body a gentle nudge with his foot to confirm its stillness. With the assurance that the leopard was indeed deceased, he exhaled a sigh of relief, breathing heavily. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her companions, who had been concealed behind a large tree, were rendered speechless by the scene before them, their mouths agape in disbelief. They found it nearly inconceivable that Zhao Tianyu had so effortlessly dispatched such a large leopard. At that moment, admiration for him surged within them like a tidal wave, beyond the capacity of words to express. Slowly emerging from behind the tree, they approached Zhao Tianyu, first exchanging a glance at the leopard's lifeless form before turning their gazes back to him, their faces reflecting awe and reverence. Feeling somewhat bashful under the unabashed scrutiny of the four girls, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, "Why do you all look at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Lu Shui, her voice trembling with excitement, replied, "Brother Zhao, you are simply too brave. To have dealt with this leopard so swiftly is truly remarkable. I am in awe of you." Lin Yu quickly chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Zhao, you have truly surprised me. My admiration for you flows like the waters of the Yellow River, endlessly." However, before Lin Yu could finish her sentence, Zhao Tianyu hastily waved his hand to interrupt her, laughingly exclaiming, "Stop, stop. This praise is too exaggerated. I'm nearly covered in goosebumps." Su Ran immediately added, "Brother Zhao, you are truly a man. To have conquered this leopard." In response to her words, Zhao Tianyu playfully replied, "What are you saying? Am I not a man? Or am I a woman?" Zhou then looked at the leopard's carcass and asked Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, how should we handle the leopard's body?" Zhao Tianyu replied with a smile, "Is there even a question? Of course, we shall take it back and savor it. I have never had the pleasure of tasting leopard meat in my life. I wonder if it is delectable?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanning inquired further, "But that leopard must weigh at least 200 to 300 pounds. How do you intend to bring it back?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled and assured her, "You need not worry about that. I possess considerable strength. I shall entrust my suitcase and bamboo basket to you." With that, he wiped the blood from his military knife on the leopard's hide before sheathing it at his waist. Chapter 67. Return to the sanctuary. Zhao Tianyu gripped the legs of the leopard with hands like iron claws, and with a sudden heave, he effortlessly hoisted the 200 or 300-pound creature onto his shoulders. Lu Shui and her companions, witnessing this astonishing scene, were momentarily rendered speechless, their minds racing with disbelief. Goodness, is this still a human? How could he so easily lift such a heavy leopard? Zhao Tianyu, seemingly oblivious to the weight of the leopard, strode steadily towards the sanctuary, bearing the animal with ease. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others dared not linger, hastily shouldering their own luggage and following closely behind him. Lu Shui and Su Ran combined their efforts to lift the suitcase that Zhao Tianyu had previously carried. Although lighter than the leopard, it nonetheless posed a significant challenge for two young women. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting worked together to hoist a heavy bamboo basket. Consequently, each person's burden grew heavier, and their pace slowed, necessitating frequent breaks after traversing only short distances. Thus they trudged on, the journey extending for over 3 exhausting hours before they finally returned to the riverbank. By this time, the 5 were utterly fatigued, feeling as though their bodies were no longer their own. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to their skin, and they gasped for air, as if they could never quite catch their breath. Zhao Tianyu unceremoniously dropped the leopard to the ground and collapsed into a heap, utterly spent. Lu Shui and the others followed suit, discarding their luggage and sinking to the ground, panting heavily, too weary to utter a word. As time ticked by, nearly half an hour passed before they began to feel a semblance of recovery. Zhao Tianyu rose, approached the suitcase, and opened it to retrieve several coconuts, which he skillfully split open with a knife. He distributed one to each of Lu Shui's companions, taking one for himself as well, and without hesitation, drank every last drop of coconut water, leaving not a single drop behind. After finishing the coconut water, Zhao Tianyu dragged the leopard's carcass to the riverbank, preparing to begin the processing. Upon seeing this, Lu Shui and the others quickly got to their feet, rushing to assist. However, in truth, their role was limited to merely observing as Zhao Tianyu expertly performed the task. It took him nearly half an hour to skin the leopard entirely. With a military knife, he made an incision in the leopard's belly and carefully extracted the internal organs one by one. He set aside a portion of the innards to use as bait for fishing, while the remainder he callously discarded into the river, allowing the current to carry them away. After dealing with the entrails, Zhao Tianyu took up the knife once more and cut the leopard's meat into small pieces. Lu Shui and her companions transported the chopped meat into the kitchen, placing it atop palm leaves. It took nearly another half hour to fully cut and transport the leopard meat, which weighed close to 200 pounds. It was sufficient for the 5 of them to sustain themselves for an entire month, and for the foreseeable future. They would no longer need to venture into the woods in search of sustenance. Zhao Tianyu promptly seized a piece of leopard meat, skillfully slicing it into smaller chunks with his military knife before gently placing them into a pot to stew. While the leopard meat simmered, Zhao Tianyu did not remain idle. He meticulously scraped away the remaining fat from the leopard's hide, careful not to damage the precious skin. Once the fat had been entirely removed, he washed it in river water and hung it on a branch to air dry. As time passed, the enticing aroma of the stewing leopard meat began to waft from the pot. When the meat was finally ready, Zhao Tianyu added a sprinkling of sea salt crystals. The tantalizing scent stirred the hungry group, prompting them to eagerly grasp their bowls and chopsticks, diving into the succulent stew. The moment the leopard meat touched their lips, they were captivated by its unique flavor. The meat was tender and juicy, with a rich texture that enveloped them in bliss with each bite. "This leopard meat is absolutely exquisite," Lin Yu exclaimed with a beaming smile. "I never imagined I would have the chance to savor such a delicious delicacy in my lifetime. It far surpasses ordinary beef or lamb." Her enthusiasm was met with nods of agreement from Zhao Tianyu and the others, who echoed her praises. After indulging in the sumptuous stew, night had fully descended. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, they gathered around the fireplace for a brief chat before retiring to their shelter to rest. Perhaps due to their weary limbs, they all enjoyed a deep and restful sleep that night. As dawn broke the following morning, the sky remained shrouded in a gray mist, the sun yet to fully rise, and the world enveloped in a delicate veil of morning fog. Zhao Tianyu, however, awoke early as was his custom. Slowly opening his eyes, he cast his gaze upon the slumbering Lu Shui and the others, who were still lost in sweet dreams, their peaceful breaths accompanied by gentle snores. Not wishing to disturb their slumber, he carefully rose from the bed, treading lightly so as not to awaken them. He made his way to the entrance of the shelter, gently pushing open the bamboo door. The morning air was refreshingly crisp, imbued with a hint of cool moisture that invigorated the spirit. Inhaling deeply, Zhao Tianyu felt rejuvenated. His mood lifted. He strolled to the riverbank, crouching down to immerse his hands in the cool water, relishing the sensation of the flowing stream slipping through his fingers. He cupped a handful of water and splashed it onto his face, the icy touch sending a delightful shiver through him, yet simultaneously invigorating his entire being. After washing his face, Zhao Tianyu recalled the 2 fishing traps he had placed in the river. Having spent the past few days at the coast, he had not had the opportunity to check on them, so he retrieved the traps from the water. Each trap contained a bounty of small fish and shrimp. Although several had succumbed to oxygen deprivation, he carefully extracted the deceased fish and shrimp, discarding them into the small river, while gently transferring the living ones into a little puddle by the riverbank to nurture them. He then placed some leopard entrails into the fishing trap and returned it to the river. Upon returning to the kitchen, he noticed a swarm of insects buzzing around the leopard meat. Zhao Tianyu promptly picked up a piece of the leopard flesh, bringing it close to his nose for a sniff, relieved to find that it had not spoiled, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Chapter 68. Boiling sea salt to construct a smoking chamber. Zhao Tianyu pondered silently, the oppressive heat of the day pressing upon him. If he did not promptly process the leopard meat, it would soon spoil, a lamentable waste indeed. However, to cure the meat. He first needed to boil the sea salt crystals he had gathered from the coastline into usable sea salt. Resolute in his purpose, he wasted no time, rising swiftly to his feet and striding toward the woods. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the grove adorned with bamboo. Selecting a bamboo stalk of suitable girth, he unsheathed his machete and began to chop with fervor. The blade flashed in the sunlight, and bamboo shavings flew in all directions within 5 minutes. The stalk fell with a resounding crack. With deft movements, Zhao Tianyu skillfully removed all the branches, cutting the bamboo into shorter sections. He then bound these segments tightly together with the discarded branches and, hoisting the bundle onto his shoulder, made his way back to the shelter with purpose. Upon reaching the kitchen, he further processed the bamboo, fashioning it into several tubes. With the bamboo tubes in hand, he raced like the wind to the riverside, filling them with water before returning to the kitchen without delay. He then meticulously poured the sea salt crystals into the water-filled bamboo tubes. Next, he retrieved a large plastic bottle he had brought back from the coast. With a swift motion of his knife, he cleanly cut off the bottom, exposing a smooth opening. He then procured a stick from the fireplace, scraping out some charcoal, which he placed into the empty bottle. Carrying the bottle to the river, he submerged it, allowing the flowing water to wash the charcoal thoroughly. After rinsing, he poured the charcoal onto the grassy bank. He then gathered some clean river sand, layering a few centimeters of charcoal at the bottom of the bottle, arranging it tightly to form a solid base. He followed this with an equally thick layer of fine, uniform river sand, ensuring each layer was meticulously laid without a hint of carelessness. Finally, he used his machete to pierce several small holes in the bottle cap. To enhance this filtration device, he cut a strip of cloth from his clothing and bound it securely around the bottle's opening with fishing line, preventing any charcoal or sand from escaping. After this careful construction, a rudimentary filtration device was born. At this moment, the sea salt crystals had fully dissolved in the water, awaiting their filtration. Just then, Lu Shui and her 3 companions emerged leisurely from the shelter, their eyes still heavy with sleep as they rubbed them and yawned, appearing not yet fully awakened from their dreams. Upon reaching the riverside, they quickly freshened up and then made their way to the kitchen. As soon as they entered, their eyes were drawn to the bamboo tubes. Su Ran took the initiative to inquire, "Brother Zhao, what are you doing?" Zhao Tianyu smiled faintly and explained, "I am filtering these sea salt crystals so that we can swiftly extract the sea salt, which we will then use to cure the leopard meat." After speaking, he handed the filtering apparatus to Su Ran, asking her to hold it steady. He then positioned a pot beneath the filter to collect the brine. Once everything was set up, Zhao Tianyu carefully lifted a bamboo tube filled with brine and slowly poured its contents into the filter. The brine trickled down the bamboo tube, passing through layers of charcoal and river sand, ultimately dripping drop by drop into the pot. Although this process appeared simple, it required utmost caution and patience. Zhao Tianyu dedicated his full attention to the task, avoiding any hint of carelessness. As time passed, nearly half an hour later, a pot brimming with clear brine finally emerged before them. Zhao Tianyu then placed the full pot atop the hearth to begin the process of evaporating the sea salt. Transforming such a large quantity of brine into sea salt would take several hours. Observing the pile of leopard meat on the palm leaves, Zhao Tianyu pondered privately. In this sweltering heat, merely curing the leopard meat with sea salt may not suffice for long-term preservation. It seems we must also employ smoking techniques. He turned to Lu Shui and the others, saying, "We need to construct a smokehouse to ensure that the leopard meat does not spoil." Lu Shui and the others nodded in agreement, prompting Zhao Tianyu to stand and lead the way into the woods, with Lu Shui and her companions closely following. Upon entering the bamboo grove, Zhao Tianyu meticulously selected the bamboo. His keen gaze quickly landed on some bamboo of arm thickness, and he promptly began to fell them. Since they were merely constructing a smokehouse, the bamboo did not need to be as sturdy as that for a shelter, making the selected bamboo entirely sufficient. In less than half an hour, he had chopped down a substantial amount of bamboo. He then cut these into 2 to 3 meter lengths, binding them together with rope and carrying them back outside the kitchen. Returning outside, Zhao Tianyu did not pause, but swiftly took up his military knife to cut the bamboo to the desired lengths and carve mortises into them. Once all was prepared, he, along with Lu Shui and the others, began constructing the smokehouse. They toiled away until midday, yet the smokehouse was still not half complete. Although Lu Shui and her companions had not contributed much labor, they were breathless and their stomachs growled with hunger. The group could only retreat to the kitchen for a brief rest, during which the brine in the pot was nearing evaporation. Zhao Tianyu, undeterred by fatigue, seized a small stick and began stirring vigorously. Thus, another half-hour passed, and the brine in the pot had completely evaporated, leaving only a layer of white sea salt at the bottom. Zhao Tianyu promptly removed the pot from the hearth, and, after allowing it to cool slightly, carefully poured the sea salt into a bottle for storage. He then took the pot to the stream to wash it thoroughly, fetching some water to bring back to the kitchen and placing on the hearth. Next, he added a piece of marbled leopard meat into the pot and began to simmer it slowly. After enjoying the stewed leopard meat, Zhao Tianyu instructed Lu Shui and Su Ran to continue filtering and boiling the brine in the bamboo tube to produce more sea salt, while he, accompanied by Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting, proceeded to construct the smokehouse. Chapter 69. Smoked leopard meat as the sun gradually descended, casting a warm orange hue across the horizon. Zhao Tianyu, accompanied by Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting, successfully constructed the smoking chamber. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and Su Ran had also managed to extract an ample supply of sea salt from the seawater they had boiled down, yielding 5 or 6 bottles. This quantity of sea salt was more than sufficient for curing the leopard meat, with a generous surplus remaining. Time was of the essence. Zhao Tianyu, seizing the opportunity before darkness enveloped the land, swiftly led the girls into the woods to gather some pine branches. They returned to the smoking chamber with the branches and kindled a fire within. As the flames danced and flickered, the wood gradually burned down to glowing charcoal. Zhao Tianyu meticulously placed the pine branches atop the embers, allowing them to continue smoldering and releasing a rich, aromatic pine scent. He then took a handful of sea salt and evenly sprinkled it over the leopard meat, ensuring that each piece absorbed the briny essence thoroughly. The marinated meat was then carefully placed inside the smoking chamber. As the leopard meat was enveloped in a veil of smoke, Lu Shui's curiosity piqued. With wide eyes, she asked, "Brother Zhao, after this smoking process, can we truly eat the leopard meat?" A confident smile graced Zhao Tianyu's lips as he patiently explained, "Absolutely. It will taste quite delightful." This smoking technique not only prolongs the meat's shelf life, but also imparts a unique flavor. Although reassured by his words, Lu Shui and the others remained somewhat skeptical. After sampling a modest portion of the smoked leopard meat, they retired early to the shelter, seeking rest. The following morning, before the sun had risen, Zhao Tianyu awoke as he often did, his eyes fluttering open with the dawn. He quietly slipped out of bed, careful not to disturb the slumbering Lu Shui and the others. Stealthily, he exited the shelter and approached the smoking chamber. After a night of smoking, the leopard meat exhibited pronounced changes. Its moisture had evaporated, leaving it somewhat dehydrated, and the surface had darkened from the smoke. Zhao Tianyu observed these transformations with satisfaction, nodding to himself, as they indicated that the smoking process was successful. He then ventured back into the woods, wielding a military knife to skillfully chop down fresh pine branches. Upon returning to the smoking chamber, he gently removed the leopard meat and ignited a new fire using the recently gathered branches. Once the flames diminished to a smoldering heap of glowing coals, he promptly covered them with the fresh pine branches. Zhao Tianyu rehung the leopard meat in the smoking chamber, allowing it to continue its aromatic transformation. With the smoking task completed, he made his way to the riverbank, crouching down to wash his face in the cool, refreshing waters. In that moment, he felt revitalized, as if all weariness had been washed away. He then picked up the 2 fishing traps to inspect them, discovering that each contained a bountiful catch of small fish and shrimp. Cautiously, he poured the fish and shrimp into a small puddle by the riverbank, then gently returned the fishing net to the water. After completing this task, he glanced down at his soiled clothing, overwhelmed by a pungent odor of sweat. He couldn't help but frown, muttering to himself, "Oh dear, I look utterly unpresentable. Moreover, the smell is unbearable. I must wash up immediately. His gaze fell upon the crystal-clear river, and a thought struck him. It had been several days since his last bath. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to cleanse himself before Lu Shui and the others awoke. With that resolve, Zhao Tianyu turned decisively and headed back to the shelter, quickly retrieving a set of clean clothes before hastening back to the riverbank. Standing at the water's edge, he stripped down to nothing and stepped into the river. Beginning his bath, although the water was slightly chilly, it felt refreshing under the morning sun. Zhao Tianyu reveled in the water, the gentle current caressing him, as if all his fatigue and grime were being swept away. Just as he was immersed in this delightful bathing moment, Su Ran emerged from the shelter. Her eyes still heavy with sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she made her way towards the river, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Tianyu's presence in the water. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu was facing away from her, and thus remained unaware of her approach. When Su Ran reached the riverbank, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before her. Zhao Tianyu was bathing in the river, completely unclothed. The suddenness of the scene left her stunned, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Embarrassed, she stammered, "Brother Zhao, why are you bathing so early in the morning? You startled me." Her voice trembled slightly, still recovering from the shock. Upon hearing Su Ran's voice, Zhao Tianyu quickly turned around. The sight of her flushed face made him feel a twinge of embarrassment. He hurriedly explained, "Oh, I felt utterly filthy, so I decided to take a bath while you all were still asleep. Please turn away. I will be done shortly." However, contrary to Zhao Tianyu's expectations, Su Ran did not turn to leave. Instead, a playful smile danced on her lips as she replied, "Why should I look away? You're a grown man. Are you afraid of me seeing you? Besides, when you were on the shore, didn't you already expose yourself to all four of us?" Zhao Tianyu was momentarily at a loss for words, surprised by her candidness. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and chuckled. "Ha! You make a fair point. In that case, feel free to watch. After all, I have a great physique, so I'm not shy about it." With that, he seemed to cast aside all reservations and continued to bathe, paying no further attention to Su Ran. Her eyes, as if drawn by a magnet, fixated on Zhao Tianyu's sun-kissed skin and muscular physique. A sense of astonishment washed over her. She had not anticipated his physique to be so admirable. This fleeting thought passed through Su Ran's mind, and suddenly her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Internally, she chastised herself. "Su Ran, what has come over you? How have you become so infatuated?" Nevertheless, her eyes seemed to possess a will of their own, irresistibly drawn to gaze upon Zhao Tianyu. He appeared to sense her scrutiny and, feeling a touch of embarrassment, spoke up, "I must ask, Su, have you finished your admiration? If so, kindly turn your head. I need a dress." Chapter 70. Will you marry me? Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran's face flushed a deeper shade of red, resembling a startled rabbit as she hastily turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze again. Observing her reaction, Zhao Tianyu swiftly emerged from the small river, donned his clothes with utmost speed, and once dressed, addressed Su Ran, saying, "I'm dressed now. You may turn around." Only then did Su Ran slowly pivot back, her cheeks still adorned with a rosy hue, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. Zhao Tianyu, captivated by her bashful demeanor, felt a stir in his heart and playfully teased, "Oh, Su, the beautiful lady, when you were gazing at me just now, were you perhaps pondering something rather scandalous?" At his playful remark, Su Ran's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. She shot Zhao Tianyu an annoyed glare and retorted, "I have no idea what you're talking about." With that, she hurried to the riverbank, crouched down, and began splashing water on her face. Zhao Tianyu refrained from further teasing her, instead taking his discarded clothes to the river to clean them before hanging them on a nearby branch to dry. He then returned to the kitchen, settled by the fireplace, and lit a cigarette, relishing the moment. After finishing her ablutions, Su Ran returned to the kitchen and, noticing Zhao Tianyu leisurely smoking by the fireplace, expressed her concern. "Zhao Ge, smoking is detrimental to your health. You ought to cut back." With a smile, Zhao Tianyu replied, "I have few hobbies, but I do have quite the penchant for smoking." You and T believe how suffocating it was the other day when I ran out of cigarettes. Upon hearing this, Su Ran chuckled softly and chose not to pursue the matter further. She gathered some firewood, ignited it in the fireplace, and filled an iron pot with water from the river, placing it atop the flames. After completing these tasks, she hurried off to the smokehouse. As she opened the door, a subtle smoky aroma wafted out. Inside, she selected a piece of meat from a leopard, balancing fat and lean, before bringing it back to the river to wash it thoroughly. She then returned to the kitchen, diced the meat into small chunks, and placed it into the pot to simmer. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu sat contentedly by the fireplace, a cigarette between his lips, watching Su Ran's diligent figure with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. When she finally completed her tasks and sat beside him, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but commend her. Su, the beautiful lady, I never anticipated you to be so industrious. You possess a good temperament, striking beauty, and remarkable capabilities. Any man fortunate enough to marry, you must surely be reaping the rewards of a past life. At Zhao Tianyu's compliments, a wave of joy surged within Su Ran. She smiled gently and playfully retorted, "Since you praise me so highly, why not just marry me? After all, we are trapped on this deserted island, with no knowledge of when we might escape." Zhao Tianyu was evidently taken aback by Su Ran's unexpected proposal, his expression one of astonishment. However, he soon regained his composure, chuckling as he responded, don't jest with me. I am merely a lowly security guard, lacking in every aspect. No car, no money, no savings, with a mere few thousand in monthly wages. However, you, the enchanting beauty of Su University, are a distinguished human resources manager, pursued by countless admirers. Do you truly find me appealing? Su Ran, with a dismissive smile, retorted, that is not necessarily the case. Perhaps I might actually fancy someone as humble as you, a mere security guard. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tianyu was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Su Ran, seemingly unable to trust his own ears. Observing this reaction, Su Ran's smile blossomed even more radiantly, akin to a flower in full bloom. With evident enthusiasm, she continued, "Look at you. Your skills are quite impressive. Even a formidable character like a Bao is effortlessly subdued by you. I am genuinely curious. Someone as remarkable as yourself, why not seek a higher-paying position? Did you know that a Bao earns a staggering 50,000 yuan monthly as Mr. Lu's personal bodyguard?" Zhao Tianyu, upon hearing Su Ran's words, offered a slight smile, revealing a hint of contentment. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "I am currently the sole member of my family. As the saying goes, one person's satisfaction can keep the family from hunger. I find being a security guard quite fulfilling. This way, I need not constantly gauge others' moods and can live freely." "Isn't that splendid?" Su Ran nodded in agreement, acknowledging his perspective. "Indeed, you are quite insightful in your approach to life," she remarked with a smile. Zhao Tianyu, encouraged by her response, beamed even brighter and added, "Of course, life is but a fleeting few decades. Why burden oneself unnecessarily? The essence lies in cherishing the present and living joyfully. What is the use of amassing wealth when tomorrow is uncertain and fraught with unpredictability? Wouldn't you agree?" Su Ran's lips curled into a gentle smile, and she nodded in affirmation of Zhao Tianyu's sentiments. Just then, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting entered the kitchen together. Upon entering, Lin Yu, wearing a smile, inquired, "What are you two discussing? You seem to be having such a delightful time." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's smile grew even brighter as he casually replied, "The beautiful Su has just declared her intent to marry me. We are planning how to host a grand wedding once we leave this place." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting erupted into laughter in unison. Lin Yu, unabashedly teasing, remarked, "Are you trying to charm a 3-year-old? How could Sister Su ever marry you?" Zhao Tianyu appeared unfazed by Lin Yu's jest, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as he responded, "What a thing to say. Why wouldn't the enchanting Su be able to marry me? Just ask her. She just said she wanted me to marry her." With a playful wink at Su Ran, he continued. Lin Yu then turned her gaze towards Su Ran, questioning, "Sister Su, is this true?" Su Ran nodded, smiling, indeed. I did just say that I wanted brother Zhao to marry me. Upon hearing her affirmation, Lu Shui and the others wore expressions of disbelief. Zhao Tianyu chuckled as he addressed Lin Yu, saying, Big watermelon, see? I wasn't deceiving you. Even the stunning Su has acknowledged it herself. Moreover, I just had the pleasure of bathing with her in the river. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others turned their gazes towards Su Ran in unison. Su Ran quickly interjected, Please don't listen to his nonsense. I did not bathe with him. Lin Yu then directed her glare at Zhao Tianyu, pouting as she exclaimed, I have told you repeatedly not to call me Big Watermelon. It sounds dreadful. If you continue to call me that, I shall be quite upset. Zhao Tianyu replied with a grin, All right. I won't call you that anymore. Chapter 71. Lin Yu again caught by Zhao Tianyu before long. The fragrant aroma of the stewed leopard meat wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone present. As the enticing scent enveloped them, they eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, relishing the succulent meat and indulging in the satisfaction it brought. After finishing their breakfast, Lu Shui, with a radiant smile, turned to Zhao Tianyu and suggested, Brother Zhao, look at the splendid weather. Would you care to take a stroll in the woods? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu chuckled and inquired with curiosity, Why on earth would I want to wander into the woods? We have plenty of leopard meat. It could last us for half a month. Lu Shui, noticing his reluctance, quickly countered, Oh, come now. Eating leopard meat every day will become monotonous over time. If you go into the woods, you might stumble upon some wild vegetables or fruits to sample. Besides, we're running low on mugwort sticks to ward off mosquitoes. Could you please fetch some while you're at it? Zhao Tianyu, amused by her words, replied with a grin, Honestly, were you all plotting by trying to send me away? Before he could finish, Lin Yu could no longer contain herself and interjected, We want to bathe in the river, but we're afraid you might peek, which is why we suggested you take a walk in the woods. Zhao Tianyu muttered, Am I really that kind of person? Do I even have a reason to peek? That day by the shore, I saw everything quite clearly. However, as soon as the words slipped from his lips, he realized his blunder, but it was too late to retract. The faces of Lu Shui and the others instantly flushed crimson, resembling ripe apples, while Zhou Wanting, visibly annoyed, chastised him. Brother Zhao, you big liar, didn't you say you saw nothing? Lin Yu, equally defiant, pressed him, Come on, what exactly did you see? Faced with this barrage of inquiries, Zhao Tianyu felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, utterly embarrassed. In a moment of inspiration, he shifted the focus onto Lin Yu, casually remarking, When you were bent over for me to check your wound, what did you expect me to see? His statement landed like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through Lin Yu's heart. Her face turned as red as if scorched by fire, and she felt an overwhelming desire to disappear into the ground. You scoundrel, I'll get you for this, Lin Yu exclaimed, her anger flaring. As the words left her mouth, she lunged at Zhao Tianyu like an irate little tiger, claws drawn. Quick as lightning, Zhao Tianyu extended his arms and enveloped her in a tight embrace, his swift movement leaving her no time to react. Without hesitation, he then reached out and firmly grasped her prominent chest, squeezing without mercy. This was the second time Zhao Tianyu had so brazenly seized her in such a manner, causing Lin Yu's body to tremble involuntarily. A peculiar sensation coursed through her body like an electric current, rendering her limbs momentarily uncontrollable, leaving her ensnared in an eerie stillness as though under a spell. Standing nearby, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting witnessed this scene, momentarily taken aback before erupting into a chorus of hearty laughter. Observing Lin Yu's sudden tranquility, Zhao Tianyu, rather than relenting, intensified his mischief by pinching her chest twice more, only releasing her when he felt thoroughly satisfied. A mischievous grin adorned his face as he taunted Lin Yu. Oh, you think I can't handle you? With that, Zhao Tianyu sprang to his feet, swiftly seizing a bamboo basket from his side, and darted out of the kitchen like a gust of wind, leaving Lin Yu blushing furiously, a mix of embarrassment and anger washing over her. After a considerable pause, Lin Yu regained her composure, her face aflame with rage as she shouted in the direction Zhao Tianyu had departed, You scoundrel, Zhao, taking advantage of me again. Yet, Zhao Tianyu had already sprinted a good distance away. Upon hearing her exclamations, he halted, turned, and made a face at Lin Yu, cheerfully remarking, "Big watermelon. Your texture is quite delightful." This remark only stoked the flames of Lin Yu's ire, causing her to stomp her feet in frustration, utterly powerless to retaliate. Zhao Tianyu pressed on, "Big watermelon, don't be shy. Just confess. When I checked your wound that day, I accidentally glimpsed your private parts, and they're quite lovely." Before he could finish, he dashed into the woods as swiftly as if he had oiled his feet, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's brazen and ill-intentioned words, Lin Yu's face flared crimson, trembling with indignation as she cursed inwardly. "What terrible luck have I stumbled upon? Why must I always be the one hurt?" Meanwhile, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting continued to laugh unabashedly. Seeing their reactions only fueled Lin Yu's fury, and she glared at the trio, exclaiming, "Are you still laughing? Do you not consider me your dear sister? Just standing by while he bullies me is utterly ungracious." Lu Shui, stifling her laughter, replied, "Who told you to provoke him? Look where that has led you. Once again, you've been caught by Zhao." Su Ran chimed in, unable to contain her laughter, "But honestly, you and Zhao are quite the pair, always bickering and bringing us endless amusement." Zhou Wanting was doubled over with laughter, adding, "Well, whose fault is it that your chest is so ample? If not yours, then who should he grab?" Lin Yu huffed, retorting, "Aren't you three just as exposed to him?" To which Su Ran replied, chuckling, "Though we may have been seen, we certainly didn't present ourselves for his viewing pleasure. Besides, we weren't groped like you." Lin Yu felt a mix of anger and embarrassment at Su Ran's words. Lu Shui quickly interjected, all right, enough with the antics. While brother Zhao has ventured into the woods, let us hasten to the riverbank for a refreshing bath. It would be unfortunate if he were to return unexpectedly." With that, she stood up and made her way towards the shelter, and Su Ran promptly followed in her footsteps. Upon reaching the shelter, she retrieved a set of clean clothes and proceeded to the riverbank, shedding her garments entirely before descending into the water to commence her bathing. Chapter 72. The Awakening of Desire. As Lin Yu bathed, her mind was incessantly flooded with the image of Zhao Tianyu's hands caressing her bosom, a sensation akin to a current coursing through her entire being, causing her thoughts to spiral into a state of delightful turmoil. Her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, and she pondered silently. How could this be? How could a few gentle squeezes from brother Zhao feel so exquisite? The mere thought quickened her heartbeat, as if it were attempting to escape her throat. At that moment, Su Ran noticed Lin Yu's unusual demeanor. Observing her rosy complexion, Su Ran inquired playfully, "What is the matter? Your face resembles a red apple. Are you perhaps experiencing a bout of spring fever?" Lu Shui chimed in with a teasing laugh. "Isn't it obvious? Look at her shy expression. She must be feeling quite frisky." Zhou Wanting joined in the banter, smirking. "I reckon is relishing the delightful sensation of being fondled by brother Zhao." As the three teased her, Lin Yu's face deepened in hue, resembling a ripe apple, or perhaps even the rear of a monkey. With a playful pout, she retorted, "Humph, who has feeling frisky? I think it's you three who are the ones in heat." Before her words could fade, she swiftly cupped her hands in the river and splashed water towards Lu Shui and the others. Taken by surprise, they were drenched, but they were not to be outdone and retaliated by scooping water and splashing it back at Lin Yu. In an instant, the surface of the river erupted in splashes, blending their laughter and shrieks into a joyful symphony. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu had trekked quite a distance, carrying a bamboo basket, until he discovered a large, shady tree. After cautiously surveying his surroundings to ensure no lurking dangers, he leaned against the trunk with a sigh of relief. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, expertly placing it between his lips before igniting it with a lighter. A deep inhalation filled his mouth with smoke, which swirled around him. The earlier scene of grasping Lin Yu's bosom replayed in his mind, eliciting an involuntary smirk of satisfaction. Indeed, there was something rather pleasurable about it. He mused to himself, in this desolate isle, being accompanied by four beautiful women was, in its own right, a unique indulgence. Zhao Tianyu continued to smoke, lost in his musings, until some time later when he regained his focus and ventured deeper into the woods. After walking for a while, he finally spotted a vibrant patch of mugwort flourishing beneath a grand tree. He halted, drawing a sharp military knife from his waist, and deftly severed the mugwort at its roots before carefully placing it into his bamboo basket. Once he had gathered a substantial amount, he stood and proceeded further into the forest. As he ambled along, a flash of excitement caught his eye. He had discovered tender wild ferns just breaking the surface. These ferns appeared succulent and freshly sprouted, and Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of joy at this unexpected find. Who would have thought that in this uninhabited isle, wild ferns could still thrive? It was indeed a delightful surprise, promising yet another delectable dish for the future. He crouched down in excitement, eagerly beginning to gather the tender wild ferns. After nearly an hour of diligent foraging, he managed to collect 3 or 4 pounds of these ferns from the woods, sufficient to sustain them for several meals. He thought to himself that after such a long time, Lu Shui and the others must have finished bathing. With that, he turned and headed towards a shelter. However, he had not walked far when a sudden, melodious call of a wild chicken reached his ears. He instinctively looked up and followed the sound, spotting a vividly colored wild chicken perched on a branch of a nearby large tree, incessantly calling out. Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up. He immediately halted, swiftly retrieving the slingshot he had crafted from his pocket. He bent down to pick up a small, round stone from the ground, placing it on the leather pad of the slingshot, and then pulled back the elastic, aiming at the wild chicken. As he released his grip, the stone flew like an arrow towards the bird. The shot was precise, striking the wild chicken squarely, which let out a pained cry before flapping its wings and soaring forward a few meters before crashing to the ground, struggling. Zhao Tianyu quickly approached, seized the still flapping wild chicken, and firmly twisted its neck. With a sharp crack, the neck snapped, and after a brief struggle, it lay still. Upon his return to the shelter, he found Lu Shui and the others sitting on a stone by the riverbank, engaged in lively conversation. Upon noticing Zhao Tianyu's arrival, they immediately ceased their chatter, standing up to greet him. Among them, Lin Yu's demeanor appeared somewhat off. Her brows were slightly furrowed, evidently still vexed by Zhao Tianyu's earlier actions of grabbing her chest. Her gaze was fixed on him, tinged with a trace of anger and dissatisfaction. Zhao Tianyu observed Lin Yu's expression and chuckled. "Yeah, why are you looking at me like that?" His tone was light and teasing, seemingly unconcerned with her displeasure. Lin Yu's expression darkened further, and she retorted sharply, "Who told you to bully me?" Zhao Tianyu, unfazed, continued to smile. "How have I bullied you?" Lin Yu found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. He placed the bamboo basket down on the ground and said to Lu Shui, "Please handle the wild chicken." Lu Shui nodded and was about to bend down to retrieve the chicken from the basket when her attention was suddenly drawn to the wild ferns inside. Curiously, she inquired, "Brother Zhao, what are these?" Zhao Tianyu replied with a smile, "These are wild ferns. Don't you recognize them?" Lu Shui, a bit embarrassed, responded, "I don't cook at home, so how would I know these things?" Zhao Tianyu nodded playfully. "That's true. As a big-time CEO, why would you need to cook for yourself?" Lu Shui felt a blush of embarrassment from his comment and laughed. "Brother Zhao, please don't tease me. Here on this deserted island, even a CEO like me has to heed your guidance." Upon uttering these words, she picked up the wild chicken and approached the kitchen, intending to toss it into the fireplace to singe off its feathers. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu swiftly intervened, smilingly remarking, "Now that we have a pot, we cannot treat the wild chicken in such a manner. You all should take the mugwort outside to dry. Allow me to handle the chicken." As soon as he finished speaking, he retrieved a pot and filled it with water from the small river, placing it over the fireplace. In just over 10 minutes, the water in the pot reached a boil. Carefully, he removed the pot and immersed the wild chicken in the scalding water for 3 to 4 minutes. He then carried the pot to the riverbank, where he began to process the chicken. In less than 20 minutes, he had efficiently prepared the wild chicken, thoroughly cleaned it, and returned it to the kitchen. Chapter 73. Conversations on a rainy night as evening descended. Zhao Tianyu chopped the well-prepared wild chicken into small pieces and placed them in a pot to stew. When the chicken was nearly cooked, he added some freshly washed wild ferns, cutting them into small sections to accompany the meat. One must admit, The combination of stewed chicken and ferns offered a delightful and unique flavor. After dinner, Lu Shui and the others gathered the pots and bowls, taking them to the nearby stream for cleaning. Zhao Tianyu, meanwhile, brought the half-dried mugwort into the kitchen, beginning to knead it into small strips. Lu Shui and her companions finished washing the dishes and joined him in the task of crafting the mugwort strips. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days had passed in a rush. During this period, their lives were simple and orderly. Aside from occasional trips to the forest to gather firewood, most of their time was spent languishing in their modest shelter. That evening, after dinner, they chatted by the fireplace for a while before retiring early to their beds. In the dead of night, the once tranquil sky was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds, swirling like ink, as if to consume the entire world. In an instant, flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, accompanied by thunder and a howling wind that battered the bamboo door of their shelter, producing a creaking sound. Soon, torrential raindrops began to pour from the heavens, crashing onto the roof with a cacophony reminiscent of galloping horses, deafening in its intensity. The sudden downpour caught them off guard, rousing Zhao Tianyu and the others from their slumber. Lying in their beds, they listened to the relentless rain pounding against the roof, an inexplicable sense of oppression swelling within them. "I miss home," Su Ran suddenly blurted out. Though her voice was soft, it sliced through the night like a flash of lightning, shattering the room's previous stillness. Her words seemed to possess an enchanting power, evoking a wave of homesickness in Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting. Images of their families flickered in their minds like scenes from a film, familiar smiles and warm embraces stirring a deep yearning within them. The thought of home instantly banished their drowsiness, and the 4 girls sat up in bed. Zhao Tianyu also rose from his bed, silently pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and taking a deep drag. At that moment, Lin Yu broke the silence, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Brother Zhao, do you think we'll be trapped on this deserted island for the rest of our lives? I certainly do not wish to spend my days here." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu smiled faintly, his lips curling slightly. He reassured her, "Do not worry. One day we will leave this island. However, I must admit, living here for a lifetime might not be so bad after all." Lin Yu, clearly dissatisfied with Zhao Tianyu's response, retorted with irritation, "What is there to enjoy in this wretched place? You actually want to stay here forever?" With a teasing smile gracing the corners of Zhao Tianyu's lips, he continued, "For me, even if I had to spend my entire life on this deserted island, I would gladly accept it. After all, being surrounded by you 4 stunning beauties is truly one of life's greatest pleasures. One day, I shall marry each of you, and we will have a multitude of adorable little ones, expanding our family right here on this island." Upon hearing his words, Lu Shui and the others were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. After a brief pause, Zhou Wanting was the first to regain her composure, chuckling lightly as she teased, "Your thoughts are indeed quite unique. Have you fancied yourself an ancient emperor, dreaming of taking us all as wives?" Lin Yu chimed in, "Exactly. You are far too greedy. Just being able to marry one of us would be a cause for celebration. I believe you must still be half asleep, spouting nonsense." Zhao Tianyu, unfazed, maintained his cheerful demeanor, saying, One must have dreams. Who knows, perhaps one day they might come true. Just look at this deserted island. Aside from me and that group led by Yi Wei, there is no one else. If we were to be trapped here forever, would you prefer to marry me or those scoundrels?" Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. After a moment, Lu Shui turned to Zhao Tianyu and asked, "Brother Zhao, you must have had quite a few girlfriends, right?" Caught off guard by Lu Shui's question, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Zhao Tianyu's face. After a brief hesitation, he awkwardly replied, "To be honest, I joined the military at 18 and only returned 2 years ago. I've never been in a relationship. As of now, I'm still a complete novice in that regard." As soon as Zhao Tianyu finished speaking, Lu Shui and the others burst into laughter in unison. Su Ran, amidst her laughter, teased, "You can't be serious. You've truly never had a girlfriend?" Irritated, Zhao Tianyu retorted, "Why would I lie to you? I'm speaking nothing but the truth." Su Ran pressed on, "Logically speaking, a man of your age should be married by now. How is it that you don't even have a girlfriend?" At this, Zhao Tianyu became somewhat indignant, countering, "How old do you think I am? I'm merely a year older than you. You should have some shame. And you, at 26, why aren't you married yet? In our hometown, women of your age are already mothers." In response to Zhao Tianyu's comment, Su Ran laughed. "I've been too busy with work to find the time or energy for a relationship. Above all, I've yet to meet a man who stirs my heart." Zhao Tianyu then turned to Lu Shui, asking, "And you, Lu Shui?" With a smile, Lu Shui replied, "I'm utterly swamped with work, leaving no time to ponder such matters." Zhao Tianyu then addressed Lin Yu. "And you, Lin Yu? Surely you Haven Tea remained untouched by love, have you?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's question, Lin Yu chuckled and replied, "I did have a relationship in college, but it ended after 6 months." In response to her remark, Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, "Oh, you must have been taken advantage of, otherwise it wouldn't have ended, right?" Lin Yu, instantly incensed, retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I was not taken advantage of at all. We didn't even hold hands. I'm still a virgin." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu playfully teased, "I find that hard to believe, unless you allow me to verify." Lin Yu, fuming, responded, "How dare you? You're just trying to take advantage of me." Chapter 74. After the rain, Zhao Tianyu ceased his playful banter with Lin Yu and turned his attention to Zhou Wanting, inquiring, "So, beautiful Zhou, how many romances have you experienced?" Zhou Wanting offered a gentle smile and replied, "Well, I had a relationship during my university years, but we eventually parted ways. Since starting my career, I haven't been involved with anyone." Intrigued, Zhao Tianyu pressed further, "Oh, what led to the breakup?" Zhou Wanting's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly explained, "There wasn't any particular reason, really. He wanted to take me to a hotel, but I felt it was inappropriate, so I declined, and we ended things." Zhao Tianyu chuckled at this, then asked, "Why didn't you go? In today's society, isn't that quite common?" Zhou Wanting shot him a disapproving glare and retorted, "A girl's first time is not something to be given away so easily. I intend to save it for the one I truly love." At her response, Zhao Tianyu burst into laughter, a hint of teasing in his tone. Noticing this, Zhou Wanting, curious, inquired, "What is so funny? What are you laughing at?" He managed to stifle his laughter and responded, "I just find it surprising. I never imagined that all 4 of our company's beauties are still virgins. If the others in the company were to find out, they'd surely be astonished." His remark left Lu Shui and the others speechless. Outside the shelter, the rain continued to fall steadily, and the group sat quietly on the bed, listening to the thunderstorm outside. Time passed, and soon they felt the weight of sleep descend upon them once more, prompting them to lie back down. The following day, around noon, Zhao Tianyu slowly awoke. Blinking his eyes open, as he stirred, he noticed that Lu Shui and the others were still in deep slumber. Choosing not to disturb them, he quietly rose from the bed, careful not to awaken the 4 women. He tiptoed to the bamboo door of the shelter and gently pushed it open. Outside, the sky remained shrouded in thick clouds, with the rain continuing to pour as if it would never cease. The atmosphere was draped in a dreary gray, casting a shadow over his mood. Observing the relentless downpour, Zhao Tianyu mused to himself, "It seems this rain will not relent anytime soon." With a resigned shake of his head, he hurried through the rain toward the riverbank. Upon reaching the river, he was taken aback to find that the once crystal-clear waters had turned murky, resembling sludge. Furthermore, the water level had risen significantly, the current now tumultuous, roaring with a cacophony as debris floated upon the surface. Branches, leaves, and even the lifeless forms of small creatures. Zhao Tianyu's gaze fell upon a small pond by the riverbank, which had been used for raising fish and shrimp. It was now completely submerged, and the aquatic life within had long since vanished. Suddenly, Zhao Tianyu recalled the 2 fishing traps he had previously placed in the small river. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart, and he hurried to the spot where he had set the traps. However, upon witnessing the desolate surface of the river, a wave of disappointment surged within him. Those 2 traps had clearly been swept away by the fierce currents. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Tianyu turned back to the kitchen, gathered some firewood, and set it ablaze in the fireplace. He then retrieved a few bamboo tubes to collect rainwater from beneath the eaves outside the kitchen. Sitting by the fireplace, he leisurely lit a cigarette and savored the moment. After finishing his smoke, he took a pot to the kitchen door and poured the collected rainwater into it, placing the pot atop the fire to heat. Once the water was warmed, he took a piece of blackened leopard meat from a nearby bamboo rack and began to wash it. After more than 10 minutes of diligent cleaning, he diced the meat into small chunks, ing them in the pot until fragrant, then added some rainwater to let it simmer slowly. Just as the leopard meat was nearing completion, Lu Shui and the others began to awaken one by one. With sleepy eyes, they shuffled into the kitchen, rubbing their eyes and washing up with the rainwater from the bamboo tubes. When the leopard meat was finally ready, everyone eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the savory dish with gusto. The rain showed no signs of abating. Over the next 3 days, it continued to pour incessantly, leaving the group with little choice but to brave the downpour only when nature called. The rest of the time was spent languishing in the kitchen and their shelter, boredom settling heavily upon them. On the 4th morning, Zhao Tianyu awoke early while Lu Shui and the others remained sound asleep. Gently pushing open the bamboo door of the shelter, a wave of fresh air greeted him. Glancing up, he beheld the sky adorned with a brilliant blue hue. As the sun gradually ascended from the horizon, breathing in the crisp morning air, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of joy. He inwardly mused, how delightful it is that the incessant rain has finally ceased. These past few days have been quite stifling. Arriving at the riverbank, he gazed at the murky waters and shook his head in resignation. It seemed that the river would require at least 5 or 6 days to regain its clarity. Fortunately, the bamboo tubes had collected a substantial amount of rainwater over the past few days, enough to sustain them for several days, if used sparingly. Turning back to the kitchen, he retrieved some mugwort sticks, igniting them and placing them into a bamboo tube. He then tightly secured the tube to a bamboo basket with rope. Once everything was prepared, he slung the basket over his shoulder and set off towards the woods with a spring in his step. After 3 continuous days of rain, Zhao Tianyu surmised that the porcini mushrooms in the forest would have begun to emerge. Thus, he resolved to gather some for drying and future enjoyment. Despite the clearing skies, the ground in the woods remained treacherously muddy, and the paths were exceedingly slick. Zhao Tianyu proceeded with utmost caution, wary of slipping at any moment. In an effort to enhance his stability, he casually picked up a wooden stick as thick as his arm and gripped it firmly in his hand. Before long, his attire was splattered with mud, yet he appeared utterly oblivious to this, striding forward with great determination, seemingly unperturbed by the muck that clung to him. After traversing a fair distance, he finally stumbled upon a few freshly sprouted porcini mushrooms beneath a pine tree. These mushrooms looked remarkably tender, imbued with a hint of earthy fragrance. Zhao Tianyu approached the pine tree with caution, crouched down, and slowly extended his hand to pluck them one by one. To safeguard these precious mushrooms, he deliberately broke off a few pine branches to cushion the bottom of his bamboo basket before gently placing the harvested porcini into it. Chapter 75. Foraging for food. With 4 beauties after wandering through the woods for nearly 2 hours, Zhao Tianyu finally gathered a substantial bamboo basket filled with porcini mushrooms. Observing the basket brimming with these exquisite fungi, a satisfied smile graced his face. Realizing he had been out for quite some time, he decided against further foraging and turned towards the direction of their shelter, collecting a few wild ferns along the way. Upon his return to the kitchen, he found Lu Shui and the others gathered around the fireplace, chatting and laughing merrily, while the pot simmered with the delectable aroma of leopard meat. Noticing Zhao Tianyu covered in mud, Lu Shui inquired, "Zhao, what have you been up to? Why are you all muddy?" With a smile, Zhao Tianyu replied, "I thought that after the heavy rain, the porcini would surely emerge in abundance, so I went to gather some." He placed the bamboo basket on the ground, and as Lu Shui and the others beheld the nearly full basket of porcini and ferns, their eyes sparkled with delight. Su Ran, with admiration, exclaimed, "Zhao Ge, you are truly impressive. You managed to collect so many porcini and ferns." However, Lu Shui expressed a hint of concern. "These wild mushrooms are not easy to preserve. We want to be able to consume them all at once." Zhao Tianyu chuckled and explained, "We can dry them for storage. They will last for years without spoiling." After sharing this, he instructed Lu Shui and the others to wash some porcini with rainwater from the bamboo tubes. slicing them to cook alongside the leopard meat in the pot. After breakfast, they cleaned the remaining porcini and laid them out to dry in the sunlight. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, their lives felt somewhat monotonous. They occasionally ventured into the woods to gather firewood or search for more porcini to dry as food reserves. And they also picked some wild vegetables to add variety to their meals. Aside from these activities, they mostly chose to remain in the shelter, relishing the rare tranquility. During this period, Zhao Tianyu would occasionally take time to impart wilderness survival skills, teaching them how to use a bow and arrow. Unbeknownst to them, they had been stranded on this deserted island for 2 months, and Lu Shui and her companions had gradually adapted to life in this isolated setting. Now autumn had arrived, and the temperature on the island began to drop. Simultaneously, the number of mosquitoes had significantly decreased, no longer causing the disturbances they had previously endured. One evening, after dinner, the group gathered around the fireplace, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Zhao Tianyu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the bamboo rack, where only a few pieces of leopard meat remained. He pondered to himself, "This leopard meat will likely last no more than 2 or 3 days. It seems I must venture into the woods tomorrow to seek more food." Addressing Lu Shui and the others, Zhao Tianyu remarked, "The meat of this leopard will only suffice for 2 or 3 days at most. Tomorrow, we must venture into the woods in search of sustenance. You all shall accompany me, and we will also assess your archery skills after a month's practice." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others displayed eager expressions. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhao Tianyu was already awake and roused the still slumbering Lu Shui and her companions. Exiting their shelter, they approached the nearby stream for a brief wash and tidied themselves before heading into the woods. Zhao Tianyu, wielding a machete, led the way, while Lu Shui and her companions followed closely, armed with bows and arrows. After walking for nearly half an hour, a melodious call of a wild chicken pierced the tranquility of the woods, resonating like a morning serenade from nature. The group halted, looking up to spot a plump wild chicken perched on a nearby branch, incessantly vocalizing. Its feathers, resplendent in a myriad of colors, shone brilliantly in the soft morning light. Observing the scene, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lu Shui and her companions, asking, "Who among you will take aim at that wild chicken?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran eagerly declared, "I will." Without hesitation, she grasped her bow and nimbly approached the tree where the wild chicken was situated. The wild chicken seemed to sense Su Ran's approach. Instead of taking flight in panic like others, it curiously regarded her from its perch, emitting a series of clear calls. Reaching the base of the tree, Su Ran knocked an arrow onto her bowstring, aiming at the wild chicken above. Taking a deep breath, she decisively released the string. The arrow shot forth like lightning, propelled by immense force and speed toward the bird. However, despite a month of archery practice, this was Su Ran's first genuine attempt at hunting a wild chicken, and she felt a twinge of nervousness. The arrow whizzed past the wild chicken, which startled and soared high into the air, alighting on a large tree some 50 or 60 meters away. Realizing she had missed, Su Ran's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu and the others hurried to her side. With a hint of guilt, Su Ran said, "Brother Zhao, am I too clumsy? I couldn't even hit the chicken from such a close distance." Zhao Tianyu regarded her with a gentle smile, offering words of comfort. "You did remarkably well. After all, it is your first time attempting to shoot a wild chicken. With a bit more practice, you'll improve." His words flowed into Su Ran's heart like a soothing stream, granting her warmth and solace. Having spoken, Zhao Tianyu swiftly retrieved the fallen arrow and returned to Su Ran, presenting it to her with encouragement. "Don't lose heart. Try again. I believe you can hit that wild chicken." Bolstered by Zhao Tianyu's support, Su Ran took a deep breath, steadied her resolve, and nodded slowly. Her gaze was fixed intently upon the tree where the wild chicken had alighted, and she approached it step by step. Upon reaching the base of the tree, she carefully picked up an arrow and placed it delicately on the bowstring. Her hands trembled slightly, betraying the turmoil within her heart. Closing her eyes, she took several deep breaths, striving to calm her agitated spirit. Silently, she reassured herself, "I can do this. I will hit the wild chicken." When she opened her eyes once more, Her gaze had transformed into one of sharp focus and determination. Slowly, she raised the bow, aiming the arrowhead at the unsuspecting wild chicken, which continued to leisurely preen its feathers on the branch, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Chapter 76 Encounter with a Wild Boar. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ran decisively released the bowstring, and with a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning. It struck the wild chicken squarely in its body. The quill tip fashioned from a porcupine's quills pierced deeply into the chicken, which did not even have time to emit a cry before being propelled away by the tremendous force. The wild chicken traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. Its body thrashed about, desperately attempting to break free from the arrow's grip, but it was all in vain. Seeing that she had finally hit the wild chicken, an indescribable surge of exhilaration and joy washed over Su Ran. Turning excitedly, she called out to Zhao Tianyu and the others, "Brother Zhao, I finally hit the wild chicken." Upon hearing Su Ran's exclamation, Zhao Tianyu's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. He hurried to the spot where the wild chicken had fallen, picked it up, grasped its neck, and with a swift twist, silenced its struggles with a sharp crack. He pulled the arrow from the chicken's body and handed it to Su Ran, grinning as he said, "See, I told you that you could do it. You've brought down the wild chicken." Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting also offered their praises, and Su Ran basked in the warmth of their compliments, her heart brimming with happiness. The group continued their journey, traversing a considerable distance. Aside from the occasional chirping of birds from the branches above and the scattered animal bones on the ground, they encountered no other signs of wildlife. By now, the sun had risen high in the sky. Although autumn had arrived, the forest still held a stifling warmth. Lu Shui and her companions were already drenched in sweat, panting heavily, their clothes soaked through. Noticing their condition, Zhao Tianyu sought refuge beneath a large, shady tree. After a careful survey of the surroundings to ensure there were no lurking dangers, he allowed Lu Shui and the others to rest beneath its boughs. He himself leaned against the trunk, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, expertly lighting it and taking a deep drag. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the necklines of Lu Shui and her friends, and he found himself oddly captivated by this act of peeping. From this vantage point, the loose collars of their garments revealed the colors of their undergarments and the alluring contours of their décolletage. Particularly, when his eyes landed on Lin Yu, the sight of her ample 36D figure quickened his pulse, causing him to gulp as he thought, "Goodness, she is truly well endowed." Just as he lost himself in this clandestine observation, Su Ran unexpectedly lifted her head, her piercing gaze locking onto his. Zhao Tianyu was taken aback, his heart racing wildly as if it might leap from his throat. However, the most embarrassing realization struck him when he recognized that he had been staring unabashedly at Lin Yu's neckline. Su Ran evidently noticed this as well. She was initially taken aback, seemingly surprised, but quickly regained her composure, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu inwardly cursed himself for his lack of discretion. Hastily withdrawing his gaze as if shocked by electricity, realizing he had been caught red-handed by Su Ran. Amused by Zhao Tianyu's flustered expression, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking to herself, "No wonder Brother Zhao always leaned against the tree trunk during breaks. It was to sneak a glance at us." The thought made her cheeks flush even more, her heart racing as if a small deer were bounding within her chest. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu was mortified, never expecting that his innocent curiosity would be exposed by Su Ran in such a setting. It was truly embarrassing. At that moment, Su Ran suddenly spoke up with a playful smile. "Brother Zhao, do you find it appealing?" Her voice was perfectly pitched to ensure that everyone present could hear her clearly. Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting immediately raised their heads in curiosity, all eyes on Zhao Tianyu. Hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu felt his face burn with embarrassment as he stammered, What did you say?" I don't understand your meaning." He feigned confusion, acting as if he had no idea what Su Ran was implying. Seeing him deny it, Su Ran chose not to expose him, instead winking at him with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just asking if the scenery in this forest is beautiful." Relieved that she had not called him out, Zhao Tianyu responded with a smile. "The scenery is quite lovely. Have you all rested well?" Let us continue our search for food. With that, he pressed further into the depths of the woods, and Lu Shui and the others quickly followed suit. They ventured on for a while, the surroundings enveloped in serene silence, save for the echo of their footsteps among the trees. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupted from a dense thicket nearby, as though some colossal creature were struggling within. The group halted, their senses heightened, gazing warily at the source of the disturbance. Zhao Tianyu furrowed his brow and instructed Lu Shui and the others, "Stay here. I'll investigate." Before they could respond, he brandished his military knife and approached the thicket. Lu Shui and the others swiftly readied their bows, aiming at the rustling bushes. Just as Zhao Tianyu neared the thicket, a hefty head suddenly burst forth from the underbrush. The unexpected sight startled Zhao Tianyu, causing him to shudder. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an enormous wild boar. Its massive head bore formidable tusks, sharp and curved, and its small eyes glinted with ferocity and cunning. Sans signe danger, Zhao Tianyu tightened his grip on the knife, fixating his gaze on the wild boar, not daring to let his guard down for an instant. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her companions were startled by the sudden appearance of the wild boar's head. Their hearts raced as their hands trembled slightly with the bows and arrows they held. The boar fixed its gaze upon Zhao Tianyu, emitting a series of deep, menacing growls, as though issuing a warning. Unfazed by the boar's threat, Zhao Tianyu provocatively remarked, "You beast, if you have the guts, come and bite me. Watch how I will bring you down." Perhaps understanding Zhao Tianyu's taunt, the boar grew increasingly agitated, its growls intensifying, while its hooves scraped restlessly against the ground. Zhao Tianyu recognized that the boar was preparing to charge at him. Chapter 77. Effortlessly vanquishing the wild boar as if to validate his thoughts. The fierce wild boar charged at Zhao Tianyu with wild abandon, its tusks bared and claws at the ready. Zhao Tianyu, undeterred, bellowed, "You foolish beast, come at me. Let me show you how I will deal with you today." His voice reverberated through the expansive forest like thunder, instilling an almost palpable tension in the air. Yet, the wild boar paid no heed to Zhao Tianyu's furious shout, continuing its relentless charge. In the blink of an eye, it bore down on him like an out-of-control truck. Reacting with astonishing speed, Zhao Tianyu raised his military knife just as the boar was about to collide with him, delivering a powerful strike to its robust head. The blade sliced through the boar's flesh with ease, producing a sharp crack as a deep gash appeared. Blood erupted from the wound like a fountain, splattering across Zhao Tianyu's face. The boar, in agony, emitted a chilling scream and staggered forward a few meters, its strength seemingly drained. However, it was clear that this blow had not intimidated the creature. After a brief pause to catch its breath, it turned back, glaring at Zhao Tianyu with bloodshot eyes, and charged once more. This time, Zhao Tianyu stood his ground, unwavering, his gaze fixed firmly on the approaching beast. As the wild boar closed the distance, he inhaled deeply, summoning all his might into his right foot. In a sudden, explosive motion, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at the boar's head. The force of the blow was astonishing. With a resounding thud, the wild boar, weighing between 140 to 150 pounds, was launched like a kicked soccer ball into the air. It arced gracefully before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The spectacle was so astonishing that Lu Shui and the others, witnessing from a distance, stood transfixed, mouths agape in disbelief. Lin Yu exclaimed in shock, "Is he even human?" She could hardly believe her eyes as Zhao Tianyu effortlessly sent such a massive creature flying. Yet, Zhao Tianyu did not pause. With the boar now grounded, he swiftly advanced, knife in hand, planting his foot firmly on the boar's head to immobilize it. He plunged the blade into its neck without hesitation. As the knife pierced deeply, a torrent of blood gushed forth the moment it was withdrawn, drenching Zhao Tianyu in crimson. The wild boar let out a heart-wrenching scream, thrashing violently on the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Tianyu swiftly retreated, maintaining a distance of 4 to 5 meters from the wild boar to avoid any sudden attack. Time elapsed, and after approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the boar's anguished cries gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence. Cautiously, Zhao Tianyu approached and gently prodded the boar with his foot. However, There was no response. It was evident that life had departed from the creature, prompting Zhao Tianyu to exhale a quiet sigh of relief. He bent down, extracted the bloodied military knife from the boar's body, wiped it clean on the animal's hide, and finally sheathed it at his waist. At that moment, Lu Shui and the other 3 companions joined Zhao Tianyu, their gazes fixated on the lifeless boar on the ground. Lu Shui's eyes widened with admiration as she exclaimed, "Brother Zhao, you are truly remarkable. You have vanquished this fierce boar with such ease." Beside her, Su Ran echoed her admiration, her face alight with awe as she stated, "Brother Zhao, your prowess is astonishing. I am utterly speechless at how effortlessly you subdued this massive beast." Lin Yu, in disbelief, gaped with astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! Brother Zhao, are you even human? You kicked that wild boar away with such force. Your strength is terrifying." Zhou Wanting, equally impressed, praised Brother Zhao. "You are incredibly dashing. You resemble a superhero from the movies. Simply extraordinary." Amidst the flattery from the 4 enchanting ladies, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of pride, though he feigned humility as he replied, "Do not become too enamored with me. I'm merely a legend. Now let's make haste back. This boar will suffice for our sustenance for a time." No sooner had he spoken than he grasped the boar's legs and, with a vigorous heave, flung the hefty creature onto his shoulder as if it were a mere sack of sand. Zhao Tianyu effortlessly bore the wild boar, striding purposefully toward the shelter, with Lu Shui and her companions promptly following suit. Thus time passed, and it took Zhao Tianyu nearly 2 hours to carry the enormous boar to the entrance of the shelter. Despite his commendable stamina, the weight of the boar over such a distance began to take its toll, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. At that moment, he sensed an utter depletion of energy, as if the last vestiges of strength had been siphoned from his body. His clothes, drenched in sweat, clung uncomfortably to his skin. Finally, after unceremoniously dropping the boar onto the ground, Zhao Tianyu collapsed onto the earth, utterly spent, resembling a puddle of fatigue, unable to move any further. He gasped for breath, as if seeking to expel the exhaustion of the journey through his very inhalations. Observing Zhao Tianyu's arduous struggle, Su Ran felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. She hurriedly made her way to the kitchen, seized a bamboo tube, and without a moment's hesitation, scooped a generous portion of cool boiled water from the pot. Then, in a flurry, she approached Zhao Tianyu and presented the water before him. Upon noticing this, Zhao Tianyu swiftly extended his hand to accept the bamboo tube, tilting his head back and gulping down the refreshing liquid. The cool water slid down his throat and into his stomach, imparting a wave of rejuvenation that slightly restored his spirits. After finishing the water, Zhao Tianyu handed the bamboo tube back to Su Ran, continuing to draw in deep breaths, as if still struggling to recover from profound exhaustion. Chapter 78. Lin Yu's complaints. After a considerable period of rest, Zhao felt a resurgence of vitality. Zhao Tianyu addressed Lu Shui and the others, instructing them to gather some firewood by the riverbank and ignite a fire. Without hesitation, Lu Shui and her companions hurried to the kitchen, collecting firewood and lighting a fire by the riverside. Zhao Tianyu then dragged the wild boar to the riverbank and placed it atop the fire, commencing the roasting process. As the wild boar made contact with the flames, a pungent aroma of singed pig hair wafted through the air. The 4 of them, upon catching a whiff of the scent, instinctively covered their mouths and noses with their hands and quickly retreated to a safer distance. Moments ticked by, and after nearly 10 minutes, the hair on the wild boar had been thoroughly scorched, leaving even the skin charred and unrecognizable. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu procured a log of considerable girth and carefully removed the blackened boar from the fire. He then instructed Lu Shui and the others to fetch bamboo tubes, drawing water from the river to commence the cleansing of the boar. The task of cleaning the wild boar was not trivial, particularly given its heavily charred state. Zhao Tianyu and his companions devoted nearly half an hour to ensure the boar was immaculate. As they gazed upon the beautifully roasted pig skin, Zhao Tianyu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He eagerly seized his military knife, delicately slicing off a piece, and without hesitation, popped it into his mouth, savoring it slowly. This audacious act left Lu Shui, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting momentarily stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld Zhao Tianyu. As if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle, Su Ran was the first to recover, her brow furrowed with concern as she addressed Zhao Tianyu. "Brother Zhao, are you that hungry? Why resort to eating raw meat? Aren't you afraid of parasites?" Rather than taking offense at Su Ran's words, Zhao Tianyu chuckled amiably, explaining, "This raw skin is a delicacy in southwest Yunnan. You should try it. I assure you it will leave a lasting impression." With that, he sliced off another piece of the roasted pig skin and offered it to Su Ran. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the offering and took a bite. The instant her teeth sank into it, a unique flavor enveloped her palate. Her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "I must admit, this raw skin is quite delectable. It's fragrant and has a delightful chewiness." Upon hearing Su Ran's praise, Lin Yu's face instantly brightened with anticipation, and she eagerly implored Zhao Tianyu, "I want to try some too." Observing her enthusiasm, Zhao Tianyu swiftly cut several more pieces of pig skin, distributing them to Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting. They each took the offerings and began to chew, soon succumbing to the allure of this extraordinary delicacy, relishing every bite and showering it with compliments. Zhao Tianyu grinned and remarked, "Isn't it delicious? I didn't deceive you, did I?" The four nodded in agreement. He added with a playful tone, "Alas, there are no condiments on this deserted island. Otherwise, the flavor would be even more exquisite." Everyone consumed a considerable amount of raw pig, after which Zhao Tianyu took up a military knife and made an incision on the belly of the wild boar. He extracted the entrails, retaining the liver while discarding the rest into the nearby stream to be carried away by the current. He then proceeded to cut the boar meat into small pieces, allowing Lu Shui and her companions to transport them to the kitchen. In less than half an hour, they had successfully moved the boar meat to the kitchen, where the eager group hastily seasoned it with sea salt before placing it in the smokehouse for processing. Once their tasks were completed, Lu Shui glanced down at her attire, which was stained with pig-s blood. Turning to Zhao Tianyu, she remarked, "Brother Zhao, look at us. We are all covered in pig-s blood. It's quite filthy. We would like to wash up in the river, but you must promise not to peek." Zhao Tianyu chuckled in response. "Rest assured, I would never steal a glance. If I were to look, it would be done openly." The girls were momentarily at a loss for words, privately thinking how brazen he was. Su Ran, with a bemused expression, looked at Zhao Tianyu and asked, "Are you quite certain you won't peek?" Her tone held a hint of skepticism. Under her gaze, Zhao Tianyu felt a flicker of guilt, recalling that just the day before, he had surreptitiously watched the girls in the woods, only to be caught red-handed by Su Ran. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied, "Of course, I am certain. I am a gentleman and would never engage in such clandestine behavior." Su Ran merely smiled faintly, choosing to say nothing further. At the riverbank, the girls unabashedly stripped down and stepped into the cool, crystal-clear water, which provided them with great comfort. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu sat beside the hearth, leisurely lighting a cigarette and indulging in his own thoughts. As time passed, nearly an hour later, Lu Shui and her companions emerged from their bath, donned in fresh garments, and gathered around the hearth once more. Zhao Tianyu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the girls, their skin radiant and translucent like freshly bloomed lotus flowers, captivatingly beautiful. He found himself momentarily entranced. Perhaps accustomed to Zhao Tianyu's gaze, Lu Shui and the others did not express much displeasure, harboring a subtle, indescribable delight instead. Just then, Lin Yu let out a sigh of frustration, exclaiming, "Oh, how bothersome! After so long without shampoo, my hair is all tangled and impossible to comb. And without shower gel, I feel sticky and utterly uncomfortable." Zhou Wanting chimed in, "Indeed, I feel quite the same. Even my clothes seem unclean." Upon hearing their grievances, a sudden idea struck Lu Shui, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she exclaimed, "I noticed numerous bottles of shampoo and shower gel washed ashore along the coastline. Perhaps we should venture there one day. We might find some in used bottles to bring back." Hearing her speak, Su Ran expressed her concerns, saying, "Even if I were to find in used shampoo and body wash, I wouldn't dare to use them. What if they cause hair loss or an allergic reaction on my skin?" Upon hearing her words, Lu Shui and the others found her reasoning quite valid. The speaker was casual, yet the listener took heed. Zhao Tianyu, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "Isn't that simple? I can craft some soap for you, which not only serve to cleanse clothes, but can also be used for washing hair and bathing." Chapter 79. A wager. Upon hearing his words, Lu Shui and her companions simultaneously lifted their gazes towards him. Zhao Tianyu, noticing their reaction, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips as he teased, "Why do you all stare at me so intently? Do I have something unsightly on my face?" Lu Shui widened her eyes. A look of incredulity etched across her features as she inquired, "You claim you can make soap? How is that even possible? We are stranded on a deserted island, after all." Zhao Tianyu chuckled dismissively, brimming with confidence as he replied, "It's merely soap. What's the big deal? For me, it's a task I can accomplish in a heartbeat." Lin Yu scoffed from the side, mercilessly exposing him. "You should stop boasting. You clearly haven't prepared a script for your lies." The smile on Zhao Tianyu's lips remained undiminished, indeed growing more radiant as he provocatively gazed at Lin Yu. "Oh, you don't believe me? What if I actually succeed in making soap?" With her arms crossed and a playful smile on her face, Lin Yu retorted, "All right then. If you truly manage to produce soap, I will comply with any request you make. But if you fail, you must obediently do whatever I ask." Zhao Tianyu readily agreed. "It's a deal. When I successfully craft the soap, you mustn't try to weasel out of it." Lin Yu's smile turned mischievous. "Whoever tries to cheat is a little dog. I am eager to see how you intend to make this soap." Zhou Wanting's lips curved into a soft smile as she gently added, "I too wish to wager with you. If Zhao Tianyu truly succeeds in making soap, I will unhesitatingly do whatever he asks of me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's smile grew even brighter as he cheerfully responded, "Wonderful. Let be agreed then. Tomorrow, I shall demonstrate my soap-making skills." After making this declaration, he rose to fetch a change of clothes from a shelter, then approached the riverbank, shedding his garments before immersing himself in the cool waters to bathe. Meanwhile, Su Ran regarded Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting, softly voicing her concern. "Are you both truly willing to wager against Brother Zhao? If he manages to make soap, you must follow through with whatever he demands." Lin Yu, radiating confidence, replied nonchalantly, "Sister Su Ran, I acknowledge that Brother Zhao possesses some skills. But you must consider our circumstances. On this desolate island, attempting to create soap is utterly preposterous." Zhou Wanting chimed in, "Exactly, Sister Su Ran, rest assured. We will not lose." Hearing their assertions, Su Ran chose not to press further, merely shaking her head in resignation. In her eyes, Zhao Tianyu seemed to be an omnipotent being, as if there were no task beyond his capabilities. If he professed he could make soap, then surely he would succeed. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu was soaking in the somewhat chilly river water, feeling the coolness envelop him. He contemplated quietly, "The temperature on this deserted island is dropping steadily. Even the river has grown increasingly frigid. Such a course of action is unsustainable. A method must be devised to construct a bathing area and heat water for a proper wash." Thus, Zhao Tianyu soaked in the river for nearly half an hour before returning to the shore, where he dried his damp body with his discarded clothes. After donning a fresh outfit, he meticulously cleansed the blood-stained garments and hung them to dry on a branch by the riverbank. Finding a flat stone, he seated himself and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it with practiced ease as he indulged in a moment of tranquility. Once he finished his smoke, Zhao Tianyu rose slowly, stretching his limbs before turning back towards the kitchen, addressing Lu Shui and the others. "You all stay here. I shall step out for a moment." No sooner had he spoken than he grabbed a bamboo basket and slung it over his back. Su Ran looked up at him, her face alight with curiosity, and inquired, "Where are you off to?" With a slight smile gracing his lips, Zhao Tianyu replied softly, "I'm going to gather some mugwort in the woods." Su Ran pressed further, "What do you need mugwort for? We already have plenty of moxa sticks." Zhao Tianyu chuckled and patiently explained, "I am collecting mugwort to make soap." Upon hearing this, Su Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Oh, is that so? Then I shall accompany you." Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of joy at the prospect of her company, undoubtedly a delightful boon. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, let us go together." Thus, the two walked side by side towards the woods, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it refreshing air. After a while, Su Ran suddenly halted, turning to Zhao Tianyu with a question. "Brother Zhao, can you really make soap?" He paused, confidence radiating from him as he regarded her, a broad smile enhancing his features. "Of course. Do you not believe me? How about we make a wager?" Su Ran quickly shook her head, declaring, "I won't bet with you. If you say you can make soap, then you surely can." Zhao Tianyu merely smiled, opting for silence as they continued walking in companionable quietude. After traversing quite a distance, they finally spotted lush green mugwort beneath a towering tree. He immediately stopped, set down his bamboo basket, and deftly crouched to carefully sever the plants at their roots with a military knife, arranging them neatly within the basket. He also gathered a handful of fragrant wildflowers, and as the sun began to dip below the horizon, they promptly turned back toward the shelter. As they walked, Su Ran suddenly wore a sly grin as if a thought had struck her. She teased Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, did you sneak a peek at us when we were foraging for food in the woods today?" Zhao Tianyu's heart raced at her words, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. He hastily refuted, "Do not speak recklessly. How could I ever spy on you?" Observing Zhao Tianyu's denial, Su Ran chuckled and replied, "There is no need for you to feign innocence. I saw everything. While we were resting beneath the tree, you leaned against the trunk, your eyes fixated intently on our collars. I was puzzled as to why you consistently chose to lean against the tree whenever we took a break, only to realize it was to facilitate your furtive glances at us." Chapter 80. Su Ran's confession. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zhao Tianyu was momentarily rendered speechless. Observing his reaction, Su Ran smiled and remarked, "It's really nothing to worry about. Given your remarkable prowess, it would be an effortless task for you to take advantage of us for. However, despite our time together, you have never exploited us, which is a testament to your good character. Should you wish to see something in the future, there is no need to be as secretive as before. Just let me know, and I will certainly fulfill your request." As she uttered these words, a delicate blush blossomed on Su Ran's cheeks, and she shyly lowered her gaze, seemingly unable to meet Zhao Tianyu's eyes. In stark contrast, Zhao Tianyu was overwhelmed with astonishment. He mused to himself, "Is this truly happening?" From Su Ran's tone, it seemed she might have developed feelings for me. What a delightful predicament. With a cheerful demeanor, he asked her, "Is what you said genuinely true?" Su Ran's face flushed even deeper, and she gently nodded in affirmation, answering his inquiry without a word. Witnessing her response, Zhao Tianyu was filled with excitement, eagerly exclaiming, "Then show me now." At his unabashed request, Su Ran's small face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Bowing her head, she whispered in a voice so soft it was barely audible, "What do you wish to see?" Zhao Tianyu, sensing her shyness, felt a surge of joy and replied with a grin, "Of course, I wish to see your enviable 36C. At his declaration, Su Ran's body trembled slightly, as if struck by a bolt of electricity, clearly taken aback by Zhao Tianyu's words. Despite her inner turmoil, she ultimately extended a cautious hand, gently grasping the collar of her clothing and slowly pulling it outward. Zhao Tianyu, captivated by the unfolding scene, leaned in closer, eager to catch a glimpse. When his gaze fell upon Su Ran's ample, flawless bosom, his eyes widened in astonishment. The voluptuous curves, delicate skin, and subtle hint of cleavage left him parched and breathless. He swallowed hard, silently marveling. So this is the legendary 36C. Truly astonishing. His eyes lingered on Su Ran's chest for several moments before reluctantly pulling away. He knew that if he continued to gaze, he might succumb to his desires and act impulsively. Su Ran's face was already flushed with embarrassment as she shyly withdrew her hand, lowering her head. In a voice as soft as a whisper, she asked Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, is it beautiful?" Zhao Tianyu nodded vigorously, unabashedly responding, "It looks splendid, truly impressive and alluring." His tone conveyed unreserved admiration and appreciation. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Her face turned as red as a ripened apple, and even her ears blushed with a rosy hue. The two individuals continued their journey towards the sanctuary. After traversing a distance, Su Ran abruptly halted, inhaling deeply as if summoning immense courage. She lifted her gaze to Zhao Tianyu and softly inquired, "Brother Zhao, do you harbor feelings for me?" Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu's body tensed momentarily, clearly unprepared for such a question. A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure, though his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. Gazing into Su Ran's crystalline eyes, an indescribable joy surged within him. He nodded, smiling as he replied, "With your beauty and delightful character, which man could possibly resist?" At Zhao Tianyu's response, a radiant smile blossomed on Su Ran's face, akin to flowers flourishing in spring. Her heart brimmed with sweetness as she softly confessed, "Brother Zhao, I like you too. In fact, I found myself drawn to you just days after being stranded on this desolate island." Zhao Tianyu's heart swelled with elation upon hearing her words. Unable to contain his laughter, he queried, "But I'm merely a security guard. Do you not find that unappealing?" Su Ran promptly shook her head, asserting, "If I like someone, I wouldn't care about such trivialities." Zhao Tianyu, moved by her unwavering expression, felt his emotions intensify. He suddenly chuckled, "Look, I like you, and you like me. Shouldn't we consider taking some action?" Su Ran's face flushed a deep crimson at Zhao Tianyu's words. She lowered her head, shyly responding, "Brother Zhao, what do you wish to do?" Observing her bashful demeanor, Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, "All right, enough jesting. The day is nearly over. Let us return." Upon their return to the kitchen, night had fallen. Zhao Tianyu placed the mugwort and wildflowers by the fireplace to begin the slow process of drying them. Noticing the herbs and flowers, Lin Yu asked, "Do you intend to use those to make soap?" With a grin, Zhao Tianyu replied, "Of course. Don't forget our wager. If I manage to craft the soap, you mustn't back out." Lin Yu laughed, "Rest assured, I will not renege. I am eager to see how you will create the soap." After enjoying a meal of stewed wild boar, they sat by the fireplace for a while, sharing conversation until a wave of drowsiness overcame them. They rose and returned to the sanctuary, laying down to sleep. The following morning, Zhao Tianyu awoke early, glancing at the still sleeping Lu Shui and the others without disturbing them. He opened the bamboo door of the sanctuary, inhaling the fresh morning air, which uplifted his spirits. After stretching his stiff limbs, he approached the small river to wash his face, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Since the last two fishing traps had been swept away by the river, Zhao Tianyu had woven 2 new traps to place in the water. Upon reaching the 2 locations where the fishing nets were placed, I lifted them to inspect their contents. Perhaps due to the gradually cooling weather, the small fish and shrimp have become rather lethargic. Each net yielded only a meager catch of a few tiny fish and shrimp. Zhao Tianyu could not help but let out a sigh as he placed the meager haul into a small puddle by the riverbank before returning the nets to the water. Upon returning to the kitchen, I noticed that the mugwort and wildflowers, which had been set by the hearth, were completely dried out after a night of roasting. With great care, I gathered the dried mugwort and wildflowers and brought them to the riverbank, where I found a relatively flat stone to place them upon. Chapter 81. The Ancient Art of Soap, making Zhao Tianyu retrieve a lighter from his pocket. With practiced ease, he flicked open the lid and pressed his thumb gently, causing a flame to spring forth. He brought the lighter close to the mugwort and wildflowers, and the flame immediately began to consume them. In a brief moment, the vibrant foliage was engulfed in a fierce blaze. As time passed, approximately 10 minutes later, the once lush herbs and blossoms had been reduced to mere ashes. He returned to the kitchen and gathered 2 bamboo tubes before heading to a large stone by the riverside. Slowly, he crouched down and carefully collected the ashes of the burnt herbs and flowers into the tubes. Upon returning to the shelter, he gazed at the wall and his eyes settled on the shells that Lu Shui and her companions had gathered from the beach during their last outing. He took the shells to the kitchen, extracting some still-burning charcoal from the fireplace, and placed the shells atop it to slowly roast. After nearly half an hour of careful heating, he carried the roasted shells back to the riverbank and gently placed them on the stone, searching for a suitably sized rock nearby. Without hesitation, he lifted the stone and struck the shells with a decisive blow. With a crack, the shells shattered. Zhao Tianyu did not pause. He continued to pound the shells with the stone until they were reduced to fine fragments. Next, he set down the stone and began to grind the shell fragments with his hands. As time elapsed, the fragments were transformed into a delicate powder akin to flour. Satisfied with the result, Zhao Tianyu poured the shell powder into the 2 bamboo tubes containing the ashes of the mugwort and wildflowers. He then added some water to both tubes, taking a small stick to stir the mixture vigorously. After several minutes of stirring, he carefully carried the 2 bamboo tubes back to the kitchen and set them beside the fireplace. He took some wild boar fat, cutting it into small pieces and placing them in a pot to render the lard. While he was busy with this task, Lu Shui and her companions had awakened, their eyes still heavy with sleep. After a quick wash by the riverside, they made their way to the kitchen. Upon entering, they found Zhao Tianyu diligently rendering the lard at the stove. Seeing this, Su Ren curiously inquired, "Brother Zhao, are you rendering lard for cooking?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a slight smile at her question. "Haha, you're quite astute, recognizing this as lard." Su Ren, slightly displeased, murmured, "Though I haven't cooked much, I don't know what lard is." Noticing her irritation, Zhao Tianyu chuckled and clarified, "Haha, don't be upset. I was merely teasing you. In fact, I'm not rendering this lard for cooking." "Oh, what then is your purpose for rendering lard?" Su Ran's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to ask further. Zhao Tianyu smiled mysteriously and replied, "This lard has a significant purpose. I intend to use it to make soap." "What? You're making soap with lard?" Zhao Tianyu's words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in the ears of Lu Shui and her companions. Lin Yu, her face a portrait of skepticism, gazed at Zhao Tianyu in disbelief and inquired. Observing Lin Yu's astonished expression, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. He chuckled and remarked, "Of course. Once I produce the soap, you mustn't forget our wager." Lin Yu, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This is utterly hilarious. You intend to make soap from lard? I have truly never heard of such a thing." Zhao Tianyu, quick to retort, declared, "Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Perhaps you ought to read more. This is an ancient method of soap making, one that our ancestors employed." Lin Yu, revealing a hint of smugness, provocatively replied, "Oh, is that so? Then I am eager to see how you will transform this lard into soap." Recognizing the futility of further discourse, Zhao Tianyu chose to ignore Lin Yu and devoted his attention to rendering the lard. As time passed, nearly half an hour later, the wild boar fat in the pot had completely transformed into lard. Zhao Tianyu, seeing this, swiftly removed the pot and placed it on the ground, carefully extracting the oil residue with a pair of chopsticks. Next, he rummaged through his suitcase for a relatively clean piece of cloth, cutting a strip from it with a military knife. He then proceeded to the riverbank, meticulously washing the cloth. Upon returning to the kitchen, he took a large bamboo tube, covering it with a clean cloth. Gently, he lifted another bamboo tube filled with mugwort, wildflower ashes, shell powder, and water, tilting it slowly to allow the solution to flow along the edges and drip onto the cloth. The liquid seeped through the fabric's fibers, leaving impurities on the surface. Zhao Tianyu patiently repeated this process until all the ashes and solution in the 2 bamboo tubes were thoroughly filtered. At this point, the lard had cooled. He cautiously poured the filtered solution into the lard, then picked up a small wooden stick and began to stir incessantly. As he stirred, the once tranquil lard began to ripple, gradually merging with the solution. Then, a remarkable transformation unfolded. The lard appeared to be enchanted, slowly changing from yellow to white, its texture thickening into a viscous, white substance. Witnessing the spectacle, Lu Shui and her companions gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watched the pot's transformation. Zhao Tianyu, observing their astonished expressions, couldn't suppress a smile. He explained to Lu Shui and her friends, "In truth, there is nothing magical about this. The mugwort and wildflower ashes, when mixed with shell powder and dissolved in water, form an alkaline solution upon filtration. When this alkaline solution is introduced to the lard, a chemical reaction occurs, resulting in this remarkable change. Our ancestors utilized this method to produce soap." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and her companions gazed at him with admiration, astonished by his extensive knowledge. At that moment, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanning felt a twinge of regret for having wagered against Zhao Tianyu. He then retrieved several bamboo tubes, each as thick as an arm, and meticulously transferred the white, viscous pig fat from the pot into the tubes, setting them aside to air dry naturally. Once he completed these tasks, Zhao Tianyu lifted his head and addressed Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting, inquiring, "The soap has been crafted. Do you concede?" Chapter 82. Constructing the bathroom and toilet. Lin Yu feigned composure, retorting defiantly, "How do we know your soap is any good? We can only judge after trying it." Zhou Wanting quickly chimed in, "Exactly. How can we be sure you're not just using a little pig fat to fool us?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a confident smile as he leisurely replied, "Ah, you two truly won't shed tears until you see the coffin. This time, I will ensure you concede wholeheartedly. Let's wait until you have tried it before you pass judgment." With that, he turned and picked up a pot, strolling leisurely to the riverbank to wash it thoroughly. Afterward, he returned to the kitchen with a light step and placed the pot steadily on the hearth. After a brief respite, Zhao Tianyu retrieved a piece of wild boar meat, marbled with fat and lean, from the smokehouse and cleaned it in the river. Back in the kitchen, he skillfully chopped the wild boar meat into uniformly sized pieces, placing them into the pot, adding an appropriate amount of water, and commenced the simmering process. While the wild boar meat was cooking, Zhao Tianyu addressed Lu Shui and the others now that autumn has arrived. "The temperature on this deserted island will gradually decline. I am contemplating constructing a bathroom by the river, complete with a bathing pool inside. We could then heat water for bathing. What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the four girls sparkled with enthusiasm, ignited by his suggestion, and they nodded in agreement. Lin Yu immediately added, "I think we should also build a toilet. That way, we won't have to run into the woods every day." Hearing her suggestion, Zhao Tianyu and the others nodded in concurrence. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu led Lu Shui and the others to the bamboo grove to harvest bamboo for constructing the bathroom and toilet. These structures need not be overly sturdy. Merely providing shelter from the wind and rain would suffice. Thus, the bamboo did not need to be excessively thick. And Zhao Tianyu specifically chose some that were about the thickness of an arm, wielding his machete to begin cutting. Lu Shui and the others were responsible for transporting the cut bamboo to the riverbank. In this manner, after several hours, they had successfully harvested and transported dozens of bamboo poles of similar thickness to the river. After laboring for several hours, everyone was utterly exhausted, particularly Lu Shui and her companions, who, after completing the final trip, collapsed onto the ground in the kitchen, gasping for breath. After a brief rest, Zhao Tianyu returned to the smokehouse to retrieve another piece of wild boar meat, which he diced and added to the pot to simmer. Once the wild boar meat was ready, Lu Shui and the others cleaned the pots and bowls and took them to the river to wash. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu examined the bamboo tubes containing the soap made with lard. He noted that the soap had completely solidified inside the tubes. Carefully, he used his machete to split open the bamboo, revealing cylindrical bars of soap, imbued with a faint fragrance of mugwort and wildflowers. He then cut the cylindrical soap into smaller pieces and placed them on a large stone by the river to dry. Thus, after a full week of diligent labor, through the collective efforts of everyone involved, a bathhouse and a toilet were successfully constructed by the riverside. Although the bathhouse had been completed, erecting a bath that could heat water within it proved to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, the clever and resourceful Zhao Tianyu was undeterred. He led Lu Shui and a few others to the riverbank, where they meticulously selected appropriately shaped stones, which they then transported back to the bathhouse. First, Zhao Tianyu carefully built a sturdy stove on the ground, and then, with skillful craftsmanship, he constructed a spacious bath above it using the stones. To ensure the bath's seal and solidity, Zhao Tianyu sought out some adhesive clay. Mixing this clay with an adequate amount of water, he created a soft paste. He then meticulously applied the clay evenly to both the interior and exterior surfaces of the bath, ensuring that every inch was thoroughly coated. After allowing the clay to air dry naturally, Zhao Tianyu ignited a roaring fire in the stove, commencing the firing process for the bath. This fiery endeavor lasted the entire day, as the flames fervently enveloped the bath, hardening the clay to a strength akin to iron, without a single crack in sight. Zhao Tianyu instructed Lu Shui and the others to fetch some water using bamboo tubes, which they then poured into the bath. Upon observing that the fired bath exhibited no signs of leakage, the joy swelling within him was beyond expression. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed to Lu Shui and the others, "Ha ha! This is wonderful. Now we have a bathhouse and a bath. We shall no longer need to run to the river for our baths." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others shared in his elation. They quickly cleaned the bath and then, armed with bamboo tubes, drew water from the river to fill it. Once everything was prepared, they reignited the fire beneath the stove to begin heating the water, eagerly anticipating a delightful bath. At that moment, Lu Shui suddenly recalled something. She turned to Zhao Tianyu and said, "Brother Zhao, the soap you made days ago has been drying for quite some time now, right? It should be ready for use. Don't you think?" Zhao Tianyu nodded in response, saying, "Yes, it should be usable. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten all about it." After saying this, he turned to Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, and cheerfully reminded them, "You two mustn't forget our previous wager." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of ripe apples. Lin Yu, with a playful smile, teasingly remarked, "If your soap proves ineffective, you better not try to weasel out." Observing her reaction, Zhao Tianyu could not suppress a smile, and with a wink he casually replied, "Haha, how could I possibly cheat? I'm more concerned that you two might try to play tricks." We agreed that whoever cheats will be dubbed a little puppy. Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "Rest assured, we would never resort to tricks." Time flew by swiftly, and in less than half an hour, the water in the bath had heated up. Lu Shui and her companions were filled with excitement at the sight and hurriedly grabbed a set of clean clothes to change into, also taking 2 meticulously crafted bars of soap made by Zhao Tianyu as they made their way to the bathroom. Upon entering, the 4 girls eagerly shed their garments. Standing unabashedly by the edge of the bath, they scooped up the warm water with bamboo tubes, reveling in the rare indulgence of a hot bath. This was the first time in nearly 2 months since their arrival on the deserted island that they had the pleasure of such a comforting soak. Moreover, the soap crafted by Zhao Tianyu delighted them beyond measure, with its delicate lather, subtle fragrance, and exceptional cleansing properties earning their heartfelt praise. In that quaint little bathroom, the 4 girls laughed and played joyfully, seemingly forgetting all their worries and burdens. Chapter 83. Fulfilling the bet after taking a refreshing bath. The 4 individuals donned clean clothes and returned to the kitchen, settling by the fireplace to attend to their still damp hair. They appeared as radiant as freshly bloomed water lilies, and perhaps due to the soap they had used, a subtle fragrance enveloped them. Zhao Tianyu, wearing a broad smile, gazed at Lin Yu, a glimmer of mischief sparking in his eyes. Cheerfully, he inquired, "Yeah, how is the soap I crafted?" Lin Yu's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she lowered her gaze and softly replied, "It's quite effective." Her voice was barely audible, akin to a whispering mosquito. Noticing her reaction, Zhao Tianyu's grin widened as he remarked, "Since it's so effective, shouldn't we fulfill our bet?" His gaze then shifted towards Zhou Wanting, his smile growing even more radiant. Zhou Wanting felt a twinge of discomfort under Zhao Tianyu's scrutinizing gaze, her cheeks tinged with pink as she timidly asked, What do you want us to do?" Zhao Tianyu, reveling in his triumph, teased, "I can't shake the feeling that my shoulders are a bit sore. How about you come over and give them a good massage?" At his request, Zhou Wanting's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Feeling somewhat bashful, she rose from her seat and approached him from behind. After a moment's hesitation, she finally extended her hands and gently began to knead his shoulders. A smile lingered on Zhao Tianyu's lips as he gleefully remarked, "I must say, your shoulder massage technique is rather impressive. It feels delightful." As he spoke, he closed his eyes, savoring Zhou Wanting's ministrations. However, as Zhou Wanting observed his blissful expression, frustration bubbled within her. Yet, having lost the bet, she suppressed her discontent and continued the massage in silence. As moments turned into minutes, Zhou Wanting felt her hands growing weary, but Zhao Tianyu showed no signs of wanting to stop. Finally, she could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "All right, that should be enough." Hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes and nodded. Zhou Wanting let out a sigh of relief and swiftly returned to her seat by the fireplace. Zhao Tianyu's smile brightened even further. He turned his attention to Lin Yu, a playful glint in his eyes, and cheerfully declared, "Yeah, it's your turn." Lin Yu's cheeks flushed instantly as she shyly asked, What do you want me to do?" Zhao Tianyu, secretly delighted, deliberately let his gaze linger on Lin Yu's ample bosom before mischievously stating, "Come here, let me have a good feel of your 30-60 assets." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting erupted into laughter, while Lin Yu's face reddened to the point of near embarrassment. Flustered and indignant, she retorted, "No way. Choose something else." Zhao Tianyu wore a playful smile at the corner of his lips and softly remarked, "Yeah, a bet is a bet. We agreed that you must obediently comply with my requests. Anyone who reneges on the deal is akin to a little puppy. Do you wish to be a little puppy?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lin Yu felt as if a bone was lodged in her throat, rendering her speechless. Beside her, Su Ran wore a mischievous grin, reveling in the spectacle, and teased, "Yeah, since you've lost, you must uphold your word. A little pinch from brother Zhao, one tea cost you anything. What else there be shy about?" Lu Shui chimed in, beaming as she said, "Indeed, yeah, a bet is a bet. It's not as if brother Zhao hasn't pinched you before." As they teased her, Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she steeled herself, rising slowly to Zhao Tianyu's side, closing her eyes tightly, surrendering herself as if to convey, "Do as you wish." Observing this, Zhao Tianyu's smile broadened, and without hesitation, he extended his hands toward Lin Yu's ample bosom. The instant his hands made contact, Lin Yu's body reacted as if struck by lightning. A surge of electricity coursed through her, awakening every fiber of her being. Unbeknownst to Zhao Tianyu, his actions had caused a profound disturbance within Lin Yu. She lost all control over her body, involuntarily emitting an incongruous sound that echoed jarringly in the quiet kitchen. The sound prompted laughter from Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting, their amusement ringing in Lin Yu's ears, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper with embarrassment. Internally berating herself, she thought, "Lin Yu, what is wrong with you? How utterly humiliating. How could such a sound escape me?" She shot Zhao Tianyu an angry glare, her heart swelling with indignation and shame. Her face, akin to a ripe apple, she hastily lowered her head and retreated to the hearth, seeking refuge. Zhao Tianyu rose, chuckling, "I shall go take a bath." He returned to the shelter to fetch a change of clothes and entered the bathroom, shedding his garments entirely before reclining into the tub. The warm water enveloped his body, providing a profound sense of comfort and relaxation. He leaned back against the edge of the tub, closing his eyes, savoring this fleeting tranquility. Yet, the image of him pinching Lin Yu's bosom replayed in his mind, and a smug smile crept upon his lips. Thus, Zhao Tianyu luxuriated in the bath for nearly half an hour, only rising reluctantly when the water began to cool. He picked up a bar of soap, gently rubbing it until it yielded a wealth of delicate bubbles. He applied the foam to his hair and body, meticulously massaging it in to ensure every inch of skin was treated to the soothing embrace of the lather. He subsequently picked up a bamboo tube and scooped some water from the bath, gently pouring it over his head and body, thoroughly rinsing away the foam. After finishing his bath, he swiftly donned his garments and placed the soiled clothes into the basin, meticulously scrubbing them by hand. Once the laundry was complete, Zhao Tianyu wrung them out and ventured outside the bathroom, where he found a sturdy branch to hang the clothes for drying. Having accomplished these tasks, he returned to the bathroom and used the bamboo tube to scoop out the water from the bath before making his way back to the kitchen. Chapter 84. The night of the wolf pack as time swiftly passes, mere days slip away in the blink of an eye. During this period, apart from occasional ventures into the woods to forage for wild vegetables and gather firewood, the group largely remained ensconced within the safety of their shelter. One evening, after savoring a hearty stew of wild boar meat, they gathered around the fireplace, basking in its warmth while engaging in light-hearted conversation and laughter. Zhao Tianyu gazed at the scant remnants of wild boar meat, pondering silently. This meager supply could only sustain them for an additional 2 or 3 days at most. It appears imperative to venture into the woods tomorrow in search of sustenance. Furthermore, the last batch of sea salt had dwindled to almost nothing. A trip to the coast to harvest more sea salt crystals was also in order. As the night deepened, the group eventually rose and returned to their beds for rest. In the stillness of midnight, with silence enveloping the night, 7 or 8 gray wolves suddenly appeared like phantoms outside the shelter, as if sensing the presence of humans within. They raised their heads and unleashed a bone-chilling howl that shattered the tranquility of the night. The sudden eruption of the wolf's howl struck like thunder, rousing Zhao Tianyu and the others from their slumber. Startled by the sound, Zhao Tianyu's heart raced, and he sprang from his bed with a jolt. He quickly donned his shoes and rushed to the shelter's entrance in a flurry. When constructing the shelter, he had intentionally left a small window in the bamboo door. This window not only ensured ventilation, but also allowed him to observe the outside world at any moment. Creeping towards the bamboo door, Zhao Tianyu peered through the diminutive window, only to behold 7 or 8 imposing gray wolves encircling the shelter, their eyes fixed intently upon them. These gray wolves were notably larger than the average, their eyes glinting with a sinister green glow under the bright moonlight, as if capable of piercing the very soul. Their sharp fangs were barely discernible in the darkness, sending shivers down one's spine. Nonetheless, in the face of such ferocious gray wolves, Zhao Tianyu remained remarkably composed. He understood the fortitude of their shelter. Constructed from bamboo as thick as a bowl and joined with mortise and tenon joints, creating a solid and unyielding structure. No matter how fierce these wolves might be, they could not easily breach the shelter's defenses. In contrast, Lu Shui and her companions were far less composed. Terror rendered their faces pale, and their bodies trembled involuntarily as they huddled tightly in their beds. Su Ran stammered, "Zhao, what on earth is making that dreadful noise? It sounds terrifying." His voice quivered, clearly betraying his fear. Seeing their distress, Zhao Tianyu quickly offered a reassuring smile. "There's no need to be overly frightened. It's merely a handful of gray wolves. Rest assured, our shelter is impregnable, and these wolves pose no threat to us." His tone remained light-hearted, seemingly unfazed by the wolves outside. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and her friends felt a slight easing of their tension. Their previously taut nerves relaxed a fraction, though still somewhat fearful. They were no longer gripped by the sheer terror they had felt moments before. The pack of gray wolves, perhaps sensing Zhao Tianyu standing at the entrance of the shelter, grew increasingly agitated. Their howls escalated in volume, as if to challenge him. Their paws scraped restlessly against the ground, signaling an imminent assault on the refuge. After a tense standoff lasting 2 or 3 minutes, the largest of the gray wolves suddenly advanced a few steps, tilting its head back to unleash a deafening howl. This sound reverberated through the stillness of the night, sending shivers down the spine. Zhao Tianyu surmised that this wolf was the alpha. As the alpha's thunderous howl echoed, the other wolves surged forward towards the shelter like arrows released from a bow, their speed akin to lightning. In a blink, they collided forcefully against the sturdy walls of the refuge, producing a dull thud. The sudden impact sent Lu Shui and her companions, curled up in their beds, into a state of panic, eliciting sharp screams. However, despite the tremendous force of the collision, the shelter's walls exhibited remarkable resilience. They merely quivered slightly, sustaining minimal damage. Seeing this, the wolves appeared dissatisfied and retreated momentarily, emitting a series of low howls, as if communicating amongst themselves. Soon after, they charged once more at the shelter, their renewed assault more ferocious than before, the resounding crash echoing through the air, causing a painful reverberation in the eardrums. Yet, the shelter remained steadfast, only swaying slightly, seemingly mocking the wolves' audacity. Neither of the two fierce impacts inflicted any substantial harm on the refuge, exacerbating the wolves' fury. Their howls intensified, resonating throughout the forest, as if to assert dominance over Zhao Tianyu and his companions within the shelter. Observing the frantic wolves outside, a smirk crept across Zhao Tianyu's face, and he mockingly exclaimed, "You fools! Do you really think a mere handful of gray wolves can challenge my shelter? It's nothing short of delusional. Just watch how I deal with your insolence." His voice echoed confidently within the confines of the shelter, infused with disdain. Upon hearing his audacious taunts, Lu Shui and her companions exchanged glances, silently marveling at Zhao's remarkable composure in such a dire situation. Quickly, Zhao Tianyu approached the bed, swiftly grasping the slingshot resting atop it. He then bent down to retrieve a small stone from the foot of the bed, where he had collected them from the riverside. With the slingshot in hand, he positioned himself at the entrance of the shelter, carefully placing a stone on the leather pad. Through the small window above the bamboo door, his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto the alpha wolf's head. With everything in place, Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath and then suddenly released his grip. The slingshot emitted a sharp twang as the small stone shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling directly towards the Wolf King's head. A dull thud resonated as the stone struck the Wolf King with considerable force. Although this blow was not fatal, it nonetheless inflicted significant pain, causing the Wolf King to emit a piercing howl and tremble involuntarily. Stung by the impact of Zhao Tianyu's shot, the Wolf King was consumed by a fierce rage, tilting its head back to unleash a thunderous howl that echoed through the skies. Chapter 85. The departure of the pack after the haunting howl of the wolves. The alpha wolf surged towards the bamboo gate of the shelter with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous crash resonated as the bamboo door of the shelter trembled violently under the force of the Wolf King's assault, producing a cacophony of creaks as if it might splinter at any moment. The other gray wolves, undeterred, followed closely in the alpha's wake, launching themselves at the shelter's walls with the ferocity of famished predators. The sudden onslaught caught Zhao Tianyu, who stood at the entrance of the shelter, completely off guard. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the chaotic scene before him. Unable to contain his ire, he exclaimed, "Damn it! You beast nearly gave me a heart attack. How clever of you to discern that this bamboo door is the shelter's most vulnerable point and choose it as your target. Just wait and see how I deal with you." With a flurry of curses, Zhao Tianyu hastened to the foot of his bed, swiftly retrieving a sharpened wooden stick. Like an arrow released from its bow, he dashed to the entrance of a shelter, gripping the stick tightly, bracing himself for the Wolf King's next assault. The Wolf King, witnessing that its ferocious charge had failed to breach the bamboo door, was consumed by rage. It emitted a low growl and retreated several paces, as if preparing for an even more forceful impact. Time ticked away, and after a tense 10 seconds, the Wolf King erupted into a frenzied sprint towards the shelter's door once more. Zhao Tianyu, with remarkable reflexes, tightened his grip on the sharpened stick the moment the alpha charged. Without hesitation, he thrust the stick through the window of the bamboo door, aiming directly at the Wolf King. In a split second, as the Wolf King collided with the door, Zhao Tianyu's weapon pierced through its body like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, a fountain of crimson blood gushed forth from the Wolf King's wound, splattering onto the ground and forming a shocking pool of gore. The alpha let out a wretched howl of agony and, as if drained of all its strength, collapsed onto the earth, writhing in a desperate attempt to alleviate its piercing pain. The other gray wolves, witnessing this horrific scene, stood frozen in shock. The cacophony of their earlier howls ceased abruptly, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. At that moment, only the pitiful cries of the wounded Wolf King echoed through the desolate wilderness, amplifying the tragedy of the scene. Zhao Tianyu, standing at the threshold of the shelter, could not help but erupt in a laughter at the unfolding spectacle. After rolling on the ground in agony for a minute or two, the Wolf King, despite its excruciating pain, managed to rise, retreating several paces with a slight tremor. Blood continued to flow from its wound as it extended its tongue to lick the crimson liquid that trickled from its injury. Zhao Tianyu stood at the entrance of the shelter, vociferously taunting the Wolf King outside. "Fool, do you now comprehend my prowess? If you dare, come again." His voice echoed outside the shelter, resonating with a sense of derision and provocation directed at the Wolf King. The Wolf King seemed to grasp Zhao Tianyu's words. Emitting a low, guttural growl from its throat, as if responding to the challenge. Yet, despite its evident irritation, the Wolf King refrained from launching another assault on the shelter. Instead, it remained stationary, fixating its fierce gaze upon Zhao Tianyu, weighing the risks of continuing its pursuit. Observing this, a smirk curled at the corners of Zhao Tianyu's mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. He set aside the sharpened wooden stick he had been wielding and nonchalantly picked up a slingshot nearby. Grasping a stone, he placed it upon the leather pad of the slingshot, drawing back the elastic band and aiming for the Wolf King's head. With a swift whoosh, the stone shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the Wolf King squarely on the head. The Wolf King let out a piercing cry, its body jolting in response. Zhao Tianyu, feeling a surge of triumph, prepared to unleash another strike with the slingshot. However, this time the Wolf King seemed to have learned its lesson. It quickly turned and bolted into the woods without a backward glance, vanishing into the dense foliage in the blink of an eye. The other gray wolves, witnessing their leader's retreat, followed suit, dashing into the forest until they too disappeared from sight. With the wolf pack now gone, Zhao Tianyu sighed in relief. Turning to face the trembling Lu Shui and her companions, he smiled gently and reassured them. "It's all right. The wolves have departed. There is no need for fear. Please, return to sleep." Upon hearing his words, the taut nerves of Lu Shui and her friends finally relaxed. The following morning, the sun had risen high, its rays filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows on the ground. Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes, bleary from sleep, and glanced at Lu Shui and her friends. Still soundly asleep, he chose not to awaken them, instead quietly rising from his bed, slipping on his shoes, and making his way to the entrance of the shelter. Gently pushing open the bamboo door, he looked up to find the sky a brilliant azure, the dazzling sunlight nearly blinding, compelling him to squint. He inhaled deeply the fresh morning air, savoring the invigorating essence that coursed through him, uplifting his spirits. After stretching to ease the stiffness from his body, he acclimated to the morning chill. Zhao Tianyu approached the riverbank, crouching down to scoop up some cool river water in his hands, splashing it lightly on his face. The refreshing sensation surged through him, revitalizing his entire being, as though all weariness had been swept away. He then retrieved the 2 fishing traps he had placed in the river, and perhaps due to the drop in temperature, each trap yielded only a meager catch of a few small fish and shrimp. He placed the small fish and shrimp into the little puddle by the riverbank to nurture them and returned the fishing net to the river. After going back to the shelter to retrieve a bow and a slingshot, he placed them in a bamboo basket, slung it over his shoulder, and prepared to venture into the woods in search of food. However, just as he took a few steps, a bright voice rang out from behind him. "Brother Zhao, where are you off to?" Zhao Tianyu immediately halted, slowly turning around to see Lu Shui standing at the shelter's entrance, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Oh, I've noticed that the smoked wild boar meat is nearly depleted, so I thought I might check the woods for more food," Zhao Tianyu explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wait for me, I want to go with you." Before she finished speaking, she dashed towards the restroom by the river like an agile little deer. Moments later, Lu Shui emerged from the restroom, quickly washed up at the riverbank, and hurried back to the shelter. She grabbed a bow and arrow, then swiftly joined Zhao Tianyu as they made their way into the woods together. Chapter 86. Venturing into the woods with Lu Shui in search of food, Zhao Tianyu, with a bamboo basket slung across his back and a military knife in hand, led the way while Lu Shui followed closely behind, bow and arrow in hand. Thus, the two traversed the tranquil forest for nearly half an hour, surrounded only by the occasional chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves, enveloped in serene silence. Suddenly, a crisp call from a wild chicken shattered this tranquility. They instinctively halted, raising their gazes in the direction of sound. Not far away, perched upon a sturdy branch of a large tree, a plump wild chicken was vocally announcing its presence. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Tianyu promptly set down his bamboo basket and swiftly retrieved a slingshot, preparing to take aim at the unsuspecting bird. Just as he was about to act, Lu Shui interjected, "Brother Zhao, may I give a try?" Her voice resonated with anticipation and excitement. Zhao Tianyu turned to her, noticing her eager demeanor, and smiled gently, nodding in agreement. With his permission granted, Lu Shue's face illuminated with joy as she carefully approached the wild chicken, bow in hand. The bird, sensing her approach, did not flee in panic as one might expect. Instead, it appeared somewhat curious. Its eyes widened, fixated on Lu Shue, intermittently emitting its calls as if studying this unexpected visitor. Before long, Lu Shue arrived beneath the tree. She steadied herself, inhaled deeply, and raised her bow, aiming at the wild chicken perched above. Despite having practiced archery diligently, the prospect of shooting a wild chicken was an unprecedented challenge for her, inducing a sense of nervousness. Taking a deep breath, she gradually released the bowstring, sending the arrow soaring toward the bird with remarkable speed. However, perhaps due to her anxiety, her hand trembled slightly, causing the arrow to miss its target and instead strike the branch where the wild chicken stood. With a resounding thud, the arrow lodged itself firmly into the branch, startling the wild chicken, which spread its wings and took off like a streak of lightning, swiftly alighting on a distant tree. Realizing she had not only missed the wild chicken, but also left the arrow behind, Lu Shue's face flushed with embarrassment, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. She lowered her head, feeling a wave of regret and awkwardness wash over her. Zhao Tianyu, observing her plight, quickly approached her side and softly reassured, "Do not worry. It is not a big deal. Su Ran experienced the same thing last time. With a bit more practice, you'll improve. Come, give it another shot. I believe you can hit that wild chicken." His words seemed to instill a newfound strength in Lu Shue, calming her nerves slightly. Resolutely, she picked up her bow once more and, with determined steps, made her way toward the tree where the wild chicken had taken refuge. Before long, Lu Shue arrived beneath the tree, and without hesitation, she grasped her bow and arrow, once again setting her sights on the plump wild chicken perched on a branch. Drawing in a deep breath, she seemed to channel all her strength into this one shot. Simultaneously, she silently encouraged herself. "Lu Shue, you can do it. You will surely hit it." As she released the bowstring, the arrow shot forth like lightning, racing straight towards the wild chicken. The angle and force of the shot were perfectly calibrated, striking the chicken squarely. The bird, taken by surprise, trembled violently and, along with the arrow, was propelled several meters forward before crashing heavily to the ground. It rolled about, emitting a series of anguished cries. Witnessing her successful strike, Lu Shue's heart surged with exhilaration. She turned to Zhao Tianyu, who was not far off, and shouted joyfully, "Brother Zhao, I finally hit the wild chicken." Zhao Tianyu hurried to Lu Shue's side, smiling as he replied, "I told you could do it." Before he finished speaking, he swiftly approached the spot where the wild chicken had fallen. Bending down, he grasped the still struggling bird, tightly seized its neck, and with a decisive twist, a sharp crack echoed as the chicken's neck broke, silencing its cries. He extracted the arrow from its body and handed it to Lu Shue, placing the chicken into a bamboo basket. Together, they continued deeper into the woods. Thus, they trekked silently for a considerable distance, disheartened by the absence of other animals. As time ticked away and the sun climbed higher, the autumn air remained oppressively warm within the forest. While Zhao Tianyu seemed largely unaffected, Lu Shue was already breathless, her clothes drenched in sweat. Observing her flushed face and labored breathing, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of concern. Seeking respite, he found a large, shady tree, carefully surveyed the surroundings for any potential dangers, and turned to Lu Shue, saying, "Let us rest here for a while." Lu Shue nodded slightly, collapsing in relief at the base of the tree, gasping for air as if trying to expel all the fatigue from her body. Zhao Tianyu gently set the bamboo basket down and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. Skillfully igniting it, he took a deep drag, the smoke swirling around him, and his demeanor appeared relaxed and content. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu's gaze inadvertently drifted to the loose neckline of Lu Shue's attire. Through the slightly open collar, he glimpsed the alluring contours of her neckline, tantalizingly obscured, yet inviting thoughts of imagination. He lingered on her neckline for a time, before reluctantly drawing his gaze away. After resting beneath the tree for nearly 20 minutes and regaining some strength, the pair resumed their journey deeper into the woods. After walking for another 2 or 3 kilometers, they managed to hunt only a single wild chicken. Having been out for several hours, the two did not venture deeper into the dense forest. Instead, they turned and made their way back towards the shelter, encountering no further signs of wildlife along the return journey. By the time they arrived at the refuge, it was already midday. Meanwhile, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting had been anxiously awaiting their return at the kitchen entrance. Upon seeing the two return, the trio felt a wave of relief wash over them. Once back in the kitchen, Lu Shui plopped down onto the floor, gasping for breath, while Zhao Tianyu placed the bamboo basket on the ground and also sank down, panting heavily. Chapter 87. The awkward Su Ran. As Su Ran extracted 2 wild chickens from the bamboo basket, she promptly took a pot to the riverside, filled it with water, and placed it on the hearth to boil. Within a mere 20 minutes, the water had reached a rolling boil. Su Ran then carried the pot back to the riverbank. Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting each seized a wild chicken and immersed them in the scalding water for a few minutes before retrieving them to begin plucking the feathers. After months of life on the deserted island, they had become quite adept at preparing wild chickens, and within half an hour, they had cleaned and returned both chickens to the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu first chopped the prepared chickens into smaller pieces before adding some lard to the pot. As the temperature of the oil rose, it began to smoke, releasing an enticing aroma. Zhao Tianyu swiftly added the chicken pieces to the pot, continuously stirring with a homemade wooden spatula to ensure each morsel was evenly coated in oil. Once the meat had absorbed the fragrant essence, he poured in some water and allowed it to simmer gently. While the chicken cooked, Lin Yu, with a playful smile, turned to Lu Shui and teased, "Sister Shui, did you and brother Zhao plan to venture into the woods together?" Lu Shui smiled faintly and replied, "I happened to see brother Zhao heading to the woods when I went to the bathroom this morning, so I joined him." A mischievous smile danced on Su Ran's lips as she pressed Lu Shui further. "So, were you and brother Zhao merely foraging for food in the woods?" Lu Shui's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, and she shyly retorted, "Oh, Su Ran, must your mind wander so freely? We simply want to gather some food. Did you expect something else to transpire?" However, Su Ran seemed unwilling to relent, her smile broadening as she teased, "Oh dear, a solitary man and woman in the woods. Surely something must happen." Lu Shui, caught between laughter and exasperation, quickly clarified, "We genuinely went just to find food. What else could possibly happen?" But suddenly shifting the subject, she added, "Yet speaking of which, it seemed a bit peculiar last time you and brother Zhao were in the woods." At this, Su Ran's heart raced as she recalled the moment she had pulled down her collar, revealing her chest to Zhao Tianyu in the woods. Lu Shui, sensing Su Ran's unease, gazed at her with a knowing smile and probed, "What happened? Did I strike a chord? Come on, tell us what you and brother Zhao did in the woods last time." Su Ran's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she stammered, "And no, we didn't do anything. We just found some food." Her hesitance and vague responses sparked curiosity among Lin Yu, Zhou Wanting, and the others, who exchanged glances filled with intrigue. They privately speculated about what truly transpired between Su Ran and Zhao Tianyu during their last excursion to the woods. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Yu dashed in front of Su Ran, beaming with anticipation. "Sister Su Ran, please don't keep us in suspense. Please, do share with us what transpired between you and brother Zhao in the woods," urged Zhou Wanting, not to be outdone. With a playful grin, she added, "Come on, Su Ran, don't keep us in suspense. Have you and brother Zhao secretly pledged your lives to one another?" Su Ran's cheeks flushed crimson, and with a hint of shyness, she lowered her gaze, stammering, "Oh dear, please don't speculate. There is truly nothing between brother Zhao and me. It's just..." "Just? What just?" Lin Yu interjected impatiently, eager for the revelation. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu, who had been quietly smoking in the corner, suddenly broke into laughter. With a nonchalant tone, he remarked, "Actually, Su Ran and I haven't really had anything significant happen. I merely glanced at her chest." As soon as his words fell, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting looked as if they had been struck by lightning, their expressions a mix of shock, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Observing their astonished faces, Zhao Tianyu chuckled, What is so shocking about it? I merely looked at her chest. Last time at the beach, I saw all of you in the nude. Instantly, he realized he had misspoken, for as soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Shui and the others blushed profusely. Zhou Wanting retorted, Brother Zhao, you great deceiver. Didn't Tianyu say you saw nothing at the beach? Zhao Tianyu laughed heartily. Why make a fuss? So what if I saw everything? It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh. Hearing this, Lu Shui and the others were momentarily speechless. Soon, the aroma of the 2 wild chickens simmering in the pot wafted through the air, prompting everyone's mouths to water. They eagerly grabbed their bowls and chopsticks, indulging in the delicious chicken. After breakfast, Lu Shui and her companions took the initiative to clean the pots and pans by the shore before bringing them back to the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu then addressed the group. The wild boar meat on the bamboo rack will only last us 2 or 3 days at most. I need to venture into the woods to forage for more food. Perhaps hunt another wild boar or even a leopard. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shui and the others chimed in unison. We'll go with you. Zhao Tianyu did not refuse. After all, having beautiful companions was a delightful prospect, and it would also allow him to impart some wilderness survival skills to them. With a bamboo basket slung over his back, Zhao Tianyu led the way with a military knife in hand, while Lu Shui and the others each armed themselves with bows and arrows. Thus, they set forth into the woods, Zhao Tianyu at the forefront, with the 4 women closely following behind. After nearly an hour of walking, aside from the occasional chirping of birds from the branches above, they had yet to spot a single wild chicken, leading to a sense of disappointment and discouragement among the group. It was now the afternoon, the hottest part of the day. Despite being autumn, the woods remained oppressively warm. Zhao Tianyu appeared unaffected, yet Lu Shui and her companions were already flushed and breathless, their garments drenched in perspiration, accentuating their exquisite figures. Observing their condition, Zhao Tianyu inquired with a smile, Shall we take a moment to rest? Upon hearing his suggestion, Lin Yu promptly replied, Let us indeed pause for a while. Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement, and soon found a large tree providing ample shade. After surveying the surroundings, he instructed Lu Shui and her friends to sit beneath the tree and rest. Meanwhile, he set down the bamboo basket and leaned against the tree trunk, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, indulging in a leisurely smoke. His gaze unconsciously wandered toward the loose neckline of Lu Shui and the others. Chapter 88, Encountering the Leopard Again. Ever since Zhao Tianyu inadvertently glimpsed the color of Lu Shui and her companions' undergarments, along with the alluring curve of their decolletage, his heart had been ignited with an insatiable fire, a thrill that he found impossible to resist. At this moment, he leaned against the trunk of a tree, peering down from his elevated position through the loose necklines of Lu Shui and her friends, absorbing every detail of their intimate apparel and the enticing contours beneath. His heart raced, as if the entire world had faded into the background, leaving only this enchanting scene. However, just as he was lost in his reverie, Su Ran suddenly lifted her gaze. Their eyes met for an instant, and an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over Zhao Tianyu, as if his most private thoughts had been laid bare before her. Damn it, how could I be so unfortunate? He cursed inwardly, feeling the sting of being caught yet again by Su Ran. A wave of frustration surged within him. How could he have been so careless? Yet, Su Ran's reaction took him by surprise. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him a fierce glare, her eyes seemingly conveying a silent message. Did I not warn you in the woods last time? I told you not to sneak a peek. If you wish to see, just ask me directly. Why, then, do you find yourself peering again? Nevertheless, Su Ran chose not to expose him in that moment. Instead, she lowered her head and extended a finger, delicately tugging at her loose neckline, gradually pulling it outward. Though subtle, the gesture was imbued with an irresistible allure, sending Zhao Tianyu's heart racing even faster. As Su Ran slowly revealed her neckline, the previously concealed alabaster skin and her splendid bosom unfurled before him like a breathtaking masterpiece. Zhao Tianyu felt an involuntary swallow, a wave of warmth flooding from his throat to his heart, leaving his throat parched. His gaze was entirely captivated by Su Ran's figure, unable to tear away, and he inwardly mused, What is she doing? Is she not deliberately tempting me to transgress? His rational mind warned him to avert his gaze, lest he lose control and act in a manner he would regret. With great difficulty, he shifted his eyes away from her, inhaling deeply several times in an effort to calm his racing heart. Yet, the seething emotions within him burned like a wildfire, making tranquility elusive. He resorted to taking deep breaths and inhaling a few puffs of smoke, hoping that the nicotine might temper the fervor within. After a considerable time, his restless heart gradually began to settle. After nearly 20 minutes of respite, the group resumed their journey deeper into the woods. Throughout the trek, Zhao Tianyu endeavored to focus his attention on the surrounding environment, consciously steering his thoughts away from Su Ran. As they walked, a faint rustling emanated from the distant thicket. Though subtle, the sound was jarringly conspicuous in the stillness of the woods. The group immediately halted, their senses heightened as they scrutinized the source of the noise. In a hushed tone, Zhao Tianyu instructed Lu Shui and the others, "You stay here. I will investigate what is happening." Lu Shui gazed at him with a hint of concern and cautioned, "Be careful." Zhao Tianyu nodded, then unsheathed the sharp military knife from his waist, gripping it firmly as he cautiously approached the thicket. As he neared within 5 meters of the underbrush, a sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves, tightening his chest with an ominous premonition. Just as he was about to halt and survey his surroundings, a massive spotted leopard leapt from behind the bushes like a bolt of lightning. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and emitted a deep, resonant growl that seemed to make the entire forest tremble. Startled by this unexpected spectacle, Zhao Tianyu's body shuddered, his heart racing, and beads of sweat forming on his brow. However, in that critical moment, he did not succumb to panic, but reacted swiftly. As the leopard lunged at him, he deftly sidestepped, evading the beast's attack. Simultaneously, he swung the military knife with precision, striking the leopard with a forceful blow. The blade sliced through the leopard's hide with a swift, electrifying motion, leaving a gash several centimeters long. Instantly, a fountain of blood erupted from the wound, splattering onto the ground, creating a stark and horrifying crimson stain. The leopard, in agony, emitted a piercing roar, propelling itself forward several meters before finally coming to a halt. Clearly enraged, it turned its gaze upon Zhao Tianyu, its eyes brimming with hatred, growling in warning against any further provocation. In an instant, the leopard lunged toward Zhao Tianyu once more, its speed astonishing, as if it had traversed space itself, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Zhao Tianyu had no time to think. His body instinctively reacted. He raised a foot and, channeling all his strength, delivered a fierce kick to the leopard's jaw. The impact was thunderous, sending the leopard flying backward, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, the leopard was not defeated by this blow. After rolling on the ground a few times, it quickly regained its footing. Perhaps sensing that Zhao Tianyu was not to be trifled with, it redirected its focus, turning to charge at Lu Shui and her companions. The entire sequence, from the leopard's emergence to this moment, had transpired in less than half a minute. Yet it unfolded with such rapidity that it left the witnesses utterly unprepared. Lu Shui and her friends stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, even forgetting to scream. In an instant, the leopard raced toward them like a black whirlwind. Before Lu Shui and her companions could recover from their astonishment, the leopard darted forward like a bolt of lightning, launching itself towards Zhou Wanting with astonishing swiftness. Zhou Wanting barely had time to react before the leopard forcefully brought her to the ground, the impact resonating with a dull thud. Immediately after, the leopard opened its gaping maw, revealing its terrifyingly sharp fangs, and without a moment's hesitation, sank them into Zhou Wanting's neck. Chapter 89. Zhao Tianyu's timely rescue. The scene unfolded with such swiftness that Zhou Wanting had scarcely a moment to ponder. A singular thought consumed her mind. She must not allow the leopard to sink its fangs into her neck. Perhaps it was the primal instinct for survival that surged within her, prompting Zhou Wanting to unhesitatingly extend her hands, bracing firmly against the leopard's jaw, exerting every ounce of strength to prevent its razor-sharp teeth from grazing her skin. Yet, The brute force of the leopard was overwhelming, rendering her resistance almost futile. Despite her valiant struggle, the creature's gaping maw inched ever closer to her throat, the specter of death looming ever larger. At that moment, Zhou Wanting's mind was a void, flooded with an unprecedented despair. She was acutely aware that her endurance was waning. Perhaps in the next heartbeat, the leopard's fangs would pierce her throat, extinguishing her life. Just as the situation reached its critical juncture, Zhao Tianyu surged forth like a shooting star. With remarkable swiftness, he extended his left hand, gripping the leopard's neck like an iron clamp, and with all his might, he yanked it away from Zhou Wanting. This forceful tug caused the leopard to lose its balance, its body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Tianyu seized the opportunity while the leopard was still reeling, unleashing a roar akin to that of an enraged lion. As he exerted all his strength to pin the beast to the earth, the leopard thrashed beneath him. Yet Zhao Tianyu's might was as immovable as a mountain, rendering the creature incapable of escape. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, he brandished his military knife, which glinted ominously in the air as it plunged toward the leopard's abdomen. A sharp sound pierced the air as the blade effortlessly penetrated, blood erupting like a fountain. Upon being struck, the leopard emitted a chilling cry that reverberated through the forest, a sound so haunting it seemed to shake the very trees. It struggled desperately, attempting to break free from Zhao Tianyu's grasp. However, his left hand remained steadfast, a vice-like grip on its neck, ensuring it could not flee. He swiftly pressed his knee against its body, rendering it utterly incapable of resistance. Meanwhile, his right hand, resolute and unyielding, thrust the knife repeatedly into the leopard's belly. Each thrust was imbued with Zhao Tianyu's fury and determination, the blade plunging in and out, blood splattering and staining the surrounding grass. Zhao Tianyu's face was drenched in crimson as he relentlessly stabbed the creature over a dozen times, the leopard's struggles growing feebler until it finally ceased its movements altogether. Its body gradually stiffened, devoid of any signs of life. Only when he was certain the leopard was irrevocably lifeless did Zhao Tianyu release his grip, allowing its lifeless form to crumple to the ground. He himself, breathless from exertion, slowly rose to his feet. In that moment, Lu Shui and Su Ran hastened to assist Zhou Wanting, lifting her to safety. Zhao Tianyu swiftly approached the still-shaken Zhou Wanting, concern etched across his face as he inquired, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Zhou Wanting, clearly still reeling from her earlier terror, numbly shook her head. Suddenly, like a child, she burst into tears. Her sobs echoed through the silent forest, evoking a deep sense of compassion in those who heard her. As she wept, she instinctively threw herself into Zhao Tianyu's embrace, as if seeking solace and safety within his arms. Through her tears, she managed to stammer, "Brother Zhao, you scare me to death. I can't thank you enough. Had you not intervened in time, I would have been mauled by the leopard." Zhao Tianyu gently patted her back, offering words of comfort. "It's all right. It's over now. Everything is behind us." After a few moments of his soothing words, Zhou Wanting's cries gradually subsided, and her emotions began to stabilize. She slowly released her tight hold on him, her body still trembling slightly. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu's gaze fell upon her chest, and to his astonishment, he noticed that her clothing was torn above her chest, with blood slowly seeping through the fabric's rent. A surge of concern gripped Zhao Tianyu as he urgently asked, "Are you hurt?" At the sound of his voice, Zhou Wanting, as if awakening from a dream, looked down at her chest. The sight of her torn clothing and the blood elicited an immediate wave of pain. Undoubtedly, the leopard's sharp claws had inflicted the injury when it had pinned her to the ground. Witnessing her condition, Zhao Tianyu's anxiety intensified, and he hastily said, "Let me check your wound." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanting's face flushed with embarrassment, and she shyly lowered her head, appearing flustered and uneasy. However, Zhao Tianyu paid no heed to her reaction. His sole focus was on assessing her injury. With utmost care, he extended his hand and gently lifted her clothing. Though she felt a twinge of shyness, she did not resist his action, standing still as he examined her wound. Once he had lifted her garment, he discovered several deep gashes on her chest, inflicted by the leopard's sharp claws, with blood continuously flowing from the wounds. Upon witnessing her injuries, Lu Shui, Su ran, and Lin Yu gasped in horror. Lu Shui, filled with urgency, asked, "Brother Zhao, is Wanting's wound serious?" Zhao Tianyu replied, "It's not too severe. Once we return, we can apply some anti-inflammatory ointment and bandage it up." Having said this, he carefully lowered Zhao Wanting's clothing back down. Turning to Lu Shui and the others, he added, "This leopard will provide us with sustenance for some time. We should leave quickly to avoid attracting other carnivorous animals with its blood." With that, he briskly approached the leopard's carcass, wiping his bloodied military knife on its pelt before sheathing it aside. Grasping the leopard by its two legs, he effortlessly tossed the 100-odd pounds of the creature onto his shoulder and proceeded towards the sanctuary, followed closely by Lu Shui and the others. After nearly 2 hours, they finally returned to the exterior of the sanctuary. Zhao Tianyu unceremoniously dropped the leopard to the ground and made his way to the kitchen, where he seized a bamboo bowl. He dipped into the pot and brought some cool, boiled water to his lips, drinking heartily. After consuming 3 generous bowls of refreshing water, he paused, plopping down beside the hearth, gasping for breath. He then addressed Su Ran, saying, "Please search the suitcase in the sanctuary for some anti-inflammatory medication, disinfectant, and gauze. I need to tend to Wanting's wounds. While her injuries are not particularly severe, if left untreated, they could easily become infected and inflamed." Chapter 90. Treating Zhao Wanting's wound. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran felt an urgency that compelled her to act without hesitation. She sprang to her feet and hurried towards the shelter, her heart racing as she searched for the necessary medical supplies. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lin Yu and issued his next instruction. "Please fetch a pot and gather some water from the river, then place it on the hearth to boil." Without a moment's pause, Lin Yu seized a pot and briskly made her way to the nearby stream, carefully filling it with water before returning to the kitchen and setting it steadily on the hearth. Observing this, Lu Shui quickly took action as well. She swiftly gathered some dry kindling and gently placed it into the fireplace, igniting the pile with a lighter. Zhao Tianyu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, skillfully lit it, and inhaled slowly. The smoke curled around him, yet his thoughts drifted back to the harrowing scene that had just unfolded in the woods. The mere recollection of how Zhao Wanting had nearly fallen victim to the ferocious leopard sent waves of apprehension through him. He silently thanked his quick reflexes, which had spared them from a tragic fate. Indeed, over the course of their time together, Zhao Tianyu had come to regard the 4 of them as family. He sincerely wished for their safety, hoping that none would encounter any misfortune. This deserted island was far more perilous than he had initially imagined. He recognized that in future excursions to the woods, he must exercise heightened caution and never allow himself to grow complacent. After finishing 2 cigarettes, the water in the pot had heated up, bubbling with steam. Su Ran entered the kitchen, carrying a bottle of disinfectant, a bottle of anti-inflammatory medication, and a roll of gauze. Zhao Tianyu stood up, carefully lifted the pot from the hearth, and set it down on the ground. He then turned to Zhao Wanting and said, "Quickly remove your clothing. I need to tend to your wound." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Zhao Wanting felt a rush of embarrassment. She lowered her gaze, her hands clutching the hem of her shirt tightly, appearing somewhat flustered. Lu Shui, sensing the situation, promptly interjected, "Wanting, were you embarrassed about at a time like this? Zhao Gu has already seen us all in our entirety by the coast. What is there to feel shy about now? Hurry and take off your clothes. It is crucial to let Zhao Gu treat your wound." Though Zhao Wanting felt a twinge of reluctance, she understood the urgency of the situation and could not afford to delay any longer. Gritting her teeth, she slowly released her grip and began to unbutton her blouse. Once she had removed her outer jacket and shirt, she was left in only a pink bra, partially concealing the wound on her chest. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu spoke again, "You must also remove the bra." Zhao Wanting's face instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, even redder than a monkey's bottom. Shyly glancing at Zhao Tianyu, she murmured, "Zhao Gu, perhaps it would be better to let Shui Jie and the others assist me with my wound." However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yu, who was standing nearby, eagerly interjected. Sister Wanting, I've already been over for Brother Zhao to examine my wounds. So what do you have to feel shy about? Lu Shui and Su Ran chimed in unison, as if they had conspired beforehand. We certainly cannot tend to wounds. Hearing their remarks, a hint of helplessness and reluctance appeared on Zhao Wanting's face. Yet, in the end, she slowly extended her hand towards her back, unfastening the clasp of her undergarment. As Zhao Wanting liberated herself in the confines of her undergarment, the pair of previously restrained beauties were finally laid bare before Zhao Tianyu's gaze. Instantly, Zhao Tianyu's attention was captivated. He felt a dryness in his throat, as if a flame were igniting within. He struggled to swallow, attempting to calm his restless heart. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Tianyu gradually regained his composure. He took a deep breath, picked up the roll of gauze, and carefully tore off a small piece. Then, he immersed the gauze in warm water and began to gently wipe away the blood around Zhao Wanting's wound. As Zhao Tianyu's tender ministrations continued, Zhao Wanting suddenly felt an unusual sensation emanating from her injury. It was a blend of a slight sting and an indescribable itch that made her cheeks flush. Once the blood around her wound was entirely cleared, Zhao Tianyu tore off another piece of fresh gauze. He gently opened a bottle of antiseptic solution, and an acrid scent immediately filled the air. Dipping the gauze into the antiseptic, he looked up at Zhao Wanting and said, "This antiseptic may sting a bit when it touches your wound. Please bear with it." Zhao Wanting's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly nodded, her gaze avoiding direct contact with Zhao Tianyu's eyes. He took a deep breath and delicately applied the antiseptic-laden gauze to her wound. Instantly, Zhao Wanting felt a piercing pain surge through her, causing her to clench her teeth, yet she remained silent, suppressing any sound. Noticing her change in expression, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of compassion, prompting him to be even gentler in his actions. After applying the antiseptic, he carefully sprinkled some anti-inflammatory medication onto her wound. Finally, Zhao Tianyu picked up a clean piece of gauze and meticulously wrapped her injury. Once the dressing was complete, he looked at Zhao Wanting with concern and said, "The wound has been treated. Try to keep it dry for the next few days. Also, since the wound is located on your chest, it would be best to refrain from wearing a bra until it heals to avoid hindering recovery." Zhao Wanting, her face aflame, nodded and expressed her gratitude with a soft thank you, before swiftly rising to return to the shelter, rummaging through her suitcase for a loose outfit to wear. Her mind was occupied with thoughts of how Zhao Tianyu had bravely pulled the leopard away from her and the tender moments they had just shared as he tended to her wounds, causing her delicate face to flush once again. During this period of interaction, she has developed a fondness for Zhao Tianyu. After today's events, she has become irrevocably enamored with him. Zhao Tianyu, on the other hand, dragged the spotted leopard to a large rock by the riverbank and commenced his work. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Lin Yu promptly stepped forward to assist him. Within a mere 20 minutes, they had successfully stripped the leopard of its hide. He then made an incision in the leopard's abdomen, extracting the innards and discarding them into the river, allowing the current to carry them away. The meat was cut into smaller pieces for Lu Shui and the others to transport back to the shelter. Once they had finished with the leopard's meat, Zhao Tianyu meticulously cleaned the hide and hung it on a branch of a large tree by the river to dry. Chapter 91. Can I have a kiss? After a day of laborious activities, the night had fully enveloped the surroundings, and the group was utterly famished. Zhao Tianyu took a piece of leopard meat, chopped it into small morsels, and placed it into a pot to simmer. Meanwhile, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Lin Yu, their bodies stained with blood, fetched water from a nearby stream using bamboo tubes to fill the large bathing pool in the bathroom. They then kindled a fire beneath the pool to prepare warm water for Zhao Tianyu's bath. At this moment, the kitchen was occupied solely by Zhao Tianyu and Zhao Wanting. Perhaps due to the recent events, Zhao Wanting blushed and lowered her gaze, unable to meet Zhao Tianyu's eyes or initiate conversation. Observing her awkward demeanor, Zhao Tianyu chose not to speak, instead retrieving a cigarette and indulging in its calming embrace. Before long, Lu Shui and the others returned to the kitchen. Upon noticing the pile of leopard meat resting on the palm leaves, Su Ran expressed her concerns. "Brother Zhao, we only have a minuscule amount of sea salt left, which is utterly insufficient for curing this leopard meat. If we don't process it in time, it will easily spoil. Zhao Tianyu had anticipated this issue and promptly replied, I shall venture to the coastline tomorrow morning to procure some sea salt crystals. You all can place the leopard meat in the smokehouse for curing. The weather isn't too warm now, so it should preserve for 3 to 4 days. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran interjected, I'm not comfortable with you going to the coastline alone. I'll accompany you, Lu Shualinyu. And Zhou Wanting quickly echoed their desire to join him as well. Zhao Tianyu shook his head, saying Wanting is injured, and we need someone to tend to the smoking of the leopard meat. You all should stay at the shelter. Don't worry, I will be fine. Hearing this, Su Ran insisted, No, I must go with you to the coastline. Let Sister Shui and the others remain at the shelter. Considering her words, Zhao Tianyu thought that having a beautiful companion would be quite delightful, and perhaps something noteworthy might unfold during their trip to the coast. He nodded in agreement, saying, All right, you may accompany me to the coastline. Shui, you 3 stay at the shelter, and after we leave, please remain there and don't wander off. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's arrangement, Su Ran's face lit up with joy, while Lu Shui and the others reluctantly acquiesced. Soon, the leopard meat had finished cooking, and everyone eagerly took their bowls and chopsticks, savoring the delicious meal. After dinner, with the water in the bathing pool heated, Zhao Tianyu inquired, Would you like to take a bath? Lu Shui and the others declined, prompting Zhao Tianyu to rise and return to the shelter for a change of clothes. He then entered the bathroom, stripped down, and luxuriated in the warm water of the bath. The following morning, as dawn's first light began to emerge, Zhao Tianyu awoke to find Lu Shui and the others still fast asleep. Rising from the bed, he donned his shoes and approached the large bed occupied by Lu Shui and her companions, gently tapping the still sleeping Su Ran. Awakened by Zhao Tianyu's touch, Su Ran rubbed her sleepy eyes and gracefully climbed out of bed. The two exited the shelter and made their way to the riverbank for a brief wash, then returned to the kitchen to place a pot into a bamboo basket alongside a piece of leopard meat and a few empty bottles to gather drinking water. Thus, they set forth towards the coastline, with Zhao Tianyu carrying the bamboo basket on his back and wielding a military knife to lead the way, while Su Ran followed closely behind, armed with a bow and arrows. At this moment, the sun had just begun to rise, casting a veil of mist over the entire forest, resulting in low visibility. They remained vigilant of their surroundings, which slowed their pace considerably. After more than 2 hours of travel, they had covered less than half the distance, and by now, the sun had ascended high in the sky, dispersing the mist that had shrouded the woods. The environment had grown somewhat stifling. While Zhao Tianyu felt no discomfort, Su Ran was flushed and panting heavily. Observing her breathless state, Zhao Tianyu scanned the area and finally spotted a sprawling tree with a shaded area beneath it. Hastening to the tree, he gently set down the bamboo basket and turned to Su Ran, saying softly, Su Ran, you seem exhausted. Let us pause for a moment. Su Ran collapsed onto the ground beneath the tree, gasping for air, while Zhao Tianyu leaned casually against the trunk, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. Skillfully lighting it, he inhaled deeply and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Amidst the swirling haze, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Ran. There she sat, tilting her head slightly upward, a shaft of sunlight filtering through the leaves to illuminate her delicate features and fair complexion. Her chest rose and fell rhythmically with each breath, the subtle curves inviting thoughts that wandered beyond propriety. Feeling a dryness in his throat, Zhao Tianyu quickly diverted his gaze, feigning nonchalance as he continued to smoke. Just then, Su Ran broke the silence. Zhao, it's just the two of us now. Why do you still lean against the tree? Are you trying to steal a glance at me? Caught off guard by her question, Zhao Tianyu felt a twinge of embarrassment and chuckled, My apologies. It's a habit. With that, he promptly sat down beside her. No sooner had he settled than Su Ran inched closer, their bodies pressing against one another. Zhao Tianyu was enveloped by a gentle fragrance emanating from her, causing a dizzying sensation to wash over him. His gaze, as if drawn by an unseen force, gravitated towards Su Ran, tracing the contours of her body, ultimately resting upon her chest, which rose and fell with each breath. The neckline of her top was slightly open, revealing glimpses of her skin that glimmered softly in the sunlight, as if enticing Zhao Tianyu to uncover more of her secrets. Zhao Tianyu's heart raced uncontrollably, as if a fawn were frantically bounding within his chest, leaving him in a state of disarray. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "What on earth is Su Ran up to? It's almost as if she is enticing me towards wrongdoing." However, just as Zhao Tianyu was lost in his chaotic thoughts, Su Ran suddenly spoke up, with a smile gracing her lips. Her delicate voice was as refreshing as a spring breeze. "Brother Zhao, do you think I am beautiful?" Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu replied, "Yes, you are beautiful." Upon hearing his response, a subtle blush adorned Su Ran's cheeks, and her voice softened even further. "Brother Zhao, could you perhaps kiss me?" Chapter 92. The good deed ruined by a venomous snake. This phrase struck Zhao Tianyu's ears like a thunderclap, for he had never anticipated that Su Ran would so candidly make such a request. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon an overwhelming joy surged within him. Such a fortunate turn of events. Zhao Tianyu secretly rejoiced. Since it was she who had taken the initiative, he would not hold back. Without hesitation, he tossed the cigarette but to the ground and abruptly wrapped his arms around Su Ran's slender waist, drawing her tightly into his embrace. Su Ran's body trembled slightly, yet she did not resist. As Zhao Tianyu felt her softness and warmth, his heart raced even more fervently. He gradually lowered his head, aiming for Su Ran's alluring cherry lips, and gently pressed his mouth against hers. Despite their inexperience with such matters, they were not entirely oblivious. As the old adage goes, one may not have eaten pork, but one has certainly seen a pig run. Moreover, during his idle hours at the security department, Zhao Tianyu had occasionally hidden beneath the covers to secretly watch films from the island nation. The moment Zhao Tianyu's lips met Su Ran's, she was suddenly engulfed by an unprecedented sensation that surged through her entire being, an indescribable feeling that defied verbal expression. As their kiss intensified, Zhao Tianyu's hands began to wander restlessly over Su Ran's body, exploring with abandon. Under his touch, Su Ran felt as if she had been ignited, her body ablaze with an unbearable heat, her entire being restless. However, just as they were lost in their passionate kiss, a faint rustling sound reached Zhao Tianyu's ears. His instincts warned him that danger lurked behind that sound. Without a moment's hesitation, he released Su Ran. At that moment, Su Ran gazed at him in bewilderment, clearly still reeling from the previous fervor. As she opened her mouth to inquire what was amiss, she noticed Zhao Tianyu's vigilant gaze scanning their surroundings, prompting her to remain silent. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, swiftly and accurately landed upon a dense thicket a few meters away. He discerned that the rustling noise originated from that very patch of foliage. His expression turned grave as he lowered his voice to Su Ran, instructing her to rise slowly, remain calm, and retreat quietly, urging her to make no sound. Although Su Ran felt a twinge of confusion at his words, she dared not question him further. Taking a deep breath, she carefully stood up, moving as quietly as a startled rabbit, slowly retreating backward. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu firmly gripped the military knife on the ground, gradually rising to his feet, leaning slightly forward. His eyes were magnetically drawn to the thicket, vigilant and tense. Suddenly, without warning, a snake, thick as an arm, darted out from behind the foliage like lightning, its speed catching him completely off guard. However, Zhao Tianyu's reaction was remarkably swift. His body darted to the side with the speed of lightning, while the military knife in his hand sliced through the air, emanating a chilling gleam as it descended like a meteor upon the venomous snake. With a sharp crack, the blade struck as if cleaving through soft tofu, severing the snake cleanly in two. The dismembered body fell to the ground, writhing incessantly as if engaged in a final struggle. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu lifted a foot and, akin to a mountain crushing an egg, forcefully stomped down upon the snake's head. He ground it beneath his foot, seemingly intent on obliterating its very life force. As he continued to apply pressure, the snake's body gradually became limp and lifeless, ultimately succumbing to silence. Only then did Zhao Tianyu cautiously lift his foot, scrutinizing the state of the snake. Upon closer inspection, he was met with the grotesque sight of the snake's head, utterly mangled and unrecognizable, a horrific spectacle indeed. The shattered head bore a distinct triangular shape, a hallmark characteristic of venomous snakes. Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran exchanged a glance, both reflecting profound fear and a sense of dread in each other's eyes. Had it not been for Zhao Tianyu's acute sense of danger, which alerted him to the snake's presence in time, they might have already succumbed to its bite, with dire consequences. The more Zhao Tianyu pondered the close call, the more he felt a surge of apprehension, wishing he could chastise himself for his previous distractions. He silently cursed, grateful for his quick reflexes. Had he been preoccupied with Su Ran, oblivious to the rustling of the snake, he could very well have become a cold corpse. After such a fright, their enthusiasm had dissipated entirely, leaving no room for further intimacy. Regaining his composure, Zhao Tianyu unsheathed his knife and decisively severed the snake's head from its body. He placed the now bifurcated remains into a bamboo basket, slung it over his back, and continued towards the coastline with Su Ran. Thus, they became increasingly cautious, and after nearly 3 more hours, they finally arrived at the shore. Fortunately, they encountered no further dangers along the way, and Zhao Tianyu even managed to catch a wild chicken with his slingshot. By now, it was midday. The trek from their refuge had taken them 5 to 6 hours, leaving them both ravenous. Upon reaching the coastline, Zhao Tianyu spotted a large tree, set the bamboo basket down beneath it, and sank to the ground, panting heavily. Su Ran, too, collapsed beside him, gasping for breath. After a brief rest and regaining some energy, Zhao Tianyu instructed Su Ran to remain under the tree while he ventured into the nearby woods to gather firewood, which he brought back to the base of the tree and ignited. He placed the wild chicken directly onto the flames, and soon the feathers were scorched away, the skin turning a deep, charred hue. After cleaning the chicken at the water's edge and removing its innards to discard them into the sea, he returned to the fire, chopped the chicken into smaller pieces, and added 2 bottles of water from their refuge to begin simmering the stew. As the wild chicken simmered, he took the opportunity to deal with the severed venomous snake, chopping it into small pieces and adding it to the pot to stew alongside the chicken. An hour passed, and the pot emitted a delectable aroma, prompting both of them to indulge heartily in their meal. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu carried the pot to the shoreline to fetch a kettle of water, which he then placed over the fire beneath a large tree to boil down sea salt crystals. He turned to Su Ran and said, "You stay here to prepare the sea salt crystals while I take a stroll along the coast to see if I can find any useful supplies." Su Ran nodded obediently, reminding Zhao Tianyu to return promptly. He acknowledged her with a nod, slinging a bamboo basket over his shoulder as he made his way toward the shoreline. Once Zhao Tianyu had wandered off, Su Ran ventured into the nearby woods to gather some firewood. Chapter 93. The discovery of an oil drum and fishing line. Zhao Tianyu strolled along the lengthy coastline, his heart brimming with anticipation, hoping to uncover some useful resources amidst the vast expanse of the beach. However, after traversing a considerable distance, his hopes began to wane. Although the shore was littered with debris washed ashore by the sea, valuable materials remained elusive. A sense of disheartenment crept over him, and his steps grew heavier. At last, he stumbled upon a massive boulder by the coast, and, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, he sat down, facing the ocean and embracing the caress of the sea breeze. From his pocket, Zhao Tianyu extracted a cigarette, igniting it, and inhaling deeply as the smoke unfurled before him. He gazed at the tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, producing a thunderous roar. The wind howled past him, imparting a refreshing chill, yet he seemed indifferent, his thoughts adrift. The scene of his passionate kiss with Su Ran in the woods surged forth in his mind, that fervent moment quickening his pulse. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of that wretched snake, he believed he and Su Ran would have taken their relationship to new heights, perhaps even consummating their bond. As he pondered this, a slight smile of satisfaction crept onto Zhao Tianyu's lips. During his time spent with Lu Shui and the other 3, he had sensed their increasing reliance on him. Moreover, he could perceive their growing affection for him. Perhaps in due course, he would successfully win over these 4 exquisite young women. Indeed, there were moments when Zhao Tianyu mused that living on this desolate island might not be such a bad thing. While it lacked the bustling vibrancy of the city, the company of beautiful women offered a unique form of enjoyment. In the corporate world, he was merely a trifling security guard, and it was unlikely that Lu Shui and her companions would even spare him a glance. After all, his position was so humble that it was a stark contrast to theirs. Having finished a cigarette, he slowly rose, stretching lazily before continuing along the coastline, his eyes scanning the surroundings in search of any usable materials. Thus, he walked and searched, unknowingly covering a considerable distance. At last, amidst a pile of debris washed ashore, he discovered a rusted oil drum. Zhao Tianyu hurried over, crouching down to inspect it closely. Although the drum appeared quite worn, a careful examination revealed that its structure was still relatively intact and potentially usable. With this oil drum, he could fashion a pot, alleviating his concerns about cooking in the future. He carried the oil drum to the shoreline, placing it atop a flat stone. Drawing out his military knife, he meticulously cut off the top of the drum, then rinsed it clean with seawater. Following this, he placed the cleaned oil drum into his bamboo basket and continued along the coast. After walking for a while, a sudden glimmer caught his eye. There, not far away on the beach, lay a tangled mass of fishing line. Zhao Tianyu hurried over, picked up the line, and discovered several rusted hooks still attached. A wave of delight surged within him as he forcefully tugged at the line, only to find it surprisingly robust, refusing to break under his grip. Realizing that time was slipping away, he decided against further searching and turned back. Upon returning to the fire, he found Su Ran deeply engrossed in her task of carefully boiling sea salt. The flickering flames illuminated her focused face, casting a serene and warm ambience around her. When she noticed Zhao Tianyu had brought back an oil drum, her spirits lifted. This new addition would undoubtedly double the speed of crystallizing the sea salt. Zhao Tianyu filled the makeshift pot crafted from the oil drum with water at the shoreline, and then placed it over the fire beneath the trees. Next, he patiently began to untangle the chaotic fishing line. This was no simple endeavor, as the line was intricately knotted, demanding considerable time and effort to sort through. After nearly half an hour of diligent work, he finally succeeded in organizing the line. With dusk still some time away, he resolved to seize the moment and venture to the coast in hopes of catching fish. Venturing into the woods, he sought out a stick slightly thicker than his finger, which he would fashion into a fishing rod. Arriving at the shore, he selected a few mussels, gently smashing them with a stone to extract a piece of tender mussel meat, which he would bait onto the hook. He also affixed a small piece of foam to the line to serve as a bobber. With everything prepared, Zhao Tianyu secured the fishing line to the stick and cast the hook into the sea with a vigorous throw. As the hook sank into the water, he waited patiently, yearning for a delectable seafood feast that evening. Time ticked away, and after approximately an hour, no fish had taken the bait. Anxiety began to creep into Zhao Tianyu's heart as he fixated on the tranquil surface of the sea, silently praying for a catch. The sun gradually sank lower in the sky, casting an orange glow that draped the water in a golden veil. Observing the sun's descent toward the horizon, Zhao Tianyu sighed inwardly, contemplating whether he would go home empty-handed. Just as he prepared to reel in his line, the foam bobber, which had been floating serenely on the water surface, was suddenly whisked away as if seized by an unseen force, disappearing in an instant. Simultaneously, the fishing rod in Zhao Tianyu's grasp was violently yanked toward the sea. Startled, he instinctively clutched the rod tightly. As he finally steadied the rod and lifted it, a more powerful force surged from it, bending the stick into a bow shape, while the fishing line emitted a sizzling sound, as if it were on the verge of snapping at any moment. Zhao Tianyu silently lamented his predicament. He understood that the fish he had hooked was undoubtedly substantial. A moment's carelessness could result not only in the fish escaping, but also in the potential ruin of his fishing rod and line. Hence, he meticulously positioned the rear of the rod against his abdomen, utilizing his body weight to counteract the fish's force. Gradually, he commenced reeling in the line, engaging in a battle of wits with the creature. For over 10 tense minutes, Zhao Tianyu dared not relax for even a moment. he remained entirely focused, attuned to every movement of the fish, adjusting his strength and direction in response to its struggles. At last, it appeared that the fish was losing vigor, its thrashing becoming increasingly feeble. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Tianyu yanked sharply, drawing the fish from the depths. It surfaced, belly up, revealing its silvery underbelly and dark fins. A surge of joy filled Zhao Tianyu's heart. He realized he had successfully subdued the fish. With utmost care, he dragged it toward the shore, extending a hand to swiftly grasp the gills, lifting it triumphantly from the water. Chapter 94. The midnight wolf pack strikes at this moment. Zhao Tianyu finally discerned the fish he had caught. It was astonishingly a salmon weighing over 10 pounds. His eyes widened in surprise, his face aglow with disbelief at his remarkable fortune. Shouldn't salmon dwell in the deep sea? How could one be caught near the coast? It seemed today was indeed a stroke of luck. Zhao Tianyu mused to himself, his smile growing ever more radiant. With great care, he extracted the hook from the salmon's mouth, noting with relief that the hook had already straightened considerably. He felt fortunate. Had the fish struggled a bit longer, it might have escaped. He set the fishing rod aside, swiftly retrieving his military knife, and began to expertly process the salmon. In no time, the fish was meticulously cleaned, and after rinsing it in seawater, Zhao Tianyu returned to the fire pit. Seeing Zhao Tianyu bring back such a sizable salmon, Su Ran exclaimed incredulously, "Brother Zhao, you are truly impressive. To catch a salmon of this magnitude is remarkable." Zhao Tianyu regarded Su Ran with curiosity, asking, "You actually know what a salmon is?" Su Ran shot him a disapproving glance and replied curtly, "Of course I do. I used to eat salmon all the time, though it was always the frozen kind." Nodding, Zhao Tianyu chose not to pursue the topic further. He carefully placed the salmon into a bamboo basket and then stood up, stepping into the woods. Moments later, he emerged with a large bundle of palm leaves, proceeding directly to the fire pit to spread them on the ground. Next, Zhao Tianyu retrieved the salmon from the bamboo basket, gently laying it atop the palm leaves. With deft movements, he sliced a portion off, cutting it into thin pieces, and, without hesitation, savored the first bite. Unable to contain her eagerness, Su Ran quickly grabbed a piece of salmon and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing heartily. Even without any dipping sauce, the fresh salmon offered a delightful flavor, leaving a lingering taste that was truly exquisite. As Su Ran relished the meal, she joyfully remarked, "I never expected the freshly caught salmon to be this delicious. It would be even better with some dipping sauce." Zhao Tianyu shot her a disapproving look and retorted, "You are truly insatiable. Where on this deserted island do you expect me to find dipping sauce? Be grateful for what you have." In response, Su Ran made a face at him. After both had consumed nearly a pound of salmon, they finally paused. The two sat by the fire, engaging in light-hearted conversation until late into the night. Zhao Tianyu then gathered some firewood and ignited several small fires around the large tree. Turning to Su Ran, he said, "You should get some rest. I will keep watch." Su Ran nodded, replying, "Alright. Wake me in the middle of the night so I can take over for you." Zhao Tianyu nodded in acknowledgement, and Su Ran promptly laid down on the palm leaves, perhaps too fatigued or perhaps comforted by the security of Zhao Tianyu's watchful presence. She soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. After merely a few minutes of lying down, she had already succumbed to a deep slumber, observing the peacefully sleeping Su Ran. Zhao Tianyu retrieved a cigarette, igniting it and inhaling with a sense of tranquility. Though he had procured a considerable supply of cigarettes from a bough, time had elapsed, and his remaining stock was dwindling. Zhao Tianyu began to feel a pang of anxiety. Once his cigarettes were exhausted, where would he procure more? He had no desire to return to a life devoid of smoke. As midnight approached, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, and Zhao Tianyu's eyelids grew heavy, a wave of profound fatigue crashing over him. He summoned his willpower, striving to resist the encroaching drowsiness, but ultimately succumbed to his body's natural inclinations, his head nodding as he drifted into a light slumber. Just as he was on the verge of entering the realm of dreams, a sudden, haunting howl of a wolf shattered the night as tranquility. The sound echoed like the roar of a fiend from the abyss, sending chills down his spine. Startled, Zhao Tianyu was jolted awake, his sleepiness vanishing in an instant. He instinctively drew his military knife, his gaze piercing into the depths of the woods, where shadows concealed countless unknown dangers. At that moment, Su Ran also awoke, startled by the wolf's howl. Having been resting on palm leaves, she scrambled upright like a frightened rabbit. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, and she trembled visibly, her voice quaking with fear. "Brother Zhao, that howl is terrifying. I am so afraid." Seeing her distress, Zhao Tianyu quickly reassured her. "Do not fear. I am here, and nothing will happen." Though his voice conveyed calmness internally, he too was beset by anxiety. After all, in the desolate expanse of the coastline, who could truly remain unafraid in the face of a pack of ravenous wolves? With that said, Zhao Tianyu hastily gathered more firewood and tossed it onto the nearly extinguished bonfire. As the wood ignited, the flames roared to life, illuminating the surrounding darkness. This brilliant fire not only provided a modicum of warmth, but also served a greater purpose. Zhao Tianyu understood that wolves feared fire, and with this blaze, the pack would be less inclined to approach. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's comforting words, Su Ran's emotions steadied somewhat, yet her body remained taut, clearly still on edge. At that moment, another howl pierced the night, louder than the last and alarmingly closer. Both Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran understood that the wolves were encroaching upon them. Before long, 6 or 7 gray wolves emerged within their line of sight, inching closer as if a pack of famished hunters closing in on their prey. The sight of these formidable gray wolves sent Su Ran into a tremor, her limbs no longer under her control as they shook uncontrollably. In contrast, Zhao Tianyu maintained a semblance of composure. Gripping his knife tightly, he rose to his feet, his gaze unwavering and fixed upon the wolves, determined not to show any sign of weakness. Perhaps it was due to their fear of the flames that the pack of gray wolves halted approximately 10 meters away from Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran. They raised their heads, revealing their gaping maws, and unleashed a series of howling cries that resonated through the night sky. Each howl echoed ominously in the stillness of the night, sending shivers down one's spine. The wolves' glimmering eyes exuded an aura of terror that was truly chilling. Even Zhao Tianyu felt a sudden chill creep down his back upon encountering the predatory gaze of the wolves. The grip of his military knife began to grow clammy with perspiration. As time ticked by, the standoff persisted for 3 or 4 minutes until the pack of gray wolves gradually began to approach Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran. Chapter 95. Scaring off the pack as the pack of wolves drew closer, Zhao Tianyu's eyes widened in fury. He bellowed at the approaching beasts, "You wretched creatures! Halt where you are! Dare to advance any further, and I shall bring your demise upon you." His voice reverberated like thunder along the desolate coastline, startling the gray wolves into a sudden halt. Their menacing gazes wavered, and they emitted low growls, baring their sharp fangs as they warily fixated on Zhao Tianyu. At this moment, the distance between Zhao Tianyu and the gray wolves had diminished to a mere 7 or 8 meters. He could clearly discern their fierce visages and hostile stares, causing his heart to tighten with trepidation. Zhao Tianyu was acutely aware that, although his thunderous shout had temporarily deterred the pack, this was merely a stopgap measure. Judging by the wolves' demeanor, they would not relinquish their pursuit easily. It would not be long before they launched another attack. Rather than succumb to fate, he resolved to take the initiative. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu seized a burning log from the fire, swinging his arm with force and hurling it like a projectile at one of the gray wolves. The blazing log soared through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking true against the wolf's body. In an instant, flames erupted like a demon, rapidly engulfing the wolf's thick fur. A chilling howl of agony pierced the air as the creature writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames consuming it. The acrid stench of charred flesh pervaded the atmosphere, inducing a wave of nausea. The remaining gray wolves, taken aback by the spectacle, recoiled several meters in shock. Observing their reaction, Zhao Tianyu wasted no time and once again grasped a blazing log from the fire, launching it with the swiftness of an arrow towards the remaining wolves. However, this time, the wolves appeared to be prepared. They nimbly sidestepped the log, evading Zhao Tianyu's throw with ease. Meanwhile, The wolf that had been struck by the log had managed to extinguish the flames. It sprang to its feet, shaking off the ashes, and fixed Zhao Tianyu with a fierce gaze, emitting a series of low, furious howls, as if declaring war. The wolf's paws scraped the ground with a powerful intensity, each movement suggesting it was gathering strength for the imminent assault. Realizing the danger, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of alarm. The beast had clearly been provoked and would soon launch a ferocious attack. As if on cue, the wolf charged at him like a flash of lightning. Disregarding the surrounding fire, its sole focus locked onto Zhao Tianyu. In the blink of an eye, the wolf was within 3 meters of him. Suddenly, it leapt high into the air, opening its gaping maw to reveal sharp fangs, akin to a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, charging directly towards Zhao Tianyu. In the face of this unexpected assault, Zhao Tianyu's reflexes were nothing short of extraordinary. With remarkable agility, he swiftly seized another burning log from the fire, bracing himself for the wolf's onslaught. As the gray wolf lunged at him with ferocity, mere inches away, Zhao Tianyu swung the flaming log with the force of a comet, striking the wolf's head with tremendous impact. A deafening crack echoed through the air as the log, seemingly guided by fate, struck the wolf squarely on its skull, producing a dull thud. In an instant, the once sturdy log splintered like a fragile twig, breaking into 2 pieces. The gray wolf, having endured this unforeseen blow, plummeted to the ground as if struck by an explosive projectile. Yet, Zhao Tianyu offered no respite to the creature. Seizing the moment while the wolf was still dazed, he lifted his foot and concentrated all his strength into his toes, launching an explosive kick with the swiftness of an arrow. The power of this kick was astounding, surely weighing over 100 pounds. With a whoosh, it sliced through the air like lightning, striking the wolf with pinpoint accuracy. The wolf was propelled as if struck by an invisible force, soaring through the air like a cannonball towards a blazing fire. The flames, enraged as if they were wild beasts, swiftly enveloped the wolf's body, igniting its fur in an instant. The wolf let out a harrowing howl, a sound that pierced the very soul, sending chills down one's spine. It thrashed desperately within the inferno, striving to escape the hellish flames. At last, the wolf clawed its way out of the fire, its form grotesquely altered by the flames, its once gray fur now charred black. As it emitted pained wails, it staggered backward for over 10 meters, collapsing like a heap of mud, rolling relentlessly in an attempt to extinguish the fierce blaze upon its body. The other wolves, witnessing this horrific scene, were instantly seized by terror, their howls abruptly silenced as they recoiled several meters in fright. As if the blazing fire were a demon from the depths of hell, Zhao Tianyu swiftly grasped another burning log from the fire, wielding it like a sword of flames. He glared fiercely at the remaining wolves, roaring, "Come if you dare. Watch how I deal with you beasts." His voice thundered like a storm across the night sky, sending shivers through the wolves, who trembled and instinctively retreated several paces, as if the log in Zhao Tianyu's hand were an utterly fearsome weapon. Time passed slowly, each second stretching into eternity. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, the gray wolf, engulfed in flames, finally succeeded in extinguishing the fire that had clung to its body. It writhed in agony upon the ground, struggling to rise, yet the severity of its burns rendered its movements painfully arduous. As the gray wolf attempted to stand, a heart-wrenching howl pierced the night sky, echoing with anguish and terror, stirring deep emotions within any who heard it. Upon closer inspection, the gray wolf's fur had nearly been entirely singed away, revealing its charred skin, a sight that was both pitiable and tragic. In that moment, the once arrogant creature had lost all semblance of bravado. It stood there, trembling slightly, its gaze filled with dread as it fixated on Zhao Tianyu, seemingly wary of him. Thus, the standoff persisted for over 10 minutes, as the pack of gray wolves appeared to realize that they were powerless against Zhao Tianyu, and Su ran this night. With heads held high, they emitted a prolonged howl of despair before reluctantly turning to retreat into the woods, disappearing from sight in a matter of moments. Chapter 96. Safely returned to the sanctuary as the wolf pack retreated, Zhao Tianyu's taut nerves began to relax. He exhaled a sigh of relief, his body feeling as if it had been drained of all strength, and he plopped down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. Su ran, resembling a deflated balloon, slumped beside him, her complexion pale as parchment, with beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and, still shaken, remarked, "Brother Zhao, that was truly perilous. Had you not frightened off those gray wolves, I can scarcely imagine what might have transpired." Zhao Tianyu nodded, the vivid recollection of that heart-stopping moment still haunting him. This fright had completely dissipated their drowsiness, and they opted to sit by the fire, warming themselves while engaging in light conversation. Su Ran gazed at Zhao Tianyu with admiration, her eyes twinkling like stars, and sincerely exclaimed, "Brother Zhao, you are truly remarkable. Even those fierce gray wolves were scared away by you. You are indeed deserving of being my man." Hearing her words stirred something within Zhao Tianyu. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he teased, "Since you proclaim me as your man, shouldn't we indulge in some intimate moments between us?" Su Ran's face flushed instantly, her cheeks turning crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. She whispered, "Brother Zhao, why are you suddenly saying such things? I remember when we first met, you were not like this." With a playful smirk, Zhao Tianyu responded, "Being surrounded by 4 enchanting beauties like you every day, it is only natural for any man to find it challenging to maintain composure. After all, a little mischief is what draws women as affection." His words wafted through the air like a gentle breeze, causing a rosy hue to bloom across Su Ran's cheeks, akin to a ripened apple. Shyly averting her gaze, she felt her heart race as if a little deer were bounding within her chest. They sat quietly by the fire, time slipping away unnoticed, until the sky began to brighten, the first light of dawn cascading gently upon them. Zhao Tianyu stretched and yawned, then turned to Su Ran and said, "It's dawn. There should be no danger now. I am utterly exhausted and must catch some sleep. How about you? Would you like to rest a while longer?" Su Ran shook her head, smiling as she replied, "I'm not too tired yet. You go ahead and sleep. I'll gather some firewood and prepare some sea salt crystals." Zhao Tianyu nodded, lying down on the palm leaves. Within moments, soft snores emerged from his nose, resonating clearly in the tranquil morning. Watching the slumbering Zhao Tianyu, a smile unconsciously graced Su Ran's lips. She thought to herself, "Brother Zhao truly possesses a carefree spirit. He can fall asleep so quickly, no matter the circumstances." Standing up to stretch her stiff limbs, she approached the shoreline to wash her face, instantly feeling rejuvenated. In the nearby woods, I gathered some firewood and bound it with tree bark before carrying it beneath a large tree. With 2 pots in hand, I ventured to the coast to fetch some water, which I then placed atop the fire to continue boiling the seawater for salt crystallization. Time slipped away quietly, and before long, it was midday when Zhao Tianyu finally stirred from his slumber. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was met by the enchanting gaze of Su Ran, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. This unexpected sight caught Zhao Tianyu off guard. Su Ran, on the other hand, appeared as though she had been caught in a compromising moment, her face flushing crimson like a ripe apple. Flustered, she quickly averted her gaze, unable to meet Zhao Tianyu's eyes. Noticing her reaction, a playful smile crept across Zhao Tianyu's lips. He gradually rose from the palm leaves and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Su, the stunning beauty, surely my charm has captivated you? Otherwise, why would you be staring at me? Come now, confess. Did you sneakily do something mischievous while I was asleep?" At his words, Su Ran shot him an indignant glare, blushing with embarrassment as she retorted, "Stop being so vain. I did nothing of the sort." Zhao Tianyu chuckled and, in a swift motion, darted towards Su Ran. Before she could react, he gently pressed a kiss on her exquisitely sculpted cheek, bursting into laughter as he exclaimed, "Ha, it tastes rather delightful." Startled by his audacity, Su Ran's face turned beet red, as if it could bleed from the intensity of her embarrassment. Zhao Tianyu, still laughing, approached the shoreline, scooped up a handful of refreshing seawater, and splashed it on his face, feeling invigorated. He then returned to the fire, retrieved the salmon he had caught the previous day, and skillfully sliced it into thin sashimi pieces. After enjoying the raw fish, Zhao Tianyu sought out some mussels on the beach, smashing them with a rock. He hung a piece of mussel meat on his fishing hook and began to fish. However, luck was not on his side that day. After 2 to 3 hours by the shoreline, the bobber remained utterly still. Lacking the patience to continue, he reeled in his fishing line and returned to the fire, suggesting to Su Ran, "You should take a nap. Tonight, you will keep watch. We shall return to the shelter at dawn." Su Ran nodded and laid down on the palm leaves to rest. Thus, the day slipped away unnoticed. Although the bamboo basket still held plenty of salmon, they chose not to eat it, intending to bring it back for Lu Shui and the others to savor. After grilling some leopard meat they had brought from the shelter, they sat by the fire and chatted for a while. Zhao Tianyu instructed Su Ran, "I will sleep now. Keep an eye on the fire and wake me immediately if anything happens." Su Ran nodded, and Zhao Tianyu reclined on the palm leaves, drifting off to sleep. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. As dawn broke, they tidied up, extinguished the fire, and set off towards the shelter. On the way back, Zhao Tianyu used his slingshot to catch 2 wild chickens. After more than 5 hours, the two finally returned to the shelter, where Lu Shui and the others were engaged in conversation at the kitchen door. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran return, Lu Shui and her companions immediately ceased their chatter and rose to greet them. As Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran approached the kitchen entrance, Lu Shui promptly exclaimed, "You two are finally back. We've been so worried about you during your 2-day absence." Zhao Tianyu chuckled. "What is there to worry about? We have returned, haven't we?" Once back in the kitchen, Su Ran plopped down onto the floor, panting heavily, her clothes completely drenched in sweat. Zhao Tianyu also set the bamboo basket down and sat beside the fireplace, breathing heavily. Chapter 97. A sense of crisis. Lu Shui meticulously extracted the items from the bamboo basket. When her gaze fell upon the remnants of the salmon, her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement and enthusiasm. She inquired, "Brother Zhao, where did you procure this salmon?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a gentle smile as he replied, "Of course, it was caught from the sea. Su Ran and I enjoyed some by the coast and intentionally saved a portion to share with you." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and her companions felt a surge of gratitude. They had not anticipated such thoughtfulness from him, who had brought back delicious sustenance for them. Lu Shui promptly fetched a pot and hurried to the riverbank, carefully filling it with water. She then returned to the kitchen, placing the pot upon the hearth and igniting the fire to bring the water to a boil. Before long, the water was bubbling vigorously. The 3 girls cautiously transported the boiling water back to the riverbank, gently submerging the 2 wild chickens into the scalding liquid. After briefly blanching the chickens, they swiftly retrieved them and began the process of preparation with practiced skill. Within half an hour, the trio had cleaned the chickens thoroughly and brought them back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu was not idle. He had sliced the remaining salmon into small pieces. The sight of the tantalizing salmon prompted everyone to eagerly grab their chopsticks and indulge heartily. The half salmon brought back from the coast was devoured in less than 10 minutes by the 5 of them, leaving Lu Shui and the others still yearning for more. Lin Yu turned to Zhao Tianyu and remarked, "Brother Zhao, this salmon is exquisite. Why didn't you catch a few more for us?" Zhao Tianyu felt a moment of exasperation and shot her a look, responding, "Do you think salmon are so easy to catch? It's fortunate enough to have landed this one." With that, he stood up and exited the kitchen to inspect the smokehouse. After 2 days of smoking, the leopard meat had turned a deep black. Although it had not been cured with sea salt, it remained unspoiled. Zhao Tianyu let out a silent sigh of relief as he, along with Lu Shui and the others, took the bamboo tube to the river to fetch water. They added the sea salt crystals into the tube and stirred continuously with a small stick until the crystals had completely dissolved. Next, Zhao Tianyu fashioned a rudimentary filtration device using an empty bottle, charcoal, and river sand, and began filtering the brine. Thus, a full day was spent boiling the salt water into sea salt. This batch yielded 6 or 7 bottles of sea salt, sufficient to last them for quite a while. The group then coated the smoked leopard meat with a layer of sea salt for curing before returning it to the smokehouse for further smoking. Time, swift as a fleeting shadow, passed unnoticed, and before they realized it, a month had quietly slipped away. During this period, Their lives unfolded in a tranquil and orderly manner. Aside from occasionally venturing into the forest to gather firewood and forage for wild vegetables, they spent the majority of their time in the shelter, relishing the rare tranquility. Since the unfortunate incident where Zhou Wanting was attacked by a leopard, Lu Shui and the others profoundly realized that relying solely on Zhao Tianyu was insufficient for their survival on this desolate island. They needed to empower themselves. Hence, from that day forth, the four girls embarked on a grueling regimen of daily training. They dedicated time each day to practice archery, striving to hone their skills. Observing their gradual progress filled Zhao Tianyu's heart with pride. After months of life on the island, the four girls had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had they acquired fundamental survival skills, but they had also learned to support one another and grow together in adversity. However, as time passed, the island's temperatures began to drop, and the nights grew increasingly frigid. They often found themselves waking in the night, shivering from the cold. In response to this predicament, they united to construct a fireplace within the shelter. Each evening before retiring, they would kindle a roaring fire, allowing its warm glow to accompany them through the long, cold nights. One morning, after breakfast, Zhao Tianyu gazed at the dwindling food supplies on the bamboo rack and realized that as the weather grew colder, the search for food would become increasingly challenging. Addressing Lu Shui and the others, he remarked, with the temperatures dropping, it will not be easy to find food moving forward. Furthermore, this weather is ideal for food preservation, so we must gather more provisions to store. Lu Shui and the others nodded in agreement. They swiftly prepared their gear, grasped their bows, slung their bamboo baskets over their shoulders, and set forth into the woods with determined strides. It was deep autumn, the air was crisp and cold, the mosquitoes had vanished without a trace, and there was no need to worry about venomous snakes. The journey was enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional melodious chirp of birds perched on branches. After walking 3 or 4 kilometers into the forest without spotting a single wild chicken, disappointment and frustration began to set in. It seemed that the quest for food would only grow more arduous. Observing Lu Shui and the others, their faces flushed and breathless, Zhao Tianyu decided it was best to pause for a brief rest. After nearly half an hour of recuperation, feeling somewhat revitalized, they pressed deeper into the woods. As they continued, Zhao Tianyu, who led the way, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger surge towards him like a tidal wave. This sensation was so intense that it instantly tensed his body as though gripped by an invisible hand. He halted in his tracks, as if his feet were nailed to the ground, remaining utterly still. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the surroundings with vigilance, leaving no potential hiding spot for danger unexamined. Noticing Zhao Tianyu's abrupt stop, Lu Shui and the others followed suit without hesitation. Su Ran, curious, inquired Zhao Ge, "Why have you suddenly come to a halt? Have you noticed something amiss?" Zhao Tianyu's voice was low and grave as he spoke slowly. "I feel as though something is lurking in the shadows, observing us." After uttering these words, his gaze did not waver from the surroundings. Instead, he continued to scrutinize the environment, leaving no rustle of leaves or whisper of wind unnoticed. After a moment, his attention finally settled on a thicket not far away. The thicket appeared unremarkable, lacking any distinctive features, yet Zhao Tianyu's intuition urged him that something was undoubtedly concealed behind it. Without hesitation, he reached for his waist, swiftly drawing forth a sharp military knife, gripping it tightly in his hand, while his eyes remained fixed on the thicket. Chapter 98. Struggle with the Gray Wolf. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her companions swiftly knocked arrows onto their bows, aiming intently at the thicket. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as though the very air had solidified. Yet, the bushes remained eerily still, appearing nothing more than an ordinary clump of foliage. Lu Shui turned to Zhao Tianyu and remarked, "Brother Zhao, that thicket looks quite ordinary. Surely nothing could be lurking behind it, right? Perhaps you are merely overthinking it?" Zhao Tianyu, initially taken aback by Lu Shui's words, shook his head with a smile, replying, "Perhaps I truly am overthinking it." However, before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected event transpired. A sudden rustling erupted from the seemingly tranquil bushes, and to their astonishment, a massive gray wolf leaped forth. Majestically, it stood before them, its keen eyes fixated on Zhao Tianyu and his companions, emitting low, menacing growls from its throat. The sudden appearance of the gray wolf startled Zhao Tianyu and the others. Before they could regain their composure, the wolf lunged towards them like a bolt of lightning. "Everyone, be careful!" Zhao Tianyu shouted urgently. Yet the wolf's speed was astonishing, leaving them dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, it was within 5 meters of them, resembling a gray streak of lightning. In an instant, the gray wolf was almost upon them, leaping into the air with its gaping maw, its sharp fangs glinting ominously in the sunlight. Akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, charging fiercely toward Zhao Tianyu and his companions. Faced with this sudden assault, Lu Shui and her friends were thrown into disarray, hastily releasing their bowstrings. In that fleeting moment, 4 arrows shot forth like meteors, simultaneously targeting the wolf. Having honed their archery skills through rigorous practice, Lu Shui and her companions' aim was remarkably precise. The arrows struck the gray wolf almost simultaneously. Nevertheless, to their astonishment, while the arrows hit their mark, they inflicted minimal damage. Almost concurrently with the arrow's impact, the gray wolf barreled toward them like a cannonball, reaching them in a flash. With Lu Shui and her friends positioned behind him, Zhao Tianyu did not evade the oncoming beast. Fearlessly, he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the wolf's jaw. The force of his kick was thunderous, sending the wolf sprawling backward as if struck by a heavy hammer, crashing to the ground. The impact of the wolf's charge jolted Zhao Tianyu, causing him to stagger backward, struggling to regain his balance. The gray wolf, evidently unprepared for Zhao Tianyu's fierce assault, rolled on the ground a few times before swiftly regaining its footing, retreating several meters like a startled rabbit. It then lifted its head, opened its gaping maw, and emitted a bone-chilling howl that reverberated throughout the silent mountain forest. A shiver ran down Zhao Tianyu's spine as he realized the significance of the wolf's call. It was summoning its pack. Alarmed, he recognized the urgency of the situation. This creature was beckoning its companions, and they needed to eliminate it quickly. With a voice tinged with anxiety, he shouted while wielding his military knife, charging toward the gray wolf without hesitation. The wolf, momentarily taken aback by Zhao Tianyu's lion-like ferocity, stared at him in bewilderment, contemplating how such a fierce adversary had come to be. However, this momentary hesitation was fleeting. The wolf quickly regained its composure, leaping into action with its sharp claws extended, launching itself at Zhao Tianyu like a bolt of lightning. Unfazed, he gripped his knife tightly, fixing his gaze intently on the approaching wolf. At the very instant the wolf was about to pounce upon him, he swung his knife with tremendous force, aiming for its neck with a strike that was as swift and fierce as a flash of lightning. The blade plunged deeply into the wolf's neck, as if intending to pierce it entirely. As he withdrew the knife, a fountain of crimson blood erupted, splattering across Zhao Tianyu's face. He scarcely had time to react before the wolf, with immense force, knocked him to the ground, the impact resonating dully against the hard earth. Summoning all his strength, he pushed the wolf off him and, like a coiled spring, sprang back up, delivering a powerful kick to the wolf's head without a moment's hesitation. The force of this kick sent the wolf tumbling through the air like a struck ball, crashing heavily to the ground. The wolf emitted a series of agonizing cries, clearly suffering from the blow. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhao Tianyu advanced, stepping firmly on the wolf's head. He then raised his knife once more, plunging it forcefully into the wolf's neck again. The wolf's body convulsed violently, writhing in agony upon the ground as its blood stained the earth, creating a stark and horrifying red tableau. Just then, a chilling howl echoed from the distant woods. Recognizing the impending danger, Zhao Tianyu's heart raced. He understood all too well that the wolf's companions were rapidly approaching. There was no time to concern himself with the fate of this wolf. A more pressing threat loomed, an impending wolf pack attack. He bellowed at Lu Shui and the others, his voice hoarse and desperate. "The pack is coming. Run!" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's cries, Lu Shui and her companions regained their senses and immediately turned to flee towards the shelter. Time slipped away in the tense atmosphere, and within a mere 3 to 4 minutes, 7 or 8 gray wolves materialized like phantoms before the injured wolf. The wolf, which had been stabbed twice by Zhao Tianyu, was now gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. Its once mournful howls had diminished to a faint whisper, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. The wolf pack, witnessing this scene, became increasingly ferocious. Their eyes glinted with a fierce light as they raised their heads and unleashed a chorus of enraged howls towards the sky. A sound so deafening it seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of the forest apart. Chapter 99. Pursued by the wolf pack yet. The gray wolf ultimately succumbed to the inevitable embrace of death, soon falling silent. The wolf pack gazed at the lifeless body of their comrade, seemingly reluctant to part with it, but they swiftly redirected their attention towards the fleeing figures of Zhao Tianyu and his companions, darting off like arrows released from their bows. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu and the others were desperately running for their lives. However, how could human legs outrun the powerful limbs of wolves? Despite their utmost efforts, the distance between them and the pack continued to diminish. As the haunting howls grew clearer behind them, Zhao Tianyu's heart raced. He realized that continuing this way was futile and that it would not be long before the wolves caught up to them. In a moment of resolve, he abruptly halted, standing firm as his eyes darted around, searching for a means to confront the impending threat of the wolves. Lu Shui and the others, noticing Zhao Tianyu's sudden stop, instinctively followed suit. Their breaths came in quick gasps, chests heaving as they struggled for air. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu's gaze was drawn to a nearby thicket of lush dry grass. An idea sparked within him as he hurried over, retrieving a lighter from his pocket. With a swift flick, he ignited the flame and brought it close to the pile of dry grass. In an instant, the fire erupted like a fierce beast, voraciously consuming the dry material. The grass crackled and burned with intensity, sending sparks flying. Su Ran suddenly recalled Zhao Tianyu's words from earlier by the shore, where he had mentioned that wolves feared fire. Her eyes lit up, and she shouted to Lu Shui and the others, "The wolves are afraid of fire. Quickly gather some firewood." Upon hearing Su Ran's call, the trio snapped out of their daze and reacted swiftly. Fortunately, the area was abundant with vegetation, and dry twigs lay scattered across the ground. Without hesitation, the 4 girls bent down to gather the wood, tossing it onto the roaring inferno. As the fire blazed brighter, it quickly expanded into a towering bonfire, the flames soaring high into the air, reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters. Just then, the relentless wolf pack arrived. Now, less than 20 meters away, the gray wolves, lithe and silver-coated, appeared particularly ominous in the sunlight. Upon witnessing the fierce flames before them, the wolves hesitated, fear evident in their eyes as they came to a standstill, confronting Zhao Tianyu and his companions. The pack glared menacingly, fixating on the group while emitting low, haunting howls that sent chills down their spines. Seeing the wolves finally halt, Zhao Tianyu and the others felt a momentary sense of relief. However, he understood that this stalemate could not last indefinitely. They had to devise a strategy to drive the wolves away. As seconds ticked by, after about 4 or 5 minutes, an idea suddenly struck Zhao Tianyu. He swiftly pulled a slingshot from his pocket and picked up a small stone from the ground, placing it atop the leather pouch. With a grave expression, he addressed Lu Shui and the 3 others. Given the current situation, these gray wolves are unlikely to depart anytime soon, nor will they initiate an attack on us. However, he paused, continuing, maintaining this stalemate is not a viable solution. We must devise a means to drive these wolves away. I intend to provoke them with a slingshot, inciting them to launch an assault on us. Zhao Tianyu's gaze swept over Lu Shui and the others as he added, "Do not panic, and certainly do not succumb to fear. Each of you should pick up a burning log from the fire and hold it firmly. If the wolf pack charges at us, throw the logs at them immediately. Do you understand?" The faces of Lu Shui and her companions turned pale, clearly filled with trepidation. Yet they feigned calmness and nodded in understanding. Each person grasped a flaming log tightly in their hands. As Lu Shui and her companions readied themselves, Zhao Tianyu swiftly took up his slingshot, aiming for the eye of one of the gray wolves. With a slight lift of his arm, The slingshot was drawn back to a crescent shape, and a stone shot forth like a bolt of lightning, targeting the wolf's eye. At such a close distance, for an adept slingshot user like Zhao Tianyu, it was akin to an effortless act of precision. The stone struck true, hitting the wolf squarely in one eye. A piercing howl erupted from the wolf, reverberating through the forest. In the next moment, its body trembled violently, its previously fierce gaze now brimming with unbridled rage. Ignoring the blazing fire, the wolf charged towards Lu Shui and the others as if possessed, moving with the speed of lightning, closing the distance to mere 7 or 8 meters in the blink of an eye. In unison, Lu Shui and her companions swiftly raised their burning logs and unhesitatingly hurled them at the gray wolf. The 4 flaming logs streaked through the night sky like meteors, accurately striking the wolf's body. A thunderous crack echoed as the logs collided with the wolf, sending sparks flying. The wolf's thick fur ignited in an instant, the flames rapidly spreading. A pungent odor of singed fur permeated the air, inducing nausea. Clearly startled by this abrupt turn of events, the flaming wolf halted its advance, rolling on the ground like a disturbed beast, attempting to extinguish the flames enveloping it. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu wasted no time in seizing another burning log from the fire, channeling all his strength to hurl it at the wolf. The log arced through the air, striking the wolf directly. Witnessing this, Lu Shui and the others mirrored Zhao Tianyu's actions, retrieving burning log from the fire and relentlessly launching them at the wolf. In that moment, countless burning logs rained down upon the creature. The gray wolf emitted a series of anguished howls as it struggled to rise from the ground, retreating rapidly for over 10 meters before collapsing again, writhing in agony. After a considerable time, it finally extinguished the flames engulfing its body, revealing that its fur had been nearly incinerated, leaving it in a pitiful state, continuously vocalizing its suffering. Witnessing their companion's battered condition, the other gray wolves stood frozen in fear, gazing apprehensively at Lu Shui and the others. Observing the effectiveness of his tactic, Zhao Tianyu was instantly filled with confidence. He seized a still-burning log from the fire and shouted at the pack, "You wretched beasts, if you dare, come at me again. Watch how I deal with you." Chapter 100. The solo hunt of the wild boar. At the sound of Zhao Tianyu's thunderous shout, the pack of wolves was startled, retreating a few meters in surprise. After a tense standoff lasting over 10 minutes, it seemed the wolves realized that further confrontation would yield no advantage, and they turned to leave. As the wolves departed, Zhao Tianyu and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Reflecting on the earlier encounter left them with a lingering sense of dread, concerned that the wolves might return. They dared not linger and hastened towards the sanctuary. Fortunately, their journey was devoid of further peril. The following morning, before the sun had fully risen, Zhao Tianyu awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that Lu Shui and the other 3 were still in slumber, prompting him to rise cautiously to avoid disturbing them. Stepping outside the sanctuary, he made his way to the riverbank. The morning waters were crystal clear, and as he cupped some in his hands to wash his face, he felt rejuvenated. After freshening up, he slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder and ventured alone into the woods in search of sustenance. The previous day's encounter with the wolves made him particularly vigilant. He traversed a considerable distance within the forest before managing to strike a wild chicken with his slingshot. It was insufficient to feed all 5 of them. Leaning against the trunk of a large tree to rest and catch his breath, he resolutely pressed deeper into the forest. Thus, Zhao Tianyu trudged onward for another 3 or 4 kilometers when suddenly, the guttural roar of a wild boar pierced the stillness of the woods. The sound resonated loudly in the tranquil environment, and Zhao Tianyu's heart leaped with excitement. He quickened his pace towards the direction of the boar's call. As he drew nearer, the boar's roars grew increasingly pronounced. After advancing roughly 400 to 500 meters, he finally spotted a wild boar leisurely foraging in the underbrush, occasionally emitting its fierce growls. The boar was not particularly large, estimated to weigh around 140 to 150 pounds. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu set down his bamboo basket and swiftly unsheathed his military knife. Gripping it firmly, he approached the wild boar, which had also sensed his approach. With eyes wide open in defiance, it emitted even louder growls, seemingly issuing a warning. Unfazed by the boar's display, Zhao Tianyu continued his advance without a moment's pause. The boar, clearly incensed by his disregard, bared its formidable tusks and charged ferociously towards him. As the boar lunged, Zhao Tianyu stood his ground, his resolve unshaken. Fixing his gaze upon the beast, he bellowed, "Beast, you come at the perfect moment. Watch how I deal with you." Just as the boar was about to sink its teeth into him, Zhao Tianyu deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. In the same motion, he swung his military knife with fierce intent towards the charging wild boar. The military knife carved a deep gash, spanning several centimeters across the body of the wild boar, blood gushing forth from the wound. The boar let out a pitiful cry and sprinted forward several meters before halting abruptly, turning back to charge at Zhao Tianyu once more. This time he did not evade. Instead, he resolved to confront the beast head-on. As the boar lunged towards him, he lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to its head, striking it squarely on the jaw and toppling it to the ground. Seizing the moment, Zhao Tianyu brandished his knife and plunged it fiercely into the boar's neck. The blade sank deep, and as he withdrew it, a fresh torrent of blood streamed from the creature's wound. The boar writhed on the ground, emitting heart-wrenching screams. Zhao Tianyu promptly retreated a few meters, observing the thrashing beast in silence. Minutes passed, and after approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the boar succumbed to its injuries, lying still. Only when he was certain of its demise did Zhao Tianyu approach, wiping the blood from his knife before sheathing it at his waist. He retrieved his bamboo basket, slinging it over his back, and hoisted the boar by its legs onto his shoulders, setting off toward the shelter. Despite his remarkable strength, the weight of the 100 to 150-pound boar rendered his journey through the rugged terrain quite arduous, nearly bending him over under its heft. After traversing a distance, he was compelled to pause and catch his breath. Thus, he trudged on, stopping intermittently, taking nearly 3 hours to finally carry the wild boar to the entrance of the shelter. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her companions had been anxiously awaiting his return. Upon waking that morning, they noticed Zhao Tianyu's absence and realized he had ventured into the woods in search of sustenance. Having encountered a pack of wolves the previous day, the 4 girls were understandably concerned for his safety, fearing he might encounter danger. Their worries eased when they finally spotted him returning. Zhao Tianyu dropped the boar to the ground and removed the bamboo basket from his back, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Su Ran rushed to the kitchen, filling a bamboo tube with cool boiled water, which she brought to him. After gulping down the refreshing water she offered, Zhao Tianyu resumed his heavy breathing. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and the others gathered firewood from the kitchen and made their way to the riverbank, where they ignited a fire. Together, they dragged the boar to the fire, where the acrid scent of burning bristles quickly filled the air. The group instinctively covered their mouths and noses, stepping back as, within a few minutes, the boar's hair was singed away, leaving the skin charred. The 4 girls then retrieved the boar from the flames and began washing it in the river using the bamboo tubes. By this time, Zhao Tianyu had regained some strength. He rose to join them by the river, assisting in the preparation of the wild boar. After nearly half an hour, the wild boar was finally cleansed thoroughly. Gazing upon the charred, golden skin, Zhao Tianyu sliced several pieces and handed them to Lu Shui and the others, while he himself savored a piece, chewing it slowly. Another half hour was spent preparing the wild boar, meticulously cutting the meat into small chunks and transporting them to the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu then severed a few ribs from the wild boar, chopping them into smaller pieces to be stewed in a pot. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her companions coated the remaining wild boar meat with sea salt before placing it in the smokehouse for the smoking process. Chapter 101. Hunting with Lin Yu in the blink of an eye. Nearly 20 days had passed. During this time, aside from the occasional venture into the woods to forage for wild vegetables or gather firewood, everyone spent most of their hours within the confines of the shelter. The temperature on this desolate island had been steadily declining. Although they possessed a considerable amount of clothing, it was predominantly summer attire. To combat the increasingly frigid conditions, Zhao Tianyu took it upon himself to craft 4 outer garments from leopard skin for Lu Shui and her companions, while he continued to wear his thin summer clothes. This selfless act deeply touched Lu Shui and the others. One evening after dinner, the group gathered around the kitchen's fireplace, basking in its warmth while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Casting a glance at the dwindling supply of smoked wild boar hanging from the bamboo rack, which would only suffice for 2 or 3 more days, Zhao Tianyu resolved to venture into the woods at dawn in search of sustenance. As the first light of dawn broke across the horizon, faint rays of sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a dreamlike haze over the land. Zhao Tianyu awoke early, observing Lu Shui and her companions still lost in slumber, and chose not to rouse them. Rising from his bed, he donned his shoes and approached the entrance of the shelter, pushing open the bamboo door. A piercing gust of cold wind surged toward him like a ferocious beast, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He quickly wrapped his thin garment tightly around himself, muttering, "Damn, this wretched weather grows ever colder." Reaching the riverbank, he crouched down and plunged his hands into the frigid water, immediately feeling its chill more intense than usual. He scooped up some water to wash his face, the icy liquid invigorating his senses. After cleansing his face, Zhao Tianyu retrieved the fishing cage he had left in the river, inspecting it thoroughly. To his dismay, it was entirely empty, devoid of even a single fish or shrimp. He shook his head in resignation, pondering the futility of relying on this cage for future catches. Returning to the kitchen with the empty fishing cage, he gathered some firewood from the corner and kindled it in the fireplace. The flames roared to life, bringing a welcome warmth to the space. Standing before the fireplace for a spell to warm himself, he then slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder, preparing to venture into the woods in search of food. Just as he stepped out of the kitchen, a faint creaking sound reached his ears. He turned swiftly to see a figure emerging from behind the door. It was Lin Yu, her eyes still heavy with sleep, clearly just awakened from her dreams. Rubbing her eyes, she approached Zhao Tianyu slowly. Upon noticing the bamboo basket on his back, she seemed to grasp his intention immediately. "Brother Zhao, are you going to search for food in the woods?" Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of drowsiness. Zhao Tianyu nodded, smiling as he replied, "Yes. The little bit of smoked meat in the kitchen will only last us 2 or 3 days at most. I plan to see if I can find more wild boar or perhaps some leopards in the woods." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and she eagerly exclaimed, "Wait for me. I want to go with you." Before her voice had faded, she turned and dashed like the wind toward the nearby riverbank. Zhao Tianyu, observing Lin Yu's retreating figure, had not yet found the opportunity to speak when she had already reached the river, swiftly attending to her personal needs and then washing up briefly. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu returned to the shelter, a bow and arrow in hand. Approaching Zhao Tianyu with a cheerful smile, she exclaimed, "All right, let us be off." Nodding in agreement, Zhao Tianyu led her into the depths of the forest. At that moment, the sun had just risen, casting rays of light through the gaps in the leaves, creating a mosaic of dappled shadows on the ground. However, a thin veil of mist still lingered in the woods, diminishing visibility. Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu proceeded cautiously through the thicket, their steps somewhat deliberate. Fortunately, on such a chilly day, the threat of venomous snakes was minimal. Perhaps it was the cold that had driven most creatures into hibernation, for they encountered no signs of wildlife. After walking 2 or 3 kilometers, apart from the occasional chirping of birds from the branches above, not even a single pheasant was in sight. Given these circumstances, it seemed increasingly challenging to procure sufficient sustenance for the 5 of them in the days to come. Just then, as the sun ascended higher, the mist in the forest began to dissipate. The warm sunlight filtering through the trees enveloped them, imparting a gentle warmth that was immensely comforting. After advancing further, they suddenly heard the call of a pheasant, prompting both to halt. Looking up, they spotted a pheasant perched on a nearby branch, calling out incessantly. Its feathers shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight, making it quite captivating. Before Zhao Tianyu could react, Lin Yu swiftly grasped her bow and arrow, cautiously approaching the pheasant. Zhao Tianyu remained still, intrigued as he watched Lin Yu inch closer to the bird. In no time, Lin Yu stood beneath the tree where the pheasant rested. Steadying herself, she took a deep breath to calm her nerves. Her gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, was fixed intently on the foraging pheasant. She slowly retrieved an arrow from her quiver made of bamboo, knocking it onto the bowstring. Adjusting her stance, she exerted a slight force with her arm, the bowstring taut, and without hesitation, released it. The bowstring emitted a crisp twang, and the arrow shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at the pheasant. After considerable practice, the four girls had honed their archery skills remarkably. The arrow, as if guided by an unseen force, struck the pheasant with precision. The arrowhead, fashioned from porcupine quills, easily penetrated the feathers and skin, embedding itself deep within the creature's body. The pheasant let out a piercing cry, its body quivering violently as it was propelled several meters away, crashing to the ground and thrashing about in a desperate struggle. Seeing this, Lin Yu swiftly stowed her bow and arrow and hurried forward. She approached the pheasant, bent down to retrieve it, and firmly grasped its neck. With a crisp crack, the wild chicken's neck was swiftly twisted by Lin Yu's hand. The creature convulsed a few times before succumbing to silence. From the moment Lin Yu drew her bow to the eventual demise of the wild chicken, the entire sequence unfolded with the fluidity of a flowing stream, devoid of any hesitation or delay. Standing a short distance away, Zhao Tianyu observed the scene, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. After months of life on the deserted island, the four of them had not only learned to survive in harsh conditions, but had also acquired a wealth of practical survival skills. It appeared that even in his absence, they would be capable of thriving independently on this desolate isle. Chapter 102. Do you wish to touch it? With a heart brimming with joy, Lin Yu cheerfully approached Zhao Tianyu, holding the wild chicken she had just hunted, her face radiating pride as she exclaimed, "Brother Zhao, how do you find my archery skills? Quite impressive, isn't it?" In response, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "Not merely impressive, it is truly remarkable. All of you have made significant progress during this time. At this rate, even if I were to encounter unforeseen circumstances one day, you all would possess the capability to survive on this desolate island." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression swiftly turned serious, and she waved her hands in protest, saying, "Oh no, Brother Zhao, how can you utter such ominous words? With your prowess, how could you possibly meet an untimely end?" Seeing her distress, Zhao Tianyu quickly reassured her with a laugh. "Haha, I merely jest. Do not take it to heart." However, in all seriousness, amidst the solitude of this remote island, dangers lurk everywhere, and no one can predict whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first. Lin Yu remained furrowed in concern, urgently imploring, "Brother Zhao, please refrain from such talk. I truly do not wish for anything to happen to you." Feeling her genuine concern warmed Zhao Tianyu's heart, and he nodded with a smile before playfully inquiring, "Are you so concerned for me because you have already fallen in love with me?" Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu would have retorted without hesitation. Yet today, she seemed transformed, not only refraining from rebuttal, but gently nodding as she softly confessed, "Yes, Brother Zhao, I realize I have indeed fallen in love with you." Caught off guard by her declaration, Zhao Tianyu was momentarily stunned. Was Lin Yu confessing her feelings? After a brief moment of astonishment, a wave of uncontrollable joy surged within him. He stared at Lin Yu in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend her words. When he finally regained his composure, he hastily took the wild chicken from her hands and placed it into the bamboo basket. After a brief pause, the two continued deeper into the forest. As time passed, nearly an hour slipped by without sighting any more animals, leaving them both somewhat disheartened. After walking for over 2 hours, Lin Yu's stamina began to wane significantly. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her breath quickened, and each step became increasingly arduous. Noticing Lin Yu's condition, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of concern. He swiftly halted, scanning the surroundings until he discovered a flat patch of grass bathed in sunlight, urging Lin Yu to sit and rest. As she collapsed onto the ground, Lin Yu began to breathe heavily. Zhao Tianyu set down the bamboo basket and joined her on the grass. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it with a lighter, and took a deep drag, the smoke swirling in his mouth, offering a fleeting sense of relaxation. Gazing at the cigarette in his hand, a wave of worry washed over Zhao Tianyu. These cigarettes were procured from a bow, and now the supply was dwindling. He began to fret about how he would manage in the days to come without them. To him, the cigarette was not merely a habit, but a spiritual solace. Without a few puffs each day, he would feel restless, as though something vital were missing. At that moment, his gaze was abruptly drawn to Lin Yu's heaving chest. Her breathing seemed slightly labored, her bosom rising and falling with each breath, as if straining against the confines of her clothing. Zhao Tianyu's throat went dry, and he swallowed hard, forcing himself to avert his eyes from that tantalizing sight. Yet, like a moth to a flame, his gaze remained stubbornly fixed. After all, a man of his age brimmed with vigor and fantasies. Being surrounded daily by 4 stunning beauties was nothing short of an excruciating test of restraint. Fortunately, Zhao Tianyu possessed considerable self-control. Had it been someone like Yi Wei and his ilk, they would have long succumbed to base impulses, pawing at Lu Shui and the others without hesitation. Still, despite his efforts, his eyes remained riveted to Lin Yu's alluring decolletage, as though it were the most captivating sight in the world. Just then, Lin Yu seemed to sense the intensity of his gaze. A delicate blush bloomed across her cheeks, like ripened apples, lending her an air of bashful charm. Pursing her lips, she teased him in a coquettish murmur. "Brother Zhao, your eyes are practically falling out. Do you want to touch them that badly?" Zhao Tianyu's heart leaped with wild exhilaration. Could such fortune truly be real? His mind raced with possibilities, his pulse quickening. He nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain, terrified she might retract her offer. With a shy smile, Lin Yu whispered, "If you want to touch them, then go ahead. But be gentle, all right? Don't hurt me." At her words, Zhao's blood surged. His right hand, as if guided by an unseen force, slipped beneath the open collar of her blouse without hesitation. His fingertips brushed against the softness of her skin, tracing the subtle resilience before slowly, deliberately exploring the curves of her pert breasts. Lin Yu shuddered as if struck by lightning, a tingling sensation coursing through her body like an electric current. It was an unfamiliar, intoxicating feeling, igniting a heat within her that spread like wildfire. As Zhao's touch lingered, her thoughts grew muddled, strange notions flickering through her mind. Her breathing grew ragged, and from her lips escaped a soft, ambiguous sound, somewhere between a sigh and a moan, enough to stir the wildest of imaginations. As Zhao Tianyu gazed at Lin Yu, so emotionally captivated, the desire within him intensified beyond control. He could no longer restrain his impulses and abruptly pulled Lin Yu into his embrace, poised to kiss her enticing lips, reminiscent of cherries. However, at that crucial moment, a sudden bleating echoed from the distant woods, a sound that resonated jarringly in the serene atmosphere. Lin Yu seemed startled awake by the unexpected noise, her body trembling slightly. She hurriedly pushed Zhao Tianyu away, her face flushed, and inquired, "What animal made that sound?" Zhao Tianyu, somewhat irritated, replied, "It must be a wild goat. Damn it, that wretched creature chose this moment to ruin my intentions, when it could have bleated at any other time. I swear I shall put an end to it." Chapter 103. Seizing food from the leopard's mouth upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle, gently smoothing out her slightly disheveled attire. With a playful pout, she remarked, "Zhao brother, why the rush? We have plenty of time ahead of us. There's no need to hurry." Seeing her reaction, Zhao Tianyu also broke into laughter, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment as he replied, "Huh, you're right. We can take our time later." With that, he leaned in and planted a firm kiss on Lin Yu's cheek. The unexpected kiss made Lin Yu blush deeply, her heart racing as she playfully scolded, "Zhao brother, you're so naughty." Zhao Tianyu flashed a charming smile. A man must have a bit of mischief. Otherwise, women want to be interested. He then stood up, slinging the bamboo basket over his shoulder, and strode briskly towards the direction of the bleating wild goat. Not wanting to lag behind, Lin Yu quickly rose to her feet, grasping the bow and arrow that lay beside her, and closely followed Zhao Tianyu's lead. Though they had been on this deserted island for several months, their exploration had only skimmed the surface of its mysteries. This was the first time they had heard the call of wild goats, suggesting that there were many creatures on this island yet to be discovered. As they approached, the bleating of the goats became increasingly distinct and louder. After walking approximately 400 to 500 meters, two gray wild goats finally came into view. Zhao Tianyu immediately halted, carefully placing his bamboo basket on the ground. He lowered his voice and cautioned Lin Yu. Yeah, these wild goats are quite wary. Stay here and remain silent. I'll sneak closer to see if I can get a shot. Before Lin Yu could respond, he swiftly seized the bow and arrow from her grasp. His movements both agile and decisive. He crouched down, cautiously inching toward the two wild goats. Understanding the high alertness of the goats, he took care with each small step, pausing to hold his breath and keenly observe his surroundings, ensuring the goats were unaware of his presence before daring to move forward. As time ticked by, approximately 5 to 6 minutes later, he successfully reached a thicket less than 30 meters from the goats. However, the scene before him presented a dilemma. Before him lay an open area devoid of cover. Hesitant to advance recklessly and risk being spotted, he opted to conceal himself behind the bushes, waiting for the right moment. Gripping the bow and arrow tightly, he silently prayed that the goats would approach him. Although the bow was capable of hitting a target at such a distance, he feared that even if he were lucky enough to strike one, it might not deliver a fatal blow. Time slipped away in anxious anticipation, and after 7 or 8 minutes, the two wild goats not only failed to approach as he had hoped, but instead retreated further into the distance. Zhao Tianyu's anxiety intensified, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. Just as he watched helplessly as the two wild goats seemed destined to vanish, a leopard emerged from the nearby thicket like a bolt of lightning, charging straight at them. The wild goats, clearly startled by this sudden attack, panicked and fled in a desperate attempt to escape the pursuit. However, the speed of the wild goats was utterly insignificant compared to that of the leopard, which, despite their frantic sprinting, quickly closed the distance. Within mere seconds, the leopard, like a gust of wind, caught up with one of the wild goats. With its razor-sharp claws unfurled like a lethal weapon, the leopard lunged at the goat, bringing it crashing to the ground. The goat struggled desperately, emitting heart-wrenching cries, but to no avail. The leopard, with its gaping maw stained with crimson, mercilessly sank its teeth into the goat's neck. In an instant, a torrent of bright red blood gushed forth from the wound, staining the surrounding grass. The goat's body convulsed uncontrollably, its cries echoing in the air. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Zhao Tianyu was initially rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his rage erupted like a volcano. Damn it! How dare you, you accursed leopard, steal my wild goat? Zhao Tianyu cursed furiously. He discarded his bow and arrows onto the ground and swiftly drew his military knife from his waist, rising to his feet and striding resolutely toward the leopard. At that moment, the leopard suddenly sensed Zhao Tianyu approaching. It released its grip on the goat, swiftly raising its head, its large, bell-like eyes fixed intently on Zhao Tianyu, radiating boundless fury and hostility. A deep, authoritative growl emanated from the leopard's throat, as if issuing a stern warning to Zhao Tianyu. The sound reverberated like distant thunder through the silent forest, instilling a sense of dread. The leopard's muzzle was smeared with the goat's blood, the vivid red contrasting starkly with its patterned coat, rendering it all the more fearsome. The goat, though freed from the leopard's grasp, bore severe injuries. Its neck had been pierced by the leopard's sharp teeth, blood continuously oozing from the wound and staining the grass around it. Nevertheless, the goat summoned every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to rise and flee. It struggled painfully, managing to lift itself slightly, swaying as it staggered forward a few meters. However, due to its grievous wounds, it ultimately collapsed again, its body twitching in agony. In the face of the leopard's warning, Zhao Tianyu remained remarkably composed, gripping the sharp military knife firmly in his hand as he resolutely advanced towards the feline. The leopard, perceiving his defiance, was evidently incensed by Zhao Tianyu's audacity. It emitted a deafening roar, reverberating through the air, and then, like an arrow released from its bow, lunged directly at Zhao Tianyu with ferocious intent. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Tianyu halted in his tracks, standing firm and unwavering. He clutched the military knife tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching leopard, not daring to relax for a moment. In the blink of an eye, the leopard had closed the distance to within 5 meters of Zhao Tianyu, launching itself into the air in a fierce leap towards him. Chapter 104. The Harvest of the Leopard and the Wild Goat. As the leopard surged forth like a bolt of lightning, poised to pounce upon Zhao Tianyu. He instinctively sprang aside with the agility of a coiled spring, his movement decisive and swift. This evasion allowed him to narrowly escape the leopard's lethal assault, successfully sidestepping a life-threatening peril. Simultaneously, the military knife in Zhao Tianyu's grasp sliced through the air, glinting coldly like a flash of lightning as it descended upon the leopard. With a sharp sound, the blade carved a deep gash into the leopard's flesh, measuring several decimeters in length, and blood erupted from the wound in a torrent. Caught off guard by this sudden strike, the leopard let out a piercing cry and bounded forward several meters before finally managing to halt its momentum. Gazing down at the gruesome wound on its body, blood flowed relentlessly, staining the surrounding grass of vivid crimson. Seething with fury, the leopard emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated through the forest, as if the very trees trembled in response. It extended its tongue, greedily licking the blood from its injury, the metallic taste seemingly igniting a fiercer primal instinct and fighting spirit within. Then, with a fierce twist of its head, it glared at Zhao Tianyu, its eyes ablaze with hatred and murderous intent. Unfazed by the leopard's renewed assault, Zhao Tianyu bellowed, just in time. His voice reverberated like thunder in the air. He swiftly raised his foot, channeling all his strength into a powerful kick aimed at the leopard's head. The force of this strike was akin to a thunderclap, striking with immense power and authority. With a resounding thud, the leopard was sent sprawling to the ground, as if struck by a cannonball. However, the recoil from the kick caused Zhao Tianyu to stagger back a couple steps. Yet, undeterred, he seized the moment while the leopard lay on the ground. Charging forward without hesitation, he lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick to the leopard's hefty head, sending it rolling across the ground like a ball. Yet Zhao Tianyu was not finished. His gaze fell upon a thick wooden stick, thicker than his arm, lying on the ground. He quickly discarded his military knife and bent down to grasp the stick. Then, like an arrow released from its bow, he surged toward the still reeling leopard. Zhao Tianyu's speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the leopard. Gripping the wooden stick with both hands, he raised it high and, summoning all his might, brought it crashing down onto the leopard's head. The impact produced a dull thud as the stick collided with the leopard's skull, eliciting a chilling wail from the creature. Zhao Tianyu remained unyielding, relentlessly swinging the stick, raining blow after blow upon the leopard's head. Each strike was infused with his fury and strength, each one amplifying the leopard's anguished cries. In this manner, he delivered 7 or 8 blows, and the leopard's cries grew increasingly faint. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded as the stick shattered beneath the force of Zhao Tianyu's relentless assault, splitting into 2 pieces. Casually discarding the broken wooden stick, he lowered his gaze to the leopard. At this moment, the leopard lay utterly disfigured, its head reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, devoid of any sign of life. Zhao Tianyu, observing the leopard's tragic state, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He then turned to retrieve the military knife from the ground and approached the barely breathing wild goat once more. As he crouched beside the goat, one hand firmly grasping its neck while the other wielded the knife, he swung it decisively across the goat's throat. The blade, exceptionally sharp, effortlessly sliced through the flesh. The goat's body convulsed violently a few times before it succumbed entirely, motionless. At that moment, Lin Yu arrived, her bamboo basket slung over her shoulder. Upon seeing the defeated leopard and goat on the ground, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Zhao, you are truly amazing. You are simply invincible," effortlessly dispatching both the leopard and the goat. In response to Lin Yu's praise, Zhao Tianyu merely smiled, concerned that the scent of blood might attract other large carnivores. He felt compelled to act swiftly and avoid lingering in the area. Thus, he sprang into action, wielding the military knife to cut several sturdy vines from the nearby woods. With these, he securely bound the leopard and the goat together. He then fashioned a makeshift carrying pole from a thick branch and carefully threaded it through the bindings of the leopard and goat, hoisting the heavy prey onto his shoulders. Despite Zhao Tianyu's remarkable strength, the combined weight of nearly 200 pounds posed a significant challenge, particularly on the uneven terrain, which made his task increasingly arduous. Each step required immense effort, beads of sweat gradually forming on his brow. After a laborious journey filled with pauses, Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu spent over 3 hours struggling to bring the leopard and goat back to the outskirts of the shelter. As time slipped away, it was well past noon. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting stood anxiously at the kitchen door, awaiting the return of Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu. When they awoke in the morning, the absence of the two had led them to surmise that they had ventured into the woods in search of food. Initially, they were unconcerned, confident in Zhao Tianyu's abilities. However, as the hours passed, and noon came and went with no sign of their return, a growing unease took root in their hearts. They began to worry for the safety of Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu, fully aware of the lurking dangers that pervaded the deserted island. Just as their anxiety reached a peak, the silhouettes of Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu finally emerged into view. Upon witnessing their safe return, the hearts of Lu Shui and the others finally found solace. However, their astonishment was palpable as their gaze fell upon the magnificent leopard and the wild goat perched upon Zhao Tianyu's shoulder. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu appeared utterly exhausted, on the brink of collapse. His clothing was drenched in sweat, clinging to his form as if it could be wrung out. Beads of perspiration cascaded from his forehead like raindrops, striking the ground and stirring up a small cloud of dust. After placing the leopard and the goat on the ground, he sank down, gasping for breath, while Lin Yu also set down the bamboo basket, panting heavily. Chapter 105. Return to shore. Observing the two individuals panting heavily, Su Ran promptly turned and hurried back to the kitchen. She retrieved 2 bamboo bowls and ladled out 2 servings of refreshing boiled water from the pot. With utmost care, Su Ran carried the bowls to Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu, presenting the water to them with the words, "Please drink some water." Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu accepted the water she offered, bringing it to their lips and gulping it down eagerly. The cool spring water glided down their throats, providing a wave of relief, as if all their fatigue had been instantaneously dispelled. After finishing the water, they continued to breathe heavily. Meanwhile, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting collaborated to drag the leopard and the wild goat to the riverbank, where they began the processing. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu felt their strength gradually returning. They stood and joined Lu Shui and the others at the riverbank to assist in the processing of the leopard and the wild goat. United in their efforts, they toiled for over an hour before finally completing the task. Subsequently, they carried the prepared meat back to the kitchen, meticulously cleaned the skins of the leopard and wild goat, and hung them on tree branches to dry. Zhao Tianyu selected a piece of meat, marbled with fat and lean sections, and cut it into small chunks. He placed the diced meat into a pot, sprinkling it with sea salt, and gently mixed it to ensure that each piece was evenly coated. Next, he found a bamboo tube, split it open with a knife, and fashioned some skewers. He then threaded the marinated lamb onto the skewers. From the roaring fire, he carefully extracted several pieces of glowing charcoal using a stick and arranged them neatly on the ground. He then positioned the skewered lamb above the charcoal, allowing it to engage intimately with the flames, gradually absorbing the searing heat. In less than 10 minutes, the initially red and white lamb took on a golden hue, its surface bubbling with tiny droplets of fat, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Simultaneously, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, as if it were narrating the deliciousness awaiting them. The group, already famished, found themselves salivating at the scent. Without hesitation, they seized the roasted lamb, disregarding its scalding temperature, and devoured it voraciously. This marked their first experience of savoring roasted lamb skewers since arriving on the deserted island, and the distinctive flavor enchanted each of them, rendering them unable to stop. Only after each individual had consumed nearly a pound of roasted lamb did they finally lean back, contentedly patting their round bellies. After a brief respite, the group remained industrious, tending to the remaining leopard and wild goat meat. They sprinkled sea salt evenly over the meat and hung it in the specially constructed smokehouse for curing. The abundance of meat would suffice for their sustenance for an entire month, alleviating their concerns for food in the foreseeable future. The last batch of sea salt they had boiled was nearly exhausted, primarily used for curing the leopard and goat meat. Zhao Tianyu gazed at the dwindling supply of sea salt, contemplating the necessity of another trip to the shoreline to harvest more salt crystals. He promptly shared this idea with Lu Shui and the others. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran immediately replied, "I am not comfortable with you going to the coast alone. Therefore, I believe it would be best if I accompanied you, ensuring mutual support." No sooner had Su Ran spoken than Lin Yu chimed in, "I wish to join you as well." Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Then, turning to Su Ran, she continued, "Sister Su Ran, last time it was you and brother Zhao who ventured to the coast. This time it's my turn. Isn't it? I haven't been to the coast in ages, and being cooped up in this shelter is driving me quite mad." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lu Shui couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "What's this? You two suddenly seem to be vying for attention. It seems your intentions go beyond simply wanting to accompany Brother Zhao to the coast. Perhaps you desire something more special with him." At Lu Shui's playful insinuation, both Su Ran and Lin Yu's faces flushed. Zhao Tianyu, with a slight smile gracing his lips, gently interjected, "Enough of the banter. You four shall go together." Lu Shui, slightly concerned, asked, "But what about the meat in the smoking room? Should we just leave it unattended?" Zhao Tianyu reassured her, "Do not worry. The weather is quite cold now, and the meat has been meticulously cured with sea salt. Even without smoking, it will not spoil." He proposed, "Let us set forth to the coast early tomorrow morning." The following dawn, as the first light of day broke, everyone awoke from their slumber. They swiftly exited the shelter and approached the riverbank for a brief wash. Afterwards, they returned to the kitchen, gathered some firewood to kindle in the fireplace, and roasted delectable lamb, savoring a hearty meal before invigoratingly preparing for their journey. Zhao Tianyu orchestrated the preparations methodically, instructing Lu Shui and the others to fill empty bottles with water from the river for their trip to the coast. Meanwhile, he carefully placed 2 pots into a bamboo basket, adding some lamb and leopard meat from the smoking room into the mix. Once everything was ready, they shouldered their bamboo baskets, bows in hand, and set off towards the coast. Zhao Tianyu led the way,